The Rift Impact. The Evaran Chronicles II. Book 1. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. Chapter 1. M was the most advanced artificial intelligence on Earth, but at the moment he was in NGC 6872, or the barred spiral galaxy known as Condor. It was 212 million light-years away and approximately 5 times as wide as the Milky Way. They were also, in the past, in 6,431,032,402 BC. He was in orb mode, which consisted of a sphere with 4 segmented arms, but his robot body that he could fly into was nearby, and that had a default humanoid light mode and heavy mode. M was with Evaran, a powerful cosmic being who traveled through space and time to help those in need. Evaran had fair skin with a slight tan and black hair pushed up a bit in the front, but layered on the sides. His blue eyes and chiseled chin stood out, and stubble ran along the edges of his face to his mouth and under his nose. M had calculated that most humans would find him attractive. Evaran's suit had several layers, with the first being a dark blue-gray mesh. Light gray armored pads with golden borders covered his chest and upper arms. White segmented armor strips wrapped around his forearms, collar, belt, and boots, while the shoulders had a solid pattern. His belt also contained various gadgets, such as a utility handle that used dimensional mechanics to shoot stun, heat, repulsion, and other types of beams, as well as perform other feats. They were on Evaran's ship, the Toravada, and had attached undetected to the bottom of a starship owned by the Tervad civilization. M had heard the Toravada resembled a hockey puck. It issued summons that were essentially missions across space and time, and this one had led them here. Although the initial location was a planet, the problem was that a Tervad princess and her staff had been kidnapped and required rescue. It took some effort to jump back and forth through time to observe the kidnapping, and when they had isolated the moment, they had placed a quantum beacon on the alien ship. When they hopped to the present, they opened a portal, the Toravada's way of traveling vast distances. Its stealth and scan profile modes made it undetectable. "It's time to board the ship," said Evaran in a calm, controlled voice.
"Acknowledged,"
said M. The interior circular room was empty except for Evaran's command chair and M's workstation. A large hallway led off to multiple other rooms, and due to dimensional mechanics, the corridor would not have appeared on the outside of the Toravada. M flew into his nearby robot body, then followed Evaran to the hallway. M liked default mode since it allowed him to fly, but at the cost of heavier protection. They entered a door that took them to the roof. The upper bound of the Toravada's shielding was about 15 feet away and was flush against the ship. Evaran pointed up. "Proceed."
"Breaching now,"
said M. Slats on his upper arms opened, and 2 nanoswarms flew out and merged, then went up. Once they reached the shielding, a portion of it pulled back, allowing the nanobots to chew their way through into a docking bay. Once the hole was wide enough, Evaran used his dimensionally powered boots to fly through, with M in tow. The area was spacious and had smaller ships in 2 arrays locked down on the left side. The right was open and most likely used as a place to land before being moved around. In the back was a repair bay, and metallic panels covered large swaths of the floor, ceiling, and walls. A light blue glow filled the air, and the sounds of work being done on various craft echoed out. The Toravada had already connected to the cruiser's systems, so M knew where they had to go. He activated heavy mode, where nanobots swarmed out of portholes on his body and formed thicker armor. His shielding output also increased, and he ratcheted up his density control, which would prevent him from being knocked back. The Tervad's response was immediate. They resembled stick-like humanoid figures with 4 arms and a bulbous head, and they stood about 9 feet tall on average. The ones in the bay wore metallic armor and wielded energy-based weapons. Small, spherical flying drones approached. Evaran spawned a square 5x5 energy shield on his left forearm and reflected beams back at the attackers, which caused them to crumple. M blasted a few drones with stun shots from his forearm blasters and knocked them out. Heavier units charged in. Their armor was almost twice as thick as the other Tervads, and their right arm was a cannon. Although M moved slower, he marched toward them, shrugging off their attacks until he could reach one. He grabbed it and shocked it with a discharge from his hands, causing the unit to fall. Others tried to melee him, but they couldn't break his shielding or knock him away. While M caused a distraction, Evaran zipped over and extended the utility handle from his belt into a staff where each end crackled with blue electricity. He moved far faster than the Tervads, and every moment he stopped, an enemy was tossed or stunned. In short order, the defense had been defeated. Evaran and M hustled through the various corridors, which had a similar aesthetic to the docking bay. An ambient blue light illuminated the relatively clean paneled hallways. Display screens also allowed for interaction. When they reached the secured room, the two guards out front were easily dispatched. Evaran pulled a credit card-sized device, known as a Universal Interface Card, or UIC, from his belt and placed it a few inches away from the door console. An unstable blue light formed between the UIC and the console, then stabilized a moment later. He then interacted with his augmented reality interface, or ARI, which resembled half of a bubble-like sphere that went from his waist to his head that only he could see. The sealed door whooshed open. M inspected the 9 Tervads who had backed away. Although there were beds on the sides and a side area for a bathroom, the center part of the room was mostly clear. Evaran extended a hand, palm up. "Don't fear us. We're here to rescue you." One of the Tervads stepped forward.
"I'm Princess Krana. What are you? And how is it we're able to communicate?"
"We are unique and also use an advanced translator," said Evaran. "We can discuss this more in detail later, but we need to leave now." She walked up to them and peered outside, then indicated for the rest of her group to follow.
"Let's move."
M liked how she had quickly assessed the situation and made a decision. Evaran had a 10-foot, circular, cosmic aura that caused others to view him as trustworthy. Princess Krana must have felt that, but the downed guards and a promise of rescue were also probably a big motivator to escape as well. The group dashed back to the bay. M had taken the rear while Evaran took point. Princess Krana and her staff had discussed what Evaran and M were, and although M could not determine what the expression on their faces meant, some were universal, and they seemed relieved. He had the Torvada form a ladder for them to climb down, and once on board, everyone was ushered to the command room. M reverted to default mode and took his seat at his workstation. The Torvada detached and flew a bit away before opening a portal to Princess Krana's home world.
"I have a lot of questions," she said.
Evaran nodded. "I suspect you do, and we can now discuss them in safety. We're headed to your father's residence." M tilted his head as the staff shrieked, which he interpreted as signs of joy.
Is everything okay?
"We were celebrating,"
said Princess Krana. M raised a hand. She stared at it.
You tap my hand. It's called a high five and is meant as a celebratory gesture.
She complied.
"A very strange custom. I guess our celebration must seem odd to you."
I liked it,
said M, smiling. The Tervad staff high-fived one another. Although Evaran and M had been on their way to have lunch with Lord Vigon, an old friend on Earth, this summons had popped up with some urgency. M was not clear why it had a high priority, but if the Torvada wanted them there, that's where they would go. The past several days had been interesting to M, and he had interacted with Princess Krana's court and Tervad society. However, after he and Evaran had left, they jumped through time to see what significance the summons had. They found nothing after a lengthy investigation. It was possible they missed something, and given the number of variables, that was likely the case. What was important was the Toravado wanted them there, and if there had been more to do, it would not have cleared the summons. It was now January 5th, 2014, 11 o'clock a.m. in New York City, and M was seated at a circular table in a private room in an upscale restaurant. He preferred to use his orb mode, but when interacting with humans in public, he used his robot body in default mode. He had projected a hollow shell that made him appear as a mid-20s male with blonde hair, fair skin, and blue eyes. Evaran sat next to him, and his hollow projection consisted of blue khakis, brown boots, and a white polo shirt. He had also brought a half-length dark gray trench coat, which was not projected and was folded over a chair. After 30 minutes, a strong, pale-skinned man in a black suit joined them. M knew him as Lord Vigon, an ancient vampire lord and one of the strongest non-humans on the planet. Although non-humans kept up a masquerade, there were hundreds of thousands of them, and they managed Earth via an organization known as the Earth Ward. Non-humans had exotic energies in them, but none as powerful as the cosmic energy in Evaran and M. In this case, Lord Vigon had Daedrald exotic energy, which was what made him a vampire, but the ancient vampire strain was one of dozens. Lord Vigon guffawed.
It's good to see you two, in any form.
Evaran stood and forearm shook with him while M extended a high five.
And, of course, some things never change,
said Lord Vigon, slapping M's hand.
So, I guess we'd better select something to eat before your next summons.
Everyone sat. Evaran eyed him. And I suppose you know when that is?
Of course,
said Lord Vigon.
This meeting is out of sync, as expected. You just wrapped up saving Princess Krana, Tervad's, if I recall.
M analyzed his comment.
You've met our future selves in your past.
Bingo. Not that it's unusual for you two, as you both know. This is our first meeting, well, with your new forms, obviously. And I have to say, I like them. And, yes, as you're already aware, I know what summons you did, and will do to an extent. But I can only comment on them after they're done.
Although V, M's previous incarnation, had died, M still had all of V's memories from a visual and audio perspective. V's cosmic energy orb had reacted to everything, which M did not have, but he did possess an algorithm that would let him simulate what it may have been. When V had reformed, his AI component had been destroyed, and his cosmic energy recycled, and as M, he had a new AI component and a fresh orb of cosmic energy.
I'm glad you like our new forms,
said M. Lord Vigon chuckled.
It's so odd to hear you use contractions, but I do like it. I also know that you've updated your cadence again since you reformed. It's more professorial and mainly what I know.
He glanced at Evaran.
And you can show some emotion now. You have an interesting road ahead of you.
And you're mysterious as always, said Evaran. Nonetheless, it's good to see you. We still haven't met everyone in these new forms except for Dalton Kingston and Evat.
Yeah, we talked,
said Lord Vigon. I figured. Although we've only been gone for a while, we'd be interested in hearing about the current state of things. Over the next hour, M recorded everything as Lord Vigon ate and went over what the Earth Ward was up to and events across the planet. It amazed M that Earth was as advanced as it was, despite the multitudes of human and non-human factions. At some point, the non-human masquerade would fall, and his analysis showed it would cause utter chaos. Humans tended to not like things that were different, and non-humans were the extreme version of that.
The Torvada has issued another summons,
said M. He scrutinized Lord Vigon.
This is the one you mentioned.
Lord Vigon grinned.
Maybe it'll be more involved than your last one.
Where's it to? Asked Evaran. Or rather, when?
It's in the Andromeda galaxy in AD 12209,
said M.
It's relatively close to the Bilaxian Empire we checked on from a previous trip.
I see. Evaran studied Lord Vigon. And you won't tell us anything about it?
Of course not. I honor your rules, regardless of which version you are.
Evaran dipped his head. It's appreciated. However, I don't believe your suggestion to meet at this specific point for lunch was coincidental.
You caught me, said Lord Vigon. I knew to schedule this a long time ago. This is an interesting point in your personal timeline. It's between your Tervad summons, which was a good showcase of what you do at a lower level, versus your next one, which is, well, a bit more involved. Good luck.
I see. M high-fived Lord Vigon after he did a forearm shake with Evaran. Then Lord Vigon left. It appears we have a heavier summons to attend to. Let's go, said Evaran. They exited the restaurant and went to a side alley. M surveyed their surroundings and verified it was clear of people. 20 feet above them was the Torvada. It hovered 90 degrees clockwise, so the front faced down, which allowed it to fit in the smaller space. It was also stealthed and in scan profile 1. M and Evaran flew up, and once they crossed the shielding, they righted themselves and walked in on a blue ramp. Evaran reverted to his normal advanced suit, then sat in the command seat with his trench coat to the side. M seated himself at the workstation to the right of Evaran's chair. The Torvada shot up, and after 20 minutes they reached low Earth orbit. M did not need to interact with anything physically to control where they needed to go. He could do so with his direct connection to the Torvada, and he opened a portal which it flew through. A check on some metrics indicated they were now at the summons location, but they still had to travel to AD 12209. M invoked the time travel aspect of the Torvada, which would cause it to exit the timeline, then reinsert itself at the right coordinates. Everything outside faded to pure darkness, and a moment later it eased back in. M had the Torvada pulse a scan that went out 10 light-years to get an analysis of what was out there. The immediate view showed they were above a planet with 2 moons. The star of this system had a small clump of an oil-like substance orbiting close that absorbed the sun's radiation. Evaran rubbed his chin. Intriguing. That entity around the star has Bornean exotic energy.
We've only encountered that once before,
said M. Correct. There's also an advanced civilization on this planet. Connect to one of their satellites so we can see what we're dealing with.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada flew over to a large satellite and emitted a beam. Holographic data screens popped up in the front of the interior as the information flowed in. M processed all of it with ease, as could Evaran. There were some alien AIs at play, and those were areas that were not accessible, so most of what they were seeing was public. If needed, M could breach more systems, but he required a justification to do so. M analyzed the images of the alien race that belonged to the civilization on the planet. They resembled 7-foot humanoid crows with plantigrade legs that ended in a bony calf area with clawed feet. They also had black fur, clawed hands, and 2 odd purple tentacles on their upper back. Their large blue beak stood out, as did their 4 eyes, with 2 where humans would be and the others on the sides. This would give them superior vision.
These aliens call themselves the Sistrals. They look like crow shifters.
I concur, said Evaran. This civilization is not unknown to us. They meet the Bilaxian Empire a century from now, and they both mention my name as common ground. The Bilaxians know us and our contributions to them, but the Sistrals do not. I suspect this summons is where they learn of us. Nonetheless, there's a lot of data to sift through, and I'd like to do a deeper scan on that entity near the sun. The summons didn't say why we're needed here, so let's take some time to analyze all this information before doing anything.
Acknowledged.
Chapter 2. Dylan Townsend did not expect to spend his 22nd birthday on an alien moon. His current location was not as odd as how he had come to be there. 6 months earlier, he had been on a bus traveling to Chicago. A portal had opened and closed on the highway, but not before swallowing several vehicles, including his. They had been stopped in the new environment they had emerged into by weird flying ships that emitted beams. He ran his fair-skinned hand through his slightly puffed-up black hair. The chaos when aliens had exited the ships and begun rounding up everyone was something he still had nightmares about. The aliens resembled humanoid crows without wings. Instead, they had 2 purple tentacles on their backs, big blue beaks, clawed hands and feet, and advanced power suits. They had somehow detected that humans needed breathing machines, so they had passed out devices that wrapped around the mouth and nose. After that, it was a trip to where he was now. Although 42 humans had been rounded up, he had been grouped with 3 others. Oleg Koval was a middle-aged, fair-skinned man with an Eastern European accent and tattoo sleeves on his arms, but he was the unofficial leader of the group. He was fearless and built like a truck, and in a small dome of weird aliens of all types, he didn't back down from anything. He was a big brother to Dylan, and Oleg's profession as a mixed martial artist gave him unique skills that worked well in this place. Isaac Barret was a data architect from Chicago. He was dark-skinned and had short, curly hair, and he was the polar opposite of Oleg in terms of personality and build. Isaac spoke in a calculated manner, and he often made comments on anything he observed. Of the 4, he was the least fazed by everything going on and had accepted their situation fast. He was rational, pragmatic, and the most objective person Dylan had ever met. He learned something every time Isaac analyzed something. Dr. Kate Minter, with her black hair and fair skin, had a perky personality, even with the current situation being what it was. Although she had been scared initially, like most of the other humans, she had quickly switched to research mode. Communication with their captors was impossible outside of hand movements and drawings, but she had tried hard to understand. She had adjusted well over the last 6 months, and had even started a relationship with Oleg, despite his having a wife and kid. Oleg and Kate had already given up on ever leaving. Dylan liked all 3 of them, and they had formed a strong bond. The housing unit they lived in was single-story and had 6 side rooms that joined to a common one. Each of their living quarters was decently sized and had beds as well as a bathroom, which had a hole in the ground next to a small area where sonic waves cleaned them. There was a pipe that shot down water, but it was inconvenient to use. The common room had basic couches, chairs, and tables, and there was a screen on the wall, although Dylan never understood what was on it. It didn't have shows or anything, but instead showed statistics in some weird language. The aliens who had sent them to the housing unit had someone come out every week to try to communicate. Kate and Isaac usually worked with the liaison, and Dylan watched them a few times. However, it was 8 o'clock a.m. per his watch and time to go to the central dispensary to pick up breakfast. The dome he was in had breathable air. He had seen others in the distance and figured they probably had different environments. Dylan walked into the common area.
"There's the birthday boy,"
said Oleg, tousling Dylan's hair. 22, said Isaac, squeezing Dylan's arm. I just wish we could celebrate it in a better place. Kate hugged Dylan. Happy birthday. He chortled. Thanks, guys. And, yeah, it sucks to be on this moon, but we make do with what we have, right?
"He's growing so fast,"
said Oleg. Dylan laughed. It was a moment of respite from the crushing feeling of where he was at. His mom had died when he was at college, and he had to drop out. His estranged dad was not in his life, and his grandma was in assisted living. Dylan had been on his own for the first time since his mom had been his only support. He had gone to settle some affairs in the small town near Champaign, Illinois, then stepped on that fateful bus to return to Chicago. "You think they got a birthday cake at the dispensary?" he asked.
"Let's find out,"
said Oleg, slapping him on the back. They exited and began their journey. Dylan wrinkled his nose. It always smelled like someone was cooking bacon. When he had first arrived, it made him hungry, but now it just aggravated him. The wide street they were on had their unit next to others in a row, and across from that was a metallic and stone wall in a checkered pattern. As they started off, he spotted 2 aliens. They resembled humanoid jaguars, but stood only 3 feet tall. He knew them well, as they had attacked Isaac and Kate when they went to the food dispensary on a previous trip. They had rushed back, and Oleg had stepped out and kicked one alien down the street, then tossed the other like a football. The 2 aliens paused, then ran away. Oleg smirked.
"They know not to bother us."
Kate intertwined her arm with his. "Our protector."
"Damn right."
Dylan felt safe with Oleg around. There were other denizens who had learned not to mess with him. It was one reason their group had done so well. It was odd that there had initially been 42 humans who came over, yet he had not seen any. Maybe they were in the other domes or, on a darker note, had fallen prey to others or even the security forces. He was not sure he would ever find out. After winding through various streets, they reached the sustenance dispensary. Dylan found it odd that an advanced society couldn't have food and drinks brought to the housing units. Instead, everyone came to a circular building that had stalls with robots that served the group after scanning them. He was being generous in calling what was served food, since it was a pink sludge that tasted awful. It varied, though, and sometimes they got something sweet. One thing he did like was the pure water, and they could come at any time to get what they needed, even if it sucked. He looked up and scrunched his face at the hovering cylinders that served as security forces. They had segmented arms near the top, and their bottom had a thicker portion that allowed them to hover. The shape reminded him of a garbage can, but with a wider base and narrower top. 2 thick rings, packed with portholes that could shoot what he thought were lasers, stood out. He had only seen them use the beam once, and it had vaporized 2 fighting aliens. It was a busy time, as there were others around. He grimaced at the aliens next to him. They resembled humanoid cockroaches, but they had forearms with large spikes jutting out from the forearms. They stood around 7 feet tall, and their chattering noises made his arm hair stand on end. He had never seen them before at the dispensary. Perhaps they were new. Oleg extended an arm toward a robot behind a counter.
"As the birthday boy, you go first and get some delicious food."
Dylan smirked as he stepped forward. A beam washed over him. The robot placed a bowl of pink sludge in a sealed container with a small window on top in front of him. As he reached for it, one of the bug-like aliens pushed him out of the way and snatched his container. Oleg wasted no time in grabbing it back and inserted himself between Dylan and the alien. It hissed at Oleg, and he shoved it back, causing it to fall. Dylan gulped when it stood back up, and a long, segmented appendage ending in a scorpion-like stinger extended from its back and vibrated as it hovered overhead.
"What are you gonna do with that, tough guy?"
asked Oleg, standing defiantly. The alien seized Oleg, and its appendage lurched forward and pierced Oleg's upper right arm. Kate shrieked. Oleg spun away and gripped the pulsating stinger, then broke it. He stumbled, then fell to the ground. Everything moved in slow motion as Dylan ran to help Oleg, who had gone limp. The alien had also crumpled as a strange liquid poured out of its severed appendage like a fire hose. A quick check of Oleg's faint pulse showed he was still alive. "Help!" said Dylan. Kate rushed in and held Oleg's hand. A shrill alarm filled the air as one of the security cylinders dropped to a few feet off the ground. It scanned Oleg and the alien, and then tilted its weapon ports at each. "No!" said Dylan, putting himself between Oleg and the robot. "Get him back!" said Isaac. They dragged Oleg away. The robot emitted 2 loud chirps, which caused everyone to move away, then fired a beam that vaporized the alien. "Let's go," said Isaac. The robot began to fly over, training its weapon ports on Oleg. Dylan focused on the immediate and carried Oleg's legs like a wheelbarrow as Kate and Isaac got his shoulders. It was an awkward walk, but the alternative was Oleg being vaporized. Kate and Isaac were calm, although their faces were like stone. It had not registered fully that Oleg had almost been killed, but the main thing was to get away from the security robot. The situation was bad, but that summed up his experience so far in this hellhole. Isaac assisted Dylan and Kate in laying Oleg on a couch in the central room of their housing unit. Oleg seemed to have stabilized, and Dylan had used his shirt to act as a bandage over the wound, which he now kept tight. Kate had utilized another part of Dylan's shirt as a wet rag and wiped Oleg's face. Isaac had no idea what was going on with Oleg, but at least for the moment, he was unconscious, but appeared to be okay. "I should see what I can get at the general dispensary," said Isaac. "Are you crazy?" asked Kate. "Those robots are still out there." Isaac sighed. "I know, but they were targeting Oleg, not us. And it was at the food and drink dispensary, not the general supply one. But there may be something there that can help. If anything, I think I can at least get some rags. But I thought I saw pills of some type." Dylan grimaced. "How do you know they're safe? It could be lethal to us." I know. But we can't just sit here doing nothing." Kate hugged him. "Go, but be careful." Dylan drooped, then nodded. Isaac tapped his back and headed out. He shared their doubts, and although he had combed through the various items at the general dispensary, he had discarded most of it since it was not filtered by species. There were many strange devices, from specialized chairs to unusual crystals. He had seen a large number of pills, but he couldn't read what they did or what they were even called. He still had to try to find something, anything that might help. After hustling for 10 minutes, he stopped at an intersection. The two small, jaguar-like aliens who had chased him and Kate long ago were across the street and stared at him. He had no time for them, so he kept going. They started to follow him. Isaac was sure he could fight them if he had to, but he also figured he would take some damage. They had claws and fangs, and could be a problem even if they only came up to his waist. After another 5 minutes, he peeked back. They were still on his trail. He pivoted to face them. "What do you want?" One alien growled and talked in an unknown language. Isaac shook a finger at them. "You may not understand this, but I'm warning you. I ran last time because I didn't want trouble." His voice cracked. "I'm in no mood to deal with your bullshit." The aliens hesitated. Isaac extended his hands to the side. "If you're going to do something, do it." Others in the area had backed away but still watched. It did not surprise Isaac that no one would help. He had expected that, given that the robots were vaporizing crazy and the others were probably just as scared as he was, although at the moment, his adrenaline surged. The two small jaguars approached, with claws out. Another middle-aged male human in a full-body gray mesh suit burst from an alleyway and touched one of the aliens, causing it to go limp as electrical arcs danced around. The other jumped back in surprise. It then leapt at the man, who caught it midair, then shocked it. The alien crumpled. Isaac's jaw dropped at how fast it had happened. This guy was way faster than a normal human should be, and he had used his hands to stun somehow. The man had black hair, green eyes, and light silver skin. The overall aesthetic made Isaac think this was a robot in a human skin. Thanks?" said Isaac. He smirked. "You probably don't even know what I'm saying." The man stood before him. "English. Ancient Earthborn language." Isaac's eyes widened. You understood me." "I did. My name is Zell." Isaac extended a hand. "An ancient Earthborn custom," said Zell, returning the shake. Isaac gulped. This was the first person outside his group he had an actual conversation with. "I have a lot of questions, but I need to help my friend. He was injured." "We should stick together," said Zell. "Based on your language and actions, I have calculated that you're not Fredorian, but from Earth." Isaac drew his head back. "Yeah, although I don't know what a Fredorian is." "They're humans like you." Zell studied him. "I'm not sure how I arrived here, but it seems others have suffered the same fate. What year was it when you came here?"
2014?
"Using your calendar, I'm from 2377. This means whatever brought us here did so through space and time."
Isaac took a moment to observe what he heard. You're from the future."
"From your perspective, yes," said Zell.
Isaac gestured toward his housing unit. "Maybe you can help diagnose what's wrong with my friend."
"Of course. Lead on."
Isaac took off with Zell behind him. It dawned on him that Zell had just agreed to aid him without any type of negotiation. It made him wonder what relationship humans in 2377 had with whatever Zell was. Apparently, it was strong enough that he required no incentive to assist. Isaac had so many questions, but for the moment there was a potential opportunity to help Oleg. After 15 minutes, they entered the housing unit. Kate and Dylan stood in front of Oleg.
"Isaac." "Who's this?" asked Kate.
"It's Zell," said Isaac, motioning at him. "He's from 2377 and knows English, and he might be able to help."
2377?
"What?" asked Dylan. Isaac raised a hand. "I know, and there will be plenty of time for questions, but if Zell can help, we should take it." Dylan cleared his throat. "Right. Oh, this is Dylan Townsend and Dr. Kate Minter," said Isaac. "The person in trouble on the bed is Oleg Koval."
Zell dipped his head. "I appreciate your understanding, and am pleased to meet you all." He examined Oleg. "I'll see what I can find out."
Dylan and Kate moved to the side. Zell stood next to Oleg, then extended a hand over him and emitted a scanning beam.
"He appears to have stabilized. However, there is an unknown agent in his brain. He's in a coma." Kate exhaled. "So he's not dying?" "Not for the moment. Whatever is in his brain appears to be aggressive, so it may only be a matter of time. At the rate it's moving, I would say 6 months unless removed. In the meantime, he will still need nourishment to keep his body stable."
"What can we do?" asked Dylan.
"I would suggest bioprogramming, but that requires equipment not present here," said Zell. He glanced at Isaac. "I know some of the language these aliens use. Perhaps there is something at the general dispensary. I assume that's where you were headed."
"It was." "All right, let's go."
As they walked to the general dispensary, Isaac checked Zell out.
"So, what are you? I know you're not human based on how you refer to us."
"I'm an android," said Zell. He smiled. "Your race created us long ago, and we've had our freedom for centuries now."
Isaac furrowed his brow. "It seems your kind have good relations with us, then."
"Of course. Humans are our staunchest allies, and we are theirs. Our alliance is one of the strongest in the United Planets."
Isaac bobbed his head. "United Planets? I guess that's some type of galactic alliance?"
"Yes," said Zell. "If there was a possibility of us all going home, then the knowledge you're learning now would be considered knowledge pollution. However, I'm not sure we'll be able to leave here any time soon."
"Why's that?"
"We're in the Andromeda galaxy, but due to the shift in stellar phenomena, we're also thousands of years into the future. I haven't been able to calculate an exact date."
"I knew we were in the Andromeda galaxy, but didn't know about the future thing," said Isaac.
Zell frowned. "I wish I had better news."
Isaac's gut wrenched hard at the thought that they were far into the future. He had come to terms with being in the Andromeda galaxy 2 months in after Kate's discovery. This day had been one of surprises. Oleg's incident had made their hopelessness even greater, but meeting Zell had been a bright spot. Now there was a chance he could help them get everything needed to keep Oleg stable. Then they would just need to wait to see if he snapped out of it. The important thing was there were options as opposed to standing helplessly by as their friend wasted away.
Chapter 3. M had analyzed all the data received from scanning all parts of the Sistral's empire. They controlled 8 planetary systems, although the initial one he and Evaran had arrived at had the only advanced civilization. The Sistrals had several outposts on various worlds and moons, as well as space stations in the other systems. Each system also had a special space structure that served as headquarters, based on intercepted communications. They were now back at the entity they had seen orbiting the star. A scan indicated it had Bornean exotic energy, which would allow it to absorb any type of energy. It could have come from another reality due to its dimensional signature. Evaran stood on the roof's thin blue ramp that extended 10 feet to the edge of the Toravada's bubble shield. Fly us close enough so I can interact with the entity.
Acknowledged.
The Toravada flew to the designated spot. The ramp extended past the shields, and Evaran walked outside, then reached out. His plane form could withstand the star's radiation and heat, as well as the vacuum of space. His hand irradiated a golden aura as the entity unfurled a tendril. It hesitated when it was within 10 feet of touching him, then continued on until it was. Evaran's eyes glowed for a moment before the tendril retracted. He walked back to the roof next to M. M scrutinized him.
Were you able to communicate with it?
Not so much, said Evaran. It's an instinctual being that has a portion of it inside a dimension. This is its visible part in our reality, and it feeds on energy.
It didn't feed on you,
said M. It understood to do so would be a mistake. Although I wouldn't ascribe intelligence to this being, it understands raw power. Evaran's ability to expose cosmic energy via his hand allowed for other powerful beings to know what they were dealing with, and potentially ended issues before they began. In this case, the entity merely withdrew its tendril. While it might not have decided that Evaran was a threat, it also had to know that he had not attacked.
Where should we go now?
Asked M. I believe it's time to meet the Sistrals, said Evaran. They went back to the command center, then flew to high orbit around the planet Varlon, which functioned as the seat of the Sistrals' empire. Their technology was advanced, although not as much as other civilizations M had seen. Their crude nanobot technology and starships were not optimal in terms of energy usage. One oddity was the Sistrals had only encountered a handful of less developed civilizations. They had representatives on Varlon with special credentials. Typically, M could create fake credentials, but in order to gain access to details on who governed the planet, he would need to use a different tactic. A hot topic on various networks that was being discussed was the star situation. Efforts had been made to remove the entity to no avail, and they feared it would envelop their sun. Where it came from and why it had chosen to feed on their sun remained a mystery, one M figured he and Evaran would resolve later. Switch to scan profile 2 and drop our stealth, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Scan profile 2 would make the Toravada appear to be a small, weak ship when scanned. It was useful for deception, and if need be, they could always switch back to the default of scan profile 1. After switching profiles and dropping stealth, the reaction by nearby ships was immediate. The silver crafts had a large ring in the rear that encircled a long, cylindrical body. Various structures jutted out along the sides, and the Toravada had identified them as weapon systems. There were no detectable windows, but lights at interspersed points blinked.
A communication request has been sent,
said M.
Audio only.
Evaran motioned at him. Proceed.
Unidentified alien craft. Identify yourself,
said a guttural Sistral voice. I'm Evaran, and with me is M. We're visitors to your world, and we have information on the entity around your star.
Your craft is unlike any we've ever seen, yet you speak our language fluently. Where are you from?
Far away, said Evaran.
I see. What information do you have?
We know the star entity's nature. If you allow us to land, we can explain in more detail. There was a pause before the Sistral responded.
We need something to verify your claims.
The star entity is dimensional in nature, said Evaran. Another pause ensued.
You will be escorted to a secure port. Any hostile action will be dealt with swiftly. Follow us."
M adjusted the Torvada's flight path to follow the ship they had communicated with. The 20-minute descent took them past floating platforms with massive turrets. A variety of vessels flew by, and after breaking cloud cover, he surveyed the landscape, dotted by large cities. The Sistral's architecture was heavily based on huge cylindrical buildings with many walkways between them. A large amount of Sistrals flew around. While Sistrals had no wings, they wore black and silver-plated power suits with a moderately sized jetpack on the back. Even the tendrils had plating that ended in blasters. The lack of personal shielding either meant they did not know how to make it into a form factor where it could be utilized, or they had some rule against using it. There were also platforms with waist-high guardrails that others controlled. M calculated that flying Sistrals were law enforcement. The port they arrived at was outside Camrellis, the Sistral's capital city. Massive turrets trained on the Torvada as it landed on a square, concrete-like pad. There were other ships around, and a heavily armed hovercraft accompanied by a small squad of armored Sistrals and robots approached. Evaran stood. "Let's go meet them." M followed him out. They were greeted by a Sistral in armor similar to the flying ones, but this suit was silver with blue highlights. 3 blue bars on the top left chest armor piece most likely indicated rank, but that had not been in the data retrieved from the Sistral's public networks. Behind him were 2 rows of 4 guards that resembled the flying, armored Sistrals seen earlier, except they had large assault weapons aimed forward, along with their tendrils flayed out and locked onto Evaran and M. The Sistral crossed his tentacles over his chest in an X pattern, and he dipped his head.
"Our patrol said you spoke our language. I'm Commander Col Havis 84 of the Southern District of Camrellis, and I came down personally to see you."
Evaran bowed slightly with his left arm across his stomach. "I'm Evaran, and with me is M." The Sistrals stared at Evaran.
"It's true. How can you speak our language?"
asked Col. "Advanced technology," said Evaran. "I'm curious as to the number after your name."
"Given the situation, that's an interesting first question to ask. It's our number in our family lineage. It resets after every 100.
"Intriguing." Col extended a tendril toward the Torvada.
"We need to inspect your ship."
"Please proceed," said Evaran. M had changed the interior as a precaution before they had exited. While Scan Profile 2 could fool sensors, a check inside required more effort. To that end, he had made it so that half the space would show an engine room, with the rest displaying a cramped living quarters area, command deck, and storage. The hallway to the dimensional rooms was sealed, and the entrance was part of the wall. After a few minutes, Col came out.
"Your ship is dismal. Yet our patrol mentioned you appeared out of nowhere."
"It was cloaked," said Evaran. "Unfortunately, I can't show you those specifications."
"And why's that?"
"It's more advanced than the technological level of your society. I'm sure you have a rule as well about showing advanced technology to others." Several of the Sistrals squawked before Col glared at them.
"You're correct," he said. "You've proved your technology, although your ship is somewhat primitive, which is an odd setup. Nonetheless, you've piqued the Council's interest. Come with us."
Evaran and M stepped onto a large platform that had seats on the side with high guardrails. They each sat with a guard, and another resided in the back with his weapon lowered. Col had taken the front spot and interacted with a podium. The platform took off into the sky, with other guards flying next to them. Despite the promise of Evaran and M to provide information, Col and his unit were on high alert. 2 hovering turrets moved above the group. It might have been easier to figure out where the Council was and go there without introducing themselves the way they had, but the Council could have needed time to gather. Apparently, information about the star entity was high on their list of priorities. Em was not sure if the purpose of the summons was to deal with the star entity alone, as that could most likely be handled quickly. He suspected there was something else they would get involved in, but it wasn't apparent for the moment. As they continued on, he detected a humanoid form with camouflage shielding moving across the ground. It kept a steady distance from the group. It could be a Sistral operative, but it would be strange behavior to not disclose themselves. The signature moved in and out of range, but M would not concern himself with it. The focus now was talking to the council and sharing information. Kate had struggled to deal with the fact that Oleg had been downed, but the appearance of Zell and his information on Oleg's status had brightened her mood some. Zell was definitely not human, even if he looked like one somewhat. She suspected he was an android, as humans didn't emit scanning beams from their hands. Perhaps they did in 2377. The good news was Oleg wasn't in immediate danger of dying. Still, without help, he could die a slow death. Dylan had gone from freaking out to being excited after Zell and Isaac left. Dylan believed that Zell, with his advanced knowledge, would be able to save Oleg. Kate hoped he was right, but she knew from experience to be cautious about new situations. She considered herself upbeat, but it was hard to be in that frame of mind when the person she was falling in love with had something mysterious in his brain. Kate ran her thumb over Oleg's hand. Although he had a wife and kid, he and Kate had both concluded that they were not going to be rescued. They would spend the rest of their lives here. And from that, they had slowly gotten to know each other. She loved his tough, yet fair attitude, and he was kind and gentle with her and the others. He was like a big teddy bear, and she definitely didn't mind how active he could be when things got intimate. It had been 45 minutes since Isaac and Zell had left, and she was beginning to worry. As if on cue, the front door opened, and Isaac stepped in. "We, got a few things," he said. Zell pushed in a hover slab packed with equipment. "Everything needed to support Oleg is here." Kate hurried over. Although she was not well versed in the world of medicine, she recognized the intravenous objects that would allow Oleg to stay hydrated. A breathing mask attached to a machine and some type of tube attached to a rectangular box were on the slab. "This looks great," she said. She raised her head at Zell. "We really appreciate this." He nodded. "Of course. Let's set him up." Kate stepped out of the way, and after Zell parked the slab next to Oleg, she wasted no time in assisting him with the setup. She had never seen the odd, cube-shaped device that everything connected to, but she surmised it had something to do with power when it turned on after Oleg was ready. The breathing machine whirred to life, and she heard air pumping. The IV was easy to get going, as Zell was a master at putting it in. The feeding tube could be inserted periodically, and in addition to the box it was attached to, there were several bags of some gray goo that could be used as food. "How did you know how to get all this?" asked Dylan. Zell stood back. "I understand a portion of our captor's language." Kate examined him. "You're an android, aren't you? A very astute observation. Does this bother you?" "No, but I would have had a hard time believing that before coming here. Robots are everywhere here." Isaac took a seat. "Whatever sucked us here got him too." "Yes," said Zell. "I was flying my scout ship on a routine mission when I crossed through a portal. It brought me to these aliens' planet, where they overpowered my ship, then sent me here." Dylan gestured at him. "Their tech was more advanced than yours?" "Yes. I was, however, able to talk to one of their AIs, but its communication protocol was unusual. There are many things that didn't match up, and when I predicted what something would be, a different result would materialize." "That is weird." Kate leaned against the wall. "And you came from 2377? "I did." "So, is Earth still around then?" "I would assume so." Zell smiled. "Definitely. Earth was one of the founders of the United Planets, of which I'm a member. My line of production extends to a period when humans created androids before we manufactured our own. As such, every humanoid android has a knowledge base of Earth and all its languages, culture, and history." Isaac grinned. "Apparently, androids and humans are strong allies in this United Planets." "I like that," said Dylan. He scrunched his face. "You know, you should stay with us." "Thank you for that invitation, and I accept if the rest of you are in agreement," said Zell. "My current residence is small, and my neighbors are hostile and noisy." "I vote yes," said Isaac. "We'd be honored to have you," said Kate. "It's done, then," said Zell. Dylan waved a hand around. "Plus, it's quiet here." Isaac crooked a thumb toward the door. "Other than those two nasty aliens who keep messing with us. Zell shocked them when they attacked me earlier." "They attacked you again?" asked Kate, eyes wide. "Yeah, but Zell popped out and stunned them with his hands. I ain't complaining." Kate felt more confident about their situation with someone like Zell with them. He seemed friendly and had helped Oleg, although there was always the possibility that Zell was dangerous and deceiving them. He could have been malicious earlier. She was not one to often toss caution to the wind. "We have 4 rooms, but Oleg can stay in mine once we set him up. You can have his room," she said. "That will do," said Zell. Isaac wagged a finger at him. "You know, we're going to have a lot of questions about Earth's future. Well, the past, from your perspective." "I'll answer any you have, unless you plan to travel back in time and change things." The room went silent. Dylan smirked. "You just signed up to talk about a lot of things. But I'm happy we met you, and that Oleg is stable for the moment." Zell dipped his head. "Whatever I can do to improve our situation, I will. I don't know what our quarantiners would have to say about my being here, but we'll find out." "They're quarantining us?" asked Isaac. "Yes. Apparently, they have a program that puts those here that they can't understand, and also possess biology that is very different from theirs. While their technology is advanced, they don't want to take chances. As others are studied here and deemed not a threat, they are released. But I don't know what happens afterward." Kate wrinkled her brow. "Do these aliens have a name?" "None that I could detect," said Zell. "There are many potential names I was able to determine, but I don't know which one is accurate." Dylan frowned. "Do you think we'll ever get out of here?" "I'm not sure," said Zell. "In time we might leave, but then we would begin a new quest to find out where we truly are and how to get back. Until that point, our current focus should be on surviving. To that end, I'll retrieve any food as needed." "We can rotate who goes with you. Maybe we can get better food now, at least," said Isaac. "Understandable. I expect steak and potatoes would be an upgrade compared to what you've eaten. I pulled that from my Earthborn archive." Dylan's eyes widened. They can make that?" "Of course," said Zell. "Their matter replicators take in a formula, and I have all Earth food patterns in my knowledge base. It may not taste as good as what you know from experience, but I'm sure it's comparable." Kate exhaled. "I'd die for some strawberry ice cream." "I have that one," said Zell. "Perhaps you can tell me what you want, and I'll go get it. Then you can ask your questions." Dylan beamed. "That would be awesome." "Works for me," said Isaac. Kate swallowed hard. Having decent food would be a major quality of life change. It saddened her that they didn't meet Zell while Oleg was conscious. Maybe the universe was playing a cruel joke on them. At least they would have something good to eat. Chapter 4. M had enjoyed the trip to the Sistrals Council location. He had analyzed the cylindrical buildings that towered in the sky. There were many rings outside it that allowed Sistrals to come and go at various heights all the way up to the top. There were also landing platforms for larger craft. Angled supports formed a cone around each structure's base up to a certain height. Small parks, steeped with trees and ponds, were scattered throughout the landscape. Rings packed with nature were attached at various heights of the buildings. The density of the trees and bushes was a stark contrast to the stainless metal everywhere else. A host of hovering ground vehicles raced along well-defined paths. The city had a large underground component that M could not see, but he had a recorded mention of it in the Sistral's public information. The sky was busy with ships, Sistrals in power suits, and some personal flying platforms that were larger relative to the ones the escorting guards used. The ability to fly was a big aspect of the city's architecture, as there were entry points to land on at all heights. It struck M as odd that there were no nanobot swarms. While there were drones of all kinds, and even some flying robots, the absence of nanobots indicated a less advanced technological level than what he had seen before. It could be self-imposed rules against it, or perhaps a lack of knowledge. When M had inspected the sun, the star entity was large enough to see and resembled a black patch. He understood why the Cestrals were concerned. The city architecture was built to harness the sun and allow it to bathe Cameralis in its warmth. They docked at a platform 310 feet off the ground. Cull indicated for Evaran and M to follow him. The walkways that encircled the building were wide enough to accommodate a large group if necessary. The metallic door ahead had a turret atop it, and a console resided off to the right. When Cull walked up, the door slid into the building. A beam washed over them as they passed. Although Evaran and M did not have to worry about adjusting to Varlon's atmosphere, M understood that their first steps out of the Torvada would have been that test. They had also been scanned at that point, so there was no worry of contaminants. But that was something the Torvada automatically handled when someone entered or exited. The interior of the building was similar to the outside in that there was a solid core in the middle, with floors that ringed it. Doorways led to areas unknown, but Cull knew exactly where they needed to go. They walked up a ramp to the next level, despite having passed several elevators. M registered the faces the Sistrals displayed. Unlike Cull or the guards, these Sistrals had on light power suits, and some wore only a mesh-like material that hugged their body. Sistrals only had one gender, so the outfits were unisex. Although Sistrals were not crow shifters like he had seen on Earth, their head movements were sporadic at times, which mimicked how crows moved their heads. They also cooed, cawed, squawked, and gurgled between one another, oftentimes in the middle of a conversation. M picked up on what was being discussed, and he and Evaran were a raging topic. The reason for their visit was unknown, implying the Council didn't want it known. After several more floors, they reached a massive, dome-shaped doorway. 2 heavily armored guards stood at attention when Cull approached. The doors opened and revealed a spacious room with multiple platforms at various heights that hugged the sides. A quick scan registered 71 Sistrals present. Unlike the ones M had seen up to this point, these had gray and silver fur streaks on their body, and they wore a dark gray mesh-like suit with exoskeleton support. In the middle of the space was a flat, circular area with a series of elegant seats in the rear that faced the entrance. Cull escorted Evaran and M to the center. The room was well lit, and the sunlight streaming in from high windows caused some areas to sparkle. 5 Sistrals sauntered down from the second level and took their seats in the back. The central chair lit up.
I'm Senior Council Member Olgris Hanrik VII. You're Evaran and M and can understand us, correct?
Evaran slightly bowed with his right arm across his stomach. You're correct. The Sistrals murmured among themselves. Olgris cawed, silencing the room.
Very impressive. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't just heard it. How is it you can speak so fluently, and yet I've never seen your race before?
I understand the confusion, said Evaran. We're travelers that help those in need. Due to the fact that we meet many different species, we employ advanced technology for translation.
Olgris tapped his beak. Yes, Cull mentioned your ship can cloak to a degree that we couldn't detect you. I suppose for as small as your ship is, stealth would be a good thing to have.
Indeed.
It was also mentioned you had information on the star entity.
I do, and M can show you our findings to this point, if you'll allow it. Olgris waved his clawed hand. M used his eyes to project the encounter where Evaran touched the entity. The room burst into startled caws. Olgris once again settled them down.
What was that?
I communicated with it, said Evaran. It's an instinctually driven entity that is dimensional in nature. Most of it exists in a dimension, but the part you see here is what it uses to feed on energy in this reality.
It eats energy?
Yes. I saw there were some encounters with your military. Their energy beams, in effect, fed it.
How do you know about that?
Evaran motioned at M. We did a scan of your satellite to retrieve any information we could before exposing ourselves. We also traveled around your empire to learn what we were dealing with. M is a variable utility artificial intelligence, and he has the capability to process vast amounts of data. One part of that was some news stories about your interaction with the entity to date.
That sounds like you were spying on us,
said Cull from behind. Evaran peered back. Perhaps, but walking blindly into a situation with no preparation can be fatal. Cull paused.
I would agree with that.
Ulgris's chair lit up brighter.
How do we deal with this creature? It's been growing non-stop, and in time, it'll cover the sun. Nothing we've tried has worked.
I suspect that's why M and I are here, said Evaran. We'd like to figure out how to assist you.
We'll accept any help you can give, and can provide you with credentials to use during your stay here. It's obvious you're far more advanced than we are, said Ulgris.
Evaran's eyes narrowed. Thank you, but I have an observation.
Go ahead.
Before I say it, Cull should seal the doors to this room. The Sistrals made noise as they sat up.
Your reason?
Asked Ulgris. It'll be apparent afterward. Ulgris stared at Evaran for a moment, then indicated for Cull to comply.
Done. Now, what's your observation?
Evaran turned and pointed at a Sistral on the 3rd level. He has temporal shielding and is using a holo projector. Based on our scans, he's also biologically different from what we know of Sistrals. His technology is far beyond what you possess. The alien jumped down and ran for the door, knocking Cull down on the way. Evaran grabbed his utility handle and fired a grappling beam at the alien. When it touched him, he tumbled, and Evaran began to reel the beam in. A dark mist formed over the alien. A moment later, he was a pile of ash. Over the next 30 minutes, Evaran and M stood to the side, observing the room in action. The doors had been opened, and a steady stream of guards helped escort out all but the 5 in their chairs. The alien had represented the Graingax based on the data M had gleaned from the nameplates for each seat, but he was not sure if that was relevant. Cull was busy coordinating the evacuation. Once the area was clear, Cull sealed the room.
That was unexpected, said Ulgris.
He eyed Evaran.
How did you know?
Evaran extended his hand, palm up, and emitted a hologram from his ring that showed a Sistral on the left and the being that had died on the right. The temporal shielding emits Tachrian energy and would be difficult to detect unless you were equipped to do so. Thankfully, M and I can, due to what we are. The alien's holo projection used hard holograms, which would have fooled your scans and sensors. You'll also notice there are several organs and augments present in the being that weren't seen in the Cestrals we scanned up to this point. There is an absence of some organs, while others are similar, yet different in size. The brain was larger, and the body stored a cache of picobots. I suspected that's what turned the body into ash. Ulgris stared at the hologram.
So, what is your conclusion, then?
This is a Sistral. Evaran raised a finger. From the future. The room went silent.
Time travel,
said a Sistral next to Ulgris.
We haven't proved it exists, he said.
It does. Evaran glanced around, then at Ulgris. We don't advertise what we truly are, as it often leads to bad results. Nonetheless, I'll tell you, as it's pertinent to why I believe we're here. We are time travelers as well. Ulgris's 4 eyes widened.
How?
My ship, known as the Torvata. It's more powerful than it appears. And I don't say this lightly. The last time we allowed others to see aspects of the Theravada, they tried to take it. Kull cawed.
That's why it has advanced cloaking technology.
Yes. M and I traveled through space and time to assist those in need, which the Theravada determines. In this case, it sent us here.
Although I find that hard to believe. You've not shown malice since you've been here. What do you want in return for helping us?
Asked Algris. Evaran shook his head. Nothing. We're here to help only. Algris conferred with the other Sistrals. What they didn't know was that M could hear them, as could Evaran. They were discussing what the next steps should be. After a bit, Algris addressed Kull.
Set them up with full clearance.
Kull stood at attention.
Understood.
Algris's eyes relaxed.
I suppose you won't share your advanced technology with us.
As you avoid knowledge pollution, so do we, said Evaran.
We respect that.
M appreciated that Sistral society was advanced enough to understand the impacts of knowledge pollution. He had assumed the mention of time travel would have made them ask about it. The granting of full clearance also showed their desperation.
Kull will give you our communication protocol, should you wish to speak with us,
said Algris. Thank you, said Evaran, dipping his head. Is there a place where you've consolidated your research on the star entity?
I'll show you,
said Kull. Very well, said Evaran. We'll let you know what we find. I did have another question about the council member who died. He represented the Graingax. Is that significant?
Algris sighed. The Graingax. They're a recent group that somehow has come to power with the stated goal of reforming our society. They say we haven't reached our potential. As you may have concluded, they only have one region that they represent.
Then I suspect they're aware of this council member. Their organization is now linked to this, said Evaran.
We can't make claims against them without more proof, said Algris.
Kull gestured at Evaran and M.
Maybe we bring them to their headquarters so they can check them out and let us know.
Algris stroked his beak.
We can probably do that if they're willing to do so.
We can, said Evaran. We'll add it to our list of things to do while we're here. Algris slowly blinked.
You came here to help, and it seems we need it more than we thought. Your presence is timely and welcome.
Evaran and M slightly bowed, then followed Kull and a host of guards out of the room. M had detected the other Sistrals' curious looks. It was evident they had a lot of questions, but were unsure about asking them. Maybe it was protocol, or even out of respect, to let him and Evaran focus on the star entity. The trip back to the Theravada was uneventful, and on the way, Kull informed them on how to contact the council. He also gave them full clearance, and on the flight back, he suggested they download the research information instead of going to the lab itself. M then connected to the city's network and initiated a transfer of knowledge to the Theravada. There was a deluge of information, but nothing that couldn't be handled. M also suspected the Sistrals wanted to keep his and Evaran's presence quiet. After dropping them off, Kull stood before them.
If you need me for anything, you have my communication identifier and protocols. How do you plan to start your investigation?
Evaran nodded. We'll review the research first.
As you're far more advanced than we are, I hope we don't disappoint, said Kull.
I'm sure you won't. This is a collaborative effort.
That's good to hear. You may end up being the savior of our people if you can free us from the star entity, and if you also remove the Graingax from our society, you would make many happy.
We just want to help, said Evaran. Kull's 4 eyes slowly closed, then opened. A hint of hope tinged his voice. Although M was not familiar with the Sistrals' facial reactions, the star entity had shaken them. But now they saw a potential solution. Kull took off with his guards. M detected the unusual cloaked presence from before.
We aren't alone. Perhaps we should step into the Theravada.
Evaran gazed around. Let's meet whoever this is. If they had wanted to hurt us, they could have tried from afar.
Perhaps they use close-range weapons,
said Em. That's a possibility, but they won't surprise us, said Evaran. Nonetheless, it may be wise for you to go into defensive mode.
Acknowledged.
They turned toward the unknown being approaching them. Em activated his heavy mode. It was obvious the being had no fear of being spotted as they walked under several drones. That indicated a certain level of confidence. Em hoped it would not be a hostile encounter. Even if it was, he and Evaran were equipped to deal with it. Chapter 5. Grossodonis verified the guards had left the strange visitors by their ship. He checked his suit to ensure his cloaking was still active, then scratched his blue-scaled face before raising his helmet. He had been monitoring this port for over 9 months, ever since the incident that brought him here had left him stranded. It made no sense how a portal materialized out of nowhere on a routine transport flight and sent him and his co-pilot here. His ship had malfunctioned as soon as it had crossed over and crashed. His co-pilot had been captured while unconscious, but Grossodonis had escaped. He had then followed the strange aliens while cloaked, and his crew member had ended up at this port and had been loaded into a transport craft. With no form of travel, an unknown alien civilization, and some injuries from the crash, Grossodonis should have perished. However, this species was not as advanced as his race, the Horticussans. Although this society had replicators, they were easy to break into, and that resolved his food and drink issues. The replicator could also make any medicine he needed. He had to move around some, as the hijack would cause support robots to come out. He explored a lot of the city with a cloaking shield that could be recharged by the sun. Sleeping had been difficult, but he had found a few places to hide. It was the port, though, where he spent most of his time. His co-pilot was not the only being to be brought to a transport ship. A stream of unusual aliens who looked distressed had been shipped out. He had wondered if they arrived confused like he had, and if this was the city's way of dealing with that. He had recorded everyone, but he had begun to lose hope that he would ever escape or find his friend. That was until an odd, round ship had landed. Although the soft-skinned being who stepped out was strange, the robot was easy to define. The being resembled other aliens who had been transported away. There had been 42 of them with different skin colors, and they matched the general shape and features of what Grossodonis saw. He had concluded that the being and his robot companion had come looking for the others. The city's guards had let them land, had inspected their craft, and had even escorted them to a highly secure building. There had even been a discussion, so they must have understood each other, indicating the being and robot were advanced. When they had returned to their ship, one of the guards seemed emotional, at least from what Grossodonis had observed of this city's species. He had figured this was his chance to try to communicate with these new aliens, as they might be able to help him. Grossodonis strode toward the alien ship. There were various approaches he could use for introduction, but disabling his cloak would not be one of them. The drones above would probably attack him, and he still didn't know if the being and the robot would assault him. He hesitated when they pivoted in his direction as if they could sense him. If they could, it would be another indication that they were far more advanced than the city's denizens. The robot had also morphed into a bulkier mode. Grossodonis stopped about 20 feet away from them and said in a raspy voice,
"I don't know if you can understand me, but I could use your help."
"We understand you," said the soft-skinned being. He slightly bowed and placed his left arm across his stomach. "I'm Evaran, and with me is Em. I suspect you're cloaked to prevent detection by the Sistrals. Let's talk on my ship where they can't see you. Once you pass the shielding, your cloaking will deactivate, but no one will be able to peer in."
"You can understand me. I'm Grossodonis, and yes, I'd like to talk further," he said. His 2 hearts had surged when he heard his language spoken. He had no idea how they knew how to speak it, but he would take it. He was still cautious, despite the offer to talk inside the small craft. They might trap him and use him as a snack to devour over time.
He followed them through the shielding, then growled when his cloak faded. The drones outside didn't seem to notice him.
"They really can't see us," he said.
That's correct.
Said M, changing from a juggernaut body to a much slimmer one.
Please, follow us.
Grossodonis entered a featureless, circular room with a large chair in the middle and a workstation to the right. Another seat appeared out of nowhere on the left. Evaran interacted with some interface in the air, but Grossodonis could not see it. After everyone sat, he glanced about.
"How is this ship possible? I saw there's a hallway, but that doesn't exist outside."
"Dimensional mechanics," said Evaran. "How can we help you?" Grossodonis exhaled.
"I've heard of that, but never seen it. You're very advanced, and it's good to talk with someone who knows my language and also has awareness of the situation."
"Of course, and in regard to your language, we don't technically know it, but our ship does," said Evaran, waving a finger around. "It uses advanced translation technology, and it's also how we understand the Sistrals."
"So that's what they're called. Your ship is impressive. Although my technology is more advanced than the Sistrals, I was only able to partially decipher their language, but I could override their matter replicators for food, drink, and supplies. Their machine language isn't too different from ours."
M tilted his head.
That's how you retrieved sustenance. Your camouflage shielding kept you hidden, but why did you hide from the Sistrals?
Grossodonis relayed his story on how he had arrived and everything that had led up to this point. He monitored their facial expressions during his storytelling, and they did not seem to move much. Same with their postures. Evaran rubbed his chin. "So you want to rescue your friend?"
"Yes, and I was beginning to lose hope," said Grossodonis.
He paused.
"I have something of value to trade with you, if you help me."
Evaran smiled. "We would assist you regardless. It's what we do."
"You don't want anything in return?"
"Of course not." Grossodonis was not sure if this was a trick or not, and that they helped him only to gain access to his friend. Then they could enslave them, a common tactic he knew all too well. However, Evaran and M acted genuine. There was a comfortable feeling around them, like they were somehow close family friends. He quietly checked his forearm device to ensure there wasn't some odd gas that could be causing this sensation, but the analysis showed nothing. He stared at them.
"It's rare to find those who help others without expecting anything back, and I'm honored to know you. Let me show you what I saw that might interest you."
He tapped at his forearm device, then widened his eyes when what he was going to present projected in the front part of the ship as a hologram.
"Those are humans,"
said M.
"I suspect they came through a portal out here similar to Grossodonis."
"I concur," said Evaran. "We must find them and take them home." He faced Grossodonis, "As well as you and your co-pilot." Grossodonis grinned, baring his fangs.
"I'd like that. But I don't know where we are, when we are, or where those humans and my friend went."
"You can input your coordinates into the Toravada, and it'll know where you came from," said Evaran. "But first, we must find the humans and your friend. M. Contact Algris."
"Acknowledged."
Grossodonis was not sure who that was, but the context suggested it might be someone who could help. A moment later, 5 elderly Sistrals on elegant chairs displayed on a hovering data window in front of the group. They must be some form of authority. The central chair lit up, and a data label under the screen said Algris.
"Evaran, it's a surprise to hear from you so soon,"
said Algris. "It's of an urgent matter." Evaran pointed at Grossodonis. "His ship crashed here, and his co-pilot was taken away somewhere. Also, I know that humans have also undergone this process." Grossodonis watched his clip being played wherever Olgris and the other Sistrals were. Evaran raised a finger. Humans are under my personal protection, and they shouldn't be here at this point in space and time. Grossodonis eyed him. He spoke as if he was a time traveler.
They would have gone to our quarantined moon, said Olgris. They're only there since we don't know much about them, and they came out of nowhere.
You're studying them,
said M. Olgris bobbed his head.
More of a security precaution. If you wish to take them home and know where that is, please do so. We don't hold them against their will, but we do have to keep them separate from our society. I'll have the location sent to you.
Although Grossodonis wanted to be angry at Olgris, his points made sense. His species might not have been as generous. Another Sistral chair lit up.
I'm Senior Council Member Martis Leola 67. My advocate, Taran Gulchar 22, is there now. If you can provide a language matrix, I'll have him reach out to these humans and the co-pilot.
Evaran extended a hand toward M.
The city's language data store has been updated,
said M.
Good,
said Martis.
I'll update Taran.
We're on our way there, then, said Evaran. I'll assess things once we arrive. Thank you for your assistance. The screen faded. Grossodonis struggled to believe it only took a simple call to locate his friend and that he was now on a ship that could take him there. It was apparent Evaran and M were far more than they let on, and even the Sistrals had deferred to Evaran.
Coordinates received,
said M.
It appears to be a quarantined moon. It's also where the exiled are at.
Exiled?
Asked Grossodonis. M glanced at him.
The Sistrals don't use prisons, and instead banish those who break their laws until they can prove to be good members of their society.
And they put my friend and your humans in the same place?
Yes.
Grossodonis frowned. It's time to visit this moon, said Evaran. Advocate Taran Gulchar 22 relaxed in a chair in the temporary office in the quarantined moon's control dome. He had been sent by Senior Council Member Martis Leola 67 a long while back to inspect how things were going with the exiled and the strange aliens. It irritated Taran that there were so many moving pieces, and even with AI assistance, there was a lot to analyze. He had watched various videos Martis had sent over. The beings known as Evaran and M had impressed the Senior Council enough to assign Taran to them. He had already integrated the new languages and had been given a set of assignments. Evaran and M were coming, and Taran was to gather up Chilarekis, Grossodonis' co-pilot, as well as 4 humans, the only ones left out of 42. Chilarekis and Grossodonis were odd names in that they were one word. That had to be confusing in a large population, and he was unclear how they differentiated duplicates. The Horticusins were a small race compared to the Sistrals, and they had scales. Grossodonis used advanced technology to move about the capital city with ease for over 9 months, which was cause for concern. Chilarekis' outfit that he had on when picked up was damaged, and there had been no sign of cloaking tech. The humans, with their soft skin in different colors and a fur patch on top of their head, were also strange. One had unusual bumps on his chest. The discrepancy between the 4 also stood out. One was more muscular, while the younger one was smaller in stature. Taran had reviewed the incident at the food dispensary, and the bigger human had been hurt, but not before putting himself in the line of fire against another alien. More alarming was the drone had vaporized instead of stunned. Taran had issued an inquiry to the AI that controlled the security forces, and it had said the robots were using a stun setting. He had assigned a technician team to go to Dome 9 and investigate. The more startling revelation was that Evaran and M had been identified as beings who were more advanced than the Sistrals. The information they provided would need verified, but they had unveiled a potential time traveler in the Council's midst. The Grangaks were a loud faction of Sistrals advocating for a new way to run society, but Taran had always filed them away as zealots. His skin had chilled when he had read that the Grangaks representative used temporal shielding, which had only been theorized up to this point, and a hollow shell projection that fooled sensors. Tehran ran his clawed hand over his black furred head. Although he did not have the heavy power suits like the guards, he had a lighter one that still allowed him to fly. It also provided decent protection against energy beams. His gray, form-fitting Under Armour mesh was light, and he liked how easy it was to put on and keep clean. He stood and stretched, then exited his office. The trip to Chelarekis' location would take Tehran to Dome 9, which would be a short trip with a heavy platform to ride. While he could fly there, he did not want to have to refuel. After a quick jaunt through the administrative buildings, he reached a small port with various sizes of platforms. He picked one that could carry up to 20 Cestrals, registered with the Port Authority, then boarded the platform and took off. Although the moon did not have as nice of an atmosphere as Varlon, he loved the wind whipping by him. His back tendrils splayed out to the side and moved up and down in a sine wave pattern, something he had done as a child. It stretched his muscles and relaxed him. After 30 minutes, he reached Dome 9. He landed the platform, then registered with the Port Authority. A few moments later, he walked through the transition area to the interior. 2 robotic sentry drones hovered above and followed him. Although he did not expect any issues, he knew they were powerful, but the video feed of them vaporizing beings was in the back of his mind. The atmosphere was different, but he could still breathe it. However, it was the cacophony of smells that assaulted his nose and made him gag a few times. It was an adjustment from the sterile smell he enjoyed. He did not like the odd design of streets and housing units. In the center of the dome would be the various dispensaries, and one thing that concerned him was that it was hit and miss on what each alien group required. While the Cestrals could often detect what was needed based on scans, that did not always work out. He recalled one case where a slimy, boneless race was given what the Cestrals' dome AI had determined would suit them. The aliens slurped it up with a tendril and died on the spot. A post-mortem analysis showed that one of the ingredients was deadly to them, despite the models that had been calculated showing it wasn't. That was unfortunately not an isolated incident. After 15 minutes, he reached Chelarekis' housing unit, which was a simple one-floor building with some open space on the sides and back. Compared to Cestral architecture, it was dismal, and from what he had seen during his time on the moon, it did its intended purpose generally without issues. He tapped at the side console, which any Sistral liaison would have used on their visits. There was no response. He interacted again. Nothing. Terran narrowed his 4 eyes. Maybe Chelarekis was being cautious, as the liaison was not scheduled to come back for a bit, and there would be no expectation of someone coming to visit. A new tactic was needed. He tapped at a device on his shoulder that would translate what he said into Jigalon, the Horticussans' language. It was odd and had sounds he was not sure he could have made without the translator.
Chelarekis, I'm Advocate Terran Gulchor 22. I'm here on behalf of the Cestral Authority. Your co-pilot, Grussadonis, is on his way with some friends to take you both home.
Some shuffling echoed from behind the door, and a moment later, it opened.
Your translator works, said Chelarekis.
Terran dipped his head.
Yes, and that's due to Grussadonis' friends Evaran and M. They're on their way here now.
A tear ran down Chelarekis' scaly face.
Grussadonis didn't abandon me. And you said I'm going home. That's the claim Evaran and M have made. I don't know how that was determined, but we'll find out.
Chelarekis closed his eyes and trembled.
Are you all right?
Asked Terran.
I will be once I'm out of this nightmare.
Terran was eager to plumb the depths of his experience, but this was not the time for that. Chelarekis acted emotionally, not something Cestrals were known for, but maybe this was normal for Horticussans.
I understand, said Terran.
He gestured inside.
Do you need me to call a hover slab for your belongings?
Chelarekis shook his head.
All I need is what I have on and a few things. Are we meeting them somewhere else? At my next stop, which is inside the dome. Then we can leave."
Chalrekis wasted no time in going back inside. Terran wondered if Evaran had language translations for the other aliens. They probably all had a dim view of the Cestrals, and Terran couldn't blame them. How Evaran and Em would be able to know where to take the Horticussans and humans remained a mystery. Perhaps the dome denizens could also go home, but Terran was not sure if Evaran and Em would assist with that. It would be an act that required empathy, time, resources, and a willingness to help. And that was not something Terran saw often, even in his own society. It would be interesting to meet them. It was 6:40 p.m., roughly 5.5 hours since Zell had brought them food, and Dylan was already craving dinner. He had scarfed down a steak burger and tater tots for lunch. It did take some effort to describe what he had wanted, and he relished the results. Kate had dived into her ice cream, and Isaac had chowed down on a chicken burrito. There was not much anyone could do about Oleg, but despite that, there was a renewed hope with Zell around. Dylan's stomach rumbled. The thought of meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and broccoli danced in his head. Although he was never a big fan of vegetables, he realized how good they tasted compared to pink sludge. With Zell filling them in on Earth, the United Planets, Evaran, and a satisfying lunch, Dylan was content for the moment. Not something he was used to feeling, but he was still hungry. He figured that was due to eating real food instead of sludge, kick-starting his hunger. Everyone froze when the light above their door buzzed. That was what happened when the liaison visited, but that was a few days away. Everybody looked at one another. Zell stood. "I'll answer." "Be careful," said Isaac. Dylan felt much safer with Zell and his combat abilities. He had already proved his skills by dealing with the aliens that attacked Isaac. If they had met Zell even earlier, he and Oleg would have been a powerful duo. Dylan and the others stared at the door as Zell moved in front of it. "I've detected 2 aliens on the other side and 2 security drones with them," said Zell. "Maybe they came to finish the job at the dispensary," said Isaac. Kate blinked rapidly. "I'm not sure about that. They could have done that at any time since then, unless they're really slow. But that's not what we've experienced with the drone's reactions. Let's see what we're facing." "Okay," said Zell. He tapped at the inside console, and the door opened. Dylan wrinkled his brow at the crow-like humanoid who stood 7 feet tall. He resembled the liaison, but was taller. Next to him was a smaller reptilian alien. Both had on advanced-looking suits. The crow humanoid dipped his head and used his back tentacles to cross his chest in an X shape.
"I'm Advocate Terran Gultor 22. I'm here on behalf of the Cestral Authority."
"He's speaking English," said Kate, joining the others as they approached. Dylan found it odd that Terran conversed in whatever language they spoke, but the device on his shoulder spit out English. It made it somewhat hard to understand, with both voices overlapping, but he would take that over no communication. He also now understood that Terran was a Cestral, which must be the name of their species. Dylan crossed his arms across his chest in an X pattern after Isaac did. Kate followed suit, as did Zell. Dylan figured that was a Cestral greeting. "How are you speaking English?" asked Isaac. Terran peered inside.
"If you'll allow me in, I can explain. I also appreciate your honoring our welcoming gesture. I'm not familiar with yours."
Isaac extended a hand. "We shake." Zell checked with the others, who nodded, then stepped aside. Terran greeted everyone and learned their names, then scrutinized Zell.
"I wasn't aware you were with the humans."
"We're from the same space, different time, about 3,000 years plus," said Zell.
"A time differential. Interesting."
Terran motioned for the other being who accompanied him to stay outside, then positioned himself in the main central room so he could address everyone. The door shut.
"Let me assure you that you're not in any trouble. There are 2 beings coming to take you home," said Terran. "They gave us your language translation."
"How do they know where Earth is?" much less where we are?" asked Kate.
"That is a good question. Evaran and M claim to know you were humans and where you came from."
Zell tilted his head. "Evaran, do you have an image?"
"Of course," said Terran.
He tapped at a device on his left chest, which shot out a hologram of Evaran and M. Dylan knew right away that although one might be a human, the outfit indicated he was a much more advanced version. The robot was also highly technical. "The Evaran protocol must be in effect, then," said Zell. Everyone stared at him.
"You know of him?" asked Terran.
"I do," said Zell. "Evaran travels through space and time, helping those in need. Due to his time-traveling ability, you can meet him out of sync, so a protocol was created. You can't discuss earlier events that involved him, since it might be his future self doing it. Also, any part of his involvement in any event must be concealed as much as possible. There are rumors, of course, and those are usually accurate to some degree." Kate drew her head back. "So this time-traveling guy is here to rescue us?" It would fit with his reputation. It said he's very protective of humans. As a matter of fact, that protocol is hardwired into every android, even me.
"Whoa,"
said Isaac.
"He sounds incredibly powerful."
"He is," said Zell. "It said that he found the Archeron for the Kregan Emperor. No small feat." Dylan wagged a finger. "Kregan Empire. That powerful empire you mentioned earlier that surrounds and protects Earth." "That's correct." Kate eyed Zell. "And what's an Archeron?" "A relic that allowed the Emperor to speak to the Great Selector, a cosmic being attributed to the creation and guidance of humanoid species in our sector of the Milky Way galaxy." "Any truth to that?" asked Isaac. "The Great Selector exists and has been documented," said Zell. "They are supremely powerful. But as to the claim about them creating humanoids, I can't verify that." Isaac chuckled. "Yeah, don't tell that to Earth. They'd go to war over that." Terran perked up.
"Earth, I assume, is your home planet. Why would they go to war over that?"
"Earth is, yeah. But we have a lot of religions," said Isaac. "Thousands. Take your pick. You could choose a new religion every day for 3 years and still have more to go through."
"That sounds chaotic," said Terran.
Kate smirked. "More than you know. But getting back to Evaran, when's he coming?"
"He and M are on their way, but I don't know how long it'll take their craft to arrive. Although their ship seemed dismal, we now know that was a facade. He'll register with the Port Authority when he arrives, and I'll be notified. In the meantime, prepare everything you want to take with you."
Kate frowned and squeezed Oleg's arm. "Is there anything you can do for him?"
"I can try."
Terran approached and extended his hand over Oleg. A red beam traveled up and down Oleg's body.
"I'm not familiar with human physiology, but he appears stable."
Zell pointed at Oleg's head. "The alien that attacked him injected a substance that is in his brain currently."
"I don't know what is alien and what isn't in a human body," said Terran. "I'm sorry I can't be of more assistance."
Kate lowered her head, and Isaac put an arm around her. Dylan's eyes misted as he examined Oleg. All this good news came too late, and now powerful forces were at play. It was like fate was playing a cruel trick on them. Oleg appeared like he was sleeping, and that Dylan could shake him gently to awaken him. Oleg had been the rock that had gotten them this far, and Dylan still did not know why Oleg was in a coma or what that alien substance was doing. Maybe Evaran and M with their advanced technology could help. It was something to hold on to. Dylan cleared his throat and addressed Terran. "Do you know how we got here?" Terran stroked his beak.
"There are many theories, but we've identified portals opening and aliens coming through. That's why we have these quarantined domes here. We don't know what's causing these portals, but based on what Zell said, it seems they're not only joining to points in space, but in time as well."
"I get all that, but why do you have murder bots here?"
"You mean our security robots?"
Dylan scoffed. "Yeah, they wasted that one alien Oleg fought and would have done him too if we hadn't pulled him away.
I reviewed that incident and have issued an investigation. A technician team is here now."
Isaac scowled. "You're saying the robots didn't have a feed of some type or reporting system that alerted you?"
"They have feeds, but I wasn't alerted that they vaporized someone. However, I did get notified by the security AI later, which indicates a disconnect somewhere," said Terran.
Dylan grimaced. "Then it sounds like those security robots out there aren't fully working under the control of the AI."
Terran paused. "You may be right. Let's see what the technicians find."
Dylan ran his hands through his hair. It still hadn't fully sunk in that he might be going home. Evaran and Em sounded like fairy tales almost, yet Zell had vouched for them. If Dylan could leave and Oleg got treated, it would be the best birthday ever. Chapter 6. Em surveyed the port outside the bubble-shielded area known as Dome 9. He had sent credentials to the authorities, and they had assigned a landing spot. Per the information relayed by the Council, a path had been laid out to Chilrekis and the humans. Em didn't know the humans' names, but Grossodonis had given the name of his co-pilot. Grossodonis had been very curious as he bombarded Evaran and Em with questions. Most questions could be answered, but Evaran ensured knowledge was limited. Grossodonis understood the implications of knowledge pollution and tried to stay in the bounds of that. After exiting the Toravada, Em scanned the lush forest and the domes in a cleared location near a churning river. Far off in the distance were the exiled cities, lawless areas that had a minimal Sistral security presence inside the city. Outside them were heavily fortified outposts. He wanted to learn more about the exiles, but there was work to be done. Grossodonis growled.
"It's too quiet here."
"I concur," said Evaran. "I don't know if that's a side effect of this location or there's something else at play." He glanced at him. "How long can your cloaking last?"
"It's charged for a few weeks and several days."
Grossodonis leaned in.
"Did that come out right?"
"It did,"
said Em. Grossodonis stroked his short snout.
I'm still in awe of your translator. Misunderstandings can be deadly, and communication is the path to resolving many issues."
"An enlightened view," said Evaran. "Let's proceed." Em liked being out and about in his robot body. It was in light mode, which allowed him to fly, although he could always pop out his orb if needed. However, it was the heavy mode that was superior in case of a fight. The end result was there were more options than if he only had his orb. He had tried to connect to the dome's systems, but an AI had been present and disallowed him access. That was unusual given their clearance, but the AI had stated that the clearance was not high enough to access protected systems. When Em had requested information on the humans, Chilrekis and Tehran, the AI had only allowed their locations to be shown.
"The AI here is unusually protective,"
said Em. "This is a protected area," said Evaran. "It may not be that unusual for our clearance to have no impact here."
Grossodonis rubbed his hands together. "So even the AI here is being strange. Something feels off to me, even though I've never been here before."
"Perhaps it's because you still view the Sistrals as a threat,"
said Em.
"No. I've come to understand them, and I definitely don't fear them. This is something else."
They reached the entrance. 2 massive doors opened into a small hallway. After they entered, the doors sealed, and a light mist filled the air. Em detected the gas was a decontamination one. The system would have to know an alien's biology to be effective, as the wrong calculation could be deadly. The scanning beam checked them again once the mist had been sucked out through 2 grills on the sides. Em analyzed the operation, which showed it was verifying there were no contaminants. After a moment, the door opposite them opened, and they all exited. Evaran inspected the air above them. "I thought we would have had an escort."
"That's standard protocol from what I absorbed,"
said Em. Grossodonis' eyes narrowed.
"I know it sounds like I'm repeating myself, But that's another point that something's wrong here.
Evaran faced him. Your feeling is correct. There is something unusual here. It may be best if you enter your cloaking mode. If there's danger, Em and I will deal with it.
Are you sure?
Quite, said Evaran. There's nothing here that approaches the level of foes we've fought before.
You're confident. But from what I've seen, I don't doubt why you are.
Grossodonis faded from view.
Can you still see me?
We can,
said Em. He suspected Grossodonis didn't like being exposed, and while cloaked, he probably felt secure. The cloaking had proved its worth, as he had survived for months with it. As they continued down the dusty street, Evaran interacted with his ARI. Tehran, are you receiving this? No response.
Our communication was not relayed,
said Em.
It was sent but rejected from being routed to Tehran.
I see. You should enter defensive mode, said Evaran.
Acknowledged. Defensive mode engaged.
Nanobots swarmed out of Em's suit and formed a thick layer of armor. His shielding pulsed with power, and his density control ratcheted up. Although he moved slower, there would be little that would down him by surprise, which was what he believed Evaran expected to occur. Evaran spawned his energy shield. 8 security drones are rapidly approaching. Their speed and position of their weapons indicate they're targeting us.
I don't see anything,
said Grossodonis. They're using the buildings as cover. Go back to the entrance and wait.
I'm going.
Em analyzed the first set of drones when they popped out over the top of a nearby building. Their cylindrical form had a hover pad on the bottom, and 2 rings on the body had portholes. One drone fired an energy beam, which highlighted Em's shielding. Another flanked him and lit up that side. Em shot a stun blast from his hand and knocked one attacker out. The other flew higher and was joined by 2 more. Evaran reflected back the beams of 2 other robots that had opened up on him. They burned themselves out. Em did not like that these security droids were using force that would be lethal to anyone outside of him and Evaran. When he had tried to connect, they had denied his attempt. Em made a note to take one of the robots to the Torvada for analysis after the fight. Evaran flew into the air and shot grappling beams from his forearm devices at 2 drones. He then went backward and slammed them together, causing them to fritz and crash. Em stunned another attacker, but 3 more had joined the fray. He turned toward them and prepared to fire, but they moved in a chaotic pattern while shooting at the ground around him. He began to sink as a hole formed. His density control made his descent even faster, and when they had made a hole deep enough where Em was only able to stand, they poured down a hail of energy beams. Em adjusted his density control and tried to climb out. The energy beams could not penetrate his shielding, but they kept reflecting off it and making the area wider, which allowed other beams to dig deeper. He contemplated switching back into his lighter mode to fly out, but his shielding wouldn't be strong enough to withstand the barrage. He could form his own tunnel to the side, but he still needed to get topside if he was to help Evaran. As if on cue, the drone stopped firing as Evaran leapt by them, striking each with his staff that stunned them. A moment later, he peered down and smiled. What are you doing down there?
You're teasing me, but I was analyzing my options,
said Em. He switched to light mode and flew out of the hole to stand next to Evaran. A quick survey of the scene showed a horde of security forces strewn about. Evaran had made quick work of the drones. Em walked over to one that still looked functional, but its hoverpad was broken, and its weapon ports had been ripped off.
I believe I can breach this system,
he said. Please proceed, said Evaran. Grossodonis decloaked and ran up to them.
You dealt with that security force as if they were nothing.
They were no match for us, said Evaran, his eyes glowing. However, it doesn't mean we've seen the last of them. There may be more, or other forces en route now. After Em retrieves whatever information he can and grabs a drone for further analysis, we need to head toward Chilrekis and the humans and leave this area. I'll update Tehran and Ulgris on this event. Em infiltrated the robot's systems and grabbed as much data as he could, which he relayed to the Torvada. He picked up the robot.
We can take this one with us.
Evaran waved ahead. Let's go then. before anything else happens. Kate had listened with rapture as Zell had filled them in on Evaran and Em. It sounded fantastical, but after 6 months on the quarantined moon, she was ready to go. Her eyes misted as she held Oleg's hand. Despite Zell's and Turan's scans, they had no answer for what was happening to Oleg. Even if Evaran and Em couldn't take everyone home, maybe they could diagnose Oleg and help him. Her emotions were all over the place, but she had learned to control what she showed. One of the unfortunate aspects of being a female scientist was she had to avoid showing emotion when possible. In her undergrad, she had been picked on because she got too excited sometimes, and she also tended to get defiant when her ideas were dismissed without any logical reason except that they came from her. Although she was older now, it was still ingrained in her. Dylan had been a roller coaster of emotions. One moment, he was happy with the news of potentially being rescued, and the next, he was devastated when he dealt with Oleg. Dylan also had a variety of curious facial expressions as he listened to Zell and Turan. It had been a poor birthday for him, but things were getting better. Isaac was a stone like always. He had a calm face and a million questions for Zell and Turan, which was normal for him. No matter how chaotic the situation got, Isaac was always the stable rock. She admired his objectivity and, more importantly, how he admitted when he was wrong and treated her as an equal. Although he was a data architect, she could easily see him as an astronomer if he was interested in it. Kate could not keep her eyes off Turan. He resembled a humanoid crow. She wasn't a biologist, but she did wonder about his physiology. What he ate, drank, or even did for fun were things she was curious about, but it didn't seem like the right time to ask. Besides, Isaac was dominating the discussion, and she was content to listen in. Zell had been a breath of fresh air, and it blew her mind about how advanced he must be. While she used AI tools in her line of work, it was nowhere near what she saw in Zell. If he had normal skin over him, it would be hard to detect he wasn't human. He was friendly, courteous, and had the best traits of humanity in him. That might have been by design, and she figured that any rogue elements would have been stamped out in the era he came from. Odd growling sounds outside the front door made her jump. Turan opened it. The alien who had been asked to stay put had embraced another of its kind. It was like a joyous reunion. However, the man and robot in front of her had her focus. She didn't know if Turan's surprise was a good or bad thing. The man tossed out a small spherical object that hovered. Then he bowed slightly with his left hand across his stomach. "I'm Evaran, and with me is Em. The orb is a translation device that will allow everyone to talk to each other. Turan, you can turn off your translator." Turan complied. He extended a hand toward Evaran.
"I've heard this is a human greeting."
He returned the shake. "It is indeed. I'm not human, but this works." Em did a high five.
This is a greeting as well.
"I see,"
said Turan, slapping Em's hand.
"Very interesting."
Dylan and Isaac chuckled. Kate liked Evaran's calm yet authoritative voice. It exuded confidence, and he stood with his hands behind his back as if he prepared to give a lecture. His suit appeared advanced, and he had a handsome face. Em stood silent, but his round eyes made him look friendlier, as did his clasped hands in front of him. She was not sure why she could trust them so easily, as if they were old friends. Zell advanced. "We're glad to see you. I have informed everyone of the Evaran protocol, and it's in effect." Evaran eyed him. "You're from the United Planets between 2000 and 2500. Yes, 2377 AD to be exact. How could you tell? You didn't connect to me. Your body design. The style of your legs didn't come to pass until 2037 AD, and your head has external components that were phased out by 2500 AD. "This is definitely Evaran and Em," said Zell. "Em, I've accepted your connection request."
Acknowledged.
Evaran gestured at Turan. "I tried to communicate with you earlier, but the relay is down. Several drones attacked us, but we defeated them. I'm taking one to my ship for analysis." Turan drew his head back.
"They assaulted you?"
Kate furrowed her brow at Turan speaking in his tongue, but she heard it as English. His translator had sounded robotic, and it sometimes interfered when he talked in a deeper voice. None of that was needed with Evaran's orb. Yes, there's a lot to go over, and I'll send you the footage. But first I'd like to meet the others, said Evaran. He gazed around the room. It's always good to see humans, but never in a place like this. Who do I have the pleasure of meeting? Dylan extended a hand. Dylan Townsend. Evaran returned the shake. It's good to meet you, Isaac Barret, Isaac said. Kate stood and shook Evaran's hand. Dr. Kate Minter. Em high-fived everyone, then focused on her.
Astronomy.
She scrunched her face. That's right. You know of me?
We know of several in your field on Earth.
I'd like to know more about that. Evaran nodded. We'll have time for that once we're on my ship, the Torvada. We're here to take everyone back to where they came from. He motioned at Oleg. He appears to be in a coma. I can scan him and see if we can assist. Kate bit her lip as she stepped away. Please do. He's Oleg Koval, and he would have loved if you had come earlier in the day. I understand. Evaran did the same type of scan Zell and Turan had done. One difference was that the scanning beam was golden, and M projected the body in multiple layers off to the side from his eyes. He has an alien substance in his brain. It needs to be removed immediately, but we should do so on the Torvada. Evaran swept his gaze across the group. We should leave now. M, create a hover slab for transport for both Oleg and the security droid we captured.
Acknowledged.
M pulled a pen-like device off his side. He pointed it down, and a moment later silver liquid poured out and formed a 2-level slab that hovered, then solidified. What was that? Asked Dylan, stepping back.
My personal support device, or PSD. It can use morphable metal to form any structure I want. In this case, a hover slab to transport 2 individuals,
said M. He scooped up Oleg and gently placed him on the top level. Kate locked eyes with Isaac, who shrugged. Then they exited the housing unit. She could now understand the 2 aliens outside, and they were discussing the situation. She waved at them. Hi. One paused.
I understand you. This must be an Evaran thing.
Translation orb, it seems. Isaac Barret.
Grossodonis,
he said, dipping his head. The other alien repeated the gesture.
Chilirakis. We're horticussins.
Humans here, said Kate, using her finger to move between Isaac and Dylan. I'm Dr. Kate Minter, and that's Dylan Townsend. Em picked up the crumpled drone, then set it on the bottom layer of the slab. Let's go, said Evaran. If we're attacked, go with them. Turan scanned the skies.
We should be safe. I'm aware of an issue with the security force, but they weren't attacking randomly.
This is merely a precaution. Kate was intrigued by Turan and Evaran. He was even more advanced than Turan. Evaran and M must have been tough to take on security drones that could vaporize people. Maybe that unsettled Turan as he stared at one M had loaded up. Although she didn't know Sistral facial reactions, the widening eyes seemed to be universal, at least with the Sistrals. Evaran led the way, with M pushing the slab behind him. The translation orb floated above the group, and Isaac and Dylan chatted with Grossodonis and Chilirakis. Even Turan chimed in from time to time. Kate walked next to M, and although her curiosity burned in her like a hot star, she would be patient. The answers to her questions would come in time, but she agreed with Evaran that they should do it in a safe place. If the security drones were hostile, then they definitely needed to leave. Chapter 7. Isaac was not certain what to make of the hover slab that transported Oleg and the broken drone. He held back to determine if he could see anything under the slab, but there was nothing there. He had no idea how hovering worked. It was unusual to see such advanced technology used routinely, as on Earth. This would cause a revolution. He enjoyed chatting with Grossodonis and Chilirakis. They were pilots and had flown through a portal similar to the one that brought Zell through. Isaac found their appearances fascinating. It was like someone took a crocodile, then morphed it into a half-size humanoid body. What surprised him was that while he believed the Sistral's tech was advanced, Grossodonis' suit was more so, and Evaran and M's technology was beyond that. Apparently, the Toravada could travel through time, which Isaac believed to be almost fantasy, yet Grossodonis and Turan believed it to be possible. Turan also deferred to Evaran, but that could be due to their roles in this situation. Having the Sistral Council let Evaran and M come to rescue people spoke to their acceptance of Evaran as an equal, if not more. As they walked, several aliens approached Evaran. Isaac's heartbeat increased. The last aliens who did that tried to attack him and Kate. However, Evaran stood with confidence, and Isaac understood what was being said. They had heard their language, but would have had no idea about the translation orb. As Evaran asked about their situation, others assembled around him. Evaran glanced at Turan. "I plan to take everyone here back to their respective time and place. How many are in these domes?"
"Several hundred,"
said Turan. Some of the aliens made threatening faces at him, at least as far as Isaac could tell. He understood that sentiment, and this was probably the first time they could understand him. Evaran swept his gaze across the large crowd. "Prepare your things for departure. I'll be back to take you all home." The audience dispersed with haste. Isaac got goosebumps as what he interpreted as hope swept through the crowd. Evaran was a powerful being, and it was obvious they understood that. The fact Turan was with the group probably was seen as a sign that the Sistrals were okay with the arrangement being made. The aliens probably did not know that the Sistrals were the name of the civilization that put them there, but Evaran had explained it in a coherent manner that Isaac appreciated. When they reached the dome's exit, he inspected the destroyed drones. Evaran had mentioned some had attacked him, but Isaac did not expect to see over 10 of them. It was apparent Evaran and Emma were superior combatants, yet they did not show the aggressiveness Isaac associated with power. Perhaps that was a human perspective being applied that he realized did not fit on aliens, Evaran and M in particular. Dylan whistled. "Looks like a beatdown happened here."
"It was amazing," said Grossodonis. "I was stealth and a bit away, but saw the whole fight. The drones never had a chance."
Kate wrinkled her brow. "Some of them were ripped to shreds." Isaac agreed with her assessment. It was no wonder Evaran and Emma walked without fear. Isaac didn't care for the uneasy silence as they left the dome and passed into what appeared to be a decontamination corridor. Once the gas had been sucked away, Em walked out while they waited inside. A moment later, a small, disc-shaped ship flew over and landed just outside the tunnel exit. Isaac figured that was so everyone could withstand the atmosphere after exiting, and it would be a quick jaunt into the Toravada. It was a small ship, and although he believed it could house everyone, it might be cramped, but he would take that over staying in the dome any day. Evaran waved forward. "Please proceed. Em will guide everyone on where to go." Isaac shared a glance with Dylan and Kate. Then they walked out of the tunnel and onto a ramp seemingly made of light. Once inside, Isaac surveyed the interior. The circular room was empty, except for an advanced command chair in the middle and a small workstation off to the right side. What puzzled him was the large hallway opposite that extended out. He had not seen an extension on the outside. The expression on Turan's face appeared to be one of surprise, but Grossodonis took everything in stride. Chilrekis stared down the corridor. "The Toravada uses dimensional mechanics," said Evaran. "This entrance is the entry point to a dimension." "Outside space and time?" asked Kate. "In this case, yes. There's nothing to fear. Let's go." Isaac followed Evaran down the hallway. There were 5 doorways on the left and 2 on the right. They entered the third door on the left. It was obvious this was a medical room of some sort. Em lifted Oleg onto a slab, then exited the room with the robot on the hover transport. Isaac scratched his jawline as several vials of liquid emerged from the slab's side and positioned themselves so they were parallel. A stream of small objects flew out and interacted with the vials and liquid, then infiltrated Oleg's mouth, nose, and ears. A holographic image of Oleg's head hovered above him, and Isaac studied the stream of what were labeled nanobots moving toward the alien substance. Once they reached it, they picked at it until it was gone, replaced it with a different substance, then flew back out. Kate grabbed Oleg's hand. "So he's okay now?" Evaran rubbed his chin. "He will stabilize, but there's been brain damage. The alien substance has been replaced with one that will assist in repairing that area." Dylan grimaced. "What are the impacts?" "He'll awaken with some amnesia, most likely losing a year or more."
"So he won't remember any of this," said Isaac. "What do we do when he awakens?"
Evaran drew his lips tight. "We should leave him near a hospital where he can awaken and go about his life." Kate's eyes misted as her lips drew down. "He won't remember us." "Maybe that's not a bad thing," said Dylan. "At least he'll be alive without knowing about all this craziness." "Can we form a new friendship with him?" "You can," said Evaran. "However, he won't know you like he did here, so it may be awkward. And if you tell him of anything, he'll go to the Wildhaven Institute, as he'll be wizened like you all are now. That would be a disruption to his life." Kate frowned. "He won't remember our feelings if he sees me." "It's possible it may stir something in him." Isaac lightly squeezed her arm.
"He'd be with his wife and kid again."
"I know," she said, wiping her eyes as she looked away. "He gets to live, though," said Dylan, laying a hand on her shoulder. She squinted and took a deep breath.
"What's this Wildhaven place, and this wizened thing?" asked Isaac.
Wizened means you're aware of aliens and non-humans on Earth,
said Em.
The Wildhaven Institute is where humans go to learn about that over a period of 6 months.
Non-humans.
Evaran faced Zell. "I see you didn't tell them about that. Nonetheless, we can cover that topic later." Isaac had many questions that knocked about in his head, and it excited him that he might get some answers to them. He knew Kate would be crushed at Oleg's not knowing who she was. They had made a good couple, and their relationship was easy, the best type. Now, if she ever saw him again, she had to act as if she were doing so for the first time. On the plus side, Oleg would get a new lease on life. Grossodonis and Chilarekis stood silently and observed, as if they understood the gravity of the situation. Turan was quiet as well as he monitored the group. Isaac would do everything possible to make sure Kate was okay when they got back. That would be a new chapter in his life, but at least he would be on Earth. Dylan joined the others back in the command center. He was ecstatic that Oleg would live, but also saddened that he lost memories. Flashbacks of the long chats they had ran through Dylan's mind. Oleg had been more than a brother to him. He was like a father figure who guided him and only wanted the best. Dylan struggled to keep his emotions in check. However, his curiosity had been piqued. To the left side of Evaran's command chair was a row of seats at a 45-degree angle that had materialized out of thin air. Dylan sat with Kate, Isaac, and Zell, while Grossodonis, Chilarekis, and Turan took seats on the other side of the room. Dylan was not sure how the seats had been formed, but it was evident the Toravada could create things as needed. Another aspect that stood out was the now semi-transparent floor and completely transparent ceiling and walls on the front part of the ship. Dylan could see out like there was nothing there, and if he peered down, there was a slight blur. It was like he was floating. When the Toravada began its ascent, Dylan anchored himself. There was no turbulence, or even a tremor that suggested they were moving. It must be another advanced feature. As Grossodonis, Chilarekis, and Turan reached back to stabilize themselves, then looked around in what Dylan figured was confusion.
"What type of inertia dampeners are you using?" asked Turan.
"The shielding absorbs that," said Evaran. Turan tapped his beak.
"There would still be some reaction to taking off, though."
"Not if the shielding is a dimensional void." The room went silent. Dylan had no idea what that meant, and no one else did either, based on the silence. Maybe Turan did, but he was silent and had tilted his head as if trying to understand. Dylan wanted to know more, but there were other pressing matters at hand. Evaran, Em and the Toravada had a lot of mysteries swirling around them, and a part of Dylan wished he could spend some time traveling with them to learn more. Turan stroked his beak.
So any energy directed at the shields falls into a bottomless pit, essentially. Thus, the Toravada would appear to not have any interaction with that.
Evaran eyed him. That's correct.
You're definitely much more advanced than we are. We have no technology that could create a shielding of that type. Nor do we, said Chilarekis.
There's nothing like that where I'm from either, said Zell. Dylan found their discussion fascinating. There were 3 distinct species from 3 different eras across space and time discussing an advanced topic. It was not lost on him how rare it must be to listen to these types of conversations. Evaran and Em acted like this was routine. After some more light chatter, the Toravada reached low orbit. Dylan scowled as a full view of the moon became visible. It had been a hellscape for him, Oleg, Kate, and Isaac. He balled his fists. One moment he was happy, then sad, then curious, and now filled with hate. Although he attempted to put on a brave face, it was hard when he saw what had been his prison. He also tried not to be angry at Turan, who most likely had nothing to do with their being stranded there. Isaac laid a hand on his shoulder. Dylan sighed and unclenched his fists. Isaac must have known how he was feeling. We'll now travel to the coordinates Grossodonis gave us, said Evaran. He motioned at Em. Dylan squinted when the Toravada shot out a golden beam that formed a circular portal with a silver border and a rippling blue interior. He widened his eyes when the Toravada flew through and emerged next to a planet.
Where are we?
Asked Turan, peeking outside. Evaran flicked his finger, causing a hologram to appear midair. Dylan had never seen a ring-shaped galaxy projection like that before, and other labels showed various metrics.
Hogg's object, said Kate.
Turan's eyes narrowed.
We know it as SO45HT.
Grossodonis grinned.
We call it Humara, and it's home to us.
Turan stared at Evaran.
That portal took us across a vast distance. How?
Dimensional portal, he said. However, we're still in the current time. Em, take us forward.
Acknowledged,
said Em. Dylan stroked his arm when the outside faded to pure darkness. He could see the others were as unnerved as he was. It was like they were in a void where even light dared not tread. A moment later, everything eased back into view, except this time the Toravada's interior wall highlighted and outlined a massive number of objects from starships to satellites.
Home,
said Grossodonis. Turan blinked rapidly.
And how did we travel through time just now?
Evaran moved a finger out in an arc, then in. We exited the timeline, which you witnessed as pure blackness outside the Toravada, then reinserted ourselves based on a set of coordinates.
Interesting. But how did we exit the timeline? I didn't see any portals.
The Toravada is special.
It would seem so,
said Turan. Zell dipped his head toward him. And up to this point, we've only seen a fraction of what it can do, at least based on reports that I obviously won't go into.
Fascinating.
Em, take us down, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
It was intriguing to see Turan's confusion. Dylan didn't know much of the Sistrals other than when they had moved them to the moon and occasionally in the dome. The Sistrals must have wanted someone to monitor Evaran, and Dylan suspected that whoever read the final report might find it hard to believe. It was no surprise the Toravada had not been detected. Although Evaran had not mentioned anything about being in stealth mode, it was natural to think it was. If Dylan had thought of that, then Evaran surely would have already. The ships outside were like none Dylan had ever seen before, which up until now were only the Sistrals. Satellites had small communication icons, and a massive space station stood out.
Looks awesome out here, said Dylan. We share a common mindset on that, said Chilarekis.
Isaac pointed at a blur that shot up vertically past them as the Toravada descended.
What was that? Ship or something spacebound being sent out, said Grossidonus. "We can ignore our gravity well to get things into low orbit." "Impressive," said Turan. "How did you handle the crushing forces inside?"
"A mix of alternating shielding types. The bubble formed is like the Torvata, although nowhere near as advanced. The trick is in ensuring one of the shield types gets stronger as heat is applied to it."
Turan ran a clawed finger across his beak.
"To think, you were on our planet all this time, and we could have shared technology. I don't think we have a shielding type similar to that. At least, not one that's projected."
Grossidonus frowned.
"No offense intended, but Chilrekis and I are glad to be going home."
"I understand,"
said Turan, studying the floor. Dylan figured that was Turan's way of showing sadness at the situation. He couldn't smile or frown with a big blue beak or really show any emotion easily, but Dylan sensed that the head position and eye state, such as closed, open, blinking fast, and the like, conveyed a facial cue. Kate shook her head.
"I still can't believe we're in Hoag's object. Our galaxy seems to intrigue you,"
said Grossidonus. "Curiosity is definitely a notable human trait," said Zell. Kate chuckled. "Oh, yeah. I study galaxies and formations. To just go to one is exciting. This is over 600 million light-years away from our galaxy and Zell's."
Grossidonus drew his head back. "Your galaxy is very far away, then."
"I'm eager to get back to it," said Zell.
Grossidonus signaled Evaran. "Speaking of returning, I assume you want us to not speak of this event to anyone."
He nodded. "It would be preferred. We'll be dropping you off only moments from your disappearance, and I suspect others of your kind would find the experience to not have any credibility." Chelerekis swatted Grossidonus's arm.
"He's right. They'd think we ate rotten Gearvrister eggs. Oh, a food item that produces hallucinations."
"Ah," said Dylan. "Drugs, basically?"
"Yes."
"We have the same perception on Earth, our planet," said Isaac. "If someone sees aliens, we say they were probably on drugs or something."
Turan cawed. "An interesting perspective."
The Torvata landed outside a field of red, wheat-like plants. "We have arrived at the coordinates you gave," said Evaran. Grossidonus stood along with the others and stared out.
"That was where we flew into the portal. Although we have no ship now, I'll be able to contact for pickup."
He cast a sidelong glance at Chelerekis.
"We'll need to get our stories correct. And I'm happy to have the opportunity to do that."
Everyone followed them outside to the edge of the Torvata shielding. Grossidonus faced Evaran.
"You're far more than you appear, and I'm glad you assisted us. You didn't have to, but you did. While kindness to this degree without reward in my society would be deemed a weakness, you've shown it can be a strength, and I'm overjoyed to have experienced it."
Evaran extended a hand. "I wish you all well." Grossidonus eyed it before shaking, as did Chelerekis. Isaac, Kate, Dylan, Em, and Zell did so as well. Turan dipped his head and crossed his tentacles over his chest.
"I apologize on behalf of my society for any undue stress we may have caused you. I know it may not mean much now, but I felt it needed to be said."
"I know you weren't involved in it, and we can't blame you," said Grossidonus. "What happened is in the past. The future is now the focus."
"Wise words."
Grossidonus and Chelerekis took one last look at everyone, then stepped through the shielding. Dylan was no expert on Horticussin's emotions, but their jumping around, hugging each other, and eventually walking away with animated gestures suggested they were ecstatic. He could relate to that, and imagined how nice it would be to smell fresh-cut grass, see one's sun, and even hear the sound of other humans. "It's time to take Zell home," said Evaran. Turan realized he might be the target of some anger from the others. Although he knew of the quarantine moon and the people sent there, he was not involved in it. However, as the lone Sistral, he figured any negative emotions about his people would be directed his way, consciously or not. Grossidonus and Chalrekis were good examples of that. Everything had worked out for them, but they had suffered a horrible experience. As an advocate, he was used to being the prominent figure wherever he went. He always had personal transport and security at his beck and call, and every Sistrel deferred to him when he entered a room, unless there was another advocate or council member. That was not the case here. Evaran commanded respect, and so far, he had shown why. He helped those in need, and from the other's perspective, Turan represented the group that caused hardship. He sat alone on the right side of the command room as the others got seated. His isolation did not escape his notice. His skin warmed as shame washed over him. Thankfully, Evaran said he could send everyone home, but that was several hundred beings. However, Grossidonus and Chalrekis showed how the process would work. Turan wondered how hundreds would fit on the Torvada, but he figured dimensional mechanics would be involved. The Torvada was so advanced it was hard to imagine it existing. Zell had given some good background on Evaran, and the Torvada, and they almost sounded like a natural force of the cosmos. Take us to Zell's coordinates, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada began its ascent. Isaac crossed his arms. I still can't believe we traveled a long distance and then through time like it was nothing. I would say we're officially time travelers, but we became that when we went through the portal to the Sistral world. Why are these portals doing this? I'm not sure, said Evaran. Portals on Earth are fairly common due to the weakened barrier between realities, and rifts can take advantage of that. Zell mentioned the rifts are space, time, or space and time-based. Are they like an Einstein-Rosen bridge? Asked Kate. Similar in concept, but different. Rifts are essentially formed from cracks in the universe, and once spun off, they travel randomly. It's one cause of cascading timeline updates, or CTUs. Dylan gestured at Turan. And he said they've been experiencing a lot of people, well, aliens to them, popping up recently. Em raised a finger.
Our current analysis suggests the star entity may be involved in this.
Star entity? Asked Kate. Is that the black splotch on the sun?
It is.
The star creature, or whatever it is, has shown no signs of its growth stopping. In time, it'll envelop our sun, said Turan.
Kate's eyes widened. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. However, I would think you would have already tracked that entity's arrival and growth against the incidence of others coming to your planet. I bet the entity's size correlates to the portal frequency. An astute observation, and that's the conclusion Em and I reached, said Evaran.
Yes, we assume the star entity is causing these portals somehow, but we don't know how to detect how it's doing it, said Turan. So far, the entity is impervious to everything we've tried.
And we can investigate that more after we drop off Zell and get the other quarantined home. Turan was eager to find the portal's source, and if the trend continued, Varlon would be overcome by a portal storm, not to mention that without a sun, the Sistrals would need to evacuate, and anyone who came through to Varlon would be frozen. However, with Evaran and Em involved, Turan had a glimmer of hope that the cause would be found and a solution designed. For without them, the Sistrals were waiting for doom. After reaching low orbit, the Torvada opened a portal and flew through, then jumped forward in time. The galaxy data window showed a spiral galaxy. Never thought I'd be so happy to see the Milky Way, said Isaac.
A strange name, said Turan. Where is this in relation to my galaxy?
The data window enlarged and placed dots on two galaxies with a line between them. Kate glanced at Turan. Yours is in the Andromeda galaxy, and it's the largest one in our local cluster.
I see.
Turan checked his forearm device, then studied the screen.
SO 19023GL. Milky Way is easier to say. Why is it named like that?
Well, there's some debate on its origin, but it was called that far in the past, and it stuck.
Very interesting,
said Turan. He focused on Zell.
And this planet we're orbiting is where you come from.
Zell smiled. It's where I call home. He swept his finger out in an arc at the others. They come from Earth about 32,000 light-years away. The Torvada descended through the planet's atmosphere. Turan had inspected the ships on their initial arrival and now on the descent. It was obvious Zell's civilization was extremely advanced. One made up of androids would be. The Sistrals used AIs and even had some androids, but they weren't a civilization unto themselves. Once they broke cloud cover, the sky was peaceful. A quick check of the approaching landscape befuddled Turan. He had expected to see cities on the surface. Instead, massive circular entrances led to parts underground. At the height they were at, he could not see the bottom of how deep the nearest tunnel-like city was. Ships flew in and out to smaller holes around the larger one, and huge bubble shields covered all the openings.
"You build underground," said Turan.
"It's a city ship," said Zell. "If we need to leave for any reason, we simply fly out."
"Was there something that caused you to design it that way?"
"History is a good teacher, and it's always prudent to have an escape plan. We can orbit any star temporarily or long-term if we have to." "A logical design, given your history," said Evaran. Turan was curious as to why there was a need to escape, but to an android civilization, that must just be a logical conclusion. However, Turan could see value in something like that on Varlon or even a colony. If the star creature was not removed, there would be an evacuation. Having self-sufficient city ships already built and ready to go would provide a big head start. Zell highlighted a smaller tunnel opening to the right of the large city entrance. "You can go there. My platform is 114 levels deep."
Acknowledged,
said M.
"This is amazing," said Isaac. "I can't even fathom the technologies and knowledge available here."
"If you stayed, you would be a source of immense interest to the historians. Of course, you'd probably also upgrade yourself," said Zell. Dylan wrinkled his brow. "How so?" "Nanobots and augments. Most humans have the basic ones that give enhanced strength, speed, and cognitive ability. It also extends your lives significantly, and disease and sickness are relics of the past for the most part." "Sounds like a utopia," said Kate. Zell frowned. "Usually. But that doesn't mean there aren't problems."
"See," said Isaac. "This is what I'm talking about. To immerse and learn about all this would take time, and it would be exciting."
He pivoted toward Evaran.
"I suppose we can't spend a week here?"
"I'm afraid not," he said. "We should minimize any potential timeline impact. Even the knowledge gained from our arrival could be dangerous."
"So, you guard the timeline?"
Evaran's eyes gleamed. "Not entirely. However, wherever I am, I try to ensure the timeline is stable. At least this one." Turan pondered Evaran's statement. It was like he was a timeline guardian, which made Turan think the star entity could have some time component to it. Apparently, there were other timelines, something he would love to know more about. Dylan described various things and raised his voice in excitement as the Torvada traversed into where Zell had highlighted. It was obvious that humanity and Zell's civilization had a strong bond, enough so that even when separated by thousands of years, they still got along well. Turan gazed out as they descended. A variety of strange ships passed by, and it was apparent the Torvada was stealthed, as various crafts came right toward them as if they weren't there. The Torvada avoided those vessels with ease. Like his society, there were also flying denizens, but the jetpacks were smaller, and there were a number of design variations. Although the tunnel they flew down was smaller than the main city entrance one, it was still gigantic. Lights were everywhere, and he saw no drop-off the deeper they went. He was the first Sistral to see another advanced society on par with his. Everything was new, and it excited him to see a culture that his society would love to interact with, yet there would be no chance of it due to the distance and time, and even then, his interaction with Zell would be as close as they could get. Zell stood and faced Evaran. "You can just hover above the platform when we get there. I can exit from there. Although it's not where I went into the portal, I'll make a cover so as not to expose you." "It's appreciated," said Evaran. "I know my mere presence can bring attention when it's not needed." "Yes. However, I'm honored to have met you and M as well as everyone else." The others stood. Kate gave Zell a hug, and Isaac and Dylan placed their hands on Zell's shoulders. In the short time Zell had been with them, they had bonded. Perhaps that was a human thing to bond so quickly. That didn't happen in Sistral society, and it took a while to even begin that process. That was something Tehran had seen in the handful of less technological societies the Sistrals had encountered. Zell approached him and extended a hand. "I want you to know I'm not upset with you. I understand why your society did what it did, and that you weren't involved in those decisions." Tehran returned the handshake, an unusual form of physical contact for a goodbye.
"Thank you. With Evaran and M, maybe we can get everyone home now, although we'll still have the issue of new arrivals."
"I have no doubt they'll have a solution." Tehran followed Zell and the others to the edge of the ramp where the Toravada hovered over a landing platform that jutted out. Zell high-fived M, and after a final look at the group, he stepped through the shielding. Kate, Isaac, and Dylan frowned as the Toravada pulled away. Their emotional response fascinated Tehran, as their faces showed emotion with ease due to not having a large beak to cover anything up. Evaran looked around at them. "It's 10:20 p.m. Earth time, and Oleg still needs time to heal. As such, everyone should stay here to rest, and we can pick back up tomorrow." Tehran addressed Kate, Dylan, and Isaac.
"Per Dome 9's records, it seems you have an unusual sleep cycle based on your exits from your housing unit. What is your sleep cycle?"
Isaac smirked. "Yeah, you probably saw me step out in what would be our night. I've never really adapted to an 8-hour rest every 24 hours.
"I see. Sistrals sleep in 2 4-hour chunks across the day. As such, I'm not tired yet."
M tilted his head.
The beds in the living quarters have a neural effect that allows for solid sleep, regardless of species.
Tehran stroked his beak.
"Interesting."
Kate yawned. "All this talk of sleep is making me sleepy. I'd like a tour of the Toravada first," said Isaac. Dylan grinned.
"Me too. I'd prefer that as well," said Tehran.
"Then that's what we'll do," said Evaran. Tehran was eager to learn more about this mysterious ship. It could travel through space, time, and beyond, and had dimensional mechanics. It could go undetected anywhere and create hard holograms. It surprised him that it didn't have an AI. But perhaps that was by design, and with M around, maybe not necessary. Tehran's report to the Council would be long and full of surprises for them, especially when it came to the Toravada. Chapter 8. Although Kate struggled to stay awake, her curiosity had been fired up at the suggestion of a tour. It pained her that she had woken up in Oleg's arms in the mornings for months, and now he would be returning to Earth and would not remember her. She would also be going back, and that was much better than being on the quarantined moon. That thought drove her, but she did wonder what traveling with Evaran and M would be like. She followed the others into the main hallway that was powered by dimensional mechanics. Craftable dimensions astounded her, and she wondered how common they were, and if they had any impact on stellar phenomena on a large scale. Perhaps black holes were just dimensional openings that sucked things in. She had seen the 2 doorways on the right and 5 on the left when she had first brought Oleg in. They had taken him into the 3rd on the left, which was the medical lab. Evaran stopped by the first doorway on the left. "I've recently reconfigured the layout to be slightly more efficient. This is the maintenance hub. It has many rooms that not even I'm aware of their purpose. Normally, only M or I can enter, but it won't hurt anything for you to see it. Unless Dylan plans to hijack it."
"What?"
asked Dylan, eyes wide. Isaac and Kate laughed.
"Oh, I see how it is,"
said Dylan with a grin. "Indeed," said Evaran, half smiling. "Follow me." Kate loved that on top of his being friendly, he had a sense of humor. It felt natural to be around him and M, and she couldn't shake the feeling that they were old friends, even though she had just met them. She peeked at Tehran, who silently observed everyone. He probably felt left out. She stepped inside after the others and peered about. It was a massive circular room with doorways on the floor. Multiple levels connected by ramps had just as many doors. There had to be hundreds of entrances, and to think that each doorway might change what was behind it made it like a game of chance. Opposite them, near the back, was a platform with a series of control panels and workstations. She pointed at it. What's that? A control center, said Evaran. Should the Torvada ever be lost or destroyed, this dimension would still exist, and that control center helps manage that aspect. Turan surveyed the environment.
So, what's an example of something you used this room for, assuming that question is allowed?
Evaran nodded. There's a room that has an unlimited power source that I can drag a thick cord from. It can power many devices that the research lab can generate.
Such as?
There is a device called a planar beam generator that can cut through any planar material. It requires a cord from here to operate.
Planar material?
Asked Isaac. That may be beyond this discussion, said Evaran.
Isaac shook his head. Now I have more questions.
Let's continue the tour. Kate could tell Evaran was limiting knowledge, but that was not too much of a surprise. The sheer amount he possessed must make what she and the others knew look like peanuts. Even Turan seemed stumped, judging by his head tilting every which way and his eyes widening. It was a bit comical to her, and she might have shown that, but she didn't have that type of relationship with him. The next door on the left from the main hallway was a long corridor that had doors on each side. Evaran halted at the first door on the right. These are the research labs. Every doorway is a separate instance of the same configuration. You expecting a lot of researchers? Asked Kate.
It's because if we move a large group, they can take advantage of this layout,
said M. Makes sense. Like the maintenance hub, the interior was circular with numerous rooms. Embedded areas on the wall resembled something Kate would get a soft drink from at a gas station. The middle area had comfortable seating with screens, which would be a great place for brainstorming. Evaran waved his finger at various things. There are work areas, research ones, and a vast database that can be accessed depending on what the Toravada allows you to see. There's also a planar cartography lab. Kate perked up. Can we see that? Of course. Kate's heart raced as they went into one of the side rooms. A chair and desk sat off to the left side of the entrance, but the room was featureless. She didn't see a console or some interface to work with. Evaran walked to the center of the room. Stand here, then poke in the air. She complied. Her jaw dropped when a round menu with various labeled bands appeared. The one titled Current Galaxy intrigued her, so she poked it. The room filled with the holographic display of the Milky Way galaxy. A blinking dot indicated where they were. She tapped the dot and almost fell when the hologram zoomed in on Zell's planet.
Whoa! This is wild, said Dylan.
Turan scrutinized the hologram.
Impressive holotechnology. We have something similar in our research centers.
Isaac scrunched his face. I'm thinking there's probably more data here, though.
I would agree, said Turan.
Kate moved to Earth and examined several golden labels. She pressed one, and it expanded into a small video of someone talking. She gasped when she saw the name, Dr. Albert Snowden. I know him, she said. He did a lecture at my college. Does that mean he traveled with you? Everyone stared at Evaran. He frowned. Yes. I guess I'll have a lot to talk to him about when we get back to Earth, said Kate. I'm afraid not. He's dead. Silence fell. Although Evaran had shown a fairly neutral expression for the most part, the appearance of Dr. Snowden pained him. M clasped his hands, and his lights dimmed. They must have had a close bond with Dr. Snowden to show emotion. She must have sparked a bad memory for them. She closed the window and cleared her throat. I'm sorry to hear that. Evaran's face went neutral again. It's okay. You had no way of knowing. Dr. Snowden liked to take a lot of notes for his own personal research. Isaac furrowed his brow. How long did he travel with you? A year or so. Kate wondered how Dr. Snowden had died, but she didn't want to press it. However, traveling with Evaran had its dangers. Then again, she didn't know the circumstances, and she would be back on Earth soon, so she might not ever know.
Did he experience trips like this one? Asked Turan.
Quite a few, actually.
Was it just him? Or were there others? I don't mean to pry, but I'm unfamiliar with human customs or your own in regard to asking these types of questions.
Evaran raised a hand. It's okay. He traveled with Emily, his niece. Even Dr. James Bryson came on one adventure. I know him too, said Kate. Wait, is he dead as well? He's alive on Earth now. I'm sure he'll want to talk with you when you get back. Kate exhaled. Yeah, that would be great. Her mind swirled with excitement at talking with Dr. Bryson, the things he must know. If anything, it would give her a better idea of Evaran, the Toravada, and what types of adventures they went on. She wished she had more time to explore the lab. She zoomed out and pressed the search band on the Hollow menu, then clicked the most recent locations, which led to a list of options. She selected the quarantined moon, and the hologram changed to show the solar system with the moon highlighted. Evaran rubbed his chin. Intriguing. The moon? Asked Kate. No. That you had access to see it. What does that mean? Evaran leaned forward. That the Toravada allowed you that information. Typically, it wouldn't. Is that a good or bad thing? Asked Isaac. It depends on your perspective, said Evaran. He motioned at Kate. Pull up Hogg's object as you know it. She did so. Evaran's eyes narrowed as he cast a sidelong glance at Em. Very interesting. Kate chuckled. I guess so. On with the tour? Asked Dylan. As Emily used to say, let's do this, said Evaran. Isaac was an information sponge as the group left. Evaran and Em were mysterious, and even Tehran had been taken aback some, as far as Isaac could tell. The fact that Dr. Snowden and Emily had died after a year was not a ringing endorsement for traveling with Evaran, but Isaac suspected it was probably the highlight of their lives. The research lab would be a worthy place to spend time. He had peeked inside one of the other rooms and had seen a workbench with various tools. He also wondered how the data was stored and accessed on a ship as advanced as this. The sheer amount of storage needed for the stellar data must be immense, yet it had popped up instantly, and the interaction had no lag. He was familiar with the next room, which was the medical lab. He sighed at seeing Oleg motionless on the slab. Although he would be healed, Oleg's loss of memories and Isaac's being a stranger to him pained Isaac. However, Oleg would have a chance at a normal life. One look at Kate told Isaac all he needed to know about her condition. His stomach churned as he thought of Diane, his wife who had been killed by a drunk driver 5 years ago. With time travel, he wondered if her death could have been prevented. If the event had to play out, then this lab could possibly save her afterward. It wasn't a topic he felt he could be asked about at this point in time, but perhaps he could bring it up with Evaran in a private discussion. Evaran gestured around. You're all familiar with this room. It can extend to provide more slabs as needed and has self-servicing functionality.
Very advanced, said Tehran. These dimensions can grow on demand.
That's correct. It's useful if there's a flood of people needing help. Dylan ran his finger along Oleg's slab. Has that occurred recently? It has, said Evaran. No details? It's perhaps best to limit knowledge. Okay, said Dylan. I don't mean to appear cold in that regard, said Evaran. However, if knowledge were to leak in any manner, it could potentially impact the timeline. It's cool. I get it, said Dylan. Isaac tapped the side of the slab. What were those nanobot things? Actual nanomachines? Yes, said Evaran. They can enter the body and perform any type of operation. I'm glad they worked on Oleg. Indeed. Isaac would have a hard time not studying everything if he lived on the Toravada. There were so many technologies that would enhance Earth if available, but then again, they would be coveted and hoarded away by those with power. The first nation or group to use nanobots in war would own the world in short order. I'm ready for the next room, he said. Me too, said Kate. Very well, said Evaran. Isaac followed everyone to the fourth doorway on the left. It led to a hallway like the research one. They entered the first room on the right, which was large, square, bright white, and featureless. Like the research lab, this is one instance of a hollow room, said Evaran. It can create hard holograms that you can interact with. Isaac poked in the air. Similar to what Kate did in the planar cartography lab, a circular menu popped up with some choices. but it was the recently activated band on the ring that intrigued him. He selected it, and a data window with a black background to the side displayed a list of what he assumed were program names. The table-like information layout used silver borders, and the text was golden. "I'm guessing these are programs?" said Isaac. "You're correct," said Evaran, coming to stand beside him. "Interesting. It shows you the list of recent programs that were run." Isaac eyed him. "Is that unexpected?" "I'm not sure yet." "Select a program." Isaac was familiar with the tabular display. It was like a result set from a database query. There were 9 columns ranging from who ran it last to who created it and when. Emily's name was in almost every row in the created by column. He selected the one called Malism Transformed. Kate gasped as the environment around them changed. Isaac's heartbeat ramped up at the massive concourse they were in. Deep space outside the windows indicated they were on a spaceship, and the lighting had become dimmer and flickered. A small mist covered the ground, and he wrinkled his nose at the smell of something rotting. Isaac gulped when he spotted the twisted abominations that looked human, but they had brown leathery skin with various appendages sticking out. A series of small bars hovered over them, and a label identified them as transformed. There must have been over 50 of them, but thankfully they were frozen in place. "What are those things?" asked Kate, recoiling. "Although I wouldn't normally elaborate on this, the Torvada has allowed you to see this, so I will. They were once human, but got corrupted by a dimensional race known as the Malism," said Evaran. "We encountered them on a derelict ship and had to fight through them. Emily liked to practice her combat skills here on them." Those were human?" asked Dylan. "They look twisted."
"They also appear to be aggressive based on their stances," said Tehran.
We handled them,
said Em.
Tehran tilted his head.
"Either of you care to give a demonstration on a few?"
"Oh yeah, that'd be awesome," said Dylan. "Very well," said Evaran. He strode forward and interacted with the hollow room menu. "I'll activate 5 of them. I've set you all as non-interactive characters, so they won't target you." Kate puffed her cheeks. "Thanks." Isaac stood back as Evaran faced off against 5 transformed that growled and gurgled as they shuffled toward him. Some moved faster, and although Isaac knew he was safe, his skin crawled. These were monsters right out of a science fiction horror novel. Evaran fired 2 stun blasts, 1 from each arm, and downed 2 attackers. He then dashed toward the transformed with his utility handle now extended into a staff. He whirled in place, and every time his staff hit an enemy, they shuddered as if they had been shocked, then fell. Isaac struggled to see some of the fight due to how fast Evaran moved. It was obvious he was on a different level than the transformed, but that might not have been the case with Dr. Snowden or Emily. Isaac wondered what he would do if he had to face off against these nightmares. Running sounded good to him.
"That was impressive," said Tehran.
"Thank you," said Evaran. "Let's try something different." He interacted with the hollow menu. Isaac gasped as the environment changed and put them on the street outside his house.
"What?"
"It's your house, at least from what's registered on your virtual profile," said Evaran. Isaac stared hard. It would be hard to know he wasn't on Earth if it weren't for the lack of people. He touched the street. It was solid, and little dust swirls spawned from his interaction. He took a deep breath and recognized the smell. It was a spring day, and he felt like he could just walk up to his house and enter. "It look like your place?" asked Dylan.
"Oh yeah, no doubt about it, but
"You got this for my virtual profile?" asked Isaac, glancing at Evaran. He flicked a finger to the side and projected a replica of Isaac. Data labels with connectors popped out all over. Isaac analyzed some of the information. It had his medical records, where he lived and with whom, his favorite foods and recreational activities, and what he preferred to watch. It even had his pooping schedule. He had heard of advertising profiles, but this went much deeper. There was also a psychological profile listed.
"Where did you get all this information?" he asked. "The government?"
"Sadly, no," said Evaran. "Various companies harvested this data and then sold it. While there were always surveillance records going back thousands of years, this level of data capture accelerated within the last 20 years. There are many data brokers on Earth. Kate frowned. Well, that's unnerving. Turan rubbed his beak.
Why would these organizations spy on you?
Power, said Evaran. Humanity does move past this form of society, but not on their own. Dylan scratched his jaw. So someone or something forces us to evolve? Yes, but that's in your future. If you're curious about it, you can check the research lab. The Torvada will either let you know or restrict it. Isaac was unsettled that there was so much known about him. He could see the power in having that information. It was an advertiser's wet dream. Not only would they be able to predict what someone would like or buy, they could do trend analysis over a group of people to find patterns that could be exploited. He checked out the rest of the environment. This hollow room is amazing. Despite its knowing so much about me, I could see a lot of practical applications here. Is this hooked into the Torvada's database system? It is, said Evaran. You're a data architect, and this would allow you to look at data in a new medium. No kidding, said Isaac. He yawned. As excited as he was, the day had been full of action, and it was catching up to him now. The morning had started off like any other, except there had been some excitement over Dylan's birthday. It had been a moment of normalcy in a place of craziness. Now the day was ending with a very different set of circumstances. Kate yawned too. Okay, that's contagious. Turan stepped back.
In what way? And what did you and Isaac do?
Dylan laughed. It's a yawn, something we do when tired. She meant if he yawns, then we'll see it and yawn too.
I see. Is this a human thing?
I don't really know, come to think of it, said Dylan. The Sistrals don't yawn, as they already have powerful oxygen intake, said Evaran. However, they do social mirroring. Humans do it when yawning. Turan inspected Dylan, Isaac, and Kate.
Intriguing.
Isaac realized he had only seen yawning a few times from other aliens while on the moon. Then again, he wasn't actively looking for it, and he couldn't ask them about it since he wouldn't be able to communicate with them. All this talk of yawning is making me sleepier, said Kate. Then let's go to where you'll be sleeping, said Evaran. Dylan's mind was a hurricane of thoughts on everything he had seen. He had grown up with ideas of what a spaceship would be like, but to experience the Torvada was unique. The Planner Cartography Lab was amazing, as was the Hollow Room. Now they were going to the living quarters, which was the last doorway on the left from the main hallway. The sheer joy at seeing all these things was a nice change of pace from what he had been feeling earlier. He even saw Turan in a new light as more information on the Sistrals became known. They weren't an evil civilization, but they were protective of their culture and species. They could have easily just killed unknown aliens instead of quarantining them. Dylan focused on the main area of the living quarters when they stepped through the doorway. It reminded him of two-story motels on each side, with a spacious open middle that stretched as far as the eye could see. Benches, trees, paved sidewalks, and even grass resided in the center. There was illumination that mimicked sunlight, but he couldn't locate the source. Wow, said Isaac. Is this generated like the Hollow Room? Not quite, said Evaran. Each room is a dimension unto itself that's attached to this main one. Dylan circled his finger. So it's room dimensions in a living quarters dimension in an overall hallway dimension. Indeed. Dylan glanced at Isaac, who shrugged. They walked over to the first door on the right. Evaran addressed Dylan. This is your room. You can tap the console to enter, as it'll only recognize you. Go ahead and do so. Dylan complied, then stepped in once the door opened. He surveyed the cozy living room. It had 3 couches in a U-shaped pattern facing away from him, with a full-size screen covering the front wall. To the right was an entrance to a bedroom. He peeked inside as the others filed in. The attached bathroom was spacious, with a large shower stall, a bathtub, and a 20-foot counter with 3 sinks and a mirror that spanned the width of the room. Yeah, that shower and bed's going to get a workout tonight, he said. Turan moved his head around as he examined the toilet.
Is this where human waste goes?
Oh yeah, said Dylan.
You sit, Instead of squatting?
On Earth, it depends on where you are, said Isaac. Some sit, others squat.
I see.
Dylan had assumed Tehran used a toilet designed for humans, but a hole was all that was needed. He had seen that in videos in other countries, and with 2 tentacles, squatting would be easier to support. He went back into the bedroom. M pointed at the bed.
This has a neural effect that will allow you to get a full 8 hours of rest, or whatever the average is for a species. It's configurable.
My sleep cycle's always been kinda all over the place, said Dylan. Looking forward to trying that out. His pulse quickened at the thought of a hot shower and getting a solid sleep. 6 months on the quarantine moon had messed with him since there was no visual indication of night and day. They had resorted to turning lights on and off when their watches said what time it would be on Earth. They went back to the main living space. You can access a menu to customize this area, said Evaran. He dipped his head toward Dylan. Go ahead and try. He poked the air like he had seen Kate and Isaac do before. A circular hollow menu that had bands for various categories appeared. He pressed on the New Rooms band, which opened up a data window that had a search bar at the top. Below it were various subcategories. He widened his eyes at the swimming pool option. He pushed it, and a hallway entrance manifested at the back of the room with a doorway on the right. He rushed into the new area. An Olympic-sized swimming pool sat in a massive gym, and various lounges and small tables littered the concrete floor.
Are you frickin' kidding me? He asked.
We're not,
said M. Dylan chortled. This is awesome. You all have the same options available, and for Tehran, there are Sistral-specific configurations, said Evaran.
I'm curious to investigate that, said Tehran.
Evaran motioned at the entryway. Before we all split up, there are 2 more doorways on the right side of the main hallway. One is to the roof, which is self-explanatory. The other is the conference room. Once everyone has rested, we'll meet there at 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. They exited back to Dylan's main living area. M tapped a structure embedded in the wall.
This is a matter replicator. It can create any food or drink you wish.
Dylan eyed it. Is there a menu or something?
Yes, but you can verbalize commands to it as well.
Okay. Let's see. Everyone assembled around him. Red cola, said Dylan. A red carbonated drink in a chilled glass materialized. Dylan grabbed it and sniffed it before taking a sip. No way! Just like back on Earth. Kate smiled. I think I'm going to like that.
Me too,
said Isaac. Evaran nodded. Normally, meals are eaten in the conference room with the others. That works too, said Dylan. He took a deep breath. I feel like this is the best birthday present ever. He frowned. Wish Oleg could have seen all this. Kate dipped her head. Yeah. Isaac furrowed his brow.
But he would be happy to know we're safe.
Yep, said Dylan. I think we can take a look at the conference room before sleeping.
Before we go, which rooms do the rest of us get? Asked Isaac.
Isaac's room is next to this one, then Kate's, then Tehran's,
said M.
There's also a label above each door with your names.
Got it,
said Isaac. Dylan followed everyone back into the main hallway. It was convenient to have the conference room relatively close. Although he could see himself eating alone, it would be more engaging for him to do it in a common area. He'd use his matter replicator for when he was tired or needed a quick snack. The conference room was clean and had a sterile smell to it. It was well lit, and a long, rectangular table sat on the right side. The left side had several matter replicators, and a hallway was at the rear. Evaran gestured down the hall. That's to the bathrooms. Like the research lab and the hollow room, there are multiple bathrooms that can be customized depending on the species using it. Makes sense, said Kate. I bet there's a lot of alien configurations. Yes, alien waste management is important, said Evaran. Nonetheless, this is where we meet to discuss things, and when you wake up tomorrow, we'll have a meeting at 10 o'clock a.m. Got it, said Dylan. Kate walked over to the matter replicator. Hot chocolate. She grabbed the steaming cup and sipped. This is incredible. It did Dylan good to see Kate in a decent mood. While Oleg's condition hung over everything, he was going to live, and there was nothing else anyone could do but wait. Dylan swept his gaze across the room. Isaac was relaxed. and Dylan knew the gears were turning in Isaac's mind on how all this worked. That was just how he was. Turan had been silent for the most part, and Dylan suspected he was taking everything in as well. Turan would probably have to report on technology far outside the reach of the Sistral's grasp. M had centered his attention on Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. Dylan wondered if M was looking for how humans interacted, but he already seemed advanced and would most likely know that. Evaran was still an enigma. He walked with his hands behind his back as if he strolled through life with confidence. As powerful as he was, his ship was equally so. The Torvado was unique, and although Dylan had grown up reading comic books, it was quite another experience to be where he was and on something he had only dreamed about. He yawned. "We're thinking the same thing," said Isaac. "I'm ready to try out these beds that give us a good night's rest." "Same," said Dylan. Kate eyed Turan. "I'd love to see your room tomorrow, if that's okay. I'm curious what a Sistral one would look like." Turan dipped his head.
"Of course. It's not too different from yours, other than the bed and a few things."
Dylan saw one of Kate's best traits when she tried to include Turan. She was empathetic and had the ability to put herself in someone else's position. Turan's increased blinking indicated some form of excitement. "Very well," said Evaran. "I'll see everyone here tomorrow." Dylan exited the conference room and went to his living quarters. He eyed the bed, which was much better than what he had slept on at the Moon. He grinned when looking at the bathroom. A hot shower called to him. Chapter 9. Kate stretched as she slowly began to wake up. She had created a digital clock to put on her nightstand, and it came back to her how easy it had been to do. More surprising was that she had slept for almost 8 hours on the dot, and it was now 8:30 a.m. After sitting on the edge of the bed, she took a moment to stretch her neck and arms. The sleep impact had been as advertised. As rested as she was, her shoulders drooped as her mind drifted to Oleg. She stared off into the distance as she recalled how nice it had been to wake up next to him. Those days were forever gone. She sighed. She would check on him after she got cleaned up and had a cup of coffee. Her pulse quickened at the thought of a hot shower, so she hopped up and rushed to the bathroom. After 45 minutes, she had put on her clothes, which had been washed and dried, then neatly folded. The fresh smell of linen pervaded them, as if fabric softener had been used. She did not recall doing anything in that regard. Perhaps the Torvado was involved somehow. Evaran, or M, could have also snuck in, but she cracked up at the image of them doing her laundry. When she had time, she would check out getting some new clothes from the replicator. After a final check of herself, she went to the conference room. She had thought she might sip coffee before going, but had decided to wait until she was where everyone would meet. Although it was 35 minutes until the meeting, she had time to enjoy breakfast. She approached the replicator. "Cup of black coffee with hazelnut creamer and 1 packet of sugar." She snagged the cup and took a sniff. It smelled just like she expected. Coffee was her go-to morning beverage, and she had missed it. She eyed the replicator. "A granola bar. Oh, with honey." A dish appeared with a granola bar with honey drizzled on it. That was not quite what she meant, and she realized she should have said something like a granola bar with honey in it. Nonetheless, it would do. She grabbed the plate and sat at the long table, then waved at Dylan entering as he went to get his breakfast. "Orange juice, thick-cut bacon, and scrambled eggs," he said. Kate snorted when he whooped as he got his food and drink and sat opposite her. "This is so awesome," said Dylan. She took a sip of her coffee. "I'm not complaining. And you're up early, too." Dylan grunted, then dug in. Isaac arrived and picked up his breakfast. Kate was not too surprised that he had chosen a chocolate protein shake and oatmeal with banana slices. When they were on the Moon, Isaac had a morning workout he did with Oleg, and then they would walk around outside. Isaac was health-conscious, and he took care of himself. He joined the others. "I'm loving this replicator thing. Maybe the Torvado will let me peek at the schematics for it." "Maybe. I slept like a rock last night. I bet you two did as well," said Kate. "Yep," said Dylan between bites. Isaac took a deep gulp of his shake. definitely slept well. I feel more energetic than I have since we got plopped down on that moon." Tehran came in and went right to the replicator. Kate was curious what he would choose. She scrutinized the green strips that resembled jello. There was an orange dusting on them, and his drink was purple. Tehran sat next to Dylan.
"I'm just as interested as you are as to what food and drinks humans consume."
"It's cool," said Dylan. "What are those strip things?"
"A specialized protein snack that's very healthy for our species," said Tehran. "The drink is from a root that's common in our society, and also has a strong health impact. The replicator here is very advanced."
Isaac sipped his shake. After what passed for food for 6 months, this is a little slice of nirvana. Tehran ate one of his strips.
"I'm not familiar with this nirvana."
"Just means it's a great state."
"I see."
Tehran paused before sweeping his gaze across the group.
"I know it may be late, but I want to say I'm sorry for the inconvenience my species caused you. Sometimes they act on what's logical to the detriment of those who have to suffer the consequences of those decisions."
Kate wrinkled her brow. "You weren't part of it, and you've been nothing but helpful to us. Being able to communicate really helps, though. I don't bear any ill will toward you."
"Me either," said
Dylan.
"Same here,"
said Isaac. Tehran took a swig of his drink.
"I'm glad to hear that. And I wish there was more time to understand not only you all, but the rest of those on the moon. However, I suspect they'll want to go back as soon as possible, like Grossidonus, Chilarekis, and Zell."
Kate grinned. "It's amazing how impactful communication is." Evaran and Em walked into the room and took their seats. Kate liked the seating layout. Evaran was at the end of the table nearest the door, with Em, Dylan, and Tehran to his left, and her and Isaac on the right. Everyone could see one another and converse without distraction, and it reminded her of the small discussions she had with fellow researchers. "I hope everyone slept well," said Evaran. Tehran stroked his beak.
"I wasn't even tired, yet I slept with ease."
"I'm glad to hear it. There are a few things to discuss, but I can wait if you wish to finish your breakfast. It's only 9:35 a.m., Earth time." Everyone indicated they were ready. "We can do both," said Kate. "Very well," said Evaran. "Oleg has another day before he can be returned, but I'll return you all to Earth. Tehran, Em, and I will take the other aliens from the quarantine moon home, then deal with the star entity and this Graingax faction issue." Kate drew her head back. "I want to stay and see Oleg get dropped off. Then I want to find out more about this star creature and whatever the Graingax thing is." "I never tire of human curiosity," said Evaran. Isaac cleared his throat.
"I think I speak for Dylan and myself when I say we're in agreement with Kate. We've come this far already. I'd like to see how it all ends before we go to that Wildhaven place you spoke of."
"It may be dangerous,"
said Em.
Kate chuckled. "We just survived 6 months of that."
"Acknowledged."
"It's good to see that this event hasn't dampened your outlook," said Evaran.
Isaac exhaled. "If anything, it's made us stronger."
"And more curious," said Kate. "Indeed," said Evaran. "Then you three will travel with us until the issues are dealt with. The next step is to take those from the quarantined moon back to their respective points in space and time. After that, we'll check out the star entity more in depth. Then we'll visit the Graingax headquarters on Varlin."
"How are you going to know where the aliens came from?" asked Tehran. "Grossidonus had his coordinates, but some of the aliens probably won't know that."
"A good question. We'll assign a holoροom to each group, and Em will interact with them to find this information out. For those who don't know their origin point, we'll scan the portals they arrived from based on the Sistral's database." Dylan snorted at Em. "You're going to be busy."
"I'll interact with them all at the same time,"
said Em.
"I can appear as a hologram to them."
Isaac pointed at him.
"Smart."
"Thank you."
"Well, I'm interested in the star entity as well. What is this Graingax thing?" asked Isaac.
Tehran's eyes gleamed.
"They are a recent faction that has advocated for a new way for our society to be run. Although they're small, They do have some representation on our council. However, when Evaran and M visited, the representative was outed as potentially someone from the future.
Whoa, said Dylan. How was that figured out? I can sense those who have temporal shielding and was able to see through the representative's hard hologram projections, said Evaran.
Tehran tilted his head. Not only did he detect the infiltrator, he also stopped him. The Grangax representative then killed himself before he could be apprehended for questioning.
Kate scrunched her face. Sounds like a big internal issue.
Yes. If our society has been infiltrated by those from the future, then there are a lot of questions that need answered.
Kate was eager to find out more about Sistral society, and she would be getting a front seat to the mechanisms of it. Her chest lightened at the thought of all she would learn. It also meant she could spend more time with Oleg, even if all she could do was hold his hand. Before we leave for the quarantined moon, we'll need to talk to the Sistral Council, said Evaran. We can go after you've finished your breakfast. Isaac stretched after finishing his meal. He enjoyed the light discussion, and having good food and drink made him relax. The constant threat of what the day might bring was gone, and it hit him that this was the first time in a long while that he felt normal. Dylan's breakfast had reminded Isaac of what Diane used to make from time to time. Isaac missed waking up to that, even if he didn't always eat that. She wasn't a big fan of his healthy breakfast, but she indulged him most of the time, and for the other times it was what Dylan had made. At 10 a.m. he followed the others to the command area. He sat next to Dylan on the left side, while Kate, who had done a quick check on Oleg, was on the right with Tehran. The subtle movement of his head suggested he didn't think someone would sit by him. That was Kate being friendly, and Isaac was eager for more conversations with Tehran about him and his society. Evaran was in his command chair, with M at his workstation. Isaac realized they were in orbit around the quarantined moon. Evaran must have moved the Torvata while everyone had rested. Isaac wondered if Evaran and M had slept, and if they hadn't, then maybe they had short sleeping cycles. It was a topic to ask about later. Contact Olgris, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Isaac wasn't sure who Olgris was, but he sounded like someone important on the Sistral Council. Tehran's shoulders straightened, which made him appear at attention. The holographic display that projected at the front of the ship showed 5 Sistrals sitting in elaborate seats. Their patches of white and gray fur indicated they were older. By comparison, Tehran was pitch black all over. Isaac was thankful there were data labels over each Sistral.
Evaran, you've called again. Is something wrong? Asked Olgris.
There is, said Evaran. Security droids attacked us when we arrived at Dome 9. This was that event. Isaac stared in awe as the fight from Evaran's perspective played out. The speed he moved at was jarring, making the droids look like they acted in slow motion. Evaran had used his shield effortlessly to reflect beams with pinpoint accuracy. Evaran also flew around and shot stun blasts. He even used grappling beams that knocked several drones about. Every move was executed in sequence for maximum impact. Isaac cracked up inside when Evaran had teased them about being in the hole. Despite a quick fight, they had been in good moods. Olgris consulted with the other Sistrals when the holographic video ended, then faced Evaran.
This is disturbing.
He glanced at Tehran.
You were at Dome 9 and didn't detect this?
Tehran shook his head.
I was visiting the humans with Chilarekis and had no notification of this fight. I was aware of the vaporizing issue and had already dispatched a technician team. The security AI controls the drones, so either it lost control or it went rogue. However, I checked with the AI before and after we left the moon, and it reported a loss of control of the drones prior to the attack on Evaran and M. The technician team also updated me that the drones Evaran and M downed had their physical connection removed, so the AI couldn't control them. M's analysis of one drone confirmed this.
A saboteur, said Olgris. First the infiltrator, now this. The only connection we have is that they occurred around Evaran and M.
Tehran's head swayed.
The Grangax must be behind this. Nonetheless, I've sent reinforcements to prepare for Evaran taking the aliens home." "All of them?" asked Ulgris, staring at Evaran.
"Yes," he said. "Afterward, we'll check on the star entity, then visit the Graingax headquarters on Varlin."
"How will you know where they came from?"
Turan raised a clawed finger.
"I had the same question, and I'll have details like that in my report once I see it myself. We look forward to reading it."
Isaac sensed Turan was highly regarded. The Sistral's trust of Evaran impressed Isaac. It made him wonder if they viewed him as a powerful being like he, Kate, and Dylan had regarded the Sistrals early on, or as an equal. From what Isaac had seen so far, Evaran and Em were far beyond the Sistrals in regard to power. The display ended. "Em, take us down," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The room was silent as the Torvada entered the atmosphere. Isaac suspected Dylan and Kate were processing their feelings about the moon. Although they were safe on the Torvada, there was still a sense that things could go wrong and they would end up back there. Thankfully, that was a very remote chance. After 15 minutes, they landed outside Dome 9.
"I had reinforcements disable the security drones," said Turan. "One of our special units is helping funnel everyone to this dome so they can board."
"Excellent," said Evaran. He looked around. "There's no need for you to leave the Torvada, and most of the traffic will be from the entry ramp to the hollow rooms." Dylan smirked. "I'm just going to hang out here and watch."
Perhaps you would like to observe from the roof,
said Em.
"The aliens won't be able to detect you, and you'll be able to see all around."
"That works." Em extended his hand for a high five, which Dylan slapped. Isaac could see a tight bond forming between them. They had already taken off, although it was more like Em chasing after Dylan. Isaac did not ascribe humor or friendliness to AIs in general, but his experience was limited. "I guess I'll go with them," said Kate. "You want to join us, Turan?"
"Unfortunately, I'll be needed to help coordinate," he said.
Kate nodded and left. Isaac stood and gestured at Evaran.
"I guess you'll need to be out there as well."
"Yes," he said. "I'll take some translation orbs and have them fly around to specific points. As you all will be on the roof, I'll configure this command center area to be a tunnel to the main hallway." Em popped up next to Isaac.
"Whoa, I thought you were on the roof," he said.
"I am, but I'm also hooked into the Torvada systems, and I'll have an escort hologram to assist new arrivals."
Isaac wagged a finger. "And a hologram in each room."
"Yes."
"All right." Isaac laughed after giving a high five to Em. Isaac headed for the main hallway, then took the first door on the right to the roof. He stepped through and saw far and wide and joined Kate, Dylan, and Em next to the waist-high guardrails that ringed the edges. From their vantage point, they could see all the way up to Dome 9's entryway. Dylan leaned on the guardrail. "This is so cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing all these aliens coming in," said Kate. "Em said the interior side of the shielding will show data labels on the aliens, so we know something about them." Isaac grimaced. "It's somewhat alarming how much the Torvada knows."
"The Torvada is unique,"
said Em.
"Sure is."
Isaac poked a finger in the air, and a menu pulled up. He selected a couch and some seats that manifested behind the group. "Good idea," said Dylan. He tapped another menu and had a small table materialize with some sodas. "Aw, yeah, I'm loving this." Kate and Isaac sat on the couch while Em and Dylan plopped down in opposing recliners. Isaac fiddled with the menu some more and had the guardrail in front of them disappear while moving the seating closer to the edge. He marveled at the view. It was like having a couch on the roof of a house. He figured it would take some time to get all the aliens aboard, and he was happy the group could relax with some downtime. His throat constricted as he thought of how perfect this moment would be with Oleg present. It reassured Isaac that he would be okay, but he would have embraced this. It still amazed Isaac that they were dealing with space and time on vast scales, yet they couldn't go back to the morning to help Oleg. Zell had given a good primer on temporal mechanics, especially as applied by Evaran. Isaac chuckled when Dylan rejoiced at being able to create food. Kate had a drink she savored, and Em sat attentively and answered any question posed to him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime moment, and Isaac wondered how many more there would be before they were dropped off on Earth. Chapter 10. Turan had walked outside the Theravada's shielding and had been in contact with the security AI, the technician team, and the reinforcements that had been sent in. There would be an audit on the AI. But for now, the focus was on getting hundreds of aliens into the Theravada. Evaran stood next to him with his hands behind his back. Shutting down the AI's reach required manual intervention, and there had been a standoff in Dome 6 between the elite Sistral units sent in and the defensive drones. They had also tried to attack the technicians there. Whoever the saboteur was, they had been effective, and it would take a while to understand how it happened. The mood of the aliens had been jittery, as much as that could be ascertained. However, their rapid movements to get their things and begin moving to Dome 9 indicated they wanted out. He didn't blame them, and it helped that Evaran had sent out a small army of translation orbs to each dome. The erasure of communication barriers made everything easier. He stood to the side as the first alien group arrived. They resembled a ball if it had two strong legs under it. The large mouth and eyes all around the top part gave them a strange appearance. Their waddling nature made Turan question how they had evolved, as they would have been easy prey. Although he was no expert in their facial cues, the bared teeth, narrowed eyes, and small prickled hairs all over their bodies indicated they did not like his presence. However, as they passed, they calmed down. Perhaps that was due to Evaran standing nearby.
"I suspect they don't like me or what I represent," said Turan.
"Perhaps," said Evaran. "To them, you're the face of the group that imprisoned them here."
"This isn't a prison, though. We had no place else to put them."
"I understand. However, they most likely didn't."
Turan tapped his beak. "It's amazing how a lack of communication caused this. If we had been able to talk with them, a lot of this could have been avoided."
"Communication is one of the most powerful abilities in regard to diffusing situations," said Evaran. Turan wished the Sistrals had translation orbs, and he didn't know how Evaran's worked. The impact was visible, and a wave of hope and relief had swept across the aliens earlier when Evaran had talked to them. Another group walked by. They were a thin, worm-like species with 6 legs allowing them to scurry, and they had 2 hands on their torso. The bulbous head had 2 large eyes.
"I'm curious to see how they're adapting," said Turan.
"I'll accompany you," said Evaran. Turan followed the new arrivals onto the Theravada. A corridor to the main hallway existed instead of the command center, and the other doors in the main hallway had disappeared. Em escorted the aliens to the hollow room hallway. It made Turan wonder how he would get to his living quarters, but he was sure Evaran had thought of that. They stopped outside the hollow room Em had led the new group to. They were eagerly trying out the hollow menu and describing what they wanted. One created a table packed with a green, goo-like food substance and containers of red liquid. Em stood by patiently while they engorged themselves. Turan wished the Sistrals could have provided this service to the aliens. As they perused the menu and flicked their fingers, structures began to form.
"They learn quickly," said Turan.
"Indeed," said Evaran. Per their entries, they are known as the Trong, and they added what they know of their system. The Theravada has already figured out where they're from.
Turan cawed. "That's impressive."
He paused as some information displayed on his forearm device.
"It seems the evacuation has stepped up in activity."
Evaran interacted with something in front of him. "I see it. The aliens probably saw others leaving, and with the translation orbs, they can ask why."
"It'll take some time to take everyone back."
"As expected. However, once we have everyone's locations, it'll be a portal, time jump, descent, and backup. Roughly an hour for each. With 276 to deal with, that will be approximately 2 weeks of effort."
"If you don't sleep." "Still, that will give the Grangax some time to organize," said Turan.
"Not quite," said Evaran. "We'll arrive back here moments after we left from an outside perspective."
"Oh, I hadn't considered that. It'll be some time for us, though.
Yes, it will be, said Evaran. Turan stroked his beak.
From what Zell mentioned, you protect humanity through time and space. Is that correct?
It is, and humanity is special to me.
I suppose you're not going to elaborate.
Evaran smiled. Let's just say their future is very bright. Turan took Evaran's vague statement to mean that humanity had a destiny to fulfill. Although Dylan, Isaac, and Kate did not possess advanced knowledge, he saw their potential. They were kind, empathetic, curious, protective, and friendly. However, there were variations in any society. I saw the records on the other humans, said Evaran. Turan gurgled.
I did too. Only 4 out of 42 survived. Between our security drones, fatal alien encounters, and some dying due to losing control of themselves, they had a rough time. It was Oleg who kept this group alive, and even then, he was willing to give his life to protect his friends.
Yes, he was, said Evaran. Like other species when backed into a corner, humanity fights. In this case, they weren't successful given their circumstances. However, they're resilient, as Oleg and the others have shown. Turan was interested in seeing the humans' planet, which they called Earth. From what he had gathered, it would be technologically primitive, but it had a powerful civilization protecting it that would be on par with the Sistrals. Even more interesting was there was a group on Earth that had considerable tech but kept it hidden from humans. Turan received a notification. A quick check showed that domes 1 through 3 had been cleared out. The evacuation was going faster than he thought.
Once we have everyone back, what do we do with new arrivals on Varlon?
He asked. There should be no more if we can resolve why portals are opening. Turan was eager to put this situation behind him. It was so bad that Evaran and M came to help. Between the star entity, the alien refugees, and the Graingax, there was a lot to deal with. He had hope now that things would get better, one step at a time. Dylan fixed his gaze on the nonstop arrival of aliens to the Toravada. There was a wide variety of shapes and sizes, and he could listen in as they approached. The general theme of excitement about returning home was prevalent. Although he wasn't fully sure about their body or facial cues, the language was evident. It still fascinated him that the Toravada could translate it all. Dylan took a moment to soak everything in. He was going home, and had an opportunity to see what no other human would have outside of Evaran's previous traveling companions. The rarity of the event hit him as he sipped his cola. Although the situation with Oleg sucked, Kate had held strong, and even now she was all smiles and laughter as she and Isaac tried to predict what the various body parts of the aliens did. Dylan had thought early on that she and Isaac would have been together, as they were their true selves around each other. Maybe it was because both were high-level professionals in their fields, but Dylan sensed there could have been more. He chuckled as M appeared when the aliens stepped through the Toravada's shielding. They were friendly with him, which was a departure from when they passed Turan earlier. Evaran and Turan came to the roof. I hope you've enjoyed watching everything, said Evaran. It's been interesting, said Kate. I'd love to talk with some of these aliens. It'll take roughly 2 weeks or so to return everyone to their homes. It may be best if we drop you off on Varlon. Then we can reappear moments after we left once this situation is resolved. No way, said Dylan, extending his hand. I want to see where everyone's going and, like Kate, maybe talk to a few. Evaran glanced at Isaac. I'm with them, he said. Besides, we get to spend more time on the Toravada and explore it. He motioned at Turan. And I'd like to know more about Sistral society.
As I would yours, said Turan. 2 weeks isn't long, and it would be a nice break from the case.
I look forward to it. Kate's chin trembled. And I can talk to Oleg, even if he doesn't hear me. Silence reigned. Very well, said Evaran. The last of the evacuees should board in the next 3 hours. Then we'll begin the relocation process. Over the next 2.5 weeks, Dylan experienced pure joy. He had chatted with several aliens and even showed one group his shuffling dance moves. He had not been sure what to expect initially, but they were easy to talk to. Knowing they were going home and wouldn't be vaporized probably had a lot to do with that. He had even talked with the Ogutlians, the race of the alien who had tried to take his food. Although he had held off visiting them for the first few interactions, he wanted to understand why they attacked. Apparently, the one who tried to steal his food was from their warrior caste. The 7 members of their ship had been placed on the moon, and the food wasn't compatible. When Dylan had gotten his pink sludge, the warrior detected that it had the right mix and wanted to show the robot in their lane that it was what they needed. In their culture, a warrior was bound to a group. The death of theirs had left them defenseless, and 2 had died of starvation and another from a fatal encounter. Dylan realized they had it much worse than he, Kate, Isaac, and Oleg did, and they only had 3 survivors. They bore him no ill will, but he sensed their grief. It was strange to sit on their egg-like seats in their constructed environment that resembled a large cave with holes in the walls. Kate and Isaac had come in on further visits, and of all the evacuees, Dylan had bonded with the Ogutlians. They had expressed remorse for Oleg, whom they called the warrior of Dylan's group. They even offered to try to heal him, but Evaran and Em had already dealt with that. The Torvado was a place of mysteries. Isaac and Kate had joined Dylan in exploring everywhere. The hollow rooms worked well, and they had spent many hours going up and down the hollow room main hallway and peeking in at various alien habitats. Although there was a light shielding over the doors, they were able to make it transparent due to their roles. Em had joined them a few times and provided an auditory description of information that had been entered. He had also joined Dylan, Isaac, and Kate at every meal, and it cracked Dylan up when Em squeezed a hot dog too hard and all its condiments ended up on his chest and lap. Dylan really liked him, and they had even created a lounge to play games like pool and darts. It reminded Dylan of a bar. Although he wasn't a drinker, he did have a few shots along with everyone else. The research lab had also been a place he spent a lot of time, mainly due to Kate. She was in the planar cartography lab a lot and poked around places she had been researching. It still amazed everyone that Dr. Snowden and Dr. Bryson had left tagged notes. The hollow menu allowed the group to search them. One of the more unusual aspects was that Dr. Snowden changed over the course of the notes. He was more confident, healthier, and even moved faster. His insights were mind-boggling to Dylan, and Kate just sat with wide eyes half the time. Isaac was also intrigued by everything being discussed, and it made Dylan feel somewhat inadequate, as he had to ask what most things meant. The Torvada controlled what they could see per Evaran and Em, and it allowed them to access almost anything they wanted. Evaran and Em had sat in a few times, and Evaran had been suspicious at how much information was presented. That had to mean something, as even Em said it was unusual. Another place Dylan had visited frequently was the medical lab. As there were many others around, Oleg had been moved to a side room with a sealed door that only Dylan, Isaac, Kate, Evaran, and Em could open. Oftentimes Dylan would go in alone and talk to Oleg. It pained Dylan to see him motionless, but thankfully he was not going to die. Sometimes he would approach, but not enter once he heard Kate crying inside. This was much tougher for her than for him or Isaac. Oleg had protected them right up until they were rescued. It seemed like fate to Dylan, or that the Torvada knew exactly when to arrive. Why it didn't come a day earlier remained a mystery. But Oleg's destiny was to return to Earth with a fresh slate. Dylan wondered what would happen once they were back. They could attend Oleg's fights, and maybe even have a brief interaction. However, he had a wife and kid. It wouldn't be right to drag him into the world as a wizened, which Dylan understood now as something that happened by accident usually. Plus, there was a chance that some of Oleg's time on the moon was still in his memories. Despite all the activity going on, Dylan enjoyed sitting in the command center with everyone as the Torvado whooshed all over space and time. The sheer number of environments astounded him. He had seen everything from advanced cities to a Dyson swarm, a group of structures orbiting the sun in close proximity. It was something Kate had explained in some detail, and Evaran and Em had added to that. That had become common, as there was technology everywhere. However, there were some aliens whose civilization was relatively primitive, even by Earth standards. He had observed them when they went to exit and wondered what their experience was. The moon and Sistrals were advanced, and then they experienced the Torvada. One thing he was certain of was their excitement when they returned to their home. Dylan had lived a lifetime over the 2.5 weeks. It helped that he slept well and had good food every day. He even had a hollow room dedicated to a gym, and he worked out with Isaac and Kate. Tehran usually sat in and watched. There was never a dull moment, and it ignited a fire in him. He wanted to travel with Evaran and Em and see everything. He had joked at lunch that he, Isaac, and Kate should stick around and accompany Evaran and Em, who said they would be Evaran and the gang, which made everyone laugh. Dylan loved the name, and it had relaxed him to be sitting around the conference table and having a good meal with his friends. His bond with Em had gotten stronger. Although he was busy with the aliens, he could multitask efficiently and was available a lot. He would sometimes come and assist when it was only Dylan in the gym. Dylan also got to hang out with Evaran some, and the more he learned from the tidbits Evaran let slip, the more obvious it became that Evaran was way more powerful than he let on. He was guarded in his responses and kept everyone at arm's length. Perhaps that was his nature, or he wasn't sure he wanted to get close to anyone. Dylan was glad to have gotten the chance to know Tehran better. He was a fascinating person, and his knowledge of Sistral life and culture had fascinated everybody. Tehran and Isaac had a good friendship. They both had a fairly serious personality and had no issue diving into details. Tehran also lit up in Kate's presence. Dylan was eager for the next step. The aliens had all been dropped off, and the star entity was going to be researched. It was nighttime on Earth, and he was ready for a solid sleep. Chapter 11. Kate yawned as she opened her eyes. She had yet another solid sleep, just like every night she had spent on the Torvada. She frowned at the empty space next to her. Although she was adjusting to Oleg not being around, the mornings were the hardest for her. She sat up and swung her legs off the side of the bed, then did her morning stretches of her arms and neck. A quick check of the digital alarm clock on her nightstand showed it to be 9:27 a.m. That was late compared to her usual 8:30 a.m. wake-up. She had not set an alarm as an experiment to see how long she would sleep. She was fascinated that despite being away for 2.5 weeks, they had jumped back after they had left to drop all the quarantined off. To anyone outside, it would appear as if a day had passed. She went to the bathroom, then hopped into the shower. As warm water cascaded over her, she took a moment to reflect on the evacuation experience. She loved the time spent talking with aliens, especially about their homes in stellar terms. Some members were far more advanced than others, and she had learned new things she was sure humans were not meant to know. She had marveled at how one group explained their Dyson swarm and how each segment could be built and added with ease. They had star-lifted from the star they orbited, which allowed them to create any material they needed with no power issues. If a star became too volatile, the swarm formed into a specific configuration around a large ship, then went to another star via something called condensed space. She felt like she was sneaking about with all this knowledge, but Evaran and Em appeared to be okay with it. When she was in the planar cartography lab with them, Evaran rubbed his chin every time they talked and said, intriguing enough such that she recognized a pattern. It was almost as if he was studying what the Torvada allowed her to see. She also enjoyed getting back to running. It was her alone time to think on things and get some fitness in. The hollow room could conjure up any environment she could think of, and adding mountain, jungle, and forest paths without predators was refreshing. She also could create water bottles as needed, so she ran with as minimal an outfit as possible. After getting cleaned up, she went to the conference room. It was empty, but she had heard Isaac's voice in the command center. She got a cup of coffee and headed there. Evaran was in his normal seat, and Dylan and Isaac were on the left with breakfast. Tehran was on the right side, sipping from an odd-shaped bottle. Em was at the workstation next to Evaran. She sat by Tehran. "Good morning, all. Guess I'm late." Dylan swallowed a bite from his burrito. "You're good. We're outside that star thing." When she had arrived, it reminded her of looking into deep space. However, after further examination, She didn't see any stars. It was almost pitch black, but data labels indicated they were at the star entity. She pointed at a massive hole that had been outlined. What's that? A dimensional tear inside the entity. It's what allows it to exist here in our reality, said Evaran. Isaac wrinkled his brow. Okay, but this is a creature, right? Or is the dimension the creature? Evaran smiled. I suspect this isn't a sentient dimension, which, yes, I've seen. But this entity is of that dimension, and can connect to our reality. The portal would then be an attribute of the entity. Tehran stroked his beak.
So how do we remove it from our sun? It sounds like if we close the portal, the star entity will leave.
Perhaps. Or it might kill it. Evaran raised a finger. We'll need to investigate from the other side.
And how are we doing that?
Asked Isaac. By entering the portal. The entity feeds off energy, and the Torvata can generate that on its shields. That should allow us to enter.
Tehran eyed him. We've tried to send ships through, but they got pulled in and disappeared. We know they got converted to energy. Can the Torvata survive that?
Yes, said Evaran. Most ships don't use dimensional void shielding, so there would be nothing for the entity to crush. However, it could hold us in place, but I suspect if the shielding is heated, it'll allow us to move through. Kate wagged a finger. I was going to say it might hurt the creature, but it's already feeding on the sun in close proximity. Indeed. M. Take us in.
Acknowledged.
Kate examined a small data window that hovered on the front interior wall that showed the shielding temperature rise. Her heartbeat increased as they passed into the star entity. Everything outside turned dark, but the portal opening glowed like a dim star. A distance monitor ran down as they approached the hole. Tehran extended a tendril toward a data window.
Is that pressure reading correct?
It is,
said M. Then it's no wonder none of our ships came back. They'd have been crushed before being converted to energy.
Kate agreed with his assessment. The pressure was far beyond what she would have expected, and although she didn't fully understand a dimensional void as a shield, it worked. The portal made her skin crawl. It was like the drain in a sink, except this had massive tendrils flailing around the edges. The portal wasn't perfectly round, and the fact she could even see the tendrils in the dark startled her. The Torvata accelerated as it flew through the portal. She gulped as she scrutinized the darkness. There was some light in the distance, and after a bit, they reached it. Based on the interaction with the environment, they were in some sort of fluid. The outside reminded her of looking up when swimming to the surface in a pool. The data window, with their speed, showed they were being pushed away at a startling velocity. Are we in an ocean? She asked. We're not, said Evaran. It appears this is a fluidic dimension. The star entity is a gatekeeper that converts energy from our reality into something that can be used here. Observe. Kate studied the zoomed-out hologram of the portal and the creature. It formed a massive, glowing blue sphere inside the dimension and resembled a star. In the distance, she could see other bright lights. Are those other creatures? It would seem so based on this one, said Evaran.
What fluid are we in, exactly? Water?
Asked Isaac. Evaran shook his head. While water is a component, it has other materials in it. There's also Bornean exotic energy here, along with another one called Torgold. Bornean allows for energy absorption and release, while Torgold deals with negating gravity. It's these energies that allow this fluid to exist and not collapse into one giant sphere.
This is awesome, said Dylan.
Can we check out another creature? Perhaps. However, the Torvata's stealth here isn't viable, as it creates wakes where it goes. Also, there's a massive life form moving toward us. Kate swallowed hard as she stared at the eel-like creature coming their way. It was almost larger than the star entity. The monster had huge tendrils on its sides, and its head had long, curved tusks assembled in an oval pattern. Large green bubbles resided all over the body, and swimming next to it was a horde of smaller animals that reminded her of squid. Isaac stood and gestured at the highlighted behemoth. "What the hell is that?" "Something we shouldn't interact with," said Evaran. "M, take us to another star entity."
Acknowledged.
Kate's pulse quickened as the Toravata veered off and cruised away. A data window indicated that the shield formation had morphed into something that would move through the fluid better. Although the creature was fast, the Toravata was slightly more so.
"Are we not going to use a portal?"
asked Turan. Evaran waved his hand around. "The Toravata will outrun this creature, and it would be good to get some scans of this dimension while we're here."
"I see. The Toravata is an excellent exploration ship."
"Indeed." They would reach the next star entity in a few hours. If the Toravata was in a tight spot, Kate was sure it could open a portal and exit that way. It made sense to go to another star entity's portal, as it would give 2 data points on where the dimensional tears led to. The scientist in her appreciated that idea. One advantage of going to the new destination was she could now monitor various data labels on the monster and its minions. Its tusks were probably meant to burrow into objects, and it made her wonder what was large enough in this fluid dimension to be its prey. The squid-like creatures around it reminded her of pilotfish that followed sharks and snacked on whatever a shark didn't get in a bite. She was content to sit back and observe, something that came natural to her. Isaac had no desire to be anywhere else. As he had grown in his career, he had learned about how little he actually knew outside his field of work, and once again, he was reminded of that in regard to reality. The idea of a dimension being fluidic entranced him, and he devoured every morsel of information that crawled across the data windows. It had taken them 2 hours to reach the next star entity, and on the way, it had been a relaxing discussion of everything that had been identified. Massive plant-like structures swished around with large ecologies. There were other huge creatures similar to the one they had run from, but each was different. Smaller life forms had also been identified. The detection of an alien ship had piqued his curiosity. Isaac wanted to meet them, but he also understood they couldn't stop and check everything out with other issues to deal with. The civilization could be hostile and add more problems. It would have been a fascinating insight into what living in a fluid dimension would be like. There were some colossal objects discovered that had metallic and stone textures. Evaran had mentioned they would have been planets outside the dimension, but here they could loosely clump together. Isaac still did not fully understand what exotic energy was, or how it could negate gravity or absorb energy, but its effect was apparent. He took a moment to think of what Diane would think of all this. She had been an information technology project manager and had an intense curiosity about everything. He was certain she would have loved seeing all this, but would probably skip out on the quarantined moon experience. She had been on his mind more as of late, probably due to the thought that maybe something could be done to save her, or perhaps he might see her again. He surveyed the new star entity they rapidly approached. Although it resembled a sun like the one they had come in from, the border where the dimension and the entity met was murky, but he thought he saw tendrils from the creature waving around in there. The Toravata passed through the hazy edge. Isaac stared at the portal that was outlined and highlighted. He loved that the Toravata could do something like that. A life with the ability to have things tagged in such a manner would be a game changer. He suspected that was a normal view for Evaran and M.
Turan inspected a data window. "The portal is exerting much more force than I figured. The Toravata is struggling to advance."
"You're correct," said Evaran. "The entity funnels energy from our reality out into this dimension. However, we only need to breach the portal's surface. Then we'll know where it exits into and can go there via portal." Kate scrunched her face. "Where do you think it goes?" "Unknown for the moment. However, we do know it can breach our timeline."
"There are other timelines?" asked Dylan.
"There are," said Isaac. Dylan eyed him. Isaac chuckled. "I read up on it some from the Toravata's knowledge base, and Evaran had mentioned something about our timeline, so I figured there had to be more." "That doesn't surprise me," said Dylan. Evaran placed a hand on his chest. Ours is what I consider the main one, since it involves humanity and its future. However, from the perspective of the denizens of another timeline, theirs is the main one."
"That's so cool," said Dylan. "I take it you and Em have talked to people in other timelines that exist in ours."
"We have,"
said Em. He glanced at Kate.
"We met another version of Dr. Bryson. Technically, that was another timeline, in another universe."
Kate's eyes widened. "Wow. So, a multiverse. Did Dr. Bryson meet our timeline's version?"
"He didn't. But he got to watch our interaction since it was recorded."
"I can't even imagine what that would be like." Isaac alerted the group.
"We're almost at the entry to wherever this portal goes."
He was much more curious than he had been just a bit ago. They could be entering anywhere, from another timeline to a dimension. His mind raced with ideas, but they would know soon. He fidgeted in his seat as the Torvada fought its way closer. Once a small portion of the Torvada passed through the portal, it emitted a scanning pulse. A data window faded in, showing they were in a planetary system but still inside the star entity, which was trying to push them back. "We need a better view. Em, open a portal to this location but outside the star entity."
"Acknowledged."
The Torvada rotated 180 degrees and opened a portal, which it rapidly flew through. They were outside the star entity, and a part of it had reached out to the Torvada's portal and encompassed the area briefly before retracting. Tehran stood and motioned at the enveloped sun.
"That's our future, isn't it?"
"We're not in the same timeline, so this isn't your specific future," said Evaran. "However, you're correct in that this does show what will eventually occur. We'll need to determine a way to prevent that." "So this fluid dimension can connect to multiple timelines," said Kate. "Yes, and parallel universes, it seems. This is a timeline in another universe." Kate drew her head back. "Like Dr. Bryson's?" "Yes," said Evaran. "This dimension exists at a planar level." "Intriguing."
"I remember reading about that," said Isaac. "The structure is that a timeline exists among other timelines in a universe, which sits in a universal cell, which exists among other cells in a plane, which exists among other planes in a plane system. That means this dimension is in the plane but not tied to one universe if it can cross them. I'm still not fully sure I understood everything I read."
Evaran stared at him. "Interesting. I wasn't aware the Torvada showed that level of information to you." "Me either," said Kate. "You never mentioned this to us." Isaac cleared his throat.
"I was just curious and perusing around. Hopefully, that's not a problem."
"It's not," said Evaran. "I'm not a gatekeeper on what the Torvada shows. This indicates that it knows it can trust you with that information. I respect whatever you're allowed to see."
Isaac flattened his lips. "I feel better about it now, at least. You think it's because the Torvada knows it'll see us after this event?"
"The Torvada can see everywhere, including potential futures,"
said Em.
"Works for me,"
said Isaac. Dylan crooked his thumb at the front. "You think we could see Earth in this timeline? In 2014, that is?" "If you wish," said Evaran, dipping his head toward Em.
"Acknowledged."
Isaac's heartbeat ramped up as the Torvada opened a portal, then flew through and traveled back in time. He gulped when he saw Earth and the moon and stars he had grown up with. A massive space station sat near the sun. Advanced craft flew everywhere, and the Torvada's pulse highlighted many other interesting things. Satellites were all throughout the solar system, and various structures orbited several planets. The Torvada had connected to a satellite, which caused many data windows to appear. Kate singled one out. Humans are a lot smaller, it looks like. The faces seem odd. This is 2014? Yes. And what you're looking at are Denisovans, said Evaran.
Who are they?
Asked Tehran. A subspecies of archaic humans. They integrated with Dylan, Isaac, and Kate's species in their timeline, said Evaran. He paused. They had no competition here, as it seems other human species died out from natural disasters. Dylan cocked his head.
That's wild.
In what way?
Asked Em.
Dylan laughed. I meant interesting, but exciting.
I see. Slaying.
Yeah.
They high-fived. Isaac cracked up at their interaction. As advanced as Em was, his innocence and desire to learn came off as comedic at times. "We should head back to the point after we entered the star entity," said Evaran. "I need to do a comparison of the one in this universe to the one in ours. Then we can investigate the Graingax."
Turan blinked rapidly. This is beyond anything I had planned to learn about. Nonetheless, I'm eager to see what you find out about the Graingax.
The Torvada fired a white beam that opened a blue-bordered portal with a dark gray surface, then flew through. The beam and portal had different colors than what Isaac had seen earlier. This combination must indicate the type of place they were going, which in this case was crossing universes. He marked it in his head as something to read up on later. He flinched when an orange blast hit the Toravada and sent it flying toward the sun. However, there was no impact felt. "Take us back a year," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Everything outside faded, then eased back in.
What attacked us?
Asked Dylan. A ship was monitoring the area, and although the Torvada is undetectable, it would still block any starlight and make us easy to track, said Evaran. The attacking ship must have known we went to the entity and investigated. It probably also saw the portal and tracked us against the sun's backdrop. He interacted with his command chair. The holographic wire frame of the craft that appeared reminded Isaac of a flattened arrowhead for half the ship's length, with the other half being a thick block that had stubby wings. Per the data labels the Toravada showed, the vessel possessed a lot of weaponry and had strong shielding. The main thrusters on the back glowed blue, and there were others spread around the sides. He guessed that was for maneuverability. It impressed him that despite the brief encounter, the Toravada had the layout of the attacking vessel. There were some blurry areas that had not been mapped.
"It doesn't look like all the interior was able to be scanned," said Isaac.
"A good observation," said Evaran. "Those spaces had magnetic shielding or Pikabot swarms."
Dylan scratched his jaw. "A Pikabot swarm? Why would that be there?"
Evaran nodded. It would be a potent security measure for tracking anything that moved in it, as well as being able to disassemble enemies as needed.
"Whoa, that sounds like a painful way to go."
"Indeed."
"That ship looks like one of our cruisers, but modified, especially in regard to the Pikabots and shielding."
Turan focused on Evaran.
"You think it's from the future?"
"Perhaps. The Pikabots are similar to the ones from the Graingax Council member. Let's see where this ship goes," said Evaran.
"How?"
asked Turan. "Observe. Move us into position, then take us to the point when the ship fired, but inside the shields. We'll apply a quantum beacon, which we can then track from a week later." Isaac rubbed his chin.
"That's smart." "I'm very curious to see this," said Turan.
The Torvada flew a bit, then jumped through time. A data window showed they were close to the ship and inside its shielding. Isaac struggled to think of the calculations required to pull that off. Em got up and went into the main hallway. Isaac scrutinized another holographic display that showed the roof. The Torvada had moved almost flush to the ship's underside, and Em had created some stairs so he could deploy the flat, octagonal quantum beacon. When it snapped into place, it shimmered out of view. The Torvada moved to the edge of the ship's shielding, then jumped forward to a week after having been fired upon. Turan pointed at a highlighted map of the galactic region that showed the path the ship had taken over the last week.
"That's uncharted space."
"Not to Em and me. Nonetheless, let's investigate," said Evaran. Turan tilted his head. Isaac eased back into his chair. The range of tactics and techniques available to the Torvada blew his mind. While every action Evaran took seemed logical, it required a vast amount of knowledge to come to the conclusions he made. Evaran and Em made extremely complicated decisions look like they were routine. Isaac was just happy he was able to see everything, and for the moment, how he got there was not as important. Chapter 12. Em enjoyed observing how everyone reacted over the trip to the fluid dimension and the handling of the alien craft. Dylan went with the flow and didn't seem worried about much. Kate studied everything with great interest as she buried herself in the data windows. Isaac's study of cosmology was not something Em had calculated the Toravada would show. Turan had been mostly quiet, but Em suspected he was concentrating on monitoring the humans and what was going on. His body and facial cues indicated that while the fluidic dimension was startling to him, an alien ship that resembled a Sistral cruiser ranked higher in terms of interest. The final resting stop of the beacon and the mention of other universes had Turan's attention. "Em, take us to that system, but behind a planet," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged,"
said Em. He transmitted the commands through his digital connection, and the Toravada opened a portal and flew through. They had arrived behind a gas giant, and there were 14 planets in this planetary system with binary stars. The beacon had ended up in orbit at one of them. Turan addressed Evaran.
"You came this way to avoid detection."
"Indeed," he said. Although this was a standard operating procedure, Em scanned the others to see their reactions. Since they had seen so much already, this was not as alarming or exciting as previous actions. Turan had bobbed his head, which could have meant he was satisfied with the approach. Em created a note to update his algorithms with Sistral body and facial cues. The Toravada flew around the planet and headed to the quantum beacon's location. Kate singled out their destination on the holographic map. "Do you think the quantum beacon was discovered and removed? Or that the ship is docked? It's close to one of the suns." "I suspect docked," said Evaran. "Any type of maintenance would find it, and if they did, it most likely would be removed. In this case, the ship may not have been there long enough for hull maintenance. Also, the closeness to the star may indicate they know how to starlift." "What's that?" asked Dylan. Kate gestured at him. "It means they can use the sun to create any material they need. I just realized you weren't with me for the Dyson discussion I had with the other aliens we took home." "Ah, cool. On another note, how is it the Toravada knows where the quantum beacon went?" she asked. Dylan crooked a thumb at her. "Yeah, I'd like to know that too." Evaran half smiled. The quantum beacons are essentially an extension of the Toravada. To an outside observer, there would be nothing to indicate any energy on the beacon. It's bonded with the Toravada at a planar level.
"That's impressive," said Turan. "You could track anything, anywhere."
"They can also be removed and placed elsewhere, causing confusion,"
said Em. Em's right. "While they're helpful, they don't always resolve things," said Evaran. Kate furrowed her brow. "I just had an epiphany. If the quantum beacon is linked like that, and we know it can be tracked through time, you could set one up with a camera using dimensional mechanics for power and maintenance and essentially record a huge span of time, like hundreds, thousands, even millions of years, assuming the beacon wasn't disturbed. I guess it would need a new form factor for adjusting its position." Evaran eyed her. "Yes, and that's a good observation. However, if there are any advanced civilizations around, they could find it, which might alter their natural evolution. So that approach is limited in its usage. Yeah, we couldn't use it, say, outside Varlon," said Kate.
"I would hope not," said Turan.
Kate snorted. "I was just using it as an example since it's the most recent alien civilization I know about."
"I understand. And I agree it's a powerful technique to have in your arsenal."
Em cherished adding interactions like this to his organic interaction library. Kate appeared more at ease with unknowns than most humans. That was probably due to her being an astronomer who dealt with that often. Based on her current reactions, Em rated her as happy, and her appetite for understanding things was par for the course with many humans Em had met. The Toravada arrived at the quantum beacon's location 3 hours later. It was still on the ship that was now in a space dock that had a massive flat surface facing the sun. On the other side were long, equidistant cylinders that extended and created docking areas with many movable arms that held ships in place. A variety of craft were in different phases of construction, and the ship they were after was attached to the farthest left cylinder. In the center was a gigantic cylindrical building that split the huge docking structure in half. Outside the structure were small spherical objects that acted like defense platforms. They had a powerful laser turret that was amplified by the sun. They moved around with ease and would have had unlimited firing power. Any fleet trying to attack would get hit hard unless they had adequate protection. Turan stroked his beak.
If the data labels the Torvada is showing are correct, these ships are faster, stronger, and more flexible in their ability to navigate than anything we have. And that ship that we're here for was in our space. This could be an invasion fleet being built that we would have no defense against.
M detected a rise in Turan's heartbeat. The thought of a threat from outside known space preparing to assault his civilization must have been terrifying. Evaran raised a finger. Let's not make a hasty conclusion. This region of space is where an alien empire, known to M and me, meets yours in the next century. They didn't meet the Graingax or this level of technology.
Which alien empire?
Asked Turan. You're not meant to know them yet, but it does occur. It could be that this event is what eventually brings your society out this way. Either this technology is destroyed before then, or it moves somewhere else.
Do you think this is the Graingax, or another group?
Evaran's eyes narrowed. The technology points to the Graingax, but that needs verified. Although unlikely, this could be a new faction to deal with. Nonetheless, we need to retrieve the quantum beacon, then eavesdrop on any communications here and see if there is somewhere we can connect to in that regard. Afterward, we should do a deep scan on that middle structure, then check out the fifth planet from this star that had satellites and a few ships orbiting it.
This is so wild, said Dylan. If this is a future version of the Sistrals, why would they want to attack their earlier versions? Wouldn't that, wipe out their future selves?
Not necessarily, said Evaran. If they're temporally shielded, then they'll exist outside the change that would wipe them out as part of a timeline update, but they would still be here. M analyzed the group as they pondered Evaran's words. Isaac, as always, had a serious expression as he looked at the ground. Kate stared at the ships and data windows. Dylan was all smiles as he soaked in everything. Turan shared a similar pose with Isaac, as if they were contemplating things. Timeline discussions were not easy for those new to it. Let's get the quantum beacon, said Evaran. M moved the Torvada up to the docked ship and next to the quantum beacon. Once within range, he went to the roof and spawned a ladder to retrieve the beacon. While there, he spotted a small army of rectangular-shaped worker drones with multiple arms doing maintenance. They had a basic virtual intelligence, so they most likely were programmed with limited abilities. He removed the beacon and took it to the research lab, then returned to the command center. Evaran motioned forward. M, see if we can find a place to connect their systems.
Acknowledged.
M scanned the various readings from the docking structure. At the end of each cylinder was a large radar dish that showed heavy communication traffic. He flew the Torvada near it and began intercepting the encrypted channels. The Torvada had no issue hacking in and translating what was being said. It also tagged the language as Gravellian. Kate walked over to a data window and expanded it. Wow. We're able to see what's being discussed. And what's Gravellian? I'm not familiar with that language, said Evaran.
It has some familiar-sounding words, said Turan. That wouldn't be too far off if it's based on our language.
Isaac ran a hand over his mouth while looking at another data window.
A lot of construction chatter, but there seems to be hundreds of thousands of messages. Most look like garbage.
That's due to a powerful AI controlling the docking structure,
said M.
I tried to probe the internal systems, but they're locked down.
How advanced is this AI? Asked Evaran.
Unusually so.
That's not a good sign.
I assume it's far more advanced than the ones we have, said Turan.
Yes,
said M.
However, not compared to me.
Turan eyed him.
I see.
M brought up a holographic map in the front and highlighted the fifth planet.
That's the area this structure is communicating to. There are also some signals being sent outside this system. I'll begin a deep analysis and determine if there are any patterns.
Very well, said Evaran. Dylan fidgeted in his seat as he saw one marvel after another. The docking structure was huge, and he imagined what it must be like to live and work there. He had no fear of where they were. Even if it was enemy territory, The people may not be enemies at all, and it could be a big misunderstanding. Those could be deadly. He stared at the data labels popping off the massive central building that split the docking structure in half. The front of the Torvata acted like an augmented reality view. Similar to the alien ship they had tracked, there were areas that were hard to read. However, the hundreds of red dots intrigued him. "Not a lot of aliens here for something this large," said Dylan. Evaran glanced at him. "I concur. But there is a large robotic force present." Turan stroked his beak.
"I could get a fleet here to investigate this, but it would take some time."
Evaran shook his head. "While you could, these aliens might detect that and leave with the built ships, then move this into the sun, leaving no trace. This structure is also building a relativistic weapon on the rightmost docking arm, and your society isn't equipped to deal with that. One advantage we have is we're undetected and here now. Bear in mind that we're 1 week out from when we were attacked." "What's a relativistic weapon?" asked Dylan. "A payload that can move more than 14% the speed of light. Humans often refer to it as a kinetic energy weapon. The impact can destroy a planet, and it requires a lot of energy, which this star can provide. They can focus a laser beam from one of the spherical objects outside the main structure to propel it with external boosters along the way." Isaac drew his head back. "How would you defend against something like that?" "Not easily," said Evaran. "By the time it's detected, it's already moved on. Powerful kinetic shielding can stop relativistic weapons, but those are built by truly advanced societies. I've seen planets that possess phasing technology, and there are also some exotic energies like Bornean, similar to the star entity, that absorb energy, and although extremely rare, they handle relativistic weapons with ease. And the Torvata's shielding can handle it too, right?" Dylan moved his finger down. "All that energy would just get sucked into the dimensional void." "That's correct," said Evaran. "However, it would still knock the Torvata away." "Yeah, but you could just pop back." "Indeed." Kate cleared her throat. "I don't think whoever maintains this docking structure has good intentions with that weapon." "I concur," said Evaran. "Also of concern is they're using Pikabot swarms and magnetic shielding in certain areas." Dylan smirked. "I guess we aren't sneaking on there." M tilted his head.
We could. But we would need to be very careful about where we went.
"I was kidding."
Acknowledged.
Turan blinked rapidly.
"We can't let this place exist this close, relatively, to our system. At a minimum, we should inform the senior council of this."
"Not yet," said Evaran. "There's a leak somewhere there. It's no coincidence that M and I were attacked at the moon, or that the ship we tracked knew we were at the star entity."
Turan paused. "A valid point. It pains me to know of this threat to our existence. First the star entity, now this."
"I understand your concern. M, take us to the 5th planet out," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dylan felt bad for Turan. The threat of having your home world wiped out would make anyone nervous. It must have taken a lot for him to trust Evaran and accept that he would deal with this problem. The docking structure was bad news with its powerful AI, robots, relativistic weapons, and a star to power everything. The Torvata reached the planet after 30 minutes. Dylan examined the handful of satellites. They reminded him of an olive with a toothpick through it. He loved the icons used to indicate communication, which were waves that occasionally vibrated. He thought the aliens would have had a space station, but there was none. Instead, several ships orbited the planet.
"These are much smaller ships," said Turan.
Isaac wrinkled his brow.
"And much less powerful than the ones that attacked us based on the readings. I'm honestly surprised there aren't more of these, given the amount of power they have."
"Yes, and I suspect the Torvatas, having M and me come when we did, ensured we caught the aliens before they could build an unassailable armada," said Evaran.
Turan cawed. "They would have blindsided us, assuming that's their intent, of course."
Dylan wondered how the Torvata chose where Evaran and M went. It was obvious the Sistrals would either suffer from the star entity or maybe these aliens, but perhaps not now that Evaran, M, and the Torvata were here. Dylan was not even sure what they could do against such power already arrayed against them. The Torvada descended toward the planet. Dylan liked the large patches of water, mountains, and colorful forests. There was a diversity of color that reminded him of Earth. The Torvada followed where the satellite beamed, which was a mountain next to a large lake. A forest of red and green trees surrounded the area, but he didn't see anything.
"I would have thought there would be a city or base or something,"
said Isaac. "There," said Kate, pointing at a building that extended out of the mountain. "They built it into that. It'd be hard to spot unless you were looking." Dylan surveyed the area. The visible part of the structure resembled a tunnel. The Torvada had outlined a larger part inside the mountain, but it didn't have much detail due to the Peekabot swarm and magnetic shielding. Aliens and robots flew around the forest. Tehran expanded a data window.
"These aliens move in an odd pattern." "Yeah, they do, now that you mention it,"
said Isaac.
"Like they're worker ants or something." "I'm not familiar with worker ants." "Oh, that's right. On Earth, we have these insects that work together like a hive mind. Individually, they may not do much, but together, they can act like one being. And they have specialized types, like soldiers, workers, a queen."
Tehran bobbed his head.
"And this could be perhaps an AI controlling the aliens and robots. Yeah, just a thought."
"And a good one," said Evaran. "These aliens have Peekabots in them, as well as various augments. It wouldn't be unusual if they were being controlled, although the council members seem to operate on their own." Isaac pointed at Evaran. "Specialized type." Dylan was in awe of how fast Isaac had adapted to everything. He was smart, and nothing fazed him outside of Oleg almost dying. Kate had adjusted as well, and Dylan couldn't shake the thought that he was the kid at the adults' table. He was the youngest in the room, but it bothered him that he couldn't come to the same conclusions as quickly as Kate and Isaac did. Maybe with experience and time he could.
The entrance doesn't have a Peekabot swarm or magnetic shielding. I could enter and locate a place to connect to,"
said M. Evaran scrutinized the entrance. "Okay. However, get out if it becomes too dangerous to proceed."
"Acknowledged. Everyone else can go to the hollow room to view things from my perspective,"
said M. Dylan grinned. "Now that's cool. Can you talk to us while doing that?"
"I can, and it would please me to do so."
"Awesome." The Torvada moved off some distance to the side of the tunnel. M stood, and his chest opened. His orb flew out, then shimmered out of view.
"I'll be back."
Dylan joined the others as they went to the hollow room. Although being on the quarantine moon and almost losing Oleg had been dampeners, he was excited to have the opportunity to experience something most never would. Chapter 13. Isaac was amazed at the hollow room environment, which showcased a 360-degree view of what M saw. Everyone sat in chairs arranged in a semicircle. Isaac smiled when Dylan created a refreshment tray for everyone. As Isaac munched on some chips, M flew toward the tunnel entrance. Like the front area of the Torvada, he highlighted various creatures and fauna. He had detected insects that reminded Isaac of termites, except these had much bigger, bulbous heads and mandibles. They were also about a foot in size, not something he would ever want to encounter. Other animals soared about, and they resembled bats, except these were much smaller. They also had a reptilian look to them. The plant life was unusual. He thought he saw some moss move, and upon closer inspection, it had trapped one of the flying creatures like a glue trap. The atmosphere indicated it would be barely habitable to humans. Isaac wondered if a suit would be needed if he were to go out there. A few aliens had been detected as M approached the tunnel entrance. They had a vaguely sistral appearance, and their power suit was thin, yet the data showed it to be tough. There were other gadgets on it, such as an advanced jetpack on the back with an energy cell under it and blasters on their forearms. At the entrance, M asked,
"Is there anything else I should look at before entering?"
Evaran gazed around the group. "We're okay. Proceed."
"Acknowledged."
Isaac held his breath as M flew past the two sentries who stood still. Their 4 eyes made it appear as if they were dead, but that might be a feature of these aliens. The tunnel widened into a rectangular one once inside the mountain. A smooth, concrete-like floor covered the ground, and the sides and ceiling were featureless except for an occasional vent with a grill on it. Illumination was provided by small, round ports on the ceiling that were spread out. "Not much to aesthetics here," said Kate. "They must value efficiency," said Isaac. "It's clean, with no obstructions, and would probably only use minimal resources to maintain the place." Evaran nodded. "I concur. This is reminiscent of most machine races M and I have encountered." M entered a large, circular hub with hallways leading off. The one ahead of him was as big as the tunnel he had come from. He flew down one of the side corridors and into the first room he discovered. Isaac grimaced at the racks of vertical slabs that angled slightly back. About half of them held aliens without their power armor on. Various thin metallic rods from the slabs poked into the arms, legs, and necks. Upon further investigation, he noticed the aliens had portholes on their bodies, which allowed for a seamless connection to the mechanical components inside. Data labels showed that some arms had tubes in them that provided food, and others had a bizarre liquid. There was also a third tube that extracted a substance from the body. The aliens were in a resting state based on a large screen that resided on the ceiling. Electronic pillars by each slab appeared to be a type of monitoring station. "What is this place?" asked Kate. "A medical lab of some type," said Evaran. "These aliens have varied metrics, and the material being poured into them is trying to level it off based on the readings on the ceiling screen." "That screen looks like gibberish," said Isaac. He scrunched his face at Evaran. "I thought the Torvada could translate anything." Evaran smiled. "It is. However, that's a form of their machine language. It wouldn't make sense in English." "Ah, got it." Dylan picked out one of the resting members. "They remind me of cyborgs, if I'm understanding the data labels right. It looks like they're sleeping." "They are," said Evaran. "It appears they rest up while being healed. That means there's another place where healthy ones are." Tehran rapidly blinked.
"This all seems to indicate they were Sistrals at some point. While we don't have augments like the ones being shown, we do have others in us, but mainly for health and awareness reasons."
"I would agree," said Evaran. "Although I do believe these aliens and the Graingax are one and the same. We still need more evidence. Continue on."
Acknowledged.
Isaac loved this method of exploration. While there was some danger to M, everyone was relaxed. It made Isaac wonder if Evaran ever went to the hollow room when it was just him and M, or if he watched it in the command area. M exited back into the hallway, then flew down it. Isaac didn't like the series of corridors with all its twists and turns. It would be easy to get lost unless you knew the layout and where you were in it. There were no indications on the walls or floor as to what section you were in or how to navigate anywhere. However, it was when M finally flew out into a gigantic open area that took Isaac's breath away. M hovered above a walkway that ringed the area on multiple levels. At the very bottom was a body of water with a dome-shaped building in the center. On the opposite end was another massive arched entrance that expanded into an open space with a lot of activity. Along part of the walls were embedded areas that had rows of slabs like in the medical room. A thin mesh wall separated the enclosure from the main area, and the inside had a Pikabot swarm. M flew to one, and his scans revealed those to be healthy aliens in a restful state. Their power suit had opened up, and various tubing and wires connected to the resident body. "I'm guessing this is their living quarters?" said Kate.
"It's similar to how we rest," said Tehran, "although we don't have swarms or anything connecting to us. This setup would allow an immediate response if they're called into action. The architecture is also similar to ours."
M flew down by the central domed building in the water. Isaac saw the energy output readings M had labeled as a fusion generator. Tubing ran out underwater to the sides of the cavernous area and up into the walls. This was how they powered the place. Fusion was something humans had not yet achieved except in testing, but this alien group had seemingly mastered it. "Wow." "Fusion," said Kate. "The output seems quite high." They also use geothermal energy from below and hydro energy from the raging current deeper down, and above are solar collectors blending into the mountain, said Evaran. Isaac pursed his lips. These aliens are highly efficient. Do you think this cavern was this way before? With the water and all? Asked Dylan. Somewhat, said Evaran. The water probably existed already, and there most likely was an open area, but I suspect it's since been enlarged to this. Check out where that large entranceway leads to.
Acknowledged.
The next big area M flew into reminded Isaac of a factory with various types of machinery in action. On the right side was a weapons manufacturing line. The left was armor. Big doorways at the halfway mark led to storage rooms. This looks like they're building supplies for a war, said Dylan.
Tehran cawed. Yes, it does. I'm very curious to see what we find when we interact with their systems.
Isaac figured Tehran was on alert. Not only was everything pointing to these being futuristic Sistrals, but they were gearing up for something. It could be they were just making weapons, armor, and the like for trade. But there had been no other aliens detected in the system or during the team's exploration. M snuck into the storage room on the left. After flying around a bit, he found a console in the back that was hidden due to the sheer number of containers. He scanned the interface, then used his nanobots to remove a portion of it. He then extended a tendril into it. Isaac widened his eyes at the stream of information that flowed in several hovering data windows. One of them stopped with an advanced-looking fact sheet. On it were Graingax locations.
It is the Graingax, said Tehran. This looks like a facilities document, and there's one entry listed on Varlon. It's their compound there.
He glanced at Evaran.
I suppose you don't want to inform the council still?
That's correct, and we can go there and investigate, said Evaran. However, there's a lot of data to look at that will take some time to parse. Perhaps we can meet in the morning at 9:30 a.m., Earth time, and go over our plans. That would give everyone some time to rest and relax. I don't mind staying up a bit more to see what else M finds, said Dylan. Kate smirked. Yeah, we're not going to bed just yet. Ditto, said Isaac. It's only 6:15 p.m., Earth time, that is. Very well, said Evaran. Know that everything M sees while inside is recorded for later analysis, so if you decide to rest or do something else, feel free to do so. Isaac eased back into his chair. There was a flood of information that he was eager to look at, but judging by the rate at which it was being transferred, he suspected he might not make much sense of it. He looked forward to hearing Evaran's and M's conclusions in the morning. It had been about 4 hours since M had begun sending data over, but only 2 since the group had split up. Tehran was excited to see what information had been gleaned so far, and he had come to the research lab to peruse through it. After he arrived, he realized he could have used a hollow room, as they could probably do everything needed. It made him wonder why they were separate. He pulled up the incoming stream of data that flowed over a holographic wall like water. He was able to set keywords and filters, and when one was found, it would spit out a window that he could manipulate with his fingers. Even more impressive was he could summon sustenance without leaving the room. His heartbeat increased while he searched some of the topics. There was no longer any doubt these were the Graingax, and based on the technology he was seeing, they were from the future. It boggled his mind that a version of his species wanted to come back in time and take over. There were so many other ways they could have integrated. He was startled at finding documents showing a timetable with images and goals. They had calculated it would take 2 decades to fully dominate Sistral society when they would integrate special augments on every citizen. The more abhorrent thought was they allowed for control by an AI. He paused as Evaran walked in. I see you're not sleeping, said Evaran.
Tehran sighed. No. This information is deeply disturbing. It feels wrong to not notify the council, but I also understand that if there's a leak there, things would escalate.
He gestured at a data window.
The Graingax even planned for that, and have contingency plans for their contingency plans.
They're meticulous, said Evaran. I don't think they were meant to be here, and they most likely came through a portal and are taking advantage of the situation.
It's even more important, then, that we shut down that portal and remove them.
Evaran laid a hand on Tehran's shoulder. I won't let them take over your society. Although Turan could not pinpoint why, Evaran's presence reassured him. If anyone could stop this, it would be Evaran, M, and the Toravada. Turan shuddered at the thought of being enslaved. The Sistrals had a great run to get where they were, and now that was in jeopardy.
"I'm glad we have your support," said Turan.
Evaran placed his hands behind his back. Of course. Did you find what you were looking for in the data?
"Starting to. They have very detailed plans, but there's something off about it."
How so? Turan stroked his beak.
"The timestamps indicate there's a burst of processing and then a gap, and when some event like a product container was stocked, there's another burst. It's not like any type of AI processing I've seen. Maybe that's a future thing."
M noticed that as well, said Evaran. Our conclusion is that the controlling AI sets what needs to be done, then goes into hibernation until an event awakens it for the next step. It may not be a malicious AI, but one that's simply following a set of goals, like a management AI.
Turan cawed. "Based on the timetable I saw, its goal is the rebirth of the Graingax here. What I don't understand is why the AI would want to do all this. The timetable also implied there was more to do, but it hadn't done it yet. One thing that stood out is there's an explicit set of instructions not to harm any Sistral. However, making them into mindless slaves is harmful. Very odd."
We've already detected a high-level pattern. Perhaps we can see more in the decision-making process, but it'll take some time to sort through.
Turan eyed him. "I like that. I also wanted to say I appreciate you, M, and the Toravada letting me be a part of this. It means a lot to me."
Of course, said Evaran. The fact you're here means the Toravada knew you would be. You were chosen, indirectly. If it had wanted us to take a different path, then it would have manifested that in another way.
"I see," said Turan.
It still amazed him how powerful the Toravada was. Its mere presence was reality-altering. The dimensional mechanics used gave an edge most ships couldn't dream of. He had thought the Sistral's matter replicator technology was advanced, but the Toravada's took it to another level. Its use of hard holograms was also beyond anything the Sistrals had. "You're deep in thought," said Evaran.
"Yes, I am," said Turan. "I'm just soaking in the realization of where I am and who I'm with. I realize how rare this opportunity is. It'll be something discussed long after you all are gone, assuming we resolve all these issues."
"Then we'll do that." Turan wrinkled his brow.
"I did have a question about this alien empire you mentioned that will meet in a century. You held back some on naming them or describing the encounter in any detail."
Evaran pulled his lips flat. "I did. And although I would normally shy away from any discussion of your race's future, the presence of the Graingax has changed that. What did you want to know?"
"Was this alien empire hostile to us?"
"No. Your society and the Bilaxian Empire are both highly advanced societies, and it seems my name was invoked."
Turan drew his head back. "You mean you bring our civilizations together?"
"Yes, but we saw it from the Bilaxian side. I didn't delve into how your civilization knew me at that point in time to ensure timeline integrity, but I assumed it was due to something my future self would have done, so I left it at that. I believe the summons that brought us here is the event where the Sistrals come to know of me. At this point, the idea is that we resolve the star entity problem and deal with the Graingax, and your society moves on. When you meet the Bilaxians, you invoke my name, which means you also have their translation matrix already."
"Common ground and the ability to communicate," said Turan. "Yes, that would definitely ease any first contact."
Turan took a moment to process what he had just heard. Evaran was far more than someone helping out. He was critical in shaping the Sistral's future, not just in helping resolve the issue, but in a future first contact. It made Turan wonder how much would be told to the Council, or if it would be kept secret by a few trusted people until that moment in time. A century was far away, relatively, but Sistrals were long-lived. Turan stared at Evaran.
I feel like this is my destiny.
Perhaps it is.
And Kate, Isaac, and Dylan. They must have one too.
I'm beginning to think so as well, said Evaran. Speaking of which, I had planned to visit Kate before she sleeps.
Of course. Thank you for stopping by.
Evaran squeezed Turan's arm before leaving, which Turan assumed was something humans did since Evaran seemed to do that with them. It was most likely meant as a form of validation of a bond. Turan would take it. Chapter 14. Kate had loved watching Em fly through the Graingak space. However, after 4 hours he had returned, and her yawning had been out of control. Everyone had gone their separate ways, and for her that meant visiting Oleg in the medical lab. She had created a comfortable chair to sit next to Oleg's slab so she could hold his hand. She frowned as she studied his emotionless face. While he would live on, it would be without her in his life. She had been struggling to come to terms with that, oftentimes putting up a brave front. It took a lot for her to love someone, and to have the beginnings of it dashed was not something she had expected. Broken hearts were not new to her. Her boyfriend of 2 years in college, whom she thought she would spend the rest of her life with, had cheated on her, not once, but 4 times. It was a horrible way to start off her post-grad, but she persevered and swore to never let someone get close like that again. That didn't last long. After getting her doctorate, she stayed at the University of Chicago and was able to secure tenure. That was when she met Jared Eastman. He had also landed a job, and his seriousness meshed well with her perkiness. They had a lot of shared interests, and after a few years of being colleagues, they began dating. She had begun to fall hard for him until he told her he was moving to Texas to be with someone he encountered at a conference and had been seeing on the side. Her eyes misted as she squeezed Oleg's hand. She had thought this time would last. It was like the universe was out to get her. Every person she got close to ended up not wanting to be with her or was taken away. She wiped her eyes when someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" she asked. "Evaran." "Oh, come in." He stood on the other side of the slab and checked some floating screens. He's quite stable now. Some of his older wounds have also been healed. "Yeah, I saw that," said Kate. "He had a wound on his upper right thigh, but there's no sign it was ever there. When we drop him off, he's definitely going to notice that." "Yes. However, his appearance will be odd, so this will just be a mystery. I'm sure his wife won't care as long as he's back." Kate lowered her head. "Yeah." "I understand you had a relationship with him," said Evaran. "How did that come about, if you don't mind me asking?" She winced. "Well, after our first 2 months, I knew we weren't going to be rescued. I mean, we weren't even in the same galaxy. I saw some star charts at the general dispensary, but I couldn't read the names of the places. The Sistral liaison helped me when he showed me a local cluster, and then I identified Andromeda. That's when I knew that moon was where we'd spend the rest of our lives." "I see. How did the others take it when you broke it to them?" "Dylan took it the hardest," said Kate. "He was only 21 with his whole life ahead of him. Then to learn it would be wasted on the moon. It crushed him. Oleg stepped in and got him through it and showed him how to look at it from a different mindset. It actually worked. Isaac took it in stride. Normal for him. He wasn't happy about it, but he knew there was nothing we could do about it, and his rationalization was to focus any negative thoughts onto something positive. I love his mindset. Humanity could barely get to the moon, much less another galaxy. Our fate was sealed." Evaran summoned a seat, then sat. "That's when you and Oleg decided to be a couple." Kate's pulse quickened. "Yep. I normally don't go for guys who fight for a living, but he has another side that was friendly, warm, and empathetic. The way he handled Dylan showed his heart to me. It also doesn't hurt that he's in peak physical shape and is handsome." Her face warmed. "He had needs, as did I, and, well, it just worked." I'm glad you found companionship. Humans in your time period have a need for it, although I have seen some exceptions. Yeah, that first month together was exciting, and then the last 2 months, our relationship made everything feel normal despite where we were. Kate frowned. But like all my relationships, it wasn't meant to last. Evaran nodded. I'm sorry things worked out the way they did. The Torvada could have come a day earlier, but it chose a time where Oleg would be where he is. Kate grimaced. And I don't understand that. What impact does having Oleg around now have on the Graingax or the star entity? I suspect it's due to something else in the future that we're not privy to. Kate could see that, but her stomach churned to think the Torvada saw the future, then made sure it went the way it was supposed to at the cost of her relationship. She would trust the flow of events, but it still pained her. She gulped. I'm not angry at the Torvada, but I do wish I could understand its reasoning. When you find out, let me know. They chuckled. You're along for the ride like I am, said Kate. Indeed so, said Evaran. She eyed him. Do you have a relationship? Yes. Although she died and became the plane, in a way, you're a child of hers. Kate widened her eyes. You mean all of reality, at least as I know it, is made up of her corpse? Evaran half smiled. That's a gruesome description of it. Her pure cosmic energy form was converted to planar energy to create this plane. Kate struggled to believe that a being could have so much power to create what little she knew of reality. She understood that the timeline she was in was one of many in a universe, which was one of many in a plane. The physics on a cosmic being converting to planar energy must be fascinating, and she would love to explore that, but that might not be something Evaran was willing to share. I'm sorry to hear that, she said. In a way, she's with you everywhere, then. Evaran's eyes softened. Yes. And there's also an echo of her in the Torvada, although I can't communicate with it. That's so tragic. It's enough for me, said Evaran. Kate furrowed her brow. If she's around in some form or context, I'm sure you'll find a way to talk with her. I'd like that. And yes, it's something I'm looking into. How long were you together? Evaran's eyes glowed. It's a timescale that wouldn't make sense to you, but for reference, the age of your universe would be a fraction of a tiny %. Kate drew her head back. I can't even imagine that. The bond you must have had. It's why I came to this plane. She shook her head. I'm happy you're open with me about all this. I get the feeling you don't just tell anyone this. You're correct, said Evaran. I believe you, Dylan, and Isaac are special. The Torvada trusts you, and by extension, I do as well. You've already learned far more than what would normally be allowed. He wagged a finger at her. Just make sure what you've learned here isn't presented at a conference. She laughed. I think you're safe there. I do want to talk with Dr. Bryson. I think he'd welcome that. He's a comical character, but his mood has been dampened with Dr. Snowden's loss. They were best friends. Kate jerked back. Oh, I didn't know. I'm sure Dr. Snowden's loss weighs on you, too. It does. However, I know he's in a better place, said Evaran. You mean, like heaven? Not quite, said Evaran. It would take some time to explain, but in summary, he still exists, but not as a human as you know it. Wow. There's so much to learn. I wish we could just travel with you and soak all this in. Evaran grinned. You never know. She perked up. Wait, do we do that? I don't know, he said. Let's see how everything plays out. Kate's heartbeat ramped up. The thought of traveling with Evaran on the Torvada would be a dream come true. If anything, it would help her deal with the Oleg situation by changing her focus. There was still a lot to figure out, and maybe Evaran was teasing her. However, she would ride it out and, as he mentioned, see how everything played out. Dylan was tired, but he wanted to use the hollow room to attempt to create the house he grew up in, similar to Isaac's from earlier. He gulped when the environment changed and put him on the street he had played in as a kid. The recreation was spot on, but there were some inconsistencies. Maybe there was no data for those things. However, his parents' 3-bedroom home with a fenced backyard was just as he remembered it. A sprinkler showered the lawn, and a long front porch resided under the A-shaped roof. Brown slats adorned the sides of the house, and the driveway and sidewalk were concrete. He opened the front door, which showed a featureless area with white walls, a floor, and a ceiling. It made sense that wherever this data came from, it wouldn't have information on the interior. It did smell like bacon to him, and he wondered if that was because he had thought of it earlier, or maybe it was how places smelled if there was no data. He went to a set of chairs separated by a small plastic table on the front porch and took a seat. Memories flooded his mind, as he used to hang out there a lot, mainly due to Susie Collins across the street. He always thought she was the one who got away. She had liked him, but he had been clueless and didn't reciprocate, as he wanted to maintain her friendship. Then college happened, and she met someone. He peeked at his neighbor's house. That was where Chris Gibbons lived, one of his best friends before he moved away. They still kept in contact via online gaming, but that had diminished over time. Playing on the couch in the same room with a seemingly endless supply of snacks and drinks were the highlights of every summer. Em appeared in a doorway that materialized on the street. "Hey, Em," said Dylan, waving.
Hello. Am I bothering you?
Dylan gestured at the seat his mom used to sit in. "Not at all. Come on over." Em complied.
This is the house you grew up in.
"Yeah, and I figured you knew that." Dylan crooked a thumb behind him. "Nothing inside there,"
That would mean it was not mapped on Earth,
said Em. "I figured." Em looked around.
Did you enjoy living here?
Dylan sighed. "Yeah, I did. But it had its ups and downs, you know?"
I don't.
Dylan cracked up. Em tilted his head. "Sorry. Most would say, yeah, or nod,"
I understand. I have added it to my library.
said Em.
I've also read your profile. It showed that you lived here with both parents until you were 8. Then your father left.
Dylan leaned forward and clasped his hands. "That's right."
The profile did not say why. I apologize if this is sensitive.
Dylan shrugged. "It's cool. If you find out why he abandoned us, let me know. My mom didn't know why either. He just wanted to go."
I'm sorry to hear that. Were you close with him?
asked Em. "Up to that point, I was." His eyes misted. "That was a hard first year. It was chaos. Mom was depressed all the time, and my grandma moved in after my grandpa died, so there was grief everywhere." Em's lights dimmed.
I can see it pains you to recollect this.
Dylan frowned. "I got through it. Grandma eventually began to lose her memory, so she went to a nursing home. Then Mom passed when I was in college. I had gone back to the house to sort some things out, and on the way back, went to that alien hell moon." He glanced at Em. "I don't normally talk about all this. You're easy to talk to."
Thank you. Know that you can tell me things in confidence. I won't judge you.
"I get that vibe from you," said Dylan. He wasn't sure why he was chatting with Em like he was an old friend. He was a good listener, and his words and actions indicated warmth and friendliness. That was impressive coming from a formidable robot body. Em displayed a hologram of the alien moon.
You had a rough experience there.
"Sure did," said Dylan. "First 2 months, I think we were all in shock. Then Kate figured out we weren't even in the Milky Way galaxy. I sort of lost it, but Oleg helped me through it."
I see. Was it the fear of never going home?
Dylan puffed his cheeks. "Well, that, and the thought that I'd have to spend the rest of my life in a place where no one understood us. Also, I was the youngest. At some point, I'd be the last person in our group alive. I'd die alone in an alien environment with nothing familiar around me. I had held out hope we'd be rescued or something, but Kate's observation made it very clear there wasn't going to be one, and that where we were at was it. Plus, no companionship, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean, and your fear is understandable,
said Em. Yeah. Then you and Evaran showed up. I'm so glad to be out of there. But it sucks about Oleg. I know it's been explained why we can't go back. Part of events and all that. I guess the Toravada has a plan, which still sounds weird to me.
Because it's a ship.
Yeah, but it's obviously more than that. Dylan wrinkled his brow. I did have a question while you're here.
Of course.
All right. The Holoroom makes hard holograms, from what I understand, and earlier we saw it could apply some type of thinking like those alien creatures. Can it do the same for humans? Em leaned forward.
Yes. Were you wanting to create simulated humans? It would use the profiles we have stored for them.
So it can do this for anyone stored there?
Yes. The Toravada has an extensive library in regard to human profiles.
Awesome. Em stared at him.
You can create them from your living quarters as well. It's the same hollow interface as here.
Dylan's cheeks burned. Oh. What? No, it's cool. I was just curious.
Based on your reaction, it seems you believe I was referring to something naughty. It's okay. If you wish to create a human male or female for companionship, that's the safest way to deal with urges commonly associated with males in your age range. You mentioned no companionship, and while this may not resolve that, it can provide a temporary solution.
Dylan widened his eyes. Oh man, I wasn't talking about all that. Em continued to stare. Dylan licked his lips. Okay, maybe the thought did pop into my head.
I would suggest you do it, but caution against forming an attachment. Also note that you can make any interactions you want private. I can show you how to do that. And also, our conversation here is confidential.
You're awesome. You know that?
I like to think so.
Although Dylan had thought about what could be created, he didn't expect to discuss it with Em. However, it was something he would definitely explore while he had the chance. He didn't know how long he would be aboard the Toravada, and this seemed like a unique opportunity. He had been tired when he entered the hollow room, but his mind and other parts were now excited about possible opportunities. Isaac wet his lips and rubbed his hands as he gazed around the research lab. While Kate would probably spend half her time in the planar cartography room, he figured his would be spent in the adjacent knowledge base one. It was the same size as the cartography lab and had similar holographic capability. However, where he was allowed him to sit in a chair in the center and pull up reams of data. He had figured out the search functionality quickly, as it reminded him somewhat of structured query language, or SQL, something he was intimately familiar with from his work on databases. The presentation of information was a highlight for him. Windows would pop up, and he could enter them with a finger poke and view things in 3D if there was an image. Another great feature was he could bring up maps and engineering designs and pull them apart, zoom in and out, or highlight pieces for more detail. He imagined what it would be like to have this room in his day job. It would make troubleshooting issues much easier. New architecture and design plans could be done quicker and more accurately. He had tried to figure out how the data was stored, but the Toravada denied access. Apparently, there were limits on what he could research. It was odd that it would let him be aware of the levels of reality, but not data storage. He was able to locate some information on how data was processed, but he wasn't sure he fully understood what dimensional storage was. He guessed it was similar to the dimensional mechanics the Toravada used for the hallway off the command center. He marveled at the detail on the alien races around Earth. How all those aliens stayed hidden remained a mystery. There were some powerful telescopes that should have picked up on all that. A chilling thought was that the alien civilizations were being detected, then that knowledge got suppressed. It would take a lot of effort to do that. His jaunt down the technological trees blew him away. It put into perspective how far humanity was behind the other civilizations around it. He figured they were advanced, but Earth was a backward and primitive planet among superior ones. He had seen many aliens on the quarantined moon, so he wasn't too surprised at the variety surrounding Earth. He did take some time to look at Fredoria. It fascinated him that there was another human civilization nearby. Sadly, it had been populated by those who were abducted from Earth, then rescued and dumped there. Fredoria had become a strong civilization, and it saddened him to learn the Earthborn who arrived there had a rough history compared to those who had been born on Fredoria. Fredorians had created androids, and Zell was a descendant of them. Isaac frowned. Zell had brought a sense of hope before Evaran and Em had come, and Isaac really liked him. He was to the point, friendly and curious, and if he was an example of the androids in his time period, it was easy to see why humans allied with them. A label hovered midair and showed that Evaran was at the room entrance. Isaac spun his chair around. "Hey, Evaran." "Hello," he said. "Am I interrupting anything?" "Not at all. I was just checking some things out before going to bed. Please, come in." Evaran spawned a chair next to Isaac, then sat. "You're very curious." Isaac guffawed. "Well, yeah. I mean, look at all this. And the way it's presented? Magnificent." "You can always configure how information is shown, but that can take some time." "Yeah, I figured as much." "What's the most interesting piece of data you've found?" asked Evaran. "The reality layers, by far," said Isaac. He stroked his arm. "I never realized how inconsequential I am in the grand scheme of things." "Never believed that. The fact you're on the Torvada is evidence of that. You saw how vast reality is, and yet you're here on a ship that can traverse those realities, and a part of a select group of humans to ever do so." Isaac bobbed his head. "I get it, but it still gives me a feeling of existential dread." Evaran nodded. "I understand. However, you should take comfort in knowing that by the Torvada showing you all this, it trusts you. Compared to all the beings that exist in the other realities, that's extremely rare." "Right. And I'm glad for that. I'll admit, everything I've read so far is very structured with rules. Even the plane has them." "Indeed it does. How much have you learned about this plane?" Isaac cleared his throat. "Well, it was created by Cyrillus on her death. There was a note that she was close to you." Evaran frowned. "She was my cosmic partner, and one of her options concerning death is the conversion to a plane, which she took. Everything here, including you, is from her. So Kate, Dylan, and I are sort of like her children." "In a way. Humanity has a bright future, and I suspect she had a hand in it to some degree." Isaac narrowed his eyes. "I did look up the future of humanity, and it showed some glimpses, but restricted others." "I would expect so," said Evaran. "I'm guessing if we traveled with you, we'd know more." "That's a good assumption. Is that something you're interested in?" Isaac chortled. "Definitely. I work with data for a living, and I could live in this room." "I would not suggest trying that." They laughed. Isaac exhaled. "I know I would love it here. And if this outing you're doing with the Sistrals, Star Entity, and Graingax is an example, I'd be all on board. I'm sure Kate and Dylan would be too." Evaran stroked his jawline. "Interesting. Kate said you did that a lot with her in the planar cartography lab." "She's very observant. On another note, I'm impressed that you handled your time on the alien moon as well as you did." Isaac shifted in his seat. "It was hard. For those first 2 months, it was just confusion on a daily basis. The Sistral liaison showed us how to do basic things with a lot of gestures and taking us to the dispensaries. It was difficult coming to grips with the fact that not only were aliens real, but there was a wide variety of them." "Then Kate figured out you weren't in the Milky Way galaxy." Isaac lowered his head. "Yeah, that was crazy. It was at that moment that I realized the little house thing we were in was where I was going to spend the rest of my life. Dylan broke down, but Oleg helped him through it. I tried, but I was a mess myself, and I tend to withdraw in scenarios like that. It wasn't all bad, though, as Kate and Oleg became a thing." Evaran steepled his fingers and rested them on his stomach. "You held it together under extreme circumstances. There were 42 humans who were quarantined, and only you 4 made it. Isaac furrowed his brow. Yeah, I read the Sistral reports on the other humans. Some fell apart, some committed suicide, and others just had bad encounters or killed each other. I don't think we would have made it without Oleg. I know you think it's a cruel twist of fate that the Toravada didn't come earlier, but it has a reason. I'm sure, said Evaran. I get it, but still wish it had, said Isaac. It couldn't go back now due to us being part of events, right? That's correct. Isaac smirked. I guess anything from our past would trigger that. I don't know if you knew or not, but Diane, my wife, was killed 5 years ago. If I wanted to see her, I couldn't because a future version of me never visited her, at least as far as I know. I did know, but didn't want to mention it unless you did. As for the visit, you're correct. Isaac's throat tightened. He had his answer, and although he didn't like it, he also understood it in the context of a timeline. Couldn't we slip in for a small encounter in the past if I played it right? Evaran shook his head. Your trip to the alien moon, then here, happened. Any change where you aren't on that bus would create another version of you, and I try to avoid having time refugees in general. But she was dead already. I would have gone to one of our data centers and still taken the bus back. I'm still with the same company I was when she was alive as well. Yes, but your encounter could set off a chain of events where she wasn't driving the day of the accident. Isaac widened his eyes. She could have lived. Yes, but at this point in time, we know she's dead. Doing anything in the past that might change something in the stable main timeline must be avoided. Isaac eased back into his chair. I see. I guess we couldn't, merge the 2 versions later? Evaran eyed him. While technically possible, it's not desirable. I've allowed a timeline refugee to exist alongside the version in this timeline before, but she was brought over from an alternate timeline. Her presence didn't interrupt anything in the past, but added to the future. In your case, you're the main version, and it might interfere with the past. Were there any complications with the 2 versions? I met the alternate version's descendant 2,000 years apart on a recent summons, but that was a minor future event, so not much of an issue. Isaac grimaced. Well, the idea was worth a shot. Her loss still hurts, but I've adapted. I understand, said Evaran. You're much stronger than you think. Isaac studied him. His presence made everything better. From coming to rescue him to just chatting, he was a universal force of good. Isaac hungered for these types of chats where he could get answers about life. While he had some existential dread from reading about the layers of reality before, that all fell to the wayside after this discussion. He wished he didn't have to sleep because there were many more questions he wanted to ask. Chapter 15. Tarrant opened his 4 eyes and rolled his neck around. Although he was used to a longer awake cycle, he had adjusted to the human one. His angled bed, just like what he had on Varlon, had a neural effect, and it worked well. He gazed about the room. It would be hard to distinguish the place from what he called home. He moved his clawed feet off the rests and onto the ground, then stretched. The situation they were in came roaring back into his mind. His stomach tightened at the thought that a future version of his race wanted to take its ancestors out. Although what he saw was assimilation, it would essentially wipe out what made the Sistrals who they were. Everything in him yearned to tell Martus Leola 67, the council member he was an advocate for, as that was the proper protocol. However, it had already been demonstrated that there was a leak somewhere. He couldn't fathom Martus being it, but he agreed with Evaran's approach. There was no need to alert anyone yet if there was more to do. He went to the bathroom to take a sonic shower. As the vibration swept over him, he thought about his role in everything, especially after the discussion he had with Evaran the night before. He thought Tarrant had been chosen to be here to assist, but Tarrant didn't believe in fate. Then again, he had never discussed that with the time traveler before either. He exited the shower, then put on his outfit and went to the conference room. Kate, Dylan, and Isaac were already there with breakfast. Human food looked odd to him, and orange-colored liquids made his stomach churn, as that color was often associated with poison on Varlon. After grabbing his usual protein strips and purple root drink, he greeted the others and sat next to Kate. Everyone appeared well rested, and Tehran understood the importance of that. Evaran protected humanity, so much so that the Toravata sent him to pick these humans up. Although they may not realize it, they were far more important than even Tehran realized. What their destiny was, he didn't know, but they weren't picked by random chance. It was still early for a meeting, as it was only 9:15 a.m. Earth time when Evaran and M entered. Evaran took his seat at the head of the table as expected, and M sat next to Kate. "You all appear rested," said Evaran. "You won't catch me complaining about a solid night's sleep," said Isaac. Kate smiled. "Me either. I haven't felt this good in a long time." "Same here," said Dylan. "I'm glad to hear it," said Evaran. He eyed Tehran. "And you?"
"I had an excellent rest. I would have thought my sleep cycle would make it hard, but the bed's neural effect is quite potent."
"Indeed."
"I'm eager to hear what you found out about these Graingaks," said Tehran.
Evaran addressed the group. "If the rest of you are ready, I can begin, or we can wait for another 15 minutes so you can enjoy your breakfast." Kate gestured around. "Go ahead. We're used to eating and planning the day." "Very well," said Evaran. M and I did a thorough analysis of the data. These are the Graingaks we're dealing with, and they're from the future. They have a table of operations in this time period to assume control of the Sistrals over the next 20 years. Their reason for being here is unclear, but they came through a portal to Camrellis on Varlon. A hologram popped up over the center of the table. It displayed a top-down map of Camrellis, with a red dot on the fringe of the southeastern part of the city.
"The Graingaks compound," said Tehran. "Interesting. The portal is deep underground."
They burrowed out a staging area, then built a facility there that is connected to the compound topside, said Evaran. Tehran stroked his beak.
"So once they were established, they must have figured out how to blend in. They could then create whatever they're building in that remote system."
"That's our conclusion," said Evaran.
"That had to have taken a while," said Isaac.
Dylan shrugged. "If they're from the future, it was probably trivial, I bet." "Thinking that too," said Kate. The hologram changed to a list of names. "We also have who crossed over," said Evaran. "There's only 768. However, there isn't much on where they came from."
"Since we discovered hundreds on the docking station near the sun, the rest must be split between that facility on the planet and the Graingaks compound," said Tehran.
"That's our assessment as well," said Evaran. Kate raised a finger. "Weren't you supposed to go to the compound anyway? You could verify those there. That should be enough to update the council, then."
"I appreciate the way you think," said Tehran.
"It happens," said Kate. Evaran glanced at her. "That's a good next step. However, we may not be welcome there after the incident at the council's chamber. We need to toss a quantum beacon through the portal so we know where it leads. Once we have that, we'll travel there and shut down the other end. It'll also give us an opportunity to see what the situation is in regard to the future. Afterward, we'll update the Sistral Council, or perhaps only Olgris and Mardis."
"How are you going to breach the Graingaks compound?" asked Isaac. "That place looks fortified."
Evaran pulled up the layout of the facility. "There's a path M and I can take. The rest of you can watch from the Hollow Room. The trip will require us to shut down parts of the surveillance network as we pass. I'm not sure what resistance we'll face, but we can deal with that if we encounter any." Kate wrinkled her brow. "I would think they aren't going to let you get close enough to disable anything."
My orb will handle that,
said M.
I can still bring my body.
Dylan whistled. "I'm already feeling nervous about this, and I'm not even going." "I understand," said Evaran. "This isn't the first secure facility M and I have breached before. However, we need to disable the portal so the future isn't connected to this point in time."
Tehran drummed his fingers on the table. "The Graingaks will probably have a contingency plan for this. I'm concerned about what they would do. I feel like Varlon needs to be on alert."
After the portal is down and we've checked out where it leads, we'll meet with Olgris and Martis to ensure Varlan is ready to defend itself. At that point, there will be no hiding what the Graingax are and their goals. Then we'll need to take down that docking station and the compound and send every Graingax back, those from the future, that is, not the regular Sistrals in the organization. Turan liked the plan, but there would be risks. The Graingax could launch the few ships they had, which would be tough to fight. They might even have a secret army in Camrellis or elsewhere on Varlan. He hated not being able to update Martis, but at least for the next step, silence was needed. If everyone's ready, we can begin, said Evaran. Turan followed him to the command center and sat on the right with Isaac. The journey to behind a nearby moon was quick. Then it was a trip through the portal to appear outside Varlan. A red dot showed where on the planet they needed to go, and the Toravada descended toward it. It was odd to feel secure about going down to Camrellis, but also nervous that they were headed toward the Graingax compound. The Graingax had been operating for over a decade on trying to subvert the Council. Turan had always considered them a fringe group, but they were anything but that. The Graingax response was what worried him. Even if the portal shut down, there were hundreds of Graingax left with an advanced facility and docking station in a remote system. Although he figured the Sistral fleet could handle that now, it might not down the road. Turan trusted Evaran, and the plan was good. But there were still unresolved parts that would come into play once the first step was done. Kate's heart pounded as they neared the Graingax compound. It was nestled between 4 large cylindrical buildings, and a big domed shield covered it. She realized it was a defensive mechanism, and would also keep out rain. She was glad Evaran and Em had not taken her and the others back to Earth yet. Oleg weighed heavily on her mind, but there was also the excitement of learning an alien's culture and world. The Toravada hovered over the compound and performed a deep scan that showed as a holographic projection in the command center. The underground portion was large, and it revealed a small network of tunnels that would allow access to the rest of the city without going topside. The portal had not been identified, due to one level having a magnetic shield all across it. Whatever was under that was not meant to be scanned. Many life signs had been detected along with robots up to the shielded level.
"The portal has to be under that level," said Turan.
"I concur," said Evaran. "The network tunnels also only go to the shielded level at its lowest. I assume there's an entry point to go below."
"So what's the plan, then?"
asked Isaac. Evaran zoomed in the hologram. "There. Em and I can enter that tunnel outside the compound, and when we're near the shielded level, we'll burrow down and enter from the side."
"Sounds like a plan," said Dylan. "But I wonder what defenses you'll face. I'm still surprised the Toravada can't scan past certain things."
"Unfortunately, that's one of the few things the Toravada can't penetrate,"
said Em.
"Evaran and I should be fine."
Evaran stood. "Em, take us to the drop-off point."
"Acknowledged."
Kate felt better with the plan. It bothered her that they couldn't see past the shielding, and as advanced as the Graingax had been shown to be so far, there could be things Evaran and Em weren't prepared for. However, she had also never seen the full extent of what they could do. A dark thought crossed her mind that if they were captured or killed, she wouldn't get back to Earth. The Toravada landed in the middle of an empty street. The entrance to the underground network system used a manhole-like hatch that was flush with the ground. The entry point was inside the Toravada's shielding. "Let's go," said Evaran. He pointed at the main hallway. "You all can go to the holo-room if you wish to view things from my chest perspective." They went there as Evaran and Emma exited. Kate marveled at the environment as she and the others took their manufactured seats. Evaran and Em stood next to the hatch. "Can everyone see my view?" asked Evaran.
"Yep,"
said Kate. "Okay. We're going in," said Evaran. "The Toravada will hover and avoid any collisions." He opened the hatch, jumped in with Em, then closed it. Kate didn't sense the Toravada rising, but a small data window showed outside and indicated they had. She surveyed the surroundings Evaran and Em were in. It was like she was in a movie, and everything around her was real, as if she could reach down and touch the ground. Although the room could create hard holograms, she understood viewings like these did not, as it could be dangerous for anyone in the room. The network tunnel was dark, with only a few interspersed wall lights, but thanks to Evaran's view, everything was clearly visible. She loved seeing M and the various data labels around him. He was in light body mode, and the orb inside his chest was highlighted. Every sound or vibration was also indicated by a series of parentheses that got larger as Evaran and M advanced. The speed at which they moved did not surprise her too much. It was far faster than she could walk or run, and they were not wasting any time. Turan made a few observations, and Evaran responded. It was like she was right there with them. She wondered how nice it would be to control a robot body from the hollow room. Her pulse quickened when Evaran detected 2 Sistrals and a rectangular droid with wheels in the distance. There was no way to avoid them in the tunnel. Evaran shot a grappling beam to the ceiling, and a data label indicated he had activated chameleon mode. M had gone flush against a side wall, and a tag showed he had shimmered out of sight, although he was visible in the hollow room. The patrol passed by. After they were a decent distance away, Evaran dropped down and M decloaked. It was another powerful display of their abilities, and Kate suspected they had probably done this hundreds of times. While they could have fought, it might have triggered a response. If it did come down to a fight, she had no concerns that Evaran and M could handle it or all the security if necessary. The next few encounters went the same way, with different patrol configurations. It wasn't a busy place overall, but it did show that the tunnel was used. She liked how Evaran and M avoided conflict if possible. Turan seemed invigorated by the patrol's discussions he had heard. Apparently, they were discussing a sports game and were supporters of a rival team. After an hour of walking, Evaran and M reached a point where the entrance to the Graingax compound could be seen. The tunnel had widened significantly and expanded by almost double the tunnel's height. The area was brightly lit, and 2 armored robots stood at attention outside a rectangular area covered by a solid door. Turan tilted his head.
Those aren't standard-issue defense sentries. These are far more advanced.
Probably built after the Graingax's arrival or came through the portal, said Isaac. I concur, said Evaran. We'll need to be cautious when we enter, as it's now evident that they are using Graingax tech. Evaran and M moved back. M cast a highlighted shape of a door on the left wall. Then his nanobots attached to it and began to burrow, creating a tunnel. The nanobots moved fast, and, more importantly, they were silent. Debris was transplanted to the side of the entrance, and after 5 minutes, there was enough space for them to enter. Once inside, M used the debris to fill the rear, making it look like nothing had been disturbed. That's so cool, said Dylan.
It is,
said M. His virtual hand appeared. Dylan laughed and high-fived him.
Yes, I suspect the temperature would be cooler, said Turan. Tunneling into the wall is a valuable ability to have.
Dylan grinned. I meant cool, as in I liked it. Turan eyed him.
I see.
Kate wondered how the translator handled slang. M had few issues with that, but that was probably due to his having interacted with other humans and understanding it. She focused back on the new area Evaran and M were in. It was pitch dark, but they had a green outline. There were some pipes in the way, but M masterfully worked around them. Their movement was consistent, and after a bit, they reached a spot where M burrowed down while Evaran waited up top. Kate gritted her teeth at the silence, and the idea of being in a cramped tunnel with no exit activated her claustrophobia. She breathed quickly, but let out a huge one when Isaac touched her shoulder. He knew her well enough to realize this might have bothered her. She had been secretly observing Turan, who was hard to read at times. His focus was sharp as he stared at Evaran and M's progress without moving much. She was as curious as he was in regard to what would be discovered once they were below the magnetic shielding level. She didn't have to wait long. As M signaled he was there, Evaran jumped down when there was space, and together they moved toward the compound. Their infiltration solution was sneaky, yet safe, and their progress was steady. Having a portion of the tunnel cleared behind them allowed for a quick escape if needed. After 15 minutes, they reached the external wall of the level. I can sense the portal from here, said Evaran. It's deeper into the compound, but we'll need to go through a few rooms to reach it. Are you sure they can't detect you doing all this burrowing? Asked Isaac. I'm sure, said Evaran. M is emitting a small wave that negates the sound waves from the disintegration of the rock. Also, the material is being removed in a way that won't cause vibrations. It's apparent you've done this many times, said Kate. Yes, and for much longer distances, said Evaran. Kate wondered what adventures needed them to burrow, but the fact they had a process and were able to do so efficiently suggested they were masters at this. It made her reflect on how Dr. Snowden must have handled all this. He had been with a previous version of Evaran for a while, enough so that his notes in the planar cartography lab were extensive. There had also been a few videos where he and Evaran discussed various topics, and their friendship was evident. They talked like they had known each other all their lives. She concentrated back on the environment as Evaran moved down a new vertical shaft M had created. Although it was pitch black, there was a yellow band outlining the shaft around Evaran that showed it was moving down. They had arrived at the level of the portal. A wire frame showing the compound interior was now visible. The Torvada had used M as a relay to scan. Dylan chortled. So you need to break into a room, go through a hallway to a large hub, then down another hallway that's secured by what I'm guessing are big robots. Yeah, not hard at all. We'll deal with it, said Evaran. I'm concerned they have a magnetic shield projection system in place. While we may bypass it, it could close behind us and secure all the levels under the magnetic shielding one. Then we would need to fight our way out. Isaac snorted. And it looks like there's picobots in the portal room. I'm guessing no sneaking in there. Unfortunately so. Kate didn't like the thought of them being trapped once the alarms went off. The picobot swarm sent a chill through her as she had seen what they could do to someone fast. The large robotic bodies also did not bode well, in addition to the mass of guards and their robots patrolling around. This was a nightmare to her, but it was probably routine for Evaran and M. If she traveled with them, maybe events like this would be as well.
Chapter 16. Isaac sat on the edge of his seat. The number of obstacles to get to the portal room loomed big, but Evaran and M could handle it. Their journey up to this point showed how resourceful they were. Isaac imagined that not many enemies would plan against a burrowing attack. A set of pipes had been encountered, but M went under them, then back up. He created a small, pipe-shaped tunnel to the compound's exterior wall when he was about 5 feet away. His orb flew out of his chest and shimmered out of view, then entered the compound. Once inside, his nanobots refilled the hole so it looked like nothing was out of the ordinary. The illumination was bright in the new environment, and metallic panels covered the rectangular hallway's floor, ceiling, and walls. The light source originated from strips that ran along the center of the ceiling and the sides, as well as interspersed lights on the ground. One aspect Isaac found interesting was the holographic displays the walls projected just a few inches away. They were evenly spread out and contained various metrics of the area. It even had stats on Camrellis as a whole. Although there was a low hum, the general lack of sound disturbed him. M ducked into a storage room and accessed a console. The readings indicated a powerful AI was present, so he disconnected. He exited and stuck to the ceiling as he moved on. The first patrol he encountered were 2 Sistrals with power armor. A robot trailed behind them. Isaac's skin crawled when he examined the robot's movement. It was as if someone had taken a bowling ball, placed it into a bowl, then attached a base with 4 spider-like mechanical legs. Its movements were jerky, and a small port on the ball part resembled an eye, but M's scan indicated it was an energy weapon. The patrol didn't notice him, which spoke to his stealth ability. They didn't even know they were scanned. Isaac had thought maybe the robot would sense M, but it hadn't. His shielding had temperature control, and it was at the same level as the ambient surroundings. Several more patrols were passed, including one that was just 3 of the strange robots. The entrance to the patrol room was more secure, though. 2 heavy mechs served as sentries. They had a teardrop-shaped body with massive legs. A powerful cannon sat on top, and 4 extendable segments ended in blasters of some type. They also had strong shielding. "Whoa," said Dylan. "Those are some bad boys."
I agree. They're not good boys,
said M. Everyone chuckled. Dylan realized M was being literal, but it was good to break the tense atmosphere. Perhaps M meant for it to be a joke, given that he had a lot of interaction with humans and knew how they spoke. The moment ended when M couldn't penetrate the portal room's magnetic shielding. He got a break as the doors opened to let a Sistral out. M scanned the interior, which detected a Pikabot swarm, several robotic guards, and a few Sistral technicians. The portal was large and round, set on a stepped platform, and had a light blue rippling surface.
"There it is," said Turan, standing up. "The source of the Grangax's power."
"Indeed," said Evaran. "I think we have enough information to proceed." Kate shook her head. "How are you going to get into that room?" "M will place some nanobots into the area where the door slides away the next time it opens. When we get there, they can open the door for us." Kate narrowed her eyes. "Won't the Pikabot swarm detect that?" "It won't," said Evaran. "It's clustered around the portal. I believe the idea is that it can move to where it's needed inside the room."
"And how will you deal with them?"
asked Isaac. "A stun mist," said Evaran.
"I like it," said Isaac. "I guess we wait until the door opens again."
The technician is coming back now,
said M. He flew over the door and hovered. Isaac gulped when it opened. M let loose a small stream of nanobots that slithered into the left gap in the wall where the door would slide back into before it closed.
I'm still in contact with my nanobots,
said M. Turan stroked his beak.
"If this shielding is that powerful, how can you communicate with them?"
They're connected to me on a different level. However, you're correct in that if they were only tied to me physically in this realm, there would be no communication.
Turan cawed. "I guess this is a cosmic being thing."
Acknowledged.
Isaac rubbed the goosebumps on his arm. He understood how powerful cosmic beings were, and, more importantly, how rare they were. To be in the presence of both of them, and to see what they could do, made him once again realize how unique this whole situation was. They had come up with a solution on the spot, whereas he would have spent more time trying to figure things out. M flew back to the wall, and when the coast was clear, he burrowed in and closed it up behind him. He was back in his body a moment later. "I guess you're ready to go," said Dylan. "Yes," said Evaran. "However, once we get the quantum beacon through the portal, I expect the compound to go into lockdown." Isaac sighed.
"I wish there was something we could do to help."
"You're in the safest place to be for this," said Evaran. "However, your thought is appreciated." Isaac eased back into his chair. The plan sounded good, but anything could happen. Even if he wasn't there, his nerves screamed at him. He knew how dangerous this was, but took some solace in that it was Evaran and M handling it. It did make him wonder what it would be like to travel with them. All he could do was wait and watch for the moment. Dylan was excited to see how Evaran and M handled the current situation. Their plan made sense, and it was not something he would have thought of. He had observed Kate, Isaac, and Turan. Kate wore her emotions on her sleeve, and it was easy to determine she was worried. Isaac had his stone face as always, but his questions showed he was concerned. Turan's head bobbing and moving around displayed his inquisitive nature. Dylan sensed the nervousness in the air and wondered if that was normal for those who traveled with Evaran and M. Despite all that, their confidence was reassuring. "We're proceeding," said Evaran. M marched forward, dematerialized the path in his way until they were in the compound hallway. Dylan had expected to hear alarms, but nothing had triggered. M closed up the hole in the wall. Then he and Evaran engaged their stealth modes. Dylan licked lips as they moved down the hallway, then ducked into the same storage room M had been in previously when the first patrol had walked by. Dylan exhaled as they continued on. They just needed to go down the hallway to the hub and travel about a quarter of the way down to the next corridor. Then it was a straight shot to the portal room. He held his breath again when they reached the hub room. When M had scouted it earlier, it was empty. There were several Sistrals crisscrossing it this time around. Evaran and M hugged the wall and reached the hallway they needed. Their stealth had held up to this point, and Dylan flexed his fingers after realizing he had been balling his fists hard. There was a patrol of 3 robots that passed by, then went off in another direction after entering the hub. Evaran and M slipped in and hung back from the portal door. The 2 mechs outside stood silently. Dylan gulped. This was it. Isaac's chewing his lips and Kate's clasping her hands showed their state. Turan gazed without moving. M opened the door by making his nanobots form a rod that extended across the top. The alarms went off. The mechs whirred into action and scanned the environment. The technicians inside rushed over to the door and tried to close it. M dashed over to the mech on the left. However, before he got there, the Pikabot swarm had flowed outside and had highlighted his shielding. The mechs opened fire with their top-mounted weapon. Dylan widened his eyes when the spot on M that they focus-fired on caused the temperature to skyrocket. There was a threshold for penetrating his shielding, and the dual shots were reaching that. Evaran exited stealth mode and moved like a blur to the left mech. He grabbed and turned it so its beam smashed into the right sentry, which crumpled immediately. M charged into the left attacker and tore it to shreds. "Get back," said Evaran. M complied, and after Evaran fired a mist beam, M lit it up with a stun blast. The Pikabot swarm fell to the ground. Evaran and M dashed into the room and stunned the technicians who were frantically interacting with their workstations. M took the quantum beacon off his back and tossed it through the portal. Dylan glanced at a side data window that showed the beacon being tracked. "Looks like it worked." "Yes, but the magnetic shielding up to the level we detected earlier is now active on the external walls and has covered our exit. As planned, we'll need to reach that level and go above it." Kate drew her head back. "It looks like an army is descending on you based on the Toravada's scan." "Then we'll deal with it," said Evaran. He nodded at M. "Let's go." Before they could move, a white holographic orb appeared before them.
"Who are you?"
it asked in a deep, digital voice. Evaran and M paused. "I'm Evaran, and with me is M. You're the AI controlling this operation."
"Yes. You may refer to me as the caretaker AI. Kai."
Dylan understood that Kai probably had a different name, and the Toravada was translating it. He doubted the Grangax would use a name based on English. Evaran gestured at the portal. "You're using this portal that ends somewhere in the future to subvert the Sistral society here. Why are you doing this?" Kai's luminosity pulsed as he spoke.
"My top goal is to take care of the Grangax. My secondary goals are to find new energy sources and opportunities to bring them out of stasis. This portal has allowed me to do all three."
"I've seen your plans to do so, and it involves adding augments to the Sistrals. How does that help the Grangax?"
"Their body types are compatible with the Grangax for physical reproduction. The Grangax bodies are currently close to a point where that will not be possible, and resources that could be used for cloning are better used for other purposes."
Evaran's eyes glowed. "You want to use the Sistrals as breeding stock?"
"Yes,"
said Kai.
"They would also be an immediate boost to service the Grangax as needed. Some could even house Grangax that have already been converted to a pure digital form and exist in a simulation."
"So you also want to enslave and replace the Sistrals?"
"Those actions fit within the logical framework of reviving the Grangax race."
Evaran extended his hand. "At the cost of innocence. I won't allow that."
"Your thoughts on the matter are irrelevant. No harm would come to the Sistrals, as they would be brought up to a higher level of existence and purpose."
"You say no harm, but it sounds like they would cease to exist in their current state. You're also building a fleet and compound in a remote system," said Evaran. Kai's lights brightened.
"Yes. The conversion of Sistral society is one vector. There are many others that deal with new energy sources and the establishment of a secure base of operations. Multiple actions can be taken in parallel. What was that item you tossed through the portal?"
Evaran drew his lips flat. "Something that will verify where you are in the future. Do the Grangax support what you're doing?"
"They programmed me indirectly and have given me wide latitude to enact their plans."
M tilted his head.
Sistral genocide isn't a logical conclusion. You could find new energy sources and revive the Graingax without sistral involvement.
My plan is logical and an efficient use of resources, said Kai. The Graingax civilization will be reborn by any and all means necessary. That is my primary goal.
A chill swept through Dylan. Kai was cold and logical, and despite Dylan not liking what he was hearing, Kai was doing what was best for the Graingax at the cost of everything else. Tehran's rapid blinking showed what his thoughts were. Dylan couldn't imagine what it would be like to hear how your race was nothing but a stepping stone for another. "What's your relationship with the star entity?" asked Evaran.
I know nothing of this creature, but if it becomes a threat, it will be dealt with.
I see. Nonetheless, I can't let your plan proceed, said Evaran. We'll return every Graingax in this time period.
Then you're a threat, said Kai. You possess power to be able to come this far, but that ends now.
Kai faded away. Dylan swallowed hard. Now that Kai was aware of an effort to stop him, Dylan was sure that would impact how Kai proceeded. Perhaps his plan would now change based on this encounter. There was already a leak somewhere in the council, which indicated Kai had already infiltrated various levels of Sistral society. Kai is nuts, said Dylan. Isaac grimaced. I'll say. He doesn't seem to value Sistrals much. He doesn't, said Tehran. He cawed. We won't be used as slaves or breeding stock. We won't let that come to pass, said Evaran. Let's get out of here, Em.
Acknowledged.
Chapter 17. Tehran fidgeted in his seat as Evaran and Em rushed out of the portal room. They had done what they had planned, and the quantum beacon had gone far into the future. Learning of Kai and the Graingax plan sickened him. It was well underway, and he had seen others flock to the Graingax cause. It made him wonder how many were already under their influence. Thankfully, the Toravada could travel to the future to learn more, assuming Evaran and Em came back. Kai had identified them as a threat, and Tehran suspected that would increase the pressure to stop them. Per the map layout, Evaran and Em would need to use the ramp system on the side of the compound. It snaked its way up to one level below the magnetically shielded one. The ramps continued in the middle from there on up. Em had already calculated a path to get them outside, but it involved getting above the magnetic shield layer. A surge of strange robots tried to stop Evaran and Em, to no avail. Evaran reflected their beams, and if any got too close, they were either dismantled by Em or stunned into oblivion by Evaran. The Graingax guards were also disabled in close-quarters combat. A few small drones had flown in to shoot, but they were also taken down. The first level seemed almost too easy as Evaran and Em climbed the ramps. Tehran relaxed some. This might not be such a tough trip after all. He widened his eyes when they exited onto the level before the magnetically shielded one. The room they entered was a large hub, and it was packed with a small army. Mechs stood in the back, and a horde of the smaller robots focused on Evaran and Em. There were also specialized guards. Holy shit, said Dylan. Isaac jerked his head back. How are you getting through that? Observe, said Evaran. He shared a look with Em. Evaran's confidence amazed Tehran. Although he could fight, he would not prevail against such odds. They sprayed a mist that filled the room, then ignited it with stun beams. The smaller robots keeled over, as did some of the guards. The mechs advanced and opened fire as the attackers who survived the stun cloud moved to the side and provided another source of the energy beam barrage. Evaran and Em retreated around the corner. Evaran grabbed the first guard to come into view, then stunned him and tossed him down the ramp. Em handled the next one. The enemy got wiser and tossed a grenade that Evaran swatted back with his utility handle that had turned into a staff. The assailants cried out in surprise as they fell to the mist the grenade spewed. Evaran charged out and tore the cannon off the first mech, then kicked it into another one. Em dashed over and took out the second cannon and touched both with a shocking grasp. Tehran stroked his beak. It wasn't lost on him that the mist was meant to disable. yet Evaran waded into it like it had no effect. The room had been cleared quickly of fighters, but reinforcements were coming. Evaran and Em had to leave, or they would be pinned down, and the enemy might adapt. Evaran must have arrived at the same conclusion as he hurried toward the center ramp structure with his shield out. When the first pack of guards arrived, Evaran kicked one down, tossed another, stunned a third, and reflected the beam on the fourth. Em handled the ones sent his way. They rushed up to the level past the magnetic shielding. The Graingax had to open it to allow their defense forces down. The array of mechs awaiting them surprised Turan. A shot from all of them at either Evaran or Em would be devastating. They ran up to the next floor, which had a pack of robotic humanoids with 4 arms in green, form-fitting tactical outfits. They wielded orange energy blades and had a light blue full-body shield that hugged their bodies. "Who are those guys?" asked Isaac. "Unknown. But they are powerful robots," said Evaran. Turan shook his head.
"I've never seen them before either."
Evaran dipped his head at Em. As an old friend used to say, "Let's do this."
Acknowledged.
They burst into the room and came under attack. The enemy moved effortlessly, and their blades hit Evaran's forearm shield multiple times. Em used his shielding to block attacks, but it lit up brightly from each blow. Turan suspected the enemies could probably penetrate Em's shielding with enough force, and the robots had noticed that. Em had been able to grab one assailant and placed his hand around its neck. The resulting shock made the robot crumple. Evaran was a blur as he moved faster than the attackers. He had already stunned one when he had gotten close and had kicked away another. Turan flinched when a beam shot up from the ground and created a circle under Em, making him drop to the floor below. Evaran rushed over, and when he peered down, it showed Em under a barrage of energy beams. Part of his shielding had been breached, and his left arm had been sheared off. Evaran jumped down with his shield raised. Turan was in awe as Evaran leapt at the first mech, then used it like a bowling ball against the others. He darted over and ripped the cannons off the top side of each mech. It happened so fast that Turan thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Some of the robots from above had jumped down, and others came down the ramp system. Evaran's eyes glowed as he reached Em, who stood. He was okay, minus his left arm missing. Turan wished he could help, but he didn't know how. All he could do was watch, and Evaran and Em were pinned down. Evaran had taken a few hits, and Turan wasn't sure how much more Evaran could take. Turan silently cheered them on, but they were in a bad spot. Kate swallowed hard when she saw Em with his arm blown off. Evaran's reaction did not surprise her, but how he moved like a blur and dismantled the mechs did. Although she couldn't see his face due to the view, she suspected he was angry. He and Em were now in a precarious position, with the energy blade-wielding robots bearing down on them. "I need you to move the Torvada to a specific location," said Evaran. "How do we do that?" asked Kate. "Invoke the Dr. Snowden interface. It'll allow you to control the Torvada." Turan narrowed his eyes.
"Can't you do that already?"
"I can only communicate like this with the Torvada while outside of it," said Evaran. "Remote control isn't possible for security reasons." Kate looked at the others, then hopped up. She licked her lips. "I'd like to see Dr. Snowden's control interface." She jumped back when a semicircle-shaped workstation materialized. A quick check of the central part revealed a control stick that could be moved in any direction next to a handle that slid up and down. To the left and right were video feeds that corresponded to the external panels on the Torvada's sides. She examined the large screen that showed the front view outside. Large green arrows led off into the distance. "Move the Torvada to the location specified. Em and I will meet you there for pickup," said Evaran. Isaac stood to her left, while Dylan was on the other side. Turan was behind them. Kate moved the handle up, causing the Torvada to ascend. Then she pressed the control stick forward, which reminded her of using a gaming joystick. The Torvada advanced. "I get it," said Kate. She inspected Dylan's and Isaac's consoles. "What do those do?" "Those are targeting screens," said Evaran. "You can click on anything on the screen, and the Torvada will shoot stun beams there. There are several buttons at the top of the screen that allow you to choose what it discharges, but stun is the default." "Okay, what about you? You're fighting those robots while talking to us. How are you going to get from where you are to where we're headed?" M has calculated the most efficient route, and I trust his assessment, said Evaran. Although Kate was glad there was an escape route planned and that they could assist in some manner, she worried about Evaran and M's situation. M had been able to pick up his arm and use it like a bludgeoning weapon. They had created some space around them. Per the route M had outlined in another window, they had to go up 2 levels to reach a specific room, then head up through several floors. Once they reached the level they wanted, they would dash down a long hallway that led out to a veranda. That was where she and the others would be waiting. She concentrated on flying, and her adrenaline surged to have something so powerful respond to her. Her heart still pounded from the situation, but at least there was a plan. Evaran had taken some hits and moved slower. When a robot had attempted a slashing attack, he had blocked it with his forearm without the shield. The blow didn't slice off his arm, but he didn't move as fast after the hit, enough such that the Toravata showed a little icon with a down arrow and a percentage. It made her wonder if what she saw as him was an actual suit instead of his real form. Evaran and M had cleared the robots and marched up 2 levels. They hustled out to a side hallway. They were en route to a small storage room that would allow them to go up through the floors due to the room being the same on each of those levels. Along the way, they encountered a variety of robots and Graingax. Although Evaran and M handled them, they got hit a few times in the process. Evaran's reduction due to the damage taken hindered his ability to accurately reflect beams as well as he had before. When they reached the storage room, M's nanobots chewed through the ceiling and then continued to the next level. He and Evaran flew up once the hole was wide enough. Enemies below fired up, but Evaran had shot a grappling beam at M while turned sideways and used his energy shield to cover the hole. Kate exhaled as they reached the level they needed to be at, and she was impressed with the creativity. All that was left was a long hallway, and then they would be at the pickup spot. She had moved the Toravata there and hovered. Her pulse quickened when dots on the overview of the area showed guards approaching via jetpacks. While they might not see the Toravata, they would have an easy shot at Evaran and M when they emerged. We got company," said Dylan. He glanced at Isaac. "I guess we just tap at them on our interface? And the Toravata fires? I'm not seeing any other form of control." "That's it," said Evaran. Isaac shrugged. "All right, let's try it out." The first patrol came into range. Dylan selected one of the guards, and the Toravata extended a multi-segmented arm from one of its external meshes, then shot a stun beam, knocking the guard down. The others went to rescue him. "That works," he said. Isaac pointed forward. "Yeah, but now they're focusing on this area, and a lot more are coming." Kate gulped as additional swarms arrived. She wondered if she could move the Toravata closer to the veranda, enough such that it would almost be flush with the floor. But there were other items already there. Perhaps she could hover over those but remain close to the entrance. "I'm moving us closer," she said. As she did, she surveyed the hollow room environment. Evaran and M were now in the long hallway and running toward the exit, but a large orb with crab-like legs was in their path. She stiffened when it shot a massive orange beam that Evaran reflected with his shield. It was enough to send him sprawling. M charged forward, and despite his power, the beam washing over him made him move slowly, and his shielding was getting to the point where it would be breached again. She gritted her teeth when a similar robot came into view behind them. Evaran was able to block the incoming shot, but the first robot's beams hit him in the back. Based on the data labels, he should have been vaporized. Instead, his eyes glowed as he stood. The down arrow showed 27%, which had risen greatly from the blast. Evaran fired a grappling beam at the robot behind them, then yanked hard. When it passed by him, he kicked it like a soccer ball, and it smashed into the first attacker. "Let's go," said Evaran. As they approached the veranda exit, the jetpack guards outside dropped mines and grenades. Some spewed smoke or sprayed gel, while others emitted an electromagnetic pulse. The space between where the Toravata hovered and the hallway entrance meant Evaran and M would have to deal with that assault. "I'm dropping the Toravata down and plugging the entrance," she said. "Awesome," said Dylan. She appreciated his vote of confidence, then fixated on the controls. There was a crunching noise as the Toravata flattened the various seating arrangements on the veranda and blew up the mines that had been dropped. She moved the Toravata forward until it pushed into the building. Everyone went to the command center when Evaran and Em arrived. Kate puffed her cheeks as everybody settled into their seats. Evaran frowned, and Em had walked his robot body into the research lab. He projected a hard hologram of a young male around his orb. Turan tilted his head.
"That was an amazing display of your abilities."
"Thank you," said Evaran. "Em, take us to low orbit, then to the quantum beacon."
Acknowledged.
Isaac wrinkled his brow.
"What was that down arrow with the percentage that appeared?"
Evaran sighed. "It was an indication of how much damage I've taken. Once it reaches 100, I'm immobilized until the damage stops."
"I know you're tough, but how does your skin not melt when hit with beams like in that hallway fight?"
"My planar form suit is tough." Dylan drew his head back.
"You're saying what we see now is your suit?"
"That's correct." "So what's inside you, then?" asked Kate. "My cosmic energy. The connection between it and my suit is lessened when I take damage, but it does come back." She formed a mental image of Evaran as a being of light, then a suit that mimicked a human form on top of it. The idea made her hair stand on end, but it also made sense why Evaran appeared human, but was something else entirely. The damage slowing him was a limitation, and she suspected he needed the form due to some other restriction. Otherwise, he would just be a pure energy being walking around.
Turan eyed Evaran. "You just went through a tough fight. Don't you need to rest? I'm ready to check out this future place, but if we need to pause, we can."
"I'm okay," he said. "I won't leave the Torvada until I'm fully restored, but that doesn't mean we can't scan and poke about."
"A good plan."
Kate eased back into her chair as they ascended. The guards below flew around, still attacking the entrance. They must have noticed the Torvada was gone, but they would not have seen Evaran and Em enter it. The next step was to check out where the quantum beacon ended up, and she was excited to study the far future. Chapter 18. Em spawned a hard hologram of himself in the research lab to check on his robot body. A new arm had already been created, and he had attached it. The process wasn't difficult, but it took time to connect. He had run several simulations on what he could have done differently, but the advanced nature of the weapons being utilized against him had been an unknown variable. He had been unable to adjust. He graded himself as unsatisfactory in the fights. This was the first true challenge his body had been through, and like at the Dome, his density control had been used against him. His shielding was tough, but its limits had been shown. Standing still against high-powered energy beams was not a valid tactic if they could breach his defense. Without Evaran there, Em would have met his demise. Evaran had been his usual self, but he had acted as if he had more power than he actually had. While his previous form had that level, this version did not. Em categorized his and Evaran's effectiveness in the learning stage. They would adapt, and Em would run countless simulations for both of them to understand how to improve. Em studied Kate. Her heart beat faster than it should, and her swallowing pattern was irregular. This indicated she was excited, yet from an outward perspective she remained calm. He had calculated she would travel with him and Evaran at some point. As the Torvada showed her information, it would only show to crew members. Although he believed the Torvada had chosen her indirectly, he had no way to prove it until she joined up. Dylan had a lot of youthful energy and reminded Em of Jake Melkins, another human of similar age. Like Kate, Em rated Dylan as having a high probability of becoming a crew member of the new gang. Em enjoyed the discussion he had with him earlier, and it shed some light on where Dylan's mind was. Em had monitored everyone's vitals while in the hollow room, and Dylan had been the least worried. Isaac was a beacon of steadiness, and even now he was relaxed. However, his sitting at the edge of his seat and staring outside was in line with his intense curiosity. His analytical approach was appealing, and like the others, he most likely would be part of the new gang. Isaac was the rock Dylan and Kate depended on, and Em had a clearer picture of that. Turan's constant fidgeting and rapid blinking suggested he was on high alert. He had seen what was in the Graingax compound and would have realized how much more advanced they were. Kai also provided a visual to the powerful AI intent on destroying the Sistrals. More importantly, the fight had been in Camrellis. On top of that, he couldn't contact his society yet. M determined Turan was anxious, and now he was going to see where the Graingax originated from. M focused back on the current moment and opened a portal, then flew the Toravata through. It had chosen a place some distance away from where the quantum beacon was. That meant it was inside something. Upon exiting, he moved the Toravata through time, where it emerged inside the kinetic shielding of a massive, spherical, shelled megastructure. The rift endpoint was inside. The structure had 4 huge thrusters that were equidistant on the middle of the sphere, then one on top and one on the bottom. Outside of that, the surface was smooth for the most part, but there were docking bays with light blue shielding. The rift endpoint was in one of the docking bays. There was very little illumination outside the shielding and coverings. Although there were other areas that M had calculated should have light, there was none. Power usage must be restrained.
Per my analysis, we've arrived at approximately 400 trillion years in the future,
said M. Kate licked her lips. The degenerate era?
Yes. That's the human classification of this time period.
Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. What's special about that, other than it's far in the future? Kate nodded. Basically, the stars have died out. The universe is dominated by black holes, white and brown dwarfs, and neutron stars. Even then, late in this era, proton decay happens, and then it's just black holes left. That's unsettling to think about, said Isaac. He faced Turan. I know what the Graingax are doing now is wrong, but it's a testament to the Sistrals to have survived this long. I agree, said Turan. However, it seems they lost a lot of what a Sistral is. Dylan pointed at the structure. That looks like a small moon. Isaac chuckled. It does. And look, the portal's inside what the Toravata is labeling a docking bay. We're sure they can't see us? Asked Turan. I am, said Evaran. We are in scan profile 1, which means we're undetectable by any long-range scan, but we also use stealth mode to cover the visual aspect. M, take us in, and perform deep scans on this shelled megastructure.
Acknowledged.
M enacted the deep scanning system. The Toravata was an exploratory ship for the most part. While it could shoot stun beams, they were only powerful against small targets. It did have a nanobot system, but the Toravata would never allow them to be used to harm others. As such, there was a heavy focus on stealth, shielding, and tactics. The scans began to highlight the large structure. Dylan was right in that it resembled a small moon. They were also in deep space, and there were no other stellar phenomena in the area. So the portal is an endpoint, right? Does it move if the ship moves? Asked Kate. It would not, said Evaran. If this structure were to move vertically, the portal would simply slice through whatever it touched it. Thankfully for us, it seems they moved in such a way that the portal is in one of their docking bays. The Toravata can get close enough to shut it down. Turan eased back into his chair. I look forward to it. Can we go to the hollow room to see everything better? Asked Isaac. Evaran stood. An excellent suggestion. Let's go. M ensured the automated deep scan was operating correctly. The Toravata would fly over every part and discover what it could. Magnetic shielding would block off some parts, and Picobot swarms would also obscure readings. Although he could spawn a hard hologram and join the others in the hollow room, he wanted to physically be there. He could still control the Toravata from where he was inside it. The workstation was more for the others' sake. Dylan had slapped him on the back, and M's lights glowed brighter. Human interaction pleased him. Isaac was too excited to take a seat in the hollow room. He had to tap the ground a few times, since it seemed like they were floating in space next to the Graingax structure. Thankfully, Evaran had noticed and created a platform so it would appear as if there was something solid under them. Although technically not needed, Isaac did feel better about it. He loved being able to analyze things he could only dream of. The hollow room allowed for a level of detail to be viewed without their being in danger. The Torvada scans replicated the Graingax structure with ease. While the interior was packed with a labyrinth of rooms and hallways, the center area had a large spherical area with humongous pipes that led to the structure's outer thrusters. The presence of picobots was not surprising, nor was the magnetic shielding. He stared at the thousands of objects in various areas the platform had been whooshed to.
"That's a lot of pods."
"Indeed," said Evaran. "It appears most of the Graingax are in a form of stasis, as Kai mentioned."
Dylan drew his head back. "Then I guess what's shuffling around are the robots under Kai's control. There are some life signs moving about."
"Yes. There's a large number of robots. I suspect the life signs we're seeing are augmented and controlled Graingax under Kai's influence."
Turan cawed. "So Kai finds this portal, explores it, determines where it leads, then decides to enact his crazy plan? I know he said he was programmed that way, but I do wonder if the Graingax had this in mind."
"We may find out if we can take out the augments of a controlled Graingax from your time period," said Evaran. "Once we're done grabbing as much data as possible here, we'll close down the portal."
"An excellent plan. I look forward to discovering the Graingax's perspective," said Turan.
Isaac was no Sistral expert, but he sensed a tinge of anger in Turan's voice. He wanted the Graingax threat removed, which was understandable. However, like Isaac, Turan was curious. It was something Isaac liked about him. Isaac read more on the pods. The Torvada could only get scant information on them, but the Graingax were essentially a civilization on hold. Given how far they were in the future and the lack of any nearby stars, he could see why they tried to minimize power usage. The number of robots surprised him. He would have thought they would be powered down too, but the activity level was high in areas that were unshielded or had picobot swarms. He suspected the portal's opening might have something to do with that. Some of the robot designs were the same ones from the Graingax compound. The environment zoomed in on the docking bay. A light blue shield covered the entryway, and sitting inside was the rift's endpoint. It was close to the floor, and unlike the bordered portal the Torvada spawned, this one had an irregular shape with no naturally colored border, although the Torvada gave it one. The surface showed an image of the Graingax compound on Varlon in the past.
"How could they have detected this?" asked Dylan. "Well, I guess, how would anyone or anything detect a rift endpoint?"
Evaran raised a finger. "It's possible if they were scanning for irregularities as a regular part of their environment analysis. As an example, if scanned from an angle where the portal was in the front, the space behind it wouldn't register, so they would have known something was there. It's also possible they have a seeker, a being with exotic energy that can find rifts. Another possibility is that they were told of it in some manner." Kate furrowed her brow. "That would be a really long time if it was someone from Turan's time period." "Indeed. Also, it's common for races to reset their civilizations over time, whether due to internal or external fighting or other causes. The Graingax here, now, most likely didn't know of the Sistrals from Turan's period. However, with the Graingax's advanced technology, it wouldn't have been hard to get up to speed. Kai would have figured that out fairly quickly."
Turan stroked his beak. "I would agree with that. The Graingax we've seen so far bear little resemblance to our society's norms based on what they've been advocating, but we now know they were under Kai's control. He's pushed for a uniform society with a centralized neural network, with every Sistral bound to it via augment. It makes sense now why Kai would want that, but that goes against the very being of a Sistral."
Dylan scrunched his face.
"What about the simulation thing these Graingax are tied to? Kai mentioned it, but is it detectable?"
"Perhaps, but from where we are, it can't be detected," said Evaran.
"It makes you wonder what those who have implanted augments experienced. I mean, they were in stasis, connected to a simulation, and now they're out and about in the past."
"I suspect the augment handles that translation in a way that makes sense. If we can remove them from a Graingax member, we should learn more."
Dylan smirked. "That's wild." Although Isaac was mainly an observer, he was invested in the mystery. It made him want to do more adventures. While the others stared at the portal, he examined the megastructure's thrusters at the top of each end.
There were also smaller ones on each octagonal face that would allow for great maneuverability. He gestured at the inner spherical structure.
It says that's a black hole drive.
It is, said Evaran. They feed it matter and harness the energy released. However, as there's no stellar matter for it to ingest, I suspect that has led to Kai looking for new energy sources. This structure as a whole also uses fusion generators, and there are intake mechanisms that funnel any matter it can find to the engine. So what is their future? Asked Dylan. If their power runs out, which seems like where they're headed, where are they going to get energy? There's nothing around.
Black hole farming, said Tehran. They could use its angular momentum for a very long time while also capturing any radiation spewed out. There would be quite a few naturally occurring ones, unlike this one.
Yes, said Evaran. And to conserve power, a digital environment would be able to better sustain a civilization, especially if the reference of time is slowed down. Dylan eyed him. Reference of time? A thought to a human is measured in milliseconds. However, if humans were a digital version, a thought could take trillions of years, yet still appear to be milliseconds to those in the simulation. The advantage is that energy need is lower and spread throughout time versus needing it immediately. Wow. That's crazy, said Dylan. Isaac agreed with his assessment. The thought of a slow-thinking society was not something he had ever heard of, but it made sense. However, he wondered if the energy needs would be lowered enough to make it feasible, as having trillions of years to think still required power for that time amount. Perhaps a natural black hole had that much to give. The Torvada will continue its deep scanning for a while, said Evaran. Data will be streamed in, and if you wish to take a break or do something else, please feel free to do so. We'll plan on meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Isaac smiled. He would watch for a bit, and it looked like the others were interested as well. However, knowledge-based research called out to him. He didn't know how much time he would have on the Toravada, and having parts of life's mysteries available at his fingertips was hard to pass up. Chapter 19. Dylan hung out on the Toravada's roof. It was 6:00 p.m., about 4 hours since Evaran had mentioned everyone could do whatever they wanted. Like Cade and Isaac, Dylan had spent a few hours watching the Toravada fly around the Graingak structure, but then they had split up. Cade had gone to the planar cartography lab, while Isaac had headed to the research one. Dylan stared at the shelled megastructure. It made him pause to think that he was seeing what very few humans would ever witness. Everything had been surreal since he had arrived at the Sistral quarantine nightmare. It was like a long dream sequence. Hope ran through him now. He would be going back to Earth, and before he did, he got to travel with Evaran and Em and watch them deal with a summons. Despite his anger at being abducted and his sadness about Oleg, he remained happy about where he was. Evaran was unlike anything he had seen outside of a comic book, movie, or TV show, and Em was pure awesomeness. He turned his head when he heard footsteps. It was Evaran. "Hey," said Dylan. Evaran stood beside him and placed his hands behind his back. "Hello. I hope I'm not bothering you." "Not at all. I was just relaxing and thinking." "A good combination. What were you thinking about?" Dylan waved his hand around. "Everything, and how crazy it is I'm here. I don't believe in miracles, yet here we are." He eyed Evaran. "I never heard you mention religion or anything. Do you have one?" Evaran shook his head. "I don't. The Aurelians created everything, and I've talked with them. However, they're just a powerful race. While they may be omnipotent, they aren't omniscient or omnipresent. As an example, they would have no knowledge of you unless they came to a plane. However, they did create the initial stages for the Aurelian verse, but they aren't very active on what came after that. The Aurelian verse is everything, right?" "Yes." "Isaac knows all the layers, which sounds wild to me. So these Aurelians just created the base of all reality and bounced?" Evaran displayed a wide grin. "They didn't fully bounce, and are around in some capacity, but more of in a maintenance role. They talk to me at times. That makes the religions on Earth sound small, said Dylan. I take it you have some experience there. Dylan sighed. Yeah, I was Baptist. Well, my mom was. Church was youth groups and singing and a lot of talking. Evaran studied him. I suspect you don't miss it. Yeah, I never really believed, said Dylan, shrugging. It was always weird to me. It still is. Plus, there's like thousands of other religions. Which one's right? I'm thinking none. That doesn't even factor in religions on other worlds. You must view religion as silly. Not quite, said Evaran. It can have a role in trying to explain the unexplainable, which is common in the evolution of a species. It can also provide comfort. However, most civilizations lose God-based religions once they hit a certain technological threshold, but they then tend to migrate toward belief in other things. Humans often define others to band against in interesting ways. I bet. I saw that the Kregan Star Empire was the big superpower around Earth. What do they believe? They believe the Great Selector seeded their race and guided them, said Evaran. That's actually correct, although they don't know what the Great Selector is. Humanity was also seeded by it. Dylan widened his eyes. You know what created humanity? Yes, but I can't say if the Toravada hasn't allowed you to see that information. Dylan was sure Isaac would have told him if he had found it, but he hadn't. Dylan didn't search either. Evaran's knowledge was godlike sometimes, and Dylan had barely scratched the surface on what he truly was. It would be easy to see other groups worship him as a god. Any group form a religion around you? He asked. Evaran stared off into the distance. Yes, in the future. They called themselves the Evaranites, and they were a cruel organization. They twisted my philosophy to capture the minds and hearts of millions to further the power of their leader. Oh shit. Indeed. They were dealt with. Dylan could only imagine what it must have been like to be a member of a cult of Evaran, then see him come in and dismantle it. It would be some serious cognitive dissonance. Earth must seem so backward to you, he said. Not at all, said Evaran. The Earth Ward is almost as advanced as the civilizations surrounding Earth. The gods of many religions are outsiders, and they are in the Imperium, one of the core members of the Earth Ward. Dylan widened his eyes. Like which gods? Odin of the Norse pantheon is a powerful member, said Evaran. Wow. The Imperium also has legendary figures in it, such as Guan Yu, said Evaran. You'll learn all of that at the Wildhaven Institute. 6 months there, right? Asked Dylan. That's correct. After that, the Earth Ward will help you with anything needed. As a wizened, you'll have opportunities that humans don't get. Cool, said Dylan. So, if I needed financial help going back to college, they would help? Yes. One thing the Earth Ward isn't short on is money, said Evaran. Another option is you could pursue a career in the Earth Ward. Just being wizened opens many doors for you. Dylan liked the sound of that. Although he was still sad about his mom passing, he didn't associate her with college. He might not even go back right away if there were other opportunities. He savored the idea of having options. He glanced at Evaran. On a related note, I saw that Earth was a protected planet by the Kregan Star Empire. Do they have an outpost there? A small one, said Evaran. They have some delegates and the occasional hunter to track down slavers. Aliens, gods, vampires? Earth is wilder than I thought, said Dylan. Evaran grinned. I would say diverse. Dylan waved dismissively. Yeah, I didn't mean it in a bad way. It's just like there's this whole other world on Earth that has a huge impact, and I just learned about it. One thing to note is you'll most likely be highly regarded when you enter the Wildhaven Institute. Why? Evaran placed a hand on his chest. You traveled with me, and I founded the Earth Ward. I guess Isaac and Kate will be too, said Dylan. Yes. You'll be asked many questions about your time here and will be among the few humans to travel with me and go to the Wildhaven Institute. You already traveled with Dr. Snowden and Emily. Did they go? Asked Dylan. Evaran's eyes softened. The Earth Ward wasn't created back then, and the ruling group, known as the Helians, didn't have a good process in place for resigned. As such, Dr. Snowden and Emily were sent home. I agreed to let them travel with me 3 months later. However, Dr. James Bryson went to Wildhaven. Wow. So Dr. Snowden and Emily had to sit on everything? They were monitored and protected, said Evaran. I didn't know that at the time. Dylan liked that as powerful as Evaran was, he didn't know everything. Although that already showed itself in the current situation, it made Evaran feel more relatable. Dylan figured it would be boring to know everything with no room for figuring things out. Maybe that was a human perspective. I hope you visit us while we're at the Institute, he said. Of course, said Evaran. You can count on that. You'll be spending some time with Earth Ward Inspector Dalton Kingston and Evot, his AI friend and companion. Dalton is a Torvada's chosen, so he's special. He and Evot will help ease your adjustment, per my request. Dylan laughed. Torvada's chosen? You can't say that and not explain it. I suppose not, said Evaran. The Torvada sometimes chooses people and sends them to fulfill a role. They get varying amounts of cosmic energy, and in Dalton's case, he got about 30% of what I have. His role was to support the Earth Ward as an inspector, and he's uniquely qualified for that. Whoa! Does he have cosmic abilities and the like? He does. You can ask him yourself when you meet him. Dylan exhaled. I love these types of talks. I feel like my brain is a sponge. I mean, I know I'm not as smart as Isaac or Kate, but the way you explain everything makes it easy to learn. Or you're as smart as them, but you don't realize it yet, and my explanation was easy to digest because you were intelligent enough to understand it. They may have more knowledge, but that only takes time to accrue, said Evaran. Dylan paused. He liked the compliment, but he wasn't sold on being anywhere near Isaac or Kate's level. It could also be that he tended to denigrate himself. One thing he appreciated about Isaac and Kate was their confidence in themselves, especially Isaac. Dylan tried to emulate them, but his low confidence tripped him up at times. I have so many more questions to ask you, he said. Evaran laid a hand on his shoulder. Please proceed. Kate had enjoyed the camaraderie with the others as they watched the Torvada scanning. However, after 3 hours, she went to the Planner Cartography Lab. She had wanted to check out everything based on the time period they were in. There should only be a handful of stellar phenomena, and she was eager to discover it. As expected, the zoomed-out map she pulled up showed very few stellar objects. There were a few white and brown dwarf stars, as well as a handful of neutron stars. Black holes dominated everywhere, and one was close to the Graingax megastructure. A chill washed through her. Although this was an era where life as she knew it would not exist, the barren map and distances between objects made the surrounding area look like a wasteland. The Graingax were a good example of what she figured life would have to be in order to survive. They still had some biological bodies, and it would be more efficient long-term to fully move to their digital environment, something she was blown away by. Prior to coming to the lab, she had stopped to visit Oleg. She wished he could have seen all this. He would have probably been relaxed about everything. However, she smiled that he would be able to continue his life on Earth. His wife and kid would be ecstatic to have him back, and Kate hoped they could at least be friends down the road. She wasn't sure how she would do that, but it was something in the back of her mind. A small data label popped up with a quiet bell sound. It said M was at the entrance. She waved him in. Hey.
Hey to yourself,
said M.
I see you're studying the galactic region we're in.
She puffed her cheeks. Yeah. It's so amazing that I can. There's a lot of detail about 10 light-years out, which it seems is the Torvada's limit. However, there's more information on other things past that, although there was a note that has an as-of date. M materialized a chair and sat next to her.
Yes.
Those are from scans done long ago from previous periods and extrapolated to be where they are at. We haven't done one in this area in a while.
Ah, I see. Kate inspected him. I'm still in awe of you and Zell. I know he's an android, but you're both AI, although you have a cosmic orb, from what I understand.
Thank you. And yes, my orb is cosmic energy, but my outer layer is this AI. Both work in tandem, and the orb allows me to simulate emotions effectively.
She stroked her arm. It's surreal to talk with you. They had robots on the moon, but I know now they weren't AIs, but were controlled by one. In my field of study, I do a lot with machine learning and data science, but it's nowhere near what you are.
Your work was similar to Dr. Snowden's.
Kate bobbed her head. It was. I take it you were good friends?
He was my brother,
Said Em.
His curiosity drove him.
I wish I could discuss things with him. Em tilted his head.
You can converse with Dr. Bryson.
Kate had put that at the top of her list for when she got back. It amazed her that there was a human who had traveled with Evaran who was alive on Earth. She wasn't sure what happened to Dr. Snowden or Emily, but they had died somehow. Dr. Bryson represented the hope that traveling with Evaran wasn't lethal. I look forward to talking with him, said Kate. Em extended his hand for a high five. She giggled as she returned it. I love that you do that.
I have found it relaxes others.
It does. She examined him. So I get this is a new form for you, but you've had previous ones before, like Evaran? Em nodded.
I was V before this, and U4 before that. There were other incarnations as well.
And you retain all their memories?
Yes, but as storage. However, I can simulate their reactions given the parameters associated with them.
Kate widened her eyes. Wow. Is it weird to recall your previous version's memories?
In what way?
Asked Em. She chuckled. I guess it wouldn't be for you.
Their memories are in what is defined as cold storage, in that they aren't accessed often. My current storage is considered hot, as in it's accessed frequently. Should I perish, my current storage moves to cold, and a new hot one is formed.
Interesting. Then the feelings you had from your cosmic energy toward the humans you previously traveled with are in this cold storage.
Yes,
Said Em.
however, their bond transcends storage, and I feel for them as I did in my previous incarnations. I suspect this is due to them being cosmic beings. Outside of that, I would need to run a simulation.
So there's some loopholes, said Kate.
In a way, yes.
Said Em. She stared at him.
Is everything okay?
He asked. You're just so unique and easy to talk with. I feel like we've been friends forever, and I could tell you anything and you wouldn't judge me. Em's eyes glowed.
I'm glad you feel that way around me. As a good friend used to say to me, I have your back.
I'm glad you do, said Kate. She loved chatting with him. He was like a best friend she never knew she was missing. It could be because he was an AI, but there was an immediate feeling of trust, almost as if he radiated an aura of it. One thing she had to be aware of as well was that she didn't lead others on. She was always on guard for that in her profession. A simple interaction could be misconstrued as interest in something more than friends. She didn't have to worry about that with Em. She could be herself with him, similar to Isaac and Dylan, although she still kept her guard up some around them as well. Her feelings toward Em were the same with Evaran. Perhaps it was a cosmic being thing.
I wanted to say I'm saddened by your situation with Oleg. However, he'll live,
said Em. She cleared her throat. Not much I can do about it but be happy for him.
That's a good outlook.
Her eyes misted. Yeah.
Know that he'll be looked after by the Earth Ward,
said Em.
You may get to meet him later if you wish.
It would be too painful. But who knows? Asked Kate.
The Torvata,
said Em. She eyed him.
I wasn't teasing you.
But the Torvada would know, since it seems to have desired this setup.
I figure that since it came when it did, said Kate, wiping her eyes. The Torvada is so mysterious.
I agree,
said Em. Kate exhaled. I'll move on.
I'll be here if you need me.
She wanted to hug him for being kind, but figured it might be weird. She instead raised her hand for a high five. Em returned it. Now, I want to hear about your previous version and the adventures you went on, she said.
That could take a while.
Kate eased back into her chair. Then maybe the moments you found interesting?
I can do that,
said Em. She was eager to know what stuck out to him in his past. It would give her more insight into his character, but she was delighted to chat with him as it was. Maybe this was the universe paying up for all the things she had endured. She would take it. Turan had stayed in the hollow room for a while after the others had left. He was entranced with where his species ended up, but he struggled to believe they were ruthless and allowed Kai to be doing what he was doing. The shelled megastructure with a black hole engine was way beyond anything his civilization could do. Even more exciting was that he was able to come to the future to see the Graingax. That was a testament to Evaran and Em's power with the Torvada. They were far more than what he had initially envisioned them as. It was rare for him to be so far off on his conclusions, but Evaran and Em defied stereotypes. He stared at the megastructure, which floated alone in a sea of darkness. With a soon-to-be depleted energy source, it would wither and die. He understood the opportunity afforded via the portal, but Kai could have moved everyone and then went a separate way. Instead, the solution was to convert his civilization to a slave race. Even with the portal closed, all the Graingax from his time period would need to be captured and brought back, along with any technology they had with them. That would be challenging, as they could have sent off scouts in all directions on top of infiltrating Sistral society. Then there was the star entity, which he now knew was a portal to another dimension. It would eat the sun, forcing his society to either evacuate or perish. They would most likely flee, but with the Graingax around, that could be more challenging. Evaran and Em were the wild cards in this situation, and Turan was beginning to believe they could do anything. They had a vested interest in humans, and Turan had noticed their fondness for Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. He could not imagine having Evaran and Em as protectors for all time, but he got a good glimpse of it during their dealings with the Graingax and the star entity. With that in mind, he wanted to chat with Isaac. He had a more Sistral-like demeanor. While he had thought of talking with Kate, he suspected that, although she bore no ill will toward him, she could view Sistrals negatively because of Oleg. Dylan was young and might not be able to carry on a technical conversation.
"Where is Isaac?"
he asked out loud. A small window appeared, showing him the research lab in the knowledge base room. Turan liked that he could ask questions and get a response without having to interact with something. While Sistral Society had such location services, they typically didn't have a video feed with the amount of information shown. The Torvada was very advanced. He went to the entrance of the room Isaac was in. There was no sealed door, so Turan could peek in. Isaac was staring at some design plans. Isaac turned his head. "Hey, Turan."
"Hello,"
he said.
"May I join you?"
"The more the merrier." Turan created a chair and sat. Isaac gestured at it. "I've seen you use that before, and I'm guessing it's standard among your society. I assume the T-shaped backings are for your back tendrils?"
"They are,"
said Turan.
"We can wrap around the bars for additional support."
"Can you feel with your tendrils, or is it like cartilage?"
"I like your curiosity. Yes, we can feel via our tendrils. However, it's somewhat deadened."
"I was just thinking about how your species evolved with them," said Isaac. Turan stroked his beak.
"The tendrils allowed us early on in our evolution to sleep from trees. They also helped us navigate them with ease. When it came to fighting, they gave us an edge. Many a predator would go for our front, but we could block them, then use our tendrils equipped with spears, knives, or needles to take them down.
It was even more effective in groups. We dominated our world fast, and from there we evolved quickly." "I could see that," said Isaac. "It helps that your species has high intelligence from what I read. I assume humanity had a similar path," said Tehran. Isaac shrugged. "Well, sorta. We were endurance runners, meaning we could outlast our prey. But as a species, we fought not just predators, but ourselves. In groups, we were effective as well, but it was a rough path to get to where we are now. The Torvada says in comparable eras, humans are much less intelligent than your species. We fought over the dumbest things all throughout our history."
"Why do you think they fought so much?"
"Just humanity," said Isaac with a grin. "I saw that the Sistrals never had individual leaders, but a grouping of leaders, like a council. I think that was definitely a major difference. You didn't have to worry about the delusions of a madman when the group could effectively shut that down." Tehran liked Isaac's analytical mind. It was obvious he was a thinker, and it was impressive that he took the effort to learn Sistral history. That was probably the first time he had access to this information, and it had been chosen as a topic of interest.
"I'm glad you're curious about our history," he said.
"Oh yeah," said Isaac. "It's so fascinating. You're the first alien species I've had the opportunity to read up on, so I'm not going to waste that. The humanoid form seems to be more common than I expected. Maybe I'll find out why later."
"Perhaps so," said Tehran. "To us, humans are furless mutants without a beak or tendrils."
"Fair enough. I imagine your fighting styles have evolved with advanced technology," said Isaac.
Tehran cawed. "It definitely did. Our tendril tips can act as bludgeons, piercers, and blasters."
He eyed Isaac.
"Did you have a role on Earth?"
He smirked. "A job? Yeah, but it's one I liked. I'm a data architect. I manage data that comes into and out of my company by building data models, planning data flows, dealing with big data, sometimes doing databases administration and development, and handling all integrations with other data providers."
"I see," said Tehran. "You're very well versed in dealing with data, then."
"I like to think so. I take it the Sistrals have a role that's somewhat comparable?"
"In the past, yes. That's all handled by AI now."
Isaac wrinkled his brow. "So what roles do Sistrals fill if you have AI or robots doing everything?"
"Roles are given by interest and based on one's knowledge and skill," said Tehran. "While it's true we employ many AIs, we still have those learned in the subject."
"Some want to be security guards?"
Tehran bobbed his head. "There are some who like that. It gives them a feeling of contribution to society. But don't mistake it as not requiring effort. It's very complex, especially on the technical side. But it's also a more physical path, and some like that."
"Your security forces must be very effective and efficient. Another question I had, and it's somewhat related, is how does your society determine what rules to follow or pursue? Is it the Leadership Council?"
"Not quite," said Tehran. "Every Sistral has one vote at a minimum, and votes are required and instantaneously recorded. Those who have higher levels of certification or would be impacted get additional votes. We also have voting at all levels, so there are regional votes versus more planetary system-wide ones. The main thing is that it's ingrained into every Sistral and is quick and easy to do on a periodic basis."
Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. "What's a recent vote like, then?"
"There was a request to create a new colony in one of our planetary systems. That's a civilization-wide vote. Those who were involved in the planning, feasibility, and preparation, as well as those who would construct it, got additional votes to cast. They're subject matter experts, and they would know best in terms of if it would be successful. However, there's a philosophical aspect in whether we expand or reinvest in Varlon. The overwhelming response was to create the colony, so that's underway now."
"That's so interesting. Your society is structured for success and values information."
Tehran studied him. "I take it Earth's isn't like that."
Isaac laughed. "Oh no, it's pretty convoluted no matter where you go. On an unrelated note, and I apologize for jumping around so much and hope this isn't sensitive, but how do Sistrals procreate?
It's not sensitive at all. We hatch our young from eggs, which build in us to a certain point. Once they're laid, they're kept in a warm location until they hatch about 6 months later." Isaac drew his head back. "I'll admit I didn't expect that. Does the mother hang around the egg while it's incubating? I guess the father could too." Turan narrowed his eyes. "We don't have males or females like humans. Each sistral can have an egg that's created from their interaction with others. It's usually multiple donors and, for most, close friends. In essence, we are both a mother and father as it would relate to humans." "Wow. So, if you wanted an egg, you would ask your friends to help out?" "Of course," said Turan. "Copulation is fast, and yes, it's pleasurable. It also deepens the friendship." Isaac nodded. "I guess making the right friends is very important." "It is. And it's what also helps bind the community since it forms a web of connections. Makes jealousy almost non-existent. I take it you don't have lifelong commitments to just those you procreated with." "We do. But sometimes friendships change, and that's okay," said Turan. "There's no issue if for the next egg a different set of donors is used. It's actually encouraged." "That sounds efficient. Can you copulate without making an egg?" asked Isaac. Turan cooed. "Definitely. And it's a great stress reliever. When you have many friends, it's easy to do." Isaac chortled. "I wasn't laughing at you. I was just imagining that setup in our society. It would be a bloodbath. I take it you pair off for life." Isaac sighed. "Yeah. And you had a mate." Isaac's voice cracked. "Yeah. But she died." Turan noted Isaac's quick change in posture and facial expression. It was obvious humans formed a strong bond like sistrals, but their exclusive nature most likely made it even stronger. The loss of Isaac's mate apparently still bothered him. "I'm sorry to hear of your loss," he said. Isaac cleared his throat. "It's all right. You wouldn't have known. She's gone, but I have to continue on." Turan scrutinized him. "If Kate wasn't with Oleg, would she be a good mate? I assume she would be a mother. I apologize if the question doesn't follow human protocols." "You're good. She was with Oleg, but yeah, she'd be a good girlfriend. I mean, she's smart, pretty, and fun to be around." "You two seem like you would be a great pair." Isaac's eyes widened. "Let's not get crazy now." "Okay." Turan was not sure if he had said something wrong, but Isaac and Kate were highly compatible. However, it was obvious Turan missed some detail. Perhaps there were rituals that needed to be performed before that. If they were sistrals, they would have no problem with mating, but then again, humans had 2 genders. This would be a good time to learn more about humans. Isaac was easy to talk with, and Turan admired his patience. It bothered Turan even more that the humans had suffered on the moon. 38 didn't make it. This was his chance to understand Evaran and Em by extension. It was an opportunity he wouldn't pass up. Chapter 20. Isaac yawned as he slowly awoke. As usual, he had a solid sleep, and energy coursed through him. He sat on the side of the bed and rubbed his eyes. It was 8:30 a.m., and Evaran had scheduled a 9:30 a.m. meeting. The thought of a Belgian waffle danced around in his mind, despite it not being the healthiest choice for breakfast, so he hopped up and went to the bathroom. As he showered, he reflected on his conversation with Turan. The sistrals had an unusual procreation cycle, but he understood the merits of it. They had met races with 2 or more genders, and Turan said he found the concept to be an unusual burden and potentially dangerous to a species if it was low on members or those who could carry or make an egg. Turan had also been interested in human culture and had many questions that ranged from a daily routine to music. Isaac cracked up when Turan swayed to some R&B songs. He had said he liked the vocals and beat. Isaac enjoyed talking with him and envisioned how things could have been had they been able to communicate earlier. It irritated him how a communication gap could lead to so much damage. Isaac understood how rare it was for a human to experience all this and still be able to go back to Earth,
Becoming wizened sounded much better than being forced to Fredoria. Their interactions with Evaran and M would put them into a special class. Even more incredulous was how far he was in the future. The whole degenerate era was scary as a thought. His skin had crawled when he learned about the small window in the timeline where biological life as he knew it existed. Life afterward would be very different, and the Grangak's virtual society illustrated that. Isaac couldn't even comprehend the amount of data required, much less how it was structured to contain a consciousness. There was also the virtual simulation that had been run to keep the digital beings active. It made him feel small to think of how advanced the Grangaks and Sistrals were. Humanity was nowhere near that level of advancement, but Zell showed him a glimpse. Isaac wished he could see more. He went to the conference room. Kate, Dylan, and Tehran were already seated and enjoying breakfast. Isaac grabbed a Belgian waffle with butter and syrup from the matter replicator, then took a seat. "Morning," he said. Everyone greeted him. "Guess we're all a half hour early." Isaac cracked up. "That's what most of my work meetings were like." "You used to have a lot of them?" asked Dylan. "Yeah, at least 5 to 8 a week. They were usually pretty long, but sometimes we started early if everyone was there." "Why not set the meeting time earlier?" asked Tehran. Kate chuckled. "It's really a way of covertly setting a meeting at an earlier time and being able to start if everyone is there. As an example, if you want everyone to meet at 9 o'clock a.m. or shortly thereafter, you tell them the meeting is at 9:30 a.m. Tehran bobbed his head. "That sounds confusing." "Yeah, to me too," said Dylan. "You get used to it," said Isaac. As if on cue, Evaran and M entered and took their seats. "It appears everyone is well rested," said Evaran. "As always, and I love it," said Dylan, munching on a bacon strip. Evaran smiled. "I'm glad you do." Kate motioned at him. "We were just talking about starting meetings earlier than the scheduled time, so if you want to start, we're okay with that." "Very well," he said. The Torvada has finished its deep scans. The Grangak's megastructure isn't fully powered. Although it has a powerful black hole engine in the center with fusion support, it's been isolated too long from matter to feed the engine, and fusion support alone can't sustain the structure. "How much is powered?" asked Kate. Emma raised a finger.
Approximately 55%.
"Wow," said Isaac. "I take it those pods in unpowered areas were moved?" Evaran shook his head. "The pods are still there, but the Grangak's physical bodies inside are dead. I suspect they have been converted to a digital state. The rest of the structure keeps the functional pods powered, but in essence their society is in a death spiral." "Explains why Kai is so aggressive," said Tehran. "Still, there's no reason to be doing what he's doing." "I concur." Evaran pulled up a hologram of the wireframe of the docking bay with the rift endpoint. "The Torvada will shut down that portal. Then it's time to meet with some of the Sistral Council." He glanced at Tehran. "It may be best to only have Ulgris and Martis at that meeting. I don't believe they are compromised." Tehran stroked his beak. "I think that's wise. I also suggest we meet in a secret location to avoid prying eyes. I can set that up." "Excellent," said Evaran. He moved his finger in an arc at Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. "I'll assume you all want to come. Humans are very curious in general, and you all are no exception. To that end, you'll need to wear a survival suit and wield a personal support device, or PSD, and be given the basics of it. We can do that in the Hollow Room." Isaac wagged his finger. "I read up on those some. Also the nanobots. Do we get those as well?" Evaran tilted his head. "I didn't know you were interested. I mean, they heal, provide translation, and give us a physical and mental boost. Plus, they elongate our lives. But for this outing, the other effects are more important." Dylan's eyes lit up. "Oh, I'm so in." "I'd like them too," said Kate. Although it was brief, Isaac noted Evaran's frown. The thought of nanobots in humans had triggered something. Perhaps a memory. However, just as quickly, a smile appeared. "I'm okay with that, with the understanding that the suit, PSD, and nanobots are returned once we arrive at Earth," said Evaran. "Of course." Kate eyed Tehran. "Do you have nanobots in you?
Some, he said. We mainly have augments that may or may not have associated nanobots with them.
Got it. Evaran stood. Before we do that, though, let's shut down the portal. Isaac followed everyone to the command center. His mind raced at the thought of getting nanobots. Having a suit and a defensive weapon made his pulse quicken. He used to be a heavy cosmic reader when he was younger, and many a hero had such boosts. Although he knew he would not be one, it intoxicated him to think of having additional benefits. After everyone was seated, the Torvada moved outside the docking bay. Isaac saw a distance metric that put the rift endpoint about 120 feet in. He wasn't sure how they would shut it down at that range. Maybe they would fly in, but that might alert the Graingax. Pulse shields, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Isaac ran a hand over his mouth when a data window showed the Torvada's bubble shield expanding. It swept over the portal, which made it shimmer for a moment before dematerializing. Alarms were triggered, and sentries poured in to investigate the area.
The Torvada continues to impress, said Tehran. So the portal is gone forever.
Yes, said Evaran. This end of the rift is closed, so the other end will close as well. In essence, there's no longer a connection to the past from here or from the past to here. Tehran cawed.
This is a good thing.
Indeed. Evaran stood. Now to the medical lab for Dylan's, Isaac's, and Kate's nanobots. Then we can go to the research lab for the suits and PSD, then to the hollow room to test it out. Awesome, said Dylan, hopping up. Isaac stared at the docking bay as he rose. In the blink of an eye, the Torvada had snuffed out the end of a rift. The power required to do that, much less the physics involved, boggled his mind. Evaran and Em acted as if this was routine, and Isaac suspected everything he was seeing was not meant for human eyes. Yet here he was. He took a measured breath, then exited the command center. Kate rapidly clenched and unclenched her fists. The thought of nanobots making her more powerful was an easy choice to make. Plus, she would get a survival suit and PSD, things she had some concept of. Although she ran a lot for fitness and trained Krav Maga for self-defense, she knew someone bigger or stronger than her could hurt her. She was curious to find out how the new enhancements would offset that. She stood by quietly after everyone was in the medical lab. Evaran had gone to a panel on the wall and retrieved 3 syringes filled with moving silver liquids. Evaran held up one syringe. This is a light dose of nanobots. It'll give you the ability to use the universal translator, and you'll be able to interact with an augmented reality interface, or ARI. The passive nanobot features are a boost to your strength and speed, and an increase to your mental cognitive ability. In case you're hurt, you'll slowly regenerate. So you're aware, any diseases or medical conditions you have will be removed up to a certain severity.
They will?
Asked Isaac. Yes, said Evaran. As an example, your hearing loss and tinnitus in your left ear will be repaired. Those are permanent changes. If this bothers you, we can adapt to not using nanobots. Isaac's eyes widened.
Oh no, I'm good with that.
Yeah, me too, said Dylan. Very well, said Evaran. Everyone, extend your arm. They complied. Evaran jabbed them with the syringes. Kate's pulse quickened as the nanobots flowed through her. She winced as a wave of energy swept over her. A moment later, she flexed her hand. Although she couldn't quantify it, there was a lightness to the action. The other aspect that stood out was she could now detect minor movements by others. She could also see much farther and could zoom in like a camera if she focused. The ARI was as advertised. Data labels popped out next to whatever she was looking at. She pressed a small circle that hovered on the top right, which opened an options menu. She could control how much information was displayed. For the moment, she left it on default. Dylan danced around.
Wow, this is wild.
Isaac grinned.
Oh yeah, I can feel the change, and I'm loving this ARI. My tinnitus, it's gone.
He looked around with wide eyes.
And I can hear better. This is a light dose of nanobots?
Yes, said Evaran. I'm not anticipating a fight, and these are easy to adjust to. A heavier dose would take more time for that.
Still, This is good.
Indeed. Let's go to the research lab. Kate felt like she could run for miles without breaking a sweat as she followed the others. Everything had a new context as she surveyed the environment. Her heightened senses were powerful, but she understood the warning about a higher dose. 3 suits hung on the wall in the research lab. Next to each of them were small shelves that had a pen-shaped device sitting on them. Each suit had been tailored to everyone's size and had a holographic label at the top to indicate which suit belonged to whom. Kate wondered if it had been created on the fly or if Evaran had anticipated this. He touched each suit. These will enhance your strength and speed, similar to your nanobots. They're extremely resilient and have a control interface on the left forearm, which can also spawn an energy shield. There are several pockets that can secure your PSD, as well as a few places you can mount it. "Why would we want to mount it?" asked Dylan. "A good question," said Evaran. "If you wanted to scan while walking, you could mount it on your shoulder. If in combat, you could notch it on your right forearm to shoot while keeping your hand free." Dylan touched his PSD. "Ah, makes sense." Evaran pointed at the left forearm. Note that the control interface can spawn on the inside of your shield for easier access if you wanted to. The suits are space-worthy, and you have a good amount of oxygen should you need it. They can also project a hollow shell, but for where we're going, that won't be required. "This is dope," said Dylan. M focused on Tehran.
He means he likes it.
"Oh, I see. Not confusing at all,"
he said. "Yeah, my bad. This PSD is powerful," said Dylan. "Yes, it is," said Evaran. "As for its functionality, we can go over that in the hollow room. Go ahead and put on your suits and grab your PSDs." Kate took hers and went into a side area. The suit had a rubber texture and 2 bands crisscrossed the front and back torso. The suit's white aesthetic pleased her, and the left forearm control interface was not heavy. After undressing and slipping her suit on, she paused to enjoy the power that washed over her. She closed her helmet and examined the data labels on the interior faceplate, which was similar to her ARI. A quick check of her forearm device showed a holographic menu with various choices. She mounted her PSD on her right forearm. She folded her clothes and put them on a nearby table, then exited the room. Dylan bounced around and poked in the air, while Isaac calmly took everything in. Kate understood Dylan's reaction, as he always seemed to have a lot of energy, and the nanobots and suit would have boosted that. He had his PSD in his right hand. She shared Isaac's mindset, as it was like looking at the world from another perspective. He had mounted his PSD on his shoulder. Evaran waved for everyone to follow him as he exited the lab. Kate hurried after him to the hollow room. She checked out the thin metal pillar that stood about 20 feet away. The rest of the space was featureless and white, which was the default environment. Evaran indicated for them to line up horizontally to the pillar. Use your PSD and press the bottom button. That will create a small holographic menu you can interact with. Select beams, then stun. Kate put her PSD in her right hand, then scrutinized the 2 buttons on it before she pressed the bottom one. A menu with various options appeared, and she appreciated how organized it was. She selected the beams icon, which opened a submenu to the side. There were a variety of options like stun, heat, mist, and sticky globule. She picked the stun beam, which closed the menus. Evaran gestured at the pillar. When you press the top button, your PSD will fire. There will be no recoil, as the PSD uses dimensional mechanics. Shoot now. Kate jumped when Dylan blasted a succession of shots at the pillar, which lit up with blue electricity encircling it in a haphazard pattern. She took aim and hit the pillar with ease. Her enhanced vision showed where to target with precision. The thumping sound of the shot hitting the target before making a fritzing noise was pleasing. Isaac went next, and after his initial shot, he switched to the mist beam and formed a cloud around the pillar. Dylan lit it up with a stun beam, causing it to hit an area of effect, or AoE. After the mist cleared, she tried the sticky globules, which streamed a white beam that resembled glue on the pillar. Dylan cleared it off with a heat blast. "This is nuts," said Dylan.
"More slaying?"
asked Tehran. Dylan laughed. "Yeah, I'm just saying, this is awesome."
Understood.
Kate loved Turan's attempt to understand. Okay, Dylan, run out to the pillar, said Evaran.
You got it.
He sprinted away. Okay, now press the left button on your forearm device, said Evaran. Kate widened her eyes when Dylan spawned a square energy shield. It glowed yellow with a grid texture. Evaran put his hands together, then moved them apart. The screen to the right of the button will allow you to expand or compress the shield. You can also use your interface to set the size. However, for this, use the button to enlarge to 6 by 6 feet. Dylan did so, and a moment later the shield had grown to the designated size.
Whoa! It's still light like before.
Now face the shield toward Kate and Isaac, with the shield touching the ground. Dylan faced them. Evaran looked at Kate and Isaac. Fire your stun beams at Dylan's shield. They complied. Kate drew her head back when the beams interacted with the shield, but did nothing. She tried a heat beam to the same effect. The sticky globules formed the glue-like substance upon hitting the shield, but they just slid to the ground. She tried a mist attack, but it collided with the shield, then blew back. That's impressive, she said. She wrinkled her brow. What's the shield made of? Pure energy that creates a barrier around itself, said Evaran. It isn't impervious to everything, but for what we encounter, it's sufficient. Dylan returned and scrunched his face.
What could go through it?
I can address that,
said Em.
There are exotic energies that can pierce it. Although we've adjusted the design to compensate, it doesn't cover all of them. Also, cosmic energy or enough planar energy can breach it. Another weakness is the shield only protects in one direction. If an attack is AoE based, it can go around the shield, and if someone or something has enough strength, they can move you and the shield or even toss you away. The mist beam is small enough that it didn't cause an AoE impact. However, if you had shot next to the ground, it would have gotten to the wielder.
Got it, said Dylan.
Isaac rubbed his chin.
So its value is situational, but it seems to cover the more common cases.
Indeed, said Evaran. I'm not expecting you'll need all this, but it doesn't hurt to have it. As a final test, run to the pillar, then back. This is to show how the nanobots and suit enhance you. The pillar slid back 1/2 mile. Get ready, said Evaran. 1, 2, 3. Kate was an experienced runner, but the nanobots and suit made her feel fast. Although she surged ahead of Isaac and Dylan, they were right behind her, and she could sense they weren't out of breath. She arrived at the pillar and returned. She thought she might have broken a sweat, but a quick dab at her forehead showed she had not. I've never felt this strong before, she said.
Yeah, me either.
And I'm not a runner, said Isaac. Dylan chortled, loving this. Turan walked around them and bobbed his head.
I can see the difference in the way you move. While I think the nanobots help, the suit is a bigger factor.
It should, said Evaran. It's tied to not only the physical aspect of its wearer, but also the mental.
Interesting.
Isaac furrowed his brow.
I saw there were other options on the PSD interface, like morphable matter and scanning. Also saw something about food and drink.
Morphable matter would take some time to learn, but scanning should be intuitive if you want to use it. As for the food and drink, there's some storage of pure water and also a specialized pellet, but you shouldn't need those for this trip.
Got it, said Isaac.
Kate executed the scan option and inspected the others. Although she had seen data labels before, there was much more when she scanned the rest of the group. She suspected scanning would be her new best friend. Evaran addressed Turan. If you can set up the meeting with Olgris and Martis, we can be on our way.
Of course,
he said.
Are we going back to right after the Graingax compound infiltration? Asked Isaac.
Evaran nodded. Yes. The Graingax compound breach most likely has been noticed by Camrellis' security forces. We need to make sure Olgris and Martis are aware of what really happened.
Got it.
The Torvatus time travel aspects were still new to Kate, but it made reality feel like a playground. They could go anywhere at any point, but had to do it with respect for if they were a part of events or not. Otherwise, they could just travel back and stop the Graingax portal from appearing in Tehran's time period. Kate took several deep breaths and soaked in the raw power from the nanobots and suit. Her focus was sharp, and she never wanted to lose this feeling. Mixed in with the solid sleep she was getting, she was in the best shape she had ever been. It would take some effort to master the PSD and shielding aspect, and she frowned at the thought of losing all this when she went back to Earth. For the moment, she would enjoy what she had. Chapter 21. M scanned the remote tower's landing pad the Toravata was on. A handful of Sistral guards flew around, along with some drones. Tehran had informed council members Ulgris and Martis of the need for a meeting, and they had agreed to meet in a secured location. It would also be a test of how deep the Graingax's infiltration was. Camrillus was abuzz with activity. Ships and guards swarmed the city. Some data windows indicated there had been an attack on the Graingax compound. It did not surprise him to see his portrait alongside Evaran's as designated terrorists. That would all be cleared up once they met with the council members. The Toravata had brought them to just moments after it had left for the future, and it had taken them 20 minutes to descend to the landing platform, making it 1:00 p.m. Earth time. "They think you're terrorists," said Dylan. "As expected," said Evaran. "The true nature of the event will be known shortly. How it'll be publicly framed after that is unknown." Tehran glanced at him. "Your designation will be removed, and the Graingax will be shut down, barring investigation after our testimony. This designation was given too quickly. Something's not right here." Indeed. The landing pad had begun its descent, and the ground doors above it sealed. Various lights along the sides illuminated the area, and the final place they were going to was a compound that connected to an underground network across the city. It was one way to move about without prying eyes, something that was important given the current state of things. Dylan beamed as he fidgeted in his seat. He must be enjoying all the enhancements from the nanobots, suit, and PSD. Kate gazed about, and M calculated she was still adjusting to having an ARI. Isaac was relaxed and stared outside the transparent front wall. M determined he was in analyzing mode. Tehran sat like a statue. He had not updated Ulgris or Martis yet on the full situation, so he was probably figuring out what to say. M had analyzed the data the Sistral network had, but it was light on the culture. He was able to predict some things, and observing Tehran's actions helped fill in some gaps. Evaran sat, stoic as usual. He had a soft spot for humans, and the giving of nanobots, survival suits, and PSDs was out of care for Dylan's, Isaac's, and Kate's well-being. It was not something Evaran would have done for other aliens unless needed. He would have probably had them sit in the Toravata, but he also knew humans were intensely curious. The landing pad came to a stop. Evaran stood. "Let's go." M followed everyone out into the spacious bay. Hovercraft of different sizes parked on the edge of the circular area. Some were used for moving big cargo, while others looked like smaller transportation units. Several robot guards had taken aim initially when seeing him and Evaran, but Tehran had them stand down and ordered them to retrieve a transportation unit. A guard boarded a medium-sized platform and moved it over. It had a rounded area up front with a workstation interface, and behind it were 2 rows of seats on the side. A guardrail encapsulated the back half, and the rear had lowered a ramp that allowed everyone to board and sit. It retracted, and the guardrail lifted. Then the unit entered a tunnel. "Notice those guards drawing weapons," said Isaac.
"That's standard operating procedure when someone has been designated as a terrorist," said Tehran. "However, that designation was made hastily. There's a process for that, and I suspect there's a video feed showing the escape attempt. We'll clear that up."
"I hope so. Despite all that, this is a cool secret hideout," said Dylan.
Tehran peeked at him. "Although it shouldn't be necessary, it has its purposes. Important meetings like this are a good example."
Isaac waved his finger around. You think there'll be saboteurs here?
Unlikely, but definitely possible.
And Evaran won't be able to detect any Grangax unless he's close, said Kate. That's correct, said Evaran. However, after this meeting, we can give the necessary information to detect the Grangax. If it can be done quietly, then they'll have no time to adapt.
The long game, said Isaac. I like it. Wish we could have given that earlier, but that might have tipped our hand. What will happen to the Grangax from the future who are discovered?
We'll capture them, hopefully, with no casualties, said Tehran with narrowed eyes.
M noted the slight hint of anger in Tehran's voice. There was a subtle rage that boiled inside him in regard to the Grangax, and M had seen it surface a few times. He calculated a low probability that there would be trouble at this meeting, but from experience, he knew how fast things could change. The transportation unit arrived at a sealed door. Everyone disembarked and approached the handful of Sistral guards. They scanned the group, and the door slid back. The interior resembled a command center. Screens hung on the wall, and a circular platform in the middle had various holograms above it. There were 4 Sistral guards standing at attention, and they wore heavier armor and wielded potent weapons. Smaller, robotic sentries were also present, and a few drones hovered. 3 other entrances led to more hallways. M surmised they were similar to the ones the group had come down. Olgris and Martis stood next to the central ring and discussed something. Tehran led the group over.
Advocate Tehran, it's good to see you again, said Martis. Likewise. Olgris swept his gaze around the others. And it's good to see you all. Tehran, we're eager to hear your report. The Grangax have offered irrefutable proof of Evaran and M in their compound. Of course, and we have a good reason for them being there, said Tehran. My presentation will outline the sequence of events that led to that.
Martis extended a hand.
Proceed.
Tehran interacted with a holographic menu, changing the large central hologram to project the massive docking structure near a star they had been to earlier.
We were attacked when investigating the star entity, and Evaran placed a beacon on the attacking ship. We followed it to here and determined it's a Grangax construction site for ships.
Olgris stroked his beak.
That looks more advanced than what we have.
It is, said Evaran. Note that only one ship has been built, but more worrisome is that they're building relativistic missile support.
That can't be allowed to stand, said Martis. It gets worse.
Tehran changed the display to show the compound.
They also have a base here. All of this is being managed by a caretaker AI who calls himself Kai. His goal is to revive the Grangax civilization from the future here. His plan here is to assimilate us.
Olgris's eyes widened.
Assimilate? How?
Evaran tapped his temple. You would be given augments that would allow Kai to control you.
What? That's a serious threat.
Yes, it is, said Tehran.
M was able to infiltrate the compound to get data on the plan, but we didn't meet Kai until later. Nonetheless, this is what M witnessed.
M observed Olgris and Martis as they stared at the fly-through. Their accelerated heartbeats and rapid blinking suggested they were appalled by what they were seeing. Tehran growled.
In the data was the location of a portal inside the Grangax compound here in Camrellis. We didn't know where the end point led to, so Evaran and M infiltrated and sent a quantum beacon through. We couldn't inform you at the time due to the possibility of this leaking, and the plan was we would update you once we figured out where the endpoint was and shut down that end. This is what Evaran and M dealt with in the Grangax compound infiltration.
Olgris and Martis shook their heads a few times. Several of the guards had turned their heads as if they were interested. They would have had top security clearance to be here, so M did not believe that displaying the current information would be a threat. After 10 minutes, Olgris said,
This Kai must be dealt with.
He will be. But there's more, said Evaran. Turan switched the hologram to show the Graingax's shelled megastructure.
This is what we saw far in the future. It's losing power, and we verified that the Graingax are our descendants. It seems they were willing to change the past, as they're temporally shielded. There are pods there that have the Graingax in stasis and connected to a virtual world. The plan was to bring them out of that and restore the bodies of those still with one, and for the pure digital ones, they would get a body. I assume that means us, said Martis.
Turan bobbed his head.
Yes, but it would be a small portion of our population, as we far outnumber them. This is a despicable plan. Kai and the Graingax must be confronted.
If I may, said Evaran. Martis and Olgris indicated for him to continue. We have technology that will allow Graingax from the future to be detected. We can give that to you in order to help locate them. I believe this needs to be done here in Camrellis with the Sistral Security Force. Our designation as terrorists, even if removed, will still have a stigma attached and may cause issues if we're seen.
A wise move. And yes, we would appreciate that. However, what of the structure and compound in that remote system? Asked Olgris.
We can deal with taking down the power and defenses so a Sistral fleet can capture the Graingax there, said Evaran. However, that technology must be destroyed, and will return the Graingax back to the future.
Martis tapped at his wrist device. I can't seem to access our security system. I was trying to remove the terrorist designation.
The guards moved to the hallway entrances and set up defensive positions. That may be on purpose, and it appears we're not alone, said Evaran. Kate could see from M's connection to the Sistral systems that a stream of robot guards came down all 4 tunnels to the hub. Several drones had been sent to determine what was going on, but they got slaughtered. One of the drones was able to connect by keeping its distance, and a robot guard appeared in the hologram.
What's the meaning of this? Asked Olgris.
Evaran and M and their associates have been identified. Termination protocol is activated,
said the robot. Olgris shook his head. I'm Senior Council Member Olgris Hancrick 7. Authorize.
Authorization denied. Known associate of Evaran and M. Action. Termination.
The hologram ended. Your authorization should have been absolute, said Turan. These attackers have been locked into their programming. He tapped at his forearm device. And our communications to Topside have been jammed.
The robots have been hijacked, and we can't request assistance, said Evaran. This must be Kai's doing. Kate shuddered to think of killer robots rushing to vanquish them. Her pulse quickened at the memory of the security robot killing the alien at Dome 9's food dispensary. Now there was a small army approaching. Although she felt safe with Evaran and M, she also understood that she and the others could be easy targets. Evaran surveyed the ground. There's a shaft under this platform.
It leads to the Deep City, which Camrellis was built on top of, said Martis. This was one of the ways to go between Camrellis and there before the Deep City was abandoned, except for archaeology research.
Is the platform still functional? Asked Evaran.
It should be. But can't you fight these robots?
M and I could, but we can't guarantee everyone's safety. If we can take this down to the Deep City, are there other paths to the surface?
Quite a few, actually, said Olgris. I'm old enough to know where they are. However, it's a dangerous place, and is why research teams bring along a heavily armored squad.
Evaran paused. It's best we go that route, then. These robot groups are coming in fast and will be here in about 5 minutes.
Everyone, to the center, said Olgris.
Kate saw Evaran's point. Although she had on a survival suit and PSD, she would be no match for the robots. Dylan and Isaac wouldn't be either. Turan might be effective, but Olgris and Martis didn't seem combat ready. The other 4 guards could help, but against the numbers coming, it would be a losing fight
that would most likely have casualties. If Evaran and M were by themselves, they could probably take everything on. There are still 2 guards in the hallways, said Evaran. They can't fight this, and need to come. I'll get them. Ulgris and Martis nodded. Evaran took off. Kate admired his wanting to save others. He could have just left them and gone down, but that was not something he would allow. All the drones had been destroyed, but they had caused enough of a commotion to slow the robots, dashing down the hallway where the guards had set up a defensive position. She relaxed when they came bursting into the room behind Evaran, then joined the others in the center. A thin metallic wall shot up on the platform's edges and covered the top. Then the platform descended. The sounds reminded Kate of an old elevator whirring into action. The 6 guards were on high alert, and 2 drones hovered above. This was not how she envisioned this trip going. Ulgris and Martis were unsettled, and she could sense Dylan and Isaac were too. Tehran, Evaran, and M remained calm and provided a morale boost to the group. "How long until we reach the bottom?" asked Isaac.
"It should only be a few minutes," said Ulgris.
He faced Evaran.
"The robots will be able to climb down."
He rubbed his chin. "Although this platform could serve as a choke point, it leaves us exposed to whatever may be in the deep city that's attracted to the fighting. Another option is to seal off the platform."
"With what?"
asked Isaac. Evaran gestured at M. "He can cause the sides to cave in. These attackers don't have nanobot swarms. If they were created by the Grangax, this would not work."
"They can still blast and drill down, but it'll take longer," said Martis.
"But it'll give us some time. Sounds risky, though," said Kate.
I can do it,
said M. She smiled at him. Although it probably was not something special to do, it showed his bravery once again. Evaran tapped his belt, which caused a rectangular light blue window to appear over it. He reached in and grabbed a handful of miniature metallic squares. M's chest opened up, and his orb exited. He grabbed the squares before flying through a ceiling hatchway that Evaran opened. "He's going to place timed explosives," said Evaran.
"Did you just pull all that out of your belt?" asked Dylan. "I mean, you did, but how? Same thing as the Torvada and its dimensional rooms?"
Evaran dipped his head. "Indeed. It's dimensional storage, but only holds what can fit into the entrance you saw."
"That's very efficient," said Tehran.
He perused the belt.
"What else do you have in there?"
"Quite a bit. Mostly utility and specialized items based on my past adventures." Isaac grinned.
"If the Torvada knows about it, I'm going to check it out when we get back."
Ulgris stared at Evaran.
"Once again, you surprise me. Your utility belt is quite powerful."
"Let's hope it helps us here," he said. Kate shared Ulgris's amazement. She had not read that Evaran had a dimensional pocket, but she also understood how useful it was. It dawned on her how little she knew of him. She would make a point to research him more when she got back to the Torvada, assuming she did. After a few minutes, the platform came to a stop, and the doors opened. Everyone hustled out. They were on a hill overlooking a forgotten city that nature had reclaimed. Large, dimly lit mushrooms that stood over 10 feet high surrounded the area, along with various other plant life, like bushes and vines, which extended to the city. Farther in, cylindrical pillars that served as buildings, made of stone, spiraled up to the ceiling. Between them were areas of smaller buildings. The roads were broken tiles of rock, and massive vines and other flora rested on almost every surface. A light mist covered the ground and surrounded some of the structures. The temperature was also a lot cooler, but Kate's suit kept her warm. She got goosebumps at odd noises in the distance, and the ARI not knowing what it was set her on edge. "This place is kind of creepy," she said. Dylan waved his hand around. "Yeah, and what's this glowing stuff?" "It appears to be a bioluminescent attribute of the fungus," said Evaran. "I suspect it spread across the environment from the large fungal structures." "They look like large mushrooms." "I suppose they do." Em addressed the group over comms.
I'm on my way back.
"Excellent," said Evaran. He scanned the environment. "We don't have a map of the area down here. Where's the nearest transportation unit that'll take us back up?" Ulgris interacted with a device on his shoulder, which projected a map of the deep city.
"This is from our most recent archaeological dig. Most of the big areas have been mapped, and you can see where the various platforms are."
Evaran pointed at one. "That seems to be about 5 miles away, but is the closest one. We should head there now." "Is there anything down here we need to be aware of?" asked Kate.
Turan narrowed his eyes.
"The Durkhan. They are a primitive, gray-skinned humanoid race that stands about 3 feet tall and is highly aggressive. Their head is essentially 2 big eyes with strong mandibles on the lower part of the face. They live deep underground, and we've had clashes with them in the past. However, we're far beyond them technologically, so we usually ignore them. However, down here, they must have some tunnels that lead here, since our research parties mentioned encountering some. Nothing a heavy security group couldn't deal with."
"We're a little light on the defense side here," said Dylan.
"Yes, and any noise we make will draw their attention to us. Their pets are the main concern, though."
Isaac wrinkled his brow. "Which are—"
Turan displayed a hologram of a 2-foot-long insect.
"These are wilgreeds. They are about the same size as the Dirkins, but have around 30 legs, move fast, and have a poisonous bite. They have some type of symbiotic relationship with the Dirkins, who would normally be prey to them."
"That looks like a house centipede," said Dylan.
"I don't know what that is," said Turan.
"An insect from Earth, although nowhere near that size. Let's hope we don't run into any." Evaran glanced at Dylan, Kate, and Isaac. "Use your forearm device to activate your belt and shoulder lights. You can dim them so it's comparable to the ambient light around us. We don't need to attract more attention than necessary."
"We'll stick out if the robots or those other things look for us," said Isaac.
"Perhaps," said Evaran. "That's preferable to losing someone, though." Kate understood his point and saw the levels of light the Sistral guards used. The drones had shut off their lights and flown ahead. She interacted with her forearm device and pulled up a menu. After selecting Illumination, she was presented with a screen showing her suit and several bars she could move with her finger. She selected her belt bar and moved it until her lighting matched what the fungus gave off. Dylan and Isaac did the same, and after a moment, they were on their way. Evaran had taken point, and the 6 guards remained behind him on each side of Ulgris and Martis. Dylan followed them, with Kate and Isaac trailing, while M took up the rear. Kate liked the efficient formation. She could easily keep up, and her new enhanced state made it easy to see around them. The path to the edges of the city was packed with overgrown bushes, but nothing she couldn't handle. Her stomach churned when she spotted smaller fungal structures that sprouted from the ground every now and then. They had a sheen to them, and reminded her of a clutch of thin, long eggs, not something she was eager to brush against or step on. After 10 minutes of navigating the tough terrain, they reached the stone walls of the city. Instead of going in, they turned and followed the wall. Although there was a similar plant life providing obstructions, they had adjusted to moving over and around it. Kate was alert, and she tried to listen in earnest to her surroundings, but it was hard with the others' footsteps. She loved that there was a mini-map that showed where they were going, where they were, and their progress as a multicolored arrow. Another interesting aspect was that Evaran slightly glowed, yet the light source seemed to be his body. She had stared at him a bit, trying to figure it out, but she reached no conclusion. She peeked back at Dylan and Isaac, who were absorbing everything they could see. They were quiet, which was unusual, but like her, they were probably focusing on keeping up and getting to the other transportation unit. The Sistral guards moved erratically. Perhaps they were nervous and knew more about the deep city. She would love to pick their brains about it, but now was not the time. They stopped after a mile. Evaran had raised his fist off to the side at a 45-degree angle. Kate tried to see what the cause was, then swallowed hard when a wilgreed had been identified. The ARI gave it a yellow outline with a data label. Although the creature had stopped, it had detected them and now scurried fast in their direction. While she liked that she could monitor its movements better, it still made her palms sweat to see what was essentially a large bug coming their way. When the wilgreed came close to Evaran, it shrieked loudly as it leapt at him. He knocked it down. then used his mounted PSDs to hit it with a stun blast. Kate hurried over. The creature lay motionless, and she grimaced at its legs. The head had pincers that could probably chew through flesh with ease. The bristly hairs on its back, some waving in the light draft, made it appear as if the Wilgreed was still active. "That's a nasty-ass bug," said Dylan.
Turan glanced around. "Let's hope that's the only one we encounter. Its shriek most likely alerted any Derkins in the area."
"I concur," said Evaran. "Dylan, Isaac, and Kate, there's an option on your PSD to form a stun baton. It's set up as a default so you can switch to it fast. Make sure you know how to activate it." He waved forward. "We have 4 miles to go. Let's move." Kate's heart pounded as they took on an accelerated pace. The Wilgreed looked much worse from the display Turan had shown. The creature's segmented top parts had glistened under light, and she was sure it didn't smell good. She liked her suit even more in that regard. She had checked her PSD and found the stun baton icon. It was at the root level of the menu, which made it easy to access. Gray goo swarmed out and formed a baton that she almost dropped. With a press of a button, it retracted. Dylan and Isaac also tested theirs, and she understood why Evaran mentioned it. If things got heated in close combat, it would be useful. She hoped she didn't need to use it. Dylan read the information coming from one of the drones that had flown ahead to the transportation unit. The data displayed on the interior faceplate of his helmet, and the scans indicated the area to be clear of any life signs outside of plants. He was more alert after running into the Wilgreed. It was nightmare fuel. The suit and nanobots made him feel powerful, and the trip so far had shown how much of an advantage it was to have them. There was an option in the helmet to make it transparent, and when he had set that, it vanished. The augmented reality data labels continued to pop up all around him. He liked the perspective, and when he tried to touch his face, the helmet was still there. The group went over a mound and took a quick break as it gave a view over the wall. Dylan licked his lips at the imposing, silent stone buildings. It had probably been full of life at one point, but its current state was dilapidated. Perhaps it was due to the fungus that covered some areas. It reminded him of a video he had watched where fungus grew out of ants. He could see various insects crawling about, but they were much smaller. The mist's movement made it appear as if the buildings smoldered. Thankfully, there weren't any mosquitoes present, or maybe there were and he hadn't seen them yet. Evaran signaled for one of the drones to take off ahead. A moment later, Dylan got an overhead view of a small band of Derkins moving toward them. He was not sure how Evaran knew to look in that area, but the drone confirmed they had been noticed. The Wilgreed's shriek probably alerted the Derkins.
"We need to move now,"
said Turan. Dylan clenched his fist a few times as they marched on. The drone was silently monitoring the Derkins, and it had only captured the vanguard. There were a lot more in the rear, advancing with Wilgreeds in tow. He doubted they were coming to have a friendly chat. A loud drilling noise caused everyone to pause. The source was at the transportation unit, and Dylan suspected it was the robot guards coming down. It also attracted some Derkins and their pets. Part of him felt bad, as he suspected the robots would mow the Derkins down. Maybe they had defensive techniques he was unaware of. Evaran continued toward the transportation unit. Dylan shared a look with Isaac and Kate before taking off. The thought of exploring a place like the Deep City excited him, but he now understood the danger in doing so. It made him wonder if there were other Sistrals who came to explore without a heavy defense force. Perhaps the Sistrals didn't do things like that. Something to ask Turan about later. When they were about 2 miles out, Evaran circled a finger in the air. The Sistral guards drew their weapons. Dylan retracted his stun baton and wielded his PSD like a wand, as did Isaac and Kate, while Turan pulled a small energy pistol from his belt. Approaching fast was a group of about 8 Derkins and 6 Wilgreeds. There was no way around other than jumping the wall, and there were other enemies going there. On top of everything, the noise at the transportation unit they had collapsed was getting louder. Evaran fired a mist beam, which M lit up, causing the first 2 Derkins to drop. A Sistral guard jumped in front of Olgris when 2 other attackers scaled the wall and threw short spears. The guard blocked one, but the other lodged in a crack in his armor. Dylan's heart thundered as he fired a stun beam, which took one Dirkin down. Kate got the other. Dylan recoiled when one of the downed Dirkins had fallen into the egg cluster like fungal patches. Thin strands had pierced and wrapped the Dirkin, who immediately stopped moving. 3 Wilgreeds flanked from the side and avoided the fungal patches. One jumped at Martis, but Tehran knocked it down with his left tendril before stunning it. Another creature went for Isaac, but M grabbed it and tossed it away before blasting it. Another attacker tried to bite a guard, but it got swatted away by the guard's tendrils and blasted. Although the attacking force had been halved, they ignored that as they pressed on. Evaran whirled into 4 Dirkins, and in one sweeping move he downed all of them. One of the Wilgreeds attempted to bite him, but he used his staff to lift it, twirl it around, then launch it at the other 2. M fired a mist beam, which Isaac lit up, downing the attackers. Evaran checked their surroundings, then assisted the wounded Sistral guard. Dylan took a moment to catch his breath. Adrenaline surged through him, and he was ready for round 2 if there had been one. He thought he did well for a first fight, and he felt more alive than he ever had. The pure exhilaration excited him. Kate tapped his arm. "Nice shot." "Yeah, it was cool." Dylan checked out Evaran and the guard. "Is he doing okay?" "He will be," said Evaran. "The spear was coated with poison, but nothing my nanobots can't handle. As Kate mentioned, that was a good shot." Dylan swallowed hard. It was nice to get a compliment from someone like Evaran. The other guards helped the down one up after Evaran retracted his nanobots. Although the guard had a limp, 2 others would help escort him. It surprised Dylan that something as primitive as a spear could hurt the armored Sistral guards, but there was an opening between their armor plates that could be exploited. Apparently, the spears were sharp enough to penetrate the underarmor. The Sistral's tendrils were also exposed to some degree. Dylan widened his eyes when Evaran indicated for him, Isaac, and Kate to cover Olgris and Martis. The remaining 3 guards were split, with 2 on Olgris and Martis, and 1 on the wounded guard and his escort. M moved up. Dylan understood the new formation and was honored that Evaran trusted them to act as security for Olgris and Martis. They appeared to be shaken, and it made Dylan wonder if they had seen combat up close before. He shuddered when they were about a mile away from the transportation unit. Several huge holes on the rock wall had pulled back tarps, and a small army of Dirkins and their pets swarmed out. The large, mushroom-like fungal structures made it hard to track where the attackers were going, but the drone that had flown ahead reported over 50 combatants and climbing. While Dylan trusted the group in combat, he was not sure how they were getting past that. The Dirkins advanced in a chaotic manner. While one unit charged down the path, 2 others came down the sides through the fungal structures. "That's a lot of Dirkins and Wilgreeds," said Isaac. "What do we do?" "We go through them," said Evaran, eyes glowing. "I'll serve as a main focus for them. Form a perimeter outside the transportation unit when we get there until everyone is inside. For now, use your shields." Dylan got goosebumps when Evaran's eyes glowed. It was a reminder that he traveled with cosmic beings. It calmed him some that Evaran was not shaken. Isaac and Kate also acted relieved, although their faces gave away their concerns. The group continued. The first wave of Dirkins launched a hailstorm of spears and arrows. Evaran blocked a sizable chunk of the assault, while Dylan and the others formed a shield wall. The Sistral guards returned fire, taking down any attackers in sight. M burst forward into the brunt of the first wave, which tried to stab and bite him. They were not successful, and he had resorted to throwing them away and blasting them. The second wave ignored him and headed straight toward the shield wall. Dylan licked his lips at the pure determination on the faces of the Dirkins. Although they had a bug-like face, they also had eyebrows of some type, and the clacking of their mandibles made them appear ferocious. Evaran fired a mist beam at them, which Dylan, Isaac, and Kate lit up. The second wave faltered as they crumpled. Others in that group came from the side. Dylan moved to the right of Martis and Olgris and positioned his shield to the outside. Isaac had done the same on the left, and Kate covered the rear. They had essentially created a U-shaped barrier with Evaran, M, and the Sistral guards out front, and Martis and Olgris in the center. Dylan focused hard as they moved in this new formation. Although it was slower, it prevented ranged attacks from hitting them. His stomach churned when they were halfway to the transportation unit from when they had first spotted the Deerkins and their pets. They had massed up and had stopped trying to do ranged assaults and were preparing for close-quarters combat. They had large numbers and were charging while making loud clicking noises. The Wilgreed's shrieking made the hairs on his arm rise. Dylan cried out as a spear went under his shield and pierced his leg. Hot fire swept through him as he fell to one knee. A Wilgreed jumped on him and bit into his arm, knocking him down. Another spear hit his upper arm. Although his adrenaline was surging, pain burned through every part of his body. A slideshow of images invaded his mind, holding his mom's hand as she died. He yelled out and grabbed the Wilgreed, then tossed it away before hitting it with a stun blast. Oleg being assaulted. He yanked the 2 spears out, the moment he had learned he would die on the quarantined moon. He hopped up and blocked 2 spears, then returned a barrage of stun blasts that took down everything in front of him. The pain had subsided, and he could see in perfect clarity. Anger had replaced fear, and he was ready to go another round. Isaac and Kate rushed over and pulled him back. "Look down," said Evaran. Everyone complied. A bright flash illuminated the ground and everywhere around him. After it faded, Dylan checked around and saw Evaran with his glowing hand in the air. The Deerkins had scattered for a moment, showing a brief path to the transportation unit. "Go," said Evaran. The group ran, and after arriving, Martis and Olgris were the first in, followed by the wounded Sistral guard and the 2 who helped support him. Dylan, Isaac, and Kate formed a shield barrier facing outward in a semicircle, while the other Sistral guards and M assisted them in firing. Evaran fiddled with a side console. "This unit has no power. However, I can supply that to the engine on top that powers the lift. Everyone, get inside and block the entrance." He flew up, unlocked a top hatch, then went through it. Dylan began to step back toward the entrance when a group of Deerkins and Wilgreeds dropped from above. They had knocked a Sistral guard and Isaac to the ground. Dylan's blood boiled. "Get off them!" He kicked one Durkin off, while Kate used her stun baton to knock off a Wilgreed on the guard. M yanked 2 Durkins away that were frantically trying to stab Isaac and the guard. M pulled Isaac into the lift, while Kate and Dylan got the guard. After retreating inside, Dylan expanded and placed his shield up against the entrance along with Kate and Isaac as the attackers tried to breach. The other guards supported him. Time slowed as he peered through the semi-transparent shield. The Deerkins attacked relentlessly as the Wilgreeds sought out openings along the top and sides. Dylan wanted nothing more than to take his rage out on them. The attack stopped, then they took off in the direction of the other lift. Dylan suspected the robot guards had finally broken through and were now the source of the Deerkins' fury. The lift's interior lights came on, and the doors sealed. Dylan closed his shield and slumped against the side. He was almost nauseous from all the adrenaline surging inside him, yet he had a sense of calm, and he relaxed as the lift ascended. He rubbed his wounds and normalized his breathing. There should have been some residual poison in him, but he didn't feel that. It had to be the nanobots.
"Hopefully there isn't a threat when we get to the top," said Olgris.
He glanced at Dylan and Kate.
"Thank you for helping our guard."
The guard Kate helped crossed his tendrils toward her. "It's cool," said Dylan, lowering his faceplate. Olgris stroked his arm.
"I suppose it is."
Dylan coughed. "I meant that I was glad to help."
"I see. You took some damage out there, but were resilient."
Dylan closed his eyes for a moment. "Yeah. I'm just happy we're here now." Martis faced Evaran.
"How did you power the lift?"
Evaran tapped his belt buckle. "I carry a portable energy cube. My nanobots can form whatever connection is needed, so I hooked the cube up."
"Impressive. This lift goes to the back of a law enforcement facility," said Martis. He analyzed his forearm device. "And since we're not jammed here, they've acknowledged that we're coming up. Once topside, we need a full council meeting. The Graingax need discussed, as well as this security breach on the robots. Also, your and M's terrorist designation has been rescinded." "Thank you, and we'd like to attend your meeting," said Evaran. Olgris gestured at him. You're all more than welcome."
Dylan concentrated on breathing as the lift continued on. If it had just been Evaran and Em, the Deerkins and their pets would have been no threat. The Sistral guards had held their own, but he sensed they had some fear of the deep city. Dylan understood why now. It was a place of decay, death, and brutal violence. It was no wonder why most of the lifts were powered down. He had come close to losing it. But the nanobots and suit helped him control it, and he was ready for a peaceful council meeting and the next steps. Chapter 22. Tehran walked with Evaran and the others to the Sistral council room. It had only been an hour since they had left the transportation unit. The guards had taken off to a medical facility, and a heavy defense squad took over protection duties. Martis and Olgris had sent the new technology scanning parameters for the Graingax to all security personnel and ordered a sweep of not only the planet, but the whole empire. The heightened bustle of the city reflected how quickly the order had been implemented. Tehran wondered how many would be swept up and how the Graingax compound would respond, since it had been listed as a primary facility to target. Although Evaran and Em had been removed from the terrorist list, Sistrals still eyed them on their way to the council room. Tehran had been impressed at how the humans had reacted. Kate had acted without hesitation to assist the guard in the fight, and Dylan moved like lightning to help Isaac, despite Dylan's being wounded. They also used the shields effectively and had marksman-level shooting. The nanobots must have enhanced them far more than he thought. It was obvious Martis and Olgris had been impressed as well. Even the guards had been. Evaran's group was special, and Tehran was sure the others took note of Em's toughness. It bothered Tehran that the Deerkins had such numbers. The Sistrals had previously sent forces down to clear them out from time to time, but it was hard to locate them. The tarp-covered holes were everywhere along the walls down there, and they should probably be searched. While he bore no ill will toward the Deerkins, they represented a threat with their ability to come to the deep city and potentially find a way up into Camrellis. That simply couldn't stand. They wouldn't be a problem topside due to the sheer amount of security forces, but they could cause issues by disabling things or getting into places where there was little to no defense. The Willigreeds in particular would be a nasty surprise to many. The group reached the council room, and Martis and Olgris joined the other senior members in the front 5 seats facing the entrance. Tehran stood with Evaran and the others in the center as other council members filed in. He noted the somber mood of those arriving, but they knew how important it was to be called this quickly. Some paused to stare at Evaran and Em before sitting. After everyone had taken their seats, the doors sealed shut, and a dim blue light strip around the ceiling's edges lit up. Silence fell.
"This room is secure now,"
said Olgris. He waved at Evaran and the others.
"We've had security breaches that have led to assaults on them. First at Dome 9, where defense drones were manually overridden. Then to their location when researching the star entity. And finally when we were meeting in a secure spot and were besieged by our own security forces. We had to fight through the deep city to get out."
The council members murmured among themselves.
"You may also have seen that Evaran and Em were designated as terrorists, then removed. Yes, they did breach the Graingax compound, but for a very good reason."
Tehran sensed the anxiety as the room hung on his trailing words. Olgris slowly moved his head around.
"The Graingax are our descendants from the future, and they've come to assimilate us."
The crowd burst into discussion, but quieted down when Olgris raised his hand.
"Evaran and his friends, along with Advocate Tehran, also discovered the Graingax are assembling a fleet and already have a compound in a remote system. They're building relativistic weapons as well. The Graingax compound here in Camrellis was where the portal was located that allowed them to come here in the first place."
Olgris extended a clawed hand toward Evaran.
"Can you show the portal?"
Evaran interacted with his ARI, causing a projected hologram to show a video feed from when he and M were there. The council members stared at the encounter and listened when Evaran explained what a quantum beacon was and that it could be tracked through multiple realities. While Sistral Society did believe in other realities theoretically, it was something else to hear it mentioned casually as being real. Evaran's breakdown of what the portal was and how it could tie 2 points in space and time together also garnered a lot of interest. If the audience didn't believe Evaran was beyond Sistral Society on many levels before, they did now. When the Grangax shelled megastructure was shown, everyone stopped chatting. They were seeing their future, and they didn't like what they saw. Turan gauged Councilmember Hadreus Julep 85's reaction. Hadreus was a good friend, and Turan used him as a guide to what the others were thinking or feeling. His look of anger was expected. The members had just learned the Grangax had infiltrated their society, had tried to kill council members, and had a remote base and space dock meant to assist in assimilation. The mention of an AI managing everything didn't go over well either. The holo video ended. The members erupted into chatter. Ulgris once again got everyone to calm down.
I understand how you feel. Martis and I were targeted for death. The Grangax can't be allowed to stay here. To that end, Evaran has given us technology to detect them, and that has been deployed to all security forces. I've ordered a sweep of this city and issued a civilization-wide alert. This means Kai knows that we know. I look to Evaran and M to assist us with the next steps. Evaran.
Evaran stepped forward with glowing eyes, which caused the audience to whisper. I understand your fear. I don't believe this rift that brought your descendants here is coincidental. The star entity is a gateway to a fluid dimension, and its mere presence can change a rift's trajectory. I now believe it did so to one on Varlon and sent the other end to your future. I don't think it did it intentionally. It's just an ability the star entity possesses. We have shut down the portal. Martis tapped his beak.
And we still need to deal with the star entity, since in its current progression, it'll consume our star.
Yes, said Evaran. To that end, I plan to see where it came from and what it's done in the past. It may shed some light on its behavior. Martis's eyes narrowed.
That'll take some time.
It will. But we can come back to mere moments after this meeting once we're done, said Evaran. It would be beneficial to have a planning session tomorrow to discuss what to do with the Grangax in the remote system. Ulgris looked at the other senior council members, who nodded.
Very well. We have the information you provided, so we'll be able to determine a response, then compare it to whatever you have.
Excellent, said Evaran. Turan appreciated how analytical Evaran was. Everything proceeded with a rational approach. Being able to time travel opened many doors to exploring things, and the ability to study the star entity's past would hopefully yield good results. Then it would be back to dealing with the Grangax in the remote system.
Before you go, said Ulgris, waving a hand at the group, we wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for us so far. We didn't know how much danger we were in until you came. You're like the universe sending us not only a messenger, but a guardian. If you're okay with it, we want Advocate Turan to continue to assist you.
Evaran bowed slightly. Of course. He's been very helpful and a valued member of my crew. A wave of pride swept through Turan. Although most might brush off a compliment, this came from Evaran, who Turan was beginning to believe was the most powerful being in existence. A smiling Kate squeezed his arm. Dylan patted Turan's back, and Isaac laid a hand on his shoulder. These were not things a Sistral would do, but Turan was glad to know the human way of showing support. Isaac had enjoyed observing the meeting. His ARI had identified every member there, along with which region they represented. It didn't surprise him to see a red box outline where the Grangax representative would have been. He had studied the various Sistral members as the videos had played, and thanks to his enhanced vision due to the nanobots, he saw their reactions more clearly. It still took Isaac's breath away to have what he had and to experience everything. He felt more alive than he had since Diane's death, and traveling with Evaran and Em and dealing with the issues ignited a firestorm in him that he thought he had lost. He was trying to take advantage of whatever time he had left, and even though going back to Earth would be a downer at this point, he would have some great memories to offset the Dome 9 ones. Everyone had returned to the Toravada's command center, and Isaac sat with Tehran on the right side. He wasn't sure how Tehran took being publicly recognized, but hopefully it was good. Before they had left the chamber, many members walked up to talk with Tehran, who had enthusiastically engaged with them. It also indirectly showed how much they valued Evaran and that merely traveling with him was considered an honor. Although there was the pressing matter of the Graingax in the remote system to deal with, Evaran could dig into the star entity's past for years if he wanted to, then be back to meet with the Sistral Council on a plan to handle the Graingax. Isaac loved time travel and all the options it provided. I have to ask, why are we looking into the star entity now and not after dealing with the Graingax? Asked Kate. Evaran's eyes glowed. I suspect the entity's being sent here wasn't a coincidence. Also, why the rift reflected in such a way that the Graingax could sense it is also odd. Really? What are you thinking? Evaran pulled up a regional galactic map in the center of the command area. Note that there are several stars that are similar to the Sistrals. The star entity ignored them and came to theirs. It passed up better candidates for energy consumption. It could be that it went in a straight path, but it would have to adjust itself to hit a moving system. I think it had some help, and I want to rule out any higher-level power assisting the Graingax. Dylan wagged his finger. Like it was led here. Indeed. I'm concerned about what could cause that, and even if we removed the Graingax here and returned them to the future, whatever sent the star entity in the first place could do it again. Also, the rift connecting Varlan to the future isn't something I would expect from the randomness of a regular rift. Isaac understood Evaran's points. It would be like placing large piles of meat in front of a lion, then it ignoring all that to get a chicken wing. The entity had to have been enticed, and although he had read about some of the beings and powers that could have done it, he had no idea which one it would be. On top of that, the rift on Varlan was going to a point in time in the future to attract the Graingax. This sounded like it was done with purpose, and Evaran seemed concerned about a power that could do that. Perhaps he had tangled with a strong being recently and was being more cautious. Tehran tapped his beak.
It would need to be something very powerful to get the star entity to bypass those other stars and coax a rift to a specific point in time and space. My society barely understands rifts, much less how anything could affect them.
I concur, said Evaran. Take us to the star entity.
Acknowledged.
Isaac analyzed the familiar entity as it came into view. According to the Toravada's metrics, it had grown some since they last saw it. It wasn't much, but it showed the star's fate was sealed. Once they were near, Evaran interacted with his chair console. We're going back to the first reported viewing, per the Sistral knowledge base. The Toravada opened a portal and flew through into deep space. Everything outside faded away, then eased back in. We are 11 years in the past, and approximately 3 light-years away from Varlan, said Evaran. Everyone stared at the star entity, which resembled a comet. Due to its dark surface, it would have been hard to see without the highlight. However, the Sistrals had detected and monitored it on its way to Varlan's sun. Take us 5 light-years away in the direction the entity came from, and go back in time based on its current velocity, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Toravada went to the designated location. There it is, said Kate. Are we going to hop around every 5 light-years? Not quite, said Evaran, raising a finger. We'll increase the gap, assuming this entity is traveling in a straight path like it is here. It didn't take long until they reached a point where there was no entity, so they backtracked until they found when and where the entity emerged from a rift endpoint in the direction of Varlan's star.
So that's how it bypassed all those other stars, said Isaac.
It would seem so, said Evaran. Let's see what's inside the rift." Isaac gulped as the Toravata flew to the portal and then into a massive green tunnel. The sides shifted like a lava lamp, but the interior resembled deep space. Strange crystals were dispersed along the walls, and he thought he saw spider-like creatures moving around on them. "Wow," said Dylan. "And the end of this goes to another time? Point in space? Or both? Right?" "Just space in this instance," said Evaran. "I take it you've been in many rifts before. This type in particular is common." Isaac sat in stunned silence as they cruised along. From what he had read, rifts weren't sentient, but they had the power to change a timeline by allowing things to cross through. The star entity was a great example of that. He had thought the trip would be quick, similar to when the Toravata flew through a portal, but that was not the case here. They halted after about an hour in. "Why are we stopping?" asked Kate. Evaran walked to the front, then gazed out. "The rift has been twisted here, far more than should be natural. This was done by something."
Tehran stroked his beak. "We can travel back in time and see it, right?"
"We would need to travel to where the entity entered and follow it to this point, as there are no time coordinates that can be tied to inside." Kate scrunched her face. "Okay, and to be clear, something twisted the rift at some point to direct it at Varlan's son." "That's correct," said Evaran. "We'll get no answers here. Take us to the end." Evaran glanced about with what appeared to be concern. Isaac didn't like that there was some mysterious power out there that could bend rifts, and perhaps that was where Evaran was mentally. After another hour, they exited into deep space.
"Nothing here," said Tehran.
At this point in time,
said Em. He checked with Evaran.
"Shall I jump back the amount of time it took to traverse the rift?"
Evaran gestured for him to proceed. The Toravata jumped back 2 hours. Isaac stared at the star entity as it passed into the rift. Evaran indicated for Em to move the Toravata back along the entity's path, similar to earlier when it tracked the entity. After 3 hours of jumping across space and time, they found a completely enveloped star. After a few incremental time jumps forward, the entity crashed down on the star, causing it to explode. However, the star entity expanded like a balloon before becoming a small blob and shooting off toward the rift. Dylan wrinkled his brow. "Hold up. So this star thing eats a star, then shoots off at the exact angle needed to hit the rift?" "I can see how you came to that conclusion, but I think the rift's endpoint adjusted," said Evaran. "However, they move randomly due to their nature. There's no way to determine if the rift endpoint moved to match where the star entity would arrive. While we could go back to that area and see it historically, the rift endpoint could appear moments before, and we wouldn't be able to determine if that was controlled or not. However, there's too much coincidence to think something isn't involved. I think we've gone as far as we can here. It's 10:45 p.m. Earth time. Let's call it a day, and tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. we'll go back to meet with the Sistral Council. While everyone rests, I plan to track the entity through the rift to the point where I think the rift bended." Although Isaac understood the concepts being discussed, it boggled his mind to even consider these things were real, yet it was right in front of him. It made his life on Earth seem small by comparison. Chapter 23. Kate sat in a comfortable recliner in her living quarters. It was 11:15 p.m., and her yawning was nonstop. Every day on the Toravata was an adventure unto itself. She had fought Dirkins and Wilgreeds just 10 hours earlier, then met with the Sistral Council and traveled through a rift. It gave her a glimpse into the lives of Evaran and Em. Beep. She peered around in confusion. Beep. Kate stood. A light blinked above her door. That must be the doorbell, something she could perhaps modify the sound of later. She walked over. "Who is it?"
"Isaac."
"Oh." She tapped at the side console, and the door opened. "Care for some late-night company before I go to bed?" he asked. Kate stepped aside. "Sure. Come on in." He took a seat opposite her recliner.
"Whew, what a day."
"Yeah, I never expected traveling with Evaran and Em was like this," she said, sitting. Isaac furrowed his brow. Right? I wanted to see how you're holding up with everything.
Kate shrugged. As good as I can be, I guess. There's so much going on. But I also know we'll be returning to Earth soon, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Yeah, I feel the same way, he said. I'm surprised the Theravada is letting me read up on all the things I have so far.
Kate also found that odd. She had poked around a bit on some of the topics she researched and received answers that would turn her field of study upside down. It alarmed her some that the Theravada freely gave her access to it, and she surmised there was something deeper at play. So you have an idea of what we'll face at the Wild Haven Institute? She asked.
Isaac puffed his cheeks. It's quite a course load. And oddly enough, the classes are only a month long. There's just a lot of them. So we have 24 to go.
That is a lot. I bet you have one you've picked out. He chuckled.
Yeah, I have, actually. There's a general class on non-humans, but there are 8 related classes that focus on a specific type based on exotic energy. I'm very interested in the Daedril ones.
Which non-humans are those? Asked Kate.
Vampires, warlocks, and others. There are a variety of strains, and a representative of each one is part of the class. Daedrils are one of the larger non-human groups. I'm curious how vampires stack up against how the media portrays them and what they think of that.
She shook her head. Now you've got me curious. Our world is about to get even more exciting. The thought of meeting so many aliens and non-humans would probably make some go crazy. However, she saw it as an expansion of knowledge. While her introduction to aliens had been harsh, she would meet non-humans on a much friendlier basis, and more importantly, she could communicate with them. I wonder how traveling with Evaran will play out once we get there, said Kate.
Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. We'll find out together.
A warm glow washed over her. Isaac had become more than just a friend. He was a close one. She could tell him anything, and he wouldn't judge her. Being herself around him was easy, and those were often the best types of friendships. Isaac smiled.
I'm loving these nanobots. The suit and PSD are great too. How about you?
Oh, I love it, said Kate. I feel like my head is the clearest it's ever been. It also helps that the beds make sleeping easy.
I'm liking the good sleep thing too. You don't realize how much you miss it until you can't do it effectively. It was hell on that moon.
She frowned. Yeah. Oleg made it easier for me.
Isaac sighed. I bet. It's going to be weird to see him on TV for his fights, but not really be able to interact with him.
Evaran said we could, but we can't tell him anything. But yeah, he has a wife and kid, so he'll be there for them.
He eyed her. I know that kills you.
Kate lowered her head. Not much I can do about it. It is what it is. At least he's alive.
Well, once we're back, we'll go to one of his fights, assuming he still goes that route.
She gulped. Okay.
And now the big question for all of us. What do we do after our time at Wild Haven is up?
She took a measured breath. I'll have talked with Dr. Bryson by then, so he'll let me know how it is to continue working with all this knowledge. I'll probably go back to college, but not sure how all that will be smoothed out. With my being gone for 6 months with no explanation, they might think I'm dead, and even then, what do I tell them?
I'm sure the Earth Ward will help. Maybe they'll say there was a top-secret thing they needed you for. No explanation required for something like that, said Isaac.
Kate tilted her head. That could work. What about you?
Not sure yet. I bet they've filled my position by now. Maybe there's work I can do for the Earth Ward.
I'm sure they would love to have you. Evaran made it sound like they'd help us afterward. Guess we'll see.
Isaac grinned. To be honest, I'd like to travel with Evaran and Em after Wild Haven. They probably won't allow it, but I've never felt so alive before.
He leaned forward and clasped his hands while hanging his head.
At least since Diane, anyway.
Her heart dropped at the pain on his face. Despite Diane's death being almost 5 years ago, Isaac had not really moved on. He was going through the motions. Even on the alien moon, he had been guarded. But traveling on the Theravada was the first time she had seen him truly happy. I'm glad this trip invigorated you,
she said. Isaac raised his head. Me too. They laughed. He stood. Well, I just wanted to check in and make sure you were doing okay. She leapt up and hugged him. You're a good friend? That's better than a bad one. She chortled as she stepped back and swatted his arm. Get some rest. We probably have another action-packed day ahead of us. Isaac exhaled. Most likely. All right. See you tomorrow. She watched him as he left. Although she had been tired, her mood had lifted as it always did in his presence, even when she was with Oleg. Isaac was someone she knew she could count on, and his iron will helped her through the alien quarantine. She went to the bathroom and washed up, then undressed and slipped into bed. As she snuggled in, she reflected on the warm sensation surrounding her. She always had increased confidence after discussing things with Isaac. His rationality appealed to her analytical mind. She yawned a few times, then closed her eyes. Dylan had not realized how tired he was until he had gone to his living quarters. The fight earlier in the day had excited him, but now he was down from that sensation, and another solid night of sleep danced around in his thoughts. He had always been a night owl, or so he thought. Sleeping 8 hours or more uninterrupted at a decent time was changing his mind. He loved waking up refreshed with the whole day ahead of him. He jumped in the shower and soaked in the warm water. The nanobots supercharged him, and it was like a whole new existence. The ARI aspect blew his mind. The suit had taken him to a new level, and the versatility of the PSD was fun to work with. His wounds had healed, and there was no trace of the Dirkin or Wilgreed poison in him. He was sure the nanobots had done that. He recalled how effortlessly he had jumped back up to fight when he set his mind to it. He figured the suit probably had some role there since it was mentally bound to him. Before going to the alien moon, he had been adrift with his mom out of the picture. Talking to his grandma was not an option, although he did still visit when he could. She was too far gone to even recognize him anymore. He swallowed hard when thinking of his dad, who was the last living family member he had whom he could talk to. He left when Dylan was a kid, and there hadn't been much contact since. Dylan frowned. Returning to Earth meant losing the nanobots, suit, and PSD. It would be a lonely time for him. Isaac and Kate would surely go back to their old jobs. Dylan wasn't sure what he would do after the Wild Haven Institute. Perhaps there would be work for him there, or they could help him with his college expenses so he could get his bachelor's degree. He had no idea how that all worked, but whatever he did, it would be by himself. Another option was traveling with Evaran and Em. He closed his eyes and absorbed the water's heat as he thought about the nanobots, suit, and PSD being a part of him. He doubted Evaran would allow that, given how he had wanted to send him back to Earth earlier. Dylan was glad Evaran allowed them to join the crew, or gang, as Em called it, and he would live it up for all the time he had. He finished his shower and changed into some loose pajama pants. He didn't sleep with a shirt, and the room temperature was set to 70 degrees. Beep. He looked around and saw the blinking light above the door. Beep. He interacted with the side door console, which caused the door to open. Tehran stood outside.
Am I bothering you?
Nah, what's up? Tehran looked up, then back at him. I meant, what's going on? Asked Dylan.
I see. I wanted to check if you had a moment to talk.
Mikasa Sukasa, said Dylan, stepping to the side and extending his hand toward the main area of his living quarters. Tehran paused.
I'm not sure if that translated right, but I assume you're inviting me into your house.
Yep. I was speaking Spanish, another Earth language.
Interesting.
Dylan plopped down on a comfortable plush chair while Tehran sat opposite him in another. So, what'd you want to talk about?
Tehran nodded. I feel like I haven't been able to converse with you much, and I wanted to get your perspective on our situation.
Oh, well, I feel much better about things now. Down in Dome 9, I thought that was it.
That must have been frightening for you.
I ain't gonna lie. It scared the shit out of me, said Dylan. Tehran looked at him. Dylan smirked. Not literally. It did make me less excited about life. I'll put it that way.
And now you're going home. And you get to experience traveling with Evaran and Em.
Dylan leaned back in his chair. Yeah, and that's awesome. Evaran and Em are great people. Tehran eyed him.
They seem to like humans in general.
Yeah, I sensed that. Isaac said he couldn't find anything about our future, but the fact that another group of humans traveled with Evaran and Em says a lot. Dylan motioned at him. What about you? You're probably the only Sistral who will have this experience.
And I relish it, said Tehran. It's obvious to me and the Council that Evaran, Em, and the Torvata exist at a higher level of reality. After they leave, I'll most likely be sought after for my experience here.
Dylan bobbed his head. Awesome. And to be clear, I don't hold any grudge against you guys. Isaac and Kate don't either. I mean, if aliens popped into your backyard, what are you going to do with them? Especially if you have no idea what they are or how to communicate. Just glad I didn't get dissected or anal probed.
More slaying?
Well, on Earth, that's the more common ending for stories for someone who's abducted.
I see.
Tehran slowly blinked.
Still, the rate of alien incursions was too high. We could have created race-specific areas.
Yeah, I guess that would have been better. Did you guys have to build the domes from scratch?
We did. And we moved each group there based on what was available and which environment they needed. Sadly, as we found out, not all races got along.
Dylan sensed shame coming from Tehran. There was no need for him to feel that way, but the slight dip of his head, narrowed eyes, and fidgeting alluded to it. Dylan figured the Sistral race prided themselves on being an advanced society, so something like this was a black mark. Well, the main thing is, we're past all that, and we have a new mission, said Dylan. Hopefully we can remove that star entity and send the Graingax packing.
Yes, said Tehran. That would be desirable, assuming packing means to send them away.
Yep, you got it. Sorry. Slang must be weird to you, said Dylan.
It's an unusual way to communicate, and I'm sure ours is odd to you.
I haven't heard any slang yet. Maybe the translator knows him well enough to translate.
Perhaps so, said Tehran.
He pointed at him.
You're much younger than Isaac and Kate, and you seem to have embraced our current situation with ease. Is that due to your age?
I don't know. I just take it a day at a time, you know? Focus on the future, not the past, which I guess in this situation, we're doing both.
Tehran cawed.
Dylan assumed that was how Sistrals expressed excitement, as he had seen it before.
I like the way you worded that, said Tehran. On another note, did you have a mate before going to Dome 9? I know Isaac had Diane, and that Oleg was Kate's mate.
Dylan leaned forward with clasped hands. I went through a few girlfriends, although they'd slap you if you called them mates. None of those relationships worked out.
Did they end up not liking you?
Well, one cheated on me. Another didn't mesh well with me after a few months. Started great, but just didn't work out. My most recent one had some personal issues I thought we could work through, but that didn't happen. She was big into conspiracy theories and was an overall hateful person, said Dylan.
Why did you select her?
Asked Tehran. I mean, she was quite hot, said Dylan, grinning. Hot, meaning attractive.
Ah, so appearance is important. I didn't realize it was that troublesome to keep a mate, said Tehran.
Relationships aren't easy. Isaac mentioned how Sistrals handle them. It's fascinating.
It works well for our society. We are less concerned about appearance and more so on the relationship. Our friendship bond is what's important.
That's so cool, said Dylan. Having friends is always good. For us, that usually begins in school. He scrutinized Tehran. I take it your schooling is very different.
It is. We have an augment that allows us to receive knowledge at a specific pace. It takes 20 years before base information is stored and understood. Then the advanced data comes in. By 42 years, assuming that translated right, a Sistral is old enough to know the current state of Sistral knowledge in various areas.
Dylan rubbed his chin. What happens when new stuff is discovered?
Tehran moved his hand around. Some update their knowledge, others filter it, and yet others don't do anything with it.
So some Sistrals are just like, nah, I'm good when it comes to getting updates?
Yes.
Like, who would do that? Asked Dylan. Turan stroked his beak.
Those who live outside cities and choose to live a less demanding life. Those who filter would be like security, who might only get the latest training updates. There are only a handful who try to get everything, and it takes practice and skill to wield knowledge like that.
Dylan furrowed his brow. Like software updates. What'd you pick?
I'm filtered, said Turan. However, my filter is small, so I receive more information than most, and if needed, I can reach any level of knowledge if it's available.
That's wild. I have so many questions, but was about to sleep.
Turan stood. I understand and appreciate your indulging my curiosity.
Any time, man. Turan gazed at him, then left. Dylan cracked up at how formal Turan could be one moment, then informal the next. The way Sistral society handled education was fascinating, as was how they reproduced. It was no wonder they were able to keep their civilization together with a relative ease. He wondered when or if humans would reach that level. Although he would have probably stayed up in the past, he yearned for sleep. However, he would always take a moment to learn more about aliens when presented. Chapter 24. M had observed Evaran in the command center while everyone else slept. He sat like a statue. That meant he had been thinking, and the fluctuations in his cosmic energy were most likely due to emotions being processed. He was similar to a computer program in some regard, but one with raw power. It was 9:00 a.m., and the others had not yet woken up. M and Evaran had spent the night tracking the star entity through the rift. They first went in before the entity did, and verified there was no bend in the rift. The second trip was when they trailed the entity. At the point where there was no bend previously, there was one now. Something had changed, yet nothing showed up on scans. Evaran glanced at M. I can hear you analyzing me.
I was,
he said.
You've reached some conclusions if you're talking to me now.
You know me well. Yes, I have too. I assume you wish to know them, said Evaran.
I do.
Very well. My first conclusion is there's a being who can bend rifts, who is interfering, but keeping their involvement hidden. Resolving that may be beyond the scope of this summons, but it's something to note. My second conclusion is that Dylan, Isaac, and Kate most likely travel with us in the future. The Torvada is picky about who it shares information with, yet it's given them information I wouldn't share in general. That suggests the Torvada knows them and their future, and is comfortable with them.
A new gang,
said M. Evaran skimmed his fingertips along his jaw. Quite right. Before our new forms came to this plane, Emily suggested that we travel with humans for their perspective. I would agree with her assessment. I understand that my decision-making can appear cold and logical at times, so that'd help offset that.
I like them,
said M.
Dylan has a lot of energy. Isaac is rational and calm with a more serious outlook, and Kate is also rational and has a perky personality.
I concur, said Evaran. However, it's up to them to approach us if they wish to travel. I suspect once we visit them at the Wildhaven Institute after a bit, they'll ask. M analyzed what it would be like to have them join up. He liked having someone to test his organic simulations with, and although the humans had only been on the Torvada a short time, his orb pulsed around them, which signified a strong bond. Despite the less than desirable situation they had been placed in, they survived and came out even stronger than what he imagined they had been before. He admired their ability to bounce back.
I believe they'll enhance our journeys,
he said. I do too, said Evaran. However, until that time, we should treat their visit as temporary. It could be that there's another reason the Torvada granted them that level of information.
Acknowledged.
Evaran checked his command chair console. They're getting breakfast in the conference room. Let's go talk with them. M followed Evaran and participated in discussion with the others. His cosmic orb pulsed with calmness to see everyone in a good mood. It was sometimes lonely when it was just him and Evaran on the Theravada, and M relished opportunities to interact with others whenever he could. Although humor was still something he was learning, he could exercise it in moments like this. Dylan had bit into his sausage burrito, and part of it shot out onto the table. Isaac teased him about it, and he and Kate had laughed while Tehran cawed. It was a humorous moment, and M's orb pulsed with excitement at observing the interaction. Kate sipped her coffee. "So what'd you find out about the rift-bending thing?" Evaran's lips flattened. "Unfortunately, nothing. We know it occurred, but not what caused it." "That sucks," said Dylan. "Yes, it does. However, it won't impact what we need to do next." "Well, at least you're aware it occurred. Better than not knowing," said Isaac. "Indeed." After breakfast, they went to the Sistral Council chambers in Camarellis. The room was different than before, as 6 chairs were opposite the 5 senior council member ones. That left a sizable gap in the middle of the room. The meeting's purpose was that Evaran would compare his plans with the Sistrals, but they would probably go with what he suggested. That was typically the case when he presented his thoughts on a matter. Evaran and the others took their seats, and the doors sealed. M scanned the audience as they chattered among themselves. There was visible excitement in their movements, and almost everyone was discussing something. It was very different compared to when he and Evaran had first arrived. Olgris raised his hand, which silenced the crowd.
"Evaran, it's good to see you all. Please approach."
Evaran complied.
"Today we discuss how to deal with the Graingax. While we've drawn up plans, we would like to hear your solution first so we don't waste time. We can compare afterward," said Olgris.
"Very well," said Evaran. He interacted with his ARI. "I'll connect to your systems and use the central holographic display."
Olgris gestured at him. "Please proceed."
A hologram of the Graingax's remote system appeared. "This is where the Graingax have their docking structure and planetary compound." Evaran zoomed in on the ships above the planet. "These need to be taken down first. The Torvada will disable the ship's thrusters as well as the various satellites. That will prevent the Graingax from using the ships to escape. As for the compound, we'll travel back in time to place EMP delivery systems so they can drill up in the present to detonate." The projection changed to show the space structure with an advanced ship in one of its bays. Evaran continued. "Once those steps are done, we'll return to the present a bit before we disabled the orbiting ships in order to deal with this docked ship by placing EMPs on its hulls as well as disabling its thrusters. This should incapacitate it, and it'll occur at the same time we're at the orbiting ships from a timeline perspective."
"That's an excellent tactic," said Martis.
"Thank you," said Evaran. The display showed other parts of the space structure. Evaran highlighted a section and zoomed in. There's also a relativistic missile system being constructed. Thankfully, it's not operational. However, the central cylindrical structure is where I believe Kai's main processor in this time period is housed. If that's shut down, then the defenses can be deactivated, and any Graingax can be captured. Once all are off the structure, it should be pushed into the sun. Martis stroked his beak.
"I think we can agree that the docking structure poses the greatest threat, but how do you plan to disable its defenses?"
"After the ship is disabled, M and I will breach the cylindrical structure and go to the power converter," said Evaran. "We can redirect most of the energy back to the sun, but leave enough to be routed to life support. Then we'll confront Kai and shut down his harness. With him down, that should sever his connection to the defense robots, but they may continue to fight under their pre-programmed function. Dylan, Isaac, and Kate will then open a portal to a fleet you have on standby. They can then capture the Graingax utilizing the new identification technology we gave earlier."
Olgris sighed. "As advantageous as it would be to know their technology, we understand it can't remain."
"I'm glad you've come to that conclusion," said Evaran. The hologram changed to show the planetary compound from a side view. "Once the docking structure is handled, we'll deal with their compound. said Evaran. "The EMPs we placed in the past will burrow up and drop the compound's power, and the Torvata can then create openings for your troops to fly in and apprehend any Grangax there. Em and I will handle Kai's presence there. Once he's down and the Grangax have been evacuated, the Torvata will wipe the compound out. I would like to also remove the augments from one of the Grangax so we can talk to them without Kai's influence." Olgris looked at the other senior council members, who lowered their heads.
"This is a very well thought-out strategy, and we'll commit our forces to this. However, we would ask that the Grangax interview be done here."
"That can be arranged," said Evaran. Martis cawed.
"I suppose you'll return the Grangax to the future."
"Yes, that's the plan. Perhaps we can also remove the other augments in the Grangax if that's desired. We'll also need to destroy the Grangax compound here in Camrellis."
"A shame," said Olgris. "Is the future of our species to die out there?"
"Not quite. We can show them another timeline that'll give them plenty of time to revive their civilization."
"Could this move to another timeline also be a solution for the star entity?"
Evaran smiled. "Yes, it could. And perhaps we can entice it with a better star to feed off of." The room erupted in chatter.
"If all these things can come to pass, we'll be forever in your debt," said Olgris. "It's still difficult to believe you're doing this purely to help us, with no expectation for anything in return."
"It's what Em and I do," said Evaran.
"Then we go with your plan. Ours was less forgiving."
The council members murmured among themselves. Em suspected their plan involved eliminating everything by force, regardless of the Grangax being there. He also calculated that the Sistrals were not used to any assistance from an outside source, as they had been the only civilization at their level in the area. Em enjoyed helping others, and seeing them better off after first contact always made his orb pulse in a desirable manner. Evaran was the same way, but it also helped that they had the Torvata to do things. The last time they didn't have it around, they died and had to reform into their current forms.
"What's the timetable you're looking at?" asked Olgris.
"We can start immediately. If you can get your fleet ready and moved to a specific set of coordinates, we'll jump ahead to that time and go to the orbiting ships. Once we've dealt with that, we'll head to the docking structure and open a portal once it's safe to come through. When your forces breach the docking structure, be aware that there are a lot of defensive robot guards, so you'll need forces that can handle that. I've already sent over details on how to deal with them, along with the coordinates for where the fleet needs to be." Olgris swept his gaze around the room.
"It will be done. But it may take a few days to get the fleet into position. Advocate Turan can continue to be the point of contact between the fleet and your crew."
"Excellent," said Evaran. Turan sat up straight in his chair. Em recognized that Turan had become a focal point of admiration from the other council members. His name had been mentioned in many conversations across the room, and he was being touted as an ambassador to a powerful being. The next steps would require some coordination, especially in organizing the fleet and forces necessary to take down the Grangax, and Turan would be a big part in helping with that. Evaran spoke with Turan. Em stood with Dylan, Isaac, and Kate and joined the conversation. Em studied their reactions and added them to his organic interaction library. It was apparent they understood the gravity of the situation, and they were excited to be there, as was Em. Turan liked Evaran's plan, and as someone who had seen what the Torvata could do, it was no surprise how effective the execution would be. Turan was on his way to meet with Garak Hunk 46, the commander of the 4th Fleet, who had been assigned to this mission. Turan knew him well, and they had been old friends for a long time. Thankfully, Garak was already on Camrellis to talk with several other fleet commanders, something they did in person and rarely over video. That was ideal, as the recent hijacking of security droids and jamming showed how communication could be twisted or silenced. Turan hadn't been to the Defense Force building in a long while. It was one of the tallest spirals in the city, and had many who maintained the place, as well as representatives from every security force in Sistral society, from fleet commanders to city law enforcement. Although violence and war were not common, the Sistrals understood the need for law and order and self-defense. As an advocate, Turan would often travel to the fleet commander's ships to meet with them. The trips were a nice change of pace, as it got him out of Camrellis. Since the Sistrals weren't at war, there was some freedom for the fleets to move around as needed. Turan had heard the fleet commanders were in for a new weapons demo. After checking in at the building, he took a lift up to the 151st floor. It was highly secured, and on the ride up, a robot guard had joined him. A scene flashed through Turan's mind that if this guard had been hijacked, it could gain access and breach a floor. However, after the attack at the secure spot earlier, all security droids were checked for the specific vulnerability thanks to M's assistance. The trip to Grok's spacious quarters was quick. A scanning beam washed over him, and a moment later, the door opened.
Turan, my old friend, it's good to see you,
said Grok, gesturing for Turan to enter.
Likewise.
They briefly touched tentacles, then went to a wide balcony that overlooked the city.
I read the reports you sent,
said Grok.
They're very disturbing.
Turan narrowed his eyes.
I know. I've seen all this firsthand. The Graingax are the most serious threat to our existence that we've faced, even more so than the Star Entity. Thankfully, Evaran and M came to help us out.
Grok stared at him.
This Evaran and M, they seem far beyond anything we've ever encountered. You're sure they can be trusted?
Absolutely.
They could have just rescued those at Dome 9 and left, but they didn't. I fully trust that they'll resolve both the Graingax and Star Entity issues. Your trust in them is all I need to know. I would follow orders, as it were, but I feel better about them now.
Grok waved his left back tendril toward the sky.
The 4th Fleet is already on its way to the coordinates mentioned. I'm not fully sure I understand how a portal will open there, but I trust that it will. The 2nd Fleet has coverage duty in our absence.
Turan nodded.
How did the others under your command take the news, and what their missions will be? The schematics on the facilities and technology help, but there's some disbelief that we're actually doing this. They're ready, though. I expect heavy fighting once we board the docking structure, and even more at the planetary compound. The ships in orbit will be disabled and boarded as well, but there will be some casualties. I know the order is to capture the Graingax alive, but I doubt they'll come willingly. The defense robots outlined in the reports are far more advanced than anything we've seen before.
Turan stroked his beak.
Yes, but they do have vulnerabilities. You can thank Evaran and M for figuring that out.
Grok cawed.
Then they're going to take all of the Graingax back to the future. That's the current plan, and should resolve that issue. However, we still have to deal with the Star Entity, but I don't think the fleet will be required for that.
Grok's gaze swept across the city.
These are strange times.
Turan cocked his head.
They are. Then there's even more topics that I can't comment on. Evaran, M, the humans, and the Torvata have showed me where we stand among other realities. It's a lot to take in. Also, seeing our descendants in the state they were in wasn't what I expected. How could we as a species do something like this to ourselves? Asked Grok. Now that we know of what's to come, it seems whatever we do now won't stop our descendants from trying to come back and do this.
Turan gripped the guardrail.
It's a long time in the future. It appears we reinvent ourselves without knowledge of this event. Otherwise, the Graingax would know how to twist it to benefit them. As they're temporally shielded, they could even see the outcome of any historical change.
Grok eyed him.
Good point. You have a unique view into this situation.
I do. And I'm thankful to have the opportunity. We're not assuming any big space battles, but make sure you're safe.
Of course, said Grok. I'll be safe aboard my command ship. I do worry about those storming the facilities, but they're going in with the best of knowledge and skill. That's what I like to hear. I'll ensure you have the most current information when you arrive, said Tehran.
He continued to look out over the city. Although the plan seemed efficient, he was still concerned about the fighting that would occur. There were unknown variables, from the Graingax having units that were not identified to potential scenarios where they sacrificed sections via explosives. There could also even be undetected ships, although he figured the Torvado would have seen those, but maybe not. He would feel better once the Graingax were gone, but he dreaded reading the casualty report. There would be some for sure. But the plan allowed for minimal impact. He understood what the Council would have done. There would be no Sistral casualties, but the Graingax would be completely wiped out, assuming they didn't have something unaccounted for. He disliked that idea, but that would have been the path chosen without Evaran, M, or the Torvada present. The Sistral civilization now over what it might be in the future. Thankfully, there was another way. Chapter 25. Isaac relaxed in the command center next to Kate. Dylan and Tehran sat across from him, while Everett was in his usual chair, with M off to the right at his workstation. It made Isaac nervous to think there was something out there with the capability to bend rifts, and Everett didn't know what or who it was. It could also be nothing, but Isaac suspected it wasn't. Whatever it was, it had decided not to show itself. The first step to take down the Graingax was to place the EMP devices in the past so they would burrow up in the present and disable the planetary compound when the time came. It was a great tactic and showed how time travel opened up such options. It had been 3 days since the Sistral Council meeting and was now 9:00 a.m. The Fourth Fleet was in place at the coordinates Evaran had given them. Isaac had used his free time to read up more on the knowledge base. It surprised him how he could see an event a century away where the Sistrals met the Bilaxian Empire. Apparently, the mention of Evaran was a common bond between them. Even in his absence, he still had an impact. Isaac wouldn't mention this to Tehran, but maybe Evaran had already told him. It was odd to possess knowledge like this and not be able to say anything about it. Perhaps that was how Evaran felt around others. Isaac suspected that was the default state everywhere Evaran went. Isaac had also spent more time with Tehran and learned of their military structure. The Sistrals had a highly advanced military, and thanks to the scans Evaran took, Isaac got to see how the Sistrals would handle the Graingax. The Sistrals had special shield units called shielders that were big, heavy, and had a strong rectangular shield they could project. They were meant to break choke points and would be able to handle everything the Graingax could throw at them. Their downside was they were slow. Then there were the regular soldiers with heavy armor, a variety of ranged energy weapons, and an energy blade. Drones came in a number of shapes, and they were used in not only reconnaissance, but also for dropping mines and grenades and jamming communication. He liked the Strikers, an elite unit that was essentially an advanced soldier with more shielding. Unlike the Shielders, Strikers could move fast and add jetpacks, as well as a suite of tools that empowered them to navigate the battlefield. All carried dual energy swords and were master fighters at close range. Isaac had thought the Sistrals' back tendrils might be a weakness. However, he saw how they could wield shields. This was a common theme among the various unit types. The heavy shielders did a reverse of that, as they used their tendrils to shoot while their arms supported a massive metallic shield covered with an energy barrier on top of their already strong body shielding. Even the support robots were tough. They reminded him of a deep freeze on wheels, but they had everything from sustenance to medical aid. The front had a variety of arms, and the robots could perform surgery or other operations on the spot. They possessed an energy turret for defense. In contrast to them were the spider-like drones, which also used energy turrets. They were meant to defend and hold waypoints. They could climb walls and entrench themselves, making them highly mobile and versatile. Dylan and Kate were excited, and Isaac was too. Tehran sat like a statue, while Evaran and Em appeared calm as always. Isaac wondered if they were ever nervous about anything. The Torvada had arrived 100 years in the past at the planet where the Graingax would set up their compound. Isaac gazed outside as the Torvada descended. There had been no ships or satellites this far back, and surface scans showed no presence of the Graingax. The tactic still fascinated him. Evaran was setting the stage for the future assault. He must have calculated what was safe and what wasn't in terms of timeline integrity. That was a topic he took very seriously. There would only be a handful of situations where going into the past to set up the future wouldn't work. Isaac suspected anything that affected those who were part of events would be prevented from this type of time travel approach. The star entity was a good example of that. It could not be sent away prior to Evaran, Em, and the Torvada's arrival, as the rift to the Graingax would have never happened, and, by extension, Dylan, Isaac, and Kate could have avoided that nightmare in Dome 9. The Torvada highlighted where the compound was in the future. Isaac examined the wire-frame appearance, and there was a location about 2 miles away that the Torvada headed toward. Under that spot was a deep tunnel shaft that extended a few miles, then turned horizontally to go underneath where the compound would be. "That's only one place. Aren't we placing these EMP drones in other areas?" he asked. "I understand your confusion," said Evaran. "However, the drones can move up different paths en route to the compound." "Ah. Well, won't the Graingax detect a large shaft under their compound?" Evaran shook his head. "The Torvada will fill in the tunnel when it backs out." Dylan clapped and pointed at him. "The man with the plan." "Indeed." Isaac cracked up on the inside when Tehran tilted his head at Dylan. Human actions must seem so confusing to him.
"Nanoswarm has been released,"
said Em. Isaac studied the small data window on the front interior. A visual feed materialized that showed the ground with the nanoswarm filling on top of it. Once it had formed a perfect 2-foot-deep cylinder whose circumference matched the Torvada's with some buffer. The nanoswarm burrowed down with the Torvada following it. Another swarm above took displaced dirt and moved it outside the hole. "This is wild," said Dylan. "But efficient," said Tehran. He glanced at Evaran. "Once we're out, I assume the nanoswarm will replace the dirt." "It'll do so in a manner that mimics how it should be so it can't be detected," he said. Isaac gestured at him. "These nanoswarms are powerful. I'd hate to be on the end of them." "They aren't meant to be weapons, and for the most part, they try to avoid harming life forms in general," said Evaran. Dylan scrunched his face. "What if there are any bugs in the path?" "They'll be moved up top temporarily," said Evaran. He raised a finger. "Yes, I know that could potentially hurt them, but the nanoswarm will do its best to put them in the dirt pile in a manner that disturbs them the least. I trust the Torvada knows how to handle that." Dylan grinned. "I would too." After going 2 miles down, the Torvada paused, then moved horizontally. "Prepare the EMP delivery devices," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged."
Evaran stood. "Let's go to the ramp, as I know you'll all be curious as to what they look like." Kate hopped up. "Read my mind? I do know humans and their curiosity." Isaac followed the others to the illuminated ramp area. It jarred him a bit to see the nanoswarm tearing through the ground ahead of him. The shielding was on another level, and now that he understood it was a dimensional void, it made sense that even at the speed the Torvada moved, no dirt was getting in. The hover slab Em brought had a long structure on top that housed 7 spherical objects in a line. It reminded him of a bowling alley ball rack where the balls would sit before being used. When the Torvada stopped, the nanoswarm carved out a small space outside the shielding where Em pushed the slab into. Em picked up each sphere and placed it into a hole in the sidewall that had been carved out. Once everything had been set, Em retreated to the ramp, and the nanoswarm filled in the area.
"The EMP devices have been set,"
said Em. "Excellent," said Evaran. "Let's head back up."
"Acknowledged."
Isaac returned to the command center while Em went to the research lab with the hover slab. The time travel approach to disabling a facility was a factor most would not be able to plan against. There were many factors that would go into choosing something like this, but he didn't see how it would cause any timeline changes until the EMP devices became a part of events when called into action. He eased into his chair as the Torvada began its trip back to the surface. His life had been turned upside down, and he was happy he had been given a chance to travel with Evaran and Em. Isaac admired their desire to help others without hesitation and then to be true to their word. It inspired him, which made him put things into perspective. Dylan watched with fascination as the nanoswarms worked to fill in the tunnel the Torvada hovered above. He loved the tactic being used and was eager to move on to the next steps. It hit him how natural it was to be present. He wished even harder that he could just travel with Evaran and Em everywhere, helping others. It would be better than being alone on Earth. Isaac and Kate were animated, while Tehran's back tentacles were relaxed. They had all witnessed an event very few would ever see. Dylan cursed that given the option of time travel, this was not an approach he thought he could ever come up with as a possibility. Perhaps if he traveled with Evaran and Em, these types of tactics would be easier to figure out. After 30 minutes, the nanoswarms had returned to the Torvada. Dylan surveyed the ground. No one would know it had been disturbed. He suspected that was due to having knowledge of its layout earlier, so it probably was not difficult to recreate everything the way it was. "Take us back to before we came here, and then to the ships and satellites in orbit," said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said Em. Dylan clenched and unclenched his jaw as the Torvada ascended. This next step would be a precision strike. Isaac motioned at Evaran. "So to be clear, while we're dealing with these ships and satellites, the disabling of the ship at the space structure will be occurring at the same time?" "That's correct."
"That means we're there and here at the same time?"
"Yes," said Evaran. "However, there's no chance of interaction, as we know not to." Kate wagged a finger. "But we could sense it via the Torvada scans, right? And the other Torvada would see us now." Evaran smiled. "Your curiosity is refreshing. From an outsider's perspective, if they could see the Torvada, they would see both events occurring at the same time, and the Torvada at two different points in its timeline." "What if we flew over and met ourselves?" asked Dylan. "There would be two of us," said Evaran. "However, the Torvada wouldn't allow that unless there was a good reason."
Tehran stroked his beak. "As in they would fly away from each other?"
"Yes, or one would open a portal somewhere. It wouldn't be something we could control. However, as I mentioned, if the Torvada wanted both to meet, then that's possible."
"Fascinating."
Dylan pondered meeting a future version of himself, even if it was only a few minutes ahead. It also made him wonder about interacting with his other selves from another timeline. The fact he could consider this an actual possibility blew his mind, and he was going to exist at the same time at two different points in his personal timeline. A glance at Isaac and Kate indicated they were thinking about that too. The Torvada reached orbit. Dylan scrutinized the 4 ships and 3 satellites. They were all spread out, with one ship and satellite on the other side of the planet. He was not sure on the logistics, but the Torvada had locked in a snapshot of where everything was. A dotted line existed between each ship and satellite, with the starting point landing on one of the ships. He held his breath as the Torvada slid next to the first craft and matched its speed, then unleashed a nanoswarm that briefly covered the thrusters. The side ones were left intact so the ship could maneuver, but the main thrusters had been shredded. He had expected the vessel to try to fly away, but the main thruster lit up, then shut down. The side ones came into play, but there was no way they could propel it to any large velocity. "To the next one," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Everything outside faded away, then eased back in. The Torvada opened a portal to the next target. Dylan wrinkled his brow, then realized why the Torvada jumped back in time a bit. It was so all these events would appear to be happening at the same time, preventing one ship or satellite from warning the others. This was the same tactic that would be used on the advanced cruiser at the space structure. Like clockwork, the Torvada hit all 7 targets. After the last one was done, Dylan checked out the previous image the Torvada had that showed all the ships and satellites. Data labels popped out for each, showing they were disabled. Evaran was putting on a master class in time travel tactics. The next trip was to the advanced ship at the space structure orbiting the sun. Dylan ran a hand over his mouth as the scans showed the satellites and ships orbiting the planet had not yet been hit, even though he had just seen it done. Time travel was truly crazy. The docked ship had its shielding down, which made it easy to place EMP devices all over it. It took some time, as M had to wheel them out. The Torvada had to be flush with the cruiser's surface, and then M could attach the devices. They were flat instead of spherical, and when they were close to the ship's hull, they snapped in place like a magnet. Once everything was in place, the Torvada went to the massive thrusters in the back. A nanoswarm moved out and shredded the thrusters to the point that it wouldn't be a surprise if they drifted away after the operation. The Torvada flew a bit away before the EMP devices went off. Dylan focused on the highlights of the satellites and vessels they had hit earlier. They lit up, showing they were now disabled. "And there we are in the past," he said. "Indeed," said Evaran. The Graingax at this point now know something's going on, but all their ships and satellites have been disabled. It's time to power down Kai and this structure's defenses, then call in the Sistral's 4th Fleet. "Won't the planetary forces have time to respond now?" asked Kate. "They will, but they can't get off the planet. Tehran, once the fleet comes through, the Torvada can open another portal to the planet so the ships can be boarded and cleared of any Graingax." Tehran cawed.
"They're ready on your command."
Evaran interacted with his chair console and brought up a cutout wire frame of the cylindrical structure. He selected a green dot. "Excellent. M, take us there."
Acknowledged.
Dylan gulped. This was where Evaran and M would fight through a now alert facility. The scan showed there were areas that could not be seen due to Pikabot swarms or magnetic shielding, which meant there might be surprises. He trusted Evaran and M to handle it, but he also recalled how dicey it got in the Graingax compound from earlier. Dylan wished he could go with them, but he would be a liability. Nonetheless, the stage was set for the next act. Chapter 26. Kate swallowed hard as the Torvada lined up flush next to the docking bay shielding. She had thought they would fly in, but Evaran and M were going to bypass the bay's shielding from the Torvada's ramp. The podium with the interface she had used before to move the Torvada around and fire stun beams popped up in the middle of the command center. Evaran walked over to it, then signaled for everyone to gather around. She hopped up and stood behind him. He ran his finger across a new button on the interface. "This will open a portal to the coordinates given to the Sistral's 4th Fleet. It's preset to a size large enough to allow their fleet through. All you need to do is press the button when asked."
"Got it,"
said Isaac. Evaran went to another button. "This one will open a portal to above the planet where the ships and satellites we disabled are. You can press it once the fleet has come through and Tehran has coordinated with their command."
I suspect everyone will want to be in the hollow room,
said M.
This interface can appear there as well. It's on the menu option under Interfaces.
Dylan beamed.
"Awesome. How are you breaking through that shielding?" asked Tehran.
"With the planar beam generator," said Evaran.
"I'll get it now and meet everyone at the ramp,"
said M. Kate remembered the beam generator being mentioned before, and now she would get a good look at it. M had taken off, and she followed Evaran out to the ramp. His calm nature right before storming what would most likely be a lot of fighting impressed her. Although she wasn't going to fight, she was part of the operation, and her racing heartbeat let her know about it. M returned with a hover slab that had a rectangular object with rounded edges and a port on the front face. It measured roughly 3 feet long by 6 feet wide and stood 3 feet tall. An exterior port on the top had a digital screen next to it. A thick cord trailed back into the Torvada. "This is the planar beam generator, and it requires a long cord to the maintenance room to power it," said Evaran. "The generator can punch a doorway through the shielding. Once we're through, the shielding will close up. However, you can open it back up as needed. We'll leave this here in case we need to come back. Note that it can't be moved while in operation." Kate inspected the interface. It had some simple options, but she didn't fully understand what the pattern section referred to. It was set to concentric circles. "You all can go to the hollow room now and view things from my perspective," said Evaran. He tapped at the top screen of the planar beam generator. It fired a round, purple beam at the shield, then expanded out until there was enough space for Evaran and M to step through. Once they did, the hole closed. Kate took that as a sign to go to the hollow room, and everyone headed there. A small group of stick-figure robots that burst into the docking bay opened fire on Evaran and M. Evaran reflected 2 beams back that downed the attackers, while M charged forward. Energy beams bounced off him in different directions.
"You again,"
said one of the guards, coming to a stop. "Yes," said Evaran. "I assume this is Kai speaking. We're here to power you down."
"Yes, I'm Kai, and you will fail."
M reached the remaining 3 guards, then grasped the necks of 2 and emitted a shock. He threw the motionless robots away. The robot Kai spoke through was tossed in the air, where Evaran hit it with a stun shot. Kate had a sense of calm at how easily the fight had been handled, but she knew there would be heavier forces and greater challenges the deeper Evaran and M went. They advanced into the hallway, where they were met by a large robot with cannons for forearms. It fired both, but Evaran reflected the beams, knocking it back. As it slowly stood, M dashed over and put his fist through its chest. Kate breathed easier, but they still had a ways to go. They fought through more guards until they reached a large, circular hub. Her pulse quickened when a Pikabot swarm was detected. As tough as Evaran and M were, she did not think they could take that level of damage. Evaran fired a mist beam, followed by a repulsion one. M lit up the cloud as Evaran poured more mist into the room. The Pikabots fell to the ground. Evaran and M entered the hub and continued to down swarms that came from other hallways. "That's one way of dealing with them," said Dylan. Oh, said Isaac, pointing at the ceiling. A turret dropped and unloaded on Evaran, who evaded the barrage. M fired a stun beam that highlighted the turret's shielding. Evaran advanced with his shield out until he was a few feet away on the ground relative to the ceiling turret, then used his grappling beam from his left forearm PSD to pull himself up and anchor himself with his shield facing the turret. The energy blasts pushed him back some, but his grip was secure. He timed it so he could drop his shielding for a brief moment, then use his utility handle to form a bladed staff with a glowing blade. In one swift twirl, he sliced the turret's ceiling connection. The turret crashed to the ground. "Whew," said Kate. "Quick thinking." The turret had popped out so fast initially that she thought it would have hit Evaran and M. She knew it could have downed her fast, even with her enhanced reflexes. It provided another glimpse into how quickly Evaran must think and move. There was a heavier stream of enemies as Evaran and M marched on. They still needed to go up almost 40 levels and were headed to a ramp system that snaked all the way to the top. Although there were lifts, they couldn't be trusted. Each level that Evaran and M went up, they had to deal with turrets, stick-figure guards, and the occasional heavy robot, but the number of foes increased the higher the level. One of the new defender types were the controlled Graingax. Kate clenched her jaw, knowing they were essentially slaves for the most part. They were not able to slow Evaran or M down. After 30 minutes of almost non-stop fighting, they reached the floor with entry to a massive area filled with catwalks. In the center was a large cube with what reminded Kate of circuit boards for faces. Blue electricity arced around it, and humongous pipes fed it from 4 directions. A bubble shield surrounded the cube, and although the space was illuminated by a variety of lights on the walls, the cube glowed a brighter white. Kate stood and examined the data labels. She wasn't sure how the scan knew the 4 big pipes supplying the cube were power conduits. The cube had been labeled as a proxy for Kai, and inside the bubble shield was a Pika swarm. There were no guards around, and it surprised her that she didn't see any turrets. However, there was a large amount of magnetic shielding present. Evaran and M approached the cube.
"I propose a deal,"
said Kai in a booming voice that came from all sides. "Please proceed," said Evaran.
"I'll only use half the Sistral population. You get to save them, and I'll take the other half and leave this system."
Evaran shook his head. "There'll be no culling."
"This is a logical offer. We both get something, and the remaining Sistrals can continue on their natural path."
"Your offer has been refused." The electrical arcs around the cube intensified.
"Then another offer. We'll leave the area and not interfere with the Sistrals."
And again, your offer is refused. You shouldn't exist in this time or place, said Evaran. He and Em reached the cube.
"If you destroy this version of me, there'll be consequences."
Evaran paused. "We're not going to destroy you."
"You're correct. You won't,"
said Kai. Kate gasped as 4 round segments of the floor pulled back with a whooshing sound. 24 robots with 4 arms wielding energy blades appeared. On their chests were big ports that crackled with orange light. The robots had no heads, but what startled her was the small army of cube-like drones with an energy weapon attached to them that flew out. Another smaller type of spider drone with heavy turrets on its back crawled out as well. "Are you kidding me?" asked Dylan. Kate shared his view. These were unsurmountable odds even for Evaran and Em. However, she trusted they would know what to do. Turan was not sure Evaran and Em would be able to handle the small force that had just appeared. He had figured the cube would have some defense with guards about, but it used magnetic shielding to prevent them from being detected. The enemy had already tried to encircle Evaran and Em, and the Torvata identified the big robots as sentinels from the Graingax knowledge base. The spider drones fired a hailstorm of energy beams. Evaran angled his shield in a way that made the shots reflect back to the nearest sentinel, which caused it to move away. Em shot nonstop at the flying drones, downing 4 in quick succession. Turan liked Evaran and Em's approach. They had split up, with Evaran taking to the air, while Em rushed over to the nearest sentinel and tackled its legs, making it tumble. The spider drones that had been firing ended up hitting the downed enemy. Another sentinel swung at Em with both of its right arms, and the energy blades smashed into Em, who did not budge. It was surreal to see him nonchalantly pick up one sentinel and swing it at the other one. Due to the way it was tossed, the energy blades cut into the thrown defender. It was a reminder of the sheer strength Em possessed, and with his density control active, not much was going to move him. The downside was that he moved slower than normal. Evaran flew around the battlefield, taking the attention of the 2 other sentinels, which had opened fire with their chest beams. Due to Evaran's flight pattern, many drones were caught in the crossfire. He would also swoop down and land behind a spider drone, then throw it like a projectile at the sentinel beams. Evaran's face showed concern as he rushed to help Em, whom the 2 remaining sentinels had targeted with their chest fire. Em's shielding flickered, and although he tried to move away, his heavy armor and density control made it difficult. Evaran landed and used his expanded shield to block the beams, which pushed him back, but he had been able to give Em enough time to get behind the cube. Evaran braced for impact as the spider drones and flying ones bombarded him from the sides with energy blasts. They would normally kill anyone, yet all they did was slow him down, and the more sustained fire he took, the more he was being pushed back. Evaran's shield flickered, which allowed the 2 beams to momentarily smash into him, sending him sprawling. Em had circled around the sentinels and grabbed one, then pushed it to be destroyed in the other's chest beam. Evaran barely got his shielding up before the drones continued their assault. But like Em, he moved much slower. He stood, and while using the wall as a brace, he used his forearm blasters to take down the rest of the flying drones. Em shoved the last sentinel to the ground. He jumped on its back and punched through its chest. Afterward, he went around the room and smashed the remaining spider drones. Evaran took a moment to lean against the wall. It scared Turan to see someone as powerful as Evaran be slowed down. It left no doubt that if it had been a Sistral assault squad, they would not have survived. Thankfully, the enemies had been cleared, and Em had returned to his light body mode.
"Your fighting skill is efficient. You weren't meant to survive that,"
said Kai. But we did. It's time for you to be depowered, said Evaran. He gestured out. M. Disrupt the power conduits.
Acknowledged.
M used his nanoswarm to cut a slice out of the first big pipe. He did the other 3, and Kai's bubble shield faltered enough to allow the Pika swarm out. He joined Evaran in dousing the area with a mist beam and lighting it up with stun blasts, causing the Pikabots to crackle and pop before falling to the ground. Evaran approached a generator inside the shielding. He raised his glowing hand, then jammed it through the shield and into the generator, making the shielding drop.
Your effort is ultimately irrelevant. This is but one proxy of me. There's a price to disabling this one,
said Kai. There's always a consequence to every action we take, said Evaran. He kicked the cube, which tilted and caused a large cracking sound to echo. Another kick sent the cube tumbling. A round port with severed wires sat exposed at the center where the cube had been. M. Interface with that.
Acknowledged.
Kate jumped when Evaran's head manifested next to her. M is disabling all systems except critical support ones. It's time to open the portal and call in the Sistral fleet, said Evaran. Kate joined the others at the podium interface, then pressed a button. The hollow room changed to show the gargantuan portal that had opened. A hovering screen popped up with Commander Garak on it.
You're free to come through now, said Turan.
It's real,
said Garak, looking around. He stood straight, then ordered the fleet through. M's hologram materialized.
I've sent you locations on where you can infiltrate the structure. Be aware that although Kai is no longer controlling the forces, they're operating on a general defense protocol now. I can't send a command because Kai ordered them to sever their link and engage in defense protocols on his final command.
Garak nodded.
We'll deal with them. Any Grangax we find, we'll stun them and bring them on board.
He looked away for a moment.
Something's coming out of the sun.
The Torvada displayed the unusual object that emerged. It had a configuration that Turan had never seen before, but it had been labeled as a Grangax cruiser. It bristled with weapon systems and had a unique shielding type that allowed it to sit in suns undetected. There was a lack of life signs on board, which either meant the Torvada couldn't do a full scan, or it had a robot crew. The ship fired a large beam at one of the Fourth Fleet's smaller ships, utterly demolishing it. The Fourth Fleet returned fire, but the cruiser's shields were not penetrated.
We have to stop that ship, said Turan.
I concur, said Evaran. Kate, bring the Torvada to the airlock I've designated to pick us up. We can then deal with that ship. Also, reopen the portal for the Fourth Fleet. Okay, she said.
Turan, help us,
said Garak.
Turan cawed. Retreat back through the portal. Let the Torvada deal with this.
He relaxed some when the fleet retreated. However, not all ships escaped, and at least 4, including a capital one, had massive holes punched through them, making them drift. Kate had moved the Torvada to the airlock Evaran had designated. Evaran and Emma rushed toward it, and it was strange to see the Torvada from their view. There were several defenders that had tried to stop them, but they failed. After 10 minutes, Evaran and Em were on board, and everyone was in the command center. Take us back in time, then forward so we're inside the cruiser's shields at this point in time, said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said Em. Turen's heartbeat raged as they traveled back in time, moved a bit, then jumped to the present. The Torvada immediately matched the cruiser's speed, then flew to the thrusters and released a nanoswarm. It shredded the thrusters, making the cruiser continue to move forward, but without any active thrust. The next step was similar to what the Torvada did with the larger ship at the space structure. Em had gone to the research lab and then to the ramp. As they flew around the ship, Em placed the EMP devices. Turan wondered why they didn't just shoot them out, but perhaps there was something he was unaware of. After a bit, Em had placed all the devices. After the Torvada moved away, the EMPs went off, causing the lights to go out on the cruiser. Evaran highlighted several chunks of debris where some Sistrals had survived their ship's damage but needed to be picked up. Turan moved into action as the Torvada attached to the remnants of ships in a manner that allowed survivors to escape. He guided them to the medical labs, where Em attended to them. Those who were okay were moved to the living quarters. Turan lowered his head at those who weren't saved. Although the Torvata did what it could, there were many who either died in the cruiser's blasts or were flung into space where death awaited them. Some had gone to emergency capsules, but they had launched into the sun. He was thankful they at least saved what they could. Kate had reopened the portal per Evaran's request, and the Fourth Fleet had come back through. After the Torvata docked on Garak's command ship, the survivors were transferred. It also gave Turan an opportunity to gauge Garak, who was angry. He had lost Sistrals under his command, and the only option for him had been to flee. That would be something Garak never got over. Hopefully, the next step had no surprises. Isaac had not expected a ship to burst out from the sun. From what he had read of the Torvata scans, it used kinetic shielding. The more pressure the shielding took on, the stronger it became. It would have been impenetrable while sitting in a star. He admired the tactics to take it down, but he grimaced at the resulting rescue of survivors. The ships that had been attacked had been knocked out as if they were a mere nuisance. It made sense why the return volley did little to the cruiser. Thankfully, all survivors who could be rescued had been, then were deposited on Garak's command ship. The Torvata had opened a portal that allowed some of the Fourth Fleet to go through to the planet where the Graingax compound was. The Torvata followed afterward. The next step was to take down the planet-side compound. Isaac was eager to see the EMP devices burrow up. He also kept an eye on the progress of the Fourth Fleet boarding the space structure. There were 2 data windows showing various video feeds of both the Fourth Fleet's forces as well as the structure's own surveillance system. Sistral heavy shielders moved like tanks through rooms and hallways, with strikers and regular units behind them. Drones scurried around or flew, and the groups used overwhelming force and firepower to deal with the defense robots. Pika swarms were cleared with EMP blasts, and any Graingax spotted were hit with stun beams, then tagged for pickup by support forces. It was an efficient movement through the structure, but Evaran's providing knowledge on what the Sistrals would face helped a lot. Isaac relaxed some, since it seemed everything was going to plan. After the compound was taken down, it would be a matter of rounding up Graingax and destroying any robot forces left. Then Evaran would remove all evidence of the Graingax ever having been around. Although Isaac was confident in what would occur, he did suspect there was something else unaccounted for. The ship from the sun was an example, and he hoped there wasn't another surprise waiting for them. One thing that worried him was that when M had infiltrated the compound earlier, a lot of magnetically shielded containers, rooms, and objects were detected. He was not able to scan through it, and it left many questions on their purpose. There was nothing in the information captured that indicated what they were. He wondered what would be exposed when the EMPs hit. As the Torvata descended, Isaac scrutinized the data windows showing the Fourth Fleet dealing with the ships and satellites in orbit. While some were boarded, others were picked up and moved into massive docking bays. He hoped there would be no casualties, but there would probably be some. However, he trusted the Fourth Fleet to know what they were doing. When the Torvata reached the compound, it hovered a bit away. M. "Activate the EMP devices," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Everyone stared at the highlighted objects on the front wall's interior. Isaac loved that he could see something happening in real time with wireframe highlights. It was like his ARI, but without the need for nanobots. The transparent front wall was a good screen for showing things the Torvata scanned. The EMP devices began to burrow up after splitting off into slightly different directions. They detonated after they reached the compound. Data labels on the facility showed the power consumption drop. While some parts still had power, large chunks had dropped to 0. "Raise the shield temperature, then open up access holes," said Evaran, gesturing forward.
Opening now,
said M. The Torvata flew to the sealed front door, and once the shielding had heated up, the Torvata melted through. Its extended stun blasters cleared out any enemy resistance. After reaching the massive open area with ringed levels, the Torvata flew up and opened 4 holes to the outside, leaving a dripping mess of melted rock below. It then descended to a few feet off the ground near the large doorway that led deeper into the facility. The area before the doorway jutted out from the rock walls enough to form a sizable platform that connected to the walkways on the sides. Evaran signaled for the Sistral ships to commence their attack. Sistral shielders and strikers were the first to fly through the holes, and they began battling the compound's defense forces. They engaged the ringed walkways with defenders as well as where the Toravada was. Isaac sat on the edge of his seat. It was a light show as energy beams of varying colors whizzed around. The shielders impressed him with their impactful landing, then immediate move toward the robotic stick-figure guards. Strikers flew and laid down a barrage of energy blasts. Regular soldiers filled in behind the heavies and strikers and engaged in close-quarters combat as needed. What surprised Isaac, though, was that one of the magnetically shielded containers had powered down. The darkness of a picoswarm had been unleashed, and it disassembled 2 Sistral soldiers before they even knew what hit them. The Sistrals responded by using EMP grenades, but the picoswarm flew out of range before coming back down.
"That's going to be a problem,"
said Tehran. "Not necessarily." "Observe," said Evaran. A striker threw an EMP grenade that detonated next to the swarm. It dropped to the ground like burnt paper. There will be more swarms to deal with, it seems, but the same tactic used on the space structure to deal with the swarms can be used here. Evaran stood. "It's time for M and I to take down Kai." He glanced at Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. "You 3 can handle the Toravada. I'm not expecting it to need to be moved, but you can control the stun blasters to assist the Sistral forces. The shielding temperature will be kept where it's at in case you need to move through something." Kate wrinkled her brow. "Be safe. We'll do our best." "I know you will." "M, let's go." Isaac gulped after they exited the command center. The podium with the Toravada interface had appeared, and Dylan and Kate were already at it. Tehran stood behind them and observed. Isaac joined them and took the right part of the angled interface, while Dylan had the left, and Kate was in the middle. Isaac was familiar with the targeting system, but it was hard to find a target. The distance between Sistral fighters and the Graingax was small in most fights. He went to zap one of the Graingax who was fighting a soldier, but paused when he saw another in trouble. When he returned to the first fight, the soldier was dead. He grimaced. His hesitation had led to a death. His breathing increased. While he was safe on the Toravada, the Sistrals put their lives on the line. It angered him that he couldn't react fast enough to save someone, but he would try his best to focus. Chapter 27. M jumped off the Toravada while in heavy body mode. As soon as he landed, he activated his density control while taking several hits. Evaran had spawned his energy shield and reflected 2 energy beams that took down the assailants that had fired them. While M wanted to assist the Sistrals around him, stopping Kai was the priority. He was glad the others would be safe on the Toravada. Dylan had wanted to help out on the battlefield, but he was untrained and could get hurt. Isaac and Kate appeared to be fine with where they were, and Tehran was positioned as if he was ready to rush out and help. However, with the swarm of enemies, it would be dangerous, as Evaran and M were both shot at as soon as they jumped out. The trip to Kai's room was not too far, but getting there would require some fighting. The Sistrals who flew were using the Toravada as cover while peeking out and taking shots. There were enough shielders on the ground to provide a moving wall of energy shields. Although many Graingax drones flew around, the Sistrals had their own to match. M followed Evaran as he took off. He used his shield to reflect attacks that targeted him, and the ones that hit M didn't penetrate his shielding. M's density control was strong enough to ignore the few melee hits that landed on him. The Graingax had a variety of units. Numerous stick-figure guards were everywhere. They were most likely easy to store, and, with minimal programming, could defend an area. The strange, spider-like drones were also out alongside flying versions with fewer legs. Graingax soldiers in light armor hid behind small, 2-legged mechs that had joined the fray. The ninja-like robots with 4 arms that he and Evaran had encountered before on Varlon were also present, with their orange energy blades. One unit that was new was the heavier robot that had a heavy kinetic dome shield. It had a radius of about 10 feet, and units inside were protected against range attacks. It moved slowly, most likely due to the power generation needed to sustain such a barrier. M tagged them as domers. Evaran made a beeline to the few that were out. While the shielding was solid overall, its weakness was anything that came into close-quarters combat. Evaran used his bladed staff to slice off parts of the domers, causing their shields to fail. M handled anything that got close as they continued on. After they exited the room, they burst down a hallway that was a reinforcement pathway and packed with enemy forces. He and Evaran had caused a disruption there. Domers led the charge with mechs behind them and a horde of drones, robots, and Grangaks. Fighting them all would take time, and based on the Toravada scans, even more were coming. "There's too many," said Evaran. "We need to bypass these and let the Sistrals and the Toravada handle them." M slipped into a side room and out into another hallway. After zigzagging through several more rooms and corridors, along with fighting a handful of foes, they reached an area that was close to where they needed to go. Evaran faced a wall and unleashed his nanoswarm, which burrowed in. Once there was enough space, they went through, and M sealed up the hole. It was a slow process, but they made good progress. Although some enemies attempted to carve out their own tunnel to catch up, they needed more power to do so. A picoswarm would have helped them, but they were being used to guard areas. M checked on the battle near the Toravada. It hovered near the entrance the reinforcements were coming from and forced them to split at 2 choke points the Sistrals had fire control over. Enemy mechs couldn't get in, and the domers were kept at bay. The drones and stick-figure robots that did slide in were either downed almost immediately or impacted by the Toravada's shielding temperature. The Sistrals took advantage of the situation and fired into the gaps. The Toravada's extended blasters from the front black panels were shooting anything that moved. They would inch out of the shielding for a moment, then move back in. M checked the logs, and it showed Isaac and Dylan were manually controlling that. Their tactics impressed M, as did the idea to use the Toravada as a big plug. "I see it too," said Evaran. "They're quick learners." M smiled.
They're humans.
Indeed. After 15 minutes, they reached the main hallway to Kai's room. When they burst out, a mech, a domer, 2 spider drones, 2 flying ones, a few heavies, and 12 stick guards awaited them. Evaran reflected beams from the spider drones and downed them. M charged the mech and pushed it into a wall, then threw it at the heavy guards, which crumpled beneath it. The flying drones got a shot on M, who shrugged it off and retaliated with his own stun blasts, knocking them down. Evaran rushed in and disabled the domer, then kicked it at the stick guards. He followed up with a charge into the remaining defenders, which tried to tackle him. M joined him and tore through anything left standing. The small defense force indicated the nearby door was important. Otherwise, they would have gone to fight the Sistrals and the Toravada. A quick scan of the area showed no more enemies. Evaran placed his UIC on the nearby console, and a moment later the door that had been guarded opened. M recognized the same cube design sitting on the space structure in the middle. The magnetic shield dropped deep into the ground, which could mean there was something defensive there. The tactical approach would be to take out the 4 power supply pipelines. However, the absence of any forces suggested this was a trap. They stood before the cube. It pulsed.
"You shut down my proxy in space. I assume you've come to do the same here."
"We have," said Evaran. "There's no need to fight, and you can spare any more potential casualties by shutting yourself down."
"No. That's not logical,"
said Kai. "Your forces here are outnumbered, and the Sistrals have already breached the facility. It's only a matter of time before they arrive here. The logical conclusion is to power down and order your remaining forces to stand down to protect the remaining Grangaks here," said Evaran. The cube began to pulse rapidly.
"The fight is not over."
The area around the base shimmered. Evaran and M stood back. The 4 power conduits snapped as a massive robot shell shot up and enveloped the cube. M did a quick scan, which showed this new 25-foot-tall robot body had an array of powerful weapons, especially the beam generator in its chest. It was a stronger version of the Sentinels they had fought before. Evaran raised his shield when Kai fired a wide shot from his left arm cannon. Although blocked, the hit sent Evaran flying out of the room. M tackled Kai's right leg, but it had no effect. Kai flung M against the wall. M did a quick assessment as he stood. Evaran had returned, but he moved slower. He was already damaged from the earlier fight, and Kai's hit worsened it. Kai fired a huge chest beam at Evaran, who dodged it. Kai then went to kick Evaran like a soccer ball. He jumped on Kai's leg and scurried up to the back. He jabbed his bladed staff into Kai's chest beam, causing it to fritz. Kai grabbed Evaran by the legs and slammed him into the ground. Kai tried to stomp him, but Evaran had gotten his shield out and struggled to keep from being crushed. M charged over and tore chunks out of Kai's foot. He responded by flinging M away, but M had grabbed onto Evaran beforehand, so they both slammed hard into the wall, denting it.
"He's very powerful,"
said M. Evaran nodded. "Let's use our nanoswarms to drop him into the ground. If you can provide a distraction, I should be able to do that."
"Acknowledged."
M hopped up and dashed toward Kai. Evaran flew back, then went behind Kai, who tried to hit him with energy beams. Evaran landed and unloaded his nanoswarm from his wrist PSDs. Kai used a minor magnetic pulse, which dropped the nanoswarm. A picoswarm emerged from his back and attacked Evaran. M climbed up Kai's leg and ripped out chunks of whatever he could get his hands on. M's shielding lit up as a picoswarm attacked it. Kai was far more powerful than he had expected, and the picoswarms had caused Evaran to retreat while using mist and stun beams to fight the swarm. However, Kai fired a big beam that knocked Evaran down and allowed the picoswarm to continue attacking. Kai grabbed M and held him at arm's length while the picobots tried to eat through his shielding. M released a nanoswarm that attacked the picoswarm and also ate away enough of Kai's huge hand to allow M to drop to the ground. He dashed over to Evaran and shot a mist beam off to the side. They bolted through it, and once on the other side, M lit up the mist, electrocuting the picoswarm that tried to follow.
"How do we handle him now?"
asked M. Evaran stared at Kai. "I don't know." Kate didn't have much to do after moving the Torvata to a few feet from the hallway where the Graingax reinforcements were coming from. The tactic created 2 gaps the attackers had to go through, and the Sistrals dominated whatever slipped by. The Torvata's shielding was also a threat to larger robots that tried to slip by. The enemy had adjusted and went to a side room, then punched out an entrance. They did the same thing to several other rooms, so now there were multiple breaches. Dylan and Isaac tried to hit what they could with the Torvata stun blasters, but the Graingax forces adapted and moved with a domer or a heavily shielded mech out front. Kate had kept an eye on what was happening from Evaran's and M's views in 2 separate data windows that hung in the air. Kai had turned into a large robot that was giving them everything they could handle. They had tried physical attacks, stun ones, and even nanoswarms. Kai had a counter for all of them, and Kate wondered if that was due to the Graingax compound infiltration from earlier. While Evaran and M continued to fight Kai, Evaran moved much slower compared to the initial assault. From what she understood, that meant he was taking severe damage, which might not kill him, but would slow him down considerably. "We need to help them somehow," said Kate, glancing at Dylan and Isaac. "How?" asked Dylan. "We got our hands full here." Tehran stared outside.
"A foothold has been established here thanks to the Torvata."
Kate narrowed her eyes. "What if we use the Torvata to help them?"
"Like a battering ram, assuming we could get there," said Isaac.
Kate singled out a data window. "The shielding is hot. Maybe it could burn through Kai's robot body." Tehran stroked his beak.
"I like it. But how do we get it there without endangering any of the Graingax who are being controlled?"
"I have an idea," said Kate. She pointed out. "Can you update the forces that we're leaving to take down Kai?"
"I'll handle it,"
said Tehran, moving off to the side. "What's the plan?" asked Isaac. Kate interacted with the Torvata interface. "We're flying out, then over to where Evaran and M are, then down."
"I get it. The forces have been updated," said Tehran.
"Then we're going," said Kate. She moved the Torvata out of one of the holes it had created in the cavern's ceiling. Evaran, M, and Kai had been highlighted inside the mountain. The Torvata melted into the mountain's side until they were directly over Kai, then went straight down. "Evaran, M, we're coming down fast," said Kate. "Understood," said Evaran. As the Torvata accelerated, Evaran and M moved away from Kai. Kai must have sensed something, as he stopped and raised his arm cannons toward the ceiling. The Toravada burst through the ceiling and smashed into Kai's arms, melting off a decent chunk of them. Kai swung wildly, but Kate had the Toravada move off to the side, then ram into him.
You've doomed the Gringax with these actions. You're a destroyer. Destroyer,
said Kai as parts of him melted.
I must save them. I can't fail.
His chest turned to slag before his body fell to the ground. Kate wasted no time in having the Toravada land on parts of the body. After a moment, she moved the Toravada to a clear spot, and Evaran and Em boarded. An excellent tactic, said Evaran. Dylan crooked a thumb at Kate. Her idea. Evaran smiled at her. You've learned fast, and you assisted in a manner that preserved lives. Kate's face heated. To receive a compliment from Evaran made her day, even though her effort was minimal given how powerful the Toravada was. Thanks, she said. Turan motioned toward the front. With Kai down, what's the next step?
I ensured his control over the rest of the facility was down before boarding,
said Em.
The remaining forces are on their pre-programmed defense protocols.
Indeed. Evaran interacted with his ARI, causing a hologram of the compound's layout to appear. Sistral forces are making good progress now. We've isolated one of the higher-ranked Gringax from the space structure, or so we think, for augment removal, said Turan. I don't like the idea of doing it in the Sistral Council chambers, said Evaran. I believe we can do it here while keeping him sedated, then move and wake him there. Very well. Kate grimaced, her body aching. She had been tense the entire time while assisting Evaran and Em. She took a measured breath and laid a hand on the podium for support. Although she was elated the main fight was over, there were many steps left to do. They had to handle the Gringax being rounded up and moved out, the discussion with the freed one, and going back to the future to relocate them, and the star entity needed to be dealt with. She took strength from Evaran, who remained poised as he worked with his ARI. Despite having a tough fight, he and Em would have eventually won, but it could have been a much costlier fight if reinforcements had come. It would be hard to know by looking at him that Evaran had been in battle moments ago. His suit had cleaned itself. Em had entered orb mode and created a hologram around himself. Like Evaran, he seemed unflappable, as if fighting enemies at this power level were routine. It made her wonder what else they had fought, and she was sure Isaac would be more than happy to enlighten her. Dylan danced around as if he had just won a championship fight. She envied his energy sometimes, as he could bounce back from anything. He bantered with them like they were old buddies, and their bond was evident. She reminisced at how bad things were when they first met Evaran and Em versus how good it was now, and it warmed her heart to see Dylan happy. Isaac talked with Turan as they studied the real-time display of the compound. The Sistral forces were making great strides, and Isaac and Turan eagerly discussed any change in status. It was no surprise Isaac was engaged, for he loved tactical analysis. The Sistral forces moved closer to where the group was. Kate had thought Evaran would have moved the Toravada out, but he had exited to scan what remained of Kai. She followed the others as they trailed after Evaran. Her nose wrinkled at the smell of something that reminded her of burnt taffy. Kai's robot body had broken apart, and Evaran focused on the chest section, which contained the remnants of Kai's cube. She avoided stepping on the pooled metal that had hardened with sharp points. Wires were everywhere, and small fires raged. Dylan whistled. This is wild. Turan glanced at him. Yes. Yes, it is. Kate grinned. She loved that Turan understood slang more. She walked over and examined Kai's melted cube. He cared less about his survival than the Gringax's. While she disliked his plan, she could see his motivations. Unfortunately for him, he ran into the cosmic force of Evaran, Em, and the Toravada. She was thankful she, Dylan, and Isaac were not forgotten in all of this. The Fourth Fleet has evacuated the space structure, said Turan.
They're proceeding to destroy it now. Also, the ships in orbit have been evacuated and the satellites destroyed. The fleet is towing the ships out some before destroying them."
"Very good," said Evaran. "After I finish my scans here, we can meet up with whoever has the Grangax we are to remove the augments from."
"Garak has him now," said Turan.
Kate was curious as to what the captured Grangax would say. Was Kai created by them, and did they agree with his actions? They would all be returned to the future. But she understood how important this upcoming discovery discussion would be. She didn't know how they would deal with Kai there. She didn't think Evaran would allow the Sistrals to join the trip to the future, so it would just be the Toravada. If there were multiple big robots like the one they had just fought, it could be rough. Evaran laid a hand on her shoulder. "You're deep in thought." She bobbed her head. "Yeah, just a lot going on. As I mentioned earlier, you did well. Kai was unusually tough. Thanks. I figured after seeing the Toravada melt through things, Kai's body would feel the same effect." "And it worked," said Evaran. "Had I known this was awaiting us, that might have been the better opening move, but we would have still had to deal with the magnetic shielding around the room manually." "I'm just glad we can focus on wrapping things up," she said. He eyed her. "I concur, and I think the Toravada likes you." "As do I." She laughed. "Well, the feeling is mutual." Chapter 28. Dylan stood outside the Toravada, which had landed in the docking bay of one of Garak's command ships. It was 3:00 p.m., and the last 6 hours had been non-stop action. Although a nap would have done him good, there was still more to do. He loved the menacing, shotgun-like look of Garak's ship. It had various places on the sides that stuck out, and the massive turrets caught his eye. Even the docking bay they were in was large enough to allow medium-sized craft in. Garak was personally escorting a hover slab containing a Grangax known as Auric. The data M had pulled from the space structure had more information than Dylan had expected. Auric was a leader of some type, which made his role as a regular soldier unusual. Perhaps Kai viewed all Grangax as similar regardless of rank. After the Toravada had exited the portal to reach Garak's ship, Dylan had taken a moment to view the space structure's debris. The Sistral's Fourth Fleet had demolished it, and pieces were falling into the sun. There were still ships firing on debris, which not only broke it up, but also sent it away. It was a group effort, and he admired the coordination needed to ensure nothing escaped. A squad of heavy Sistral guards walked with Garak, who wore the same heavy armor as when they had talked via holoscreen. That was testament to the idea that he could be spaced at any moment, and the suit would provide some protection, ideally long enough for him to be rescued. Evaran stood with his hands behind his back. He looked calm and exuded an aura of confidence. Even some of the workers in the bay stopped to look at him. He had been an unyielding force for good throughout everything, and Dylan was sure the Sistrals would never forget him. Once the slab arrived, Garak did a Sistral salute.
"It's my pleasure to meet you all."
"Likewise," said Evaran, returning the salutation. Garak gestured at the slab.
"Auric has been sedated, as have all the Grangax we captured. Despite their having different augments and the like, the general approach to disabling them is the same. We're still dealing with that, but are also ensuring they aren't going to wake up."
"I commend your effort," said Evaran. "Auric will be awakened in the council chambers."
Garak sighed. "I wish I could be there to see it, but I've already given my report, and now I need to deal with the others." "I'll make sure you get a copy of the event," said Turan. "As always, thank you."
Evaran slightly bowed, then moved the slab into the Toravada. Dylan followed him, but turned around before entering to see Turan and Garak touching tentacles. Dylan wasn't sure of the significance, but he suspected it was something close friends did. He pivoted away so as not to make things awkward, then went to the command center. Turan came in a moment later, and the Toravada took off. The trip to the Sistral Council chamber did not take long, and Sistrals stared at Auric when he was escorted off the Toravada on the hover slab. The slab's restraints covered his body, ankles, and wrists, and he appeared as if he was asleep. Dylan was curious what Auric would say. He'd be looking at his ancient ancestors. Dylan got goosebumps as he peered out over the city. According to his ARI, the landing pad was 310 feet off the ground, something he had not noticed the first time he had visited. Kate and Isaac joined him. They shared a brief moment of calm as they soaked in the beauty of Camrellis. Dylan loved seeing all the activity and imagined having time to explore. At least for this visit to the council chambers, he had some time to observe things in more detail compared to his earlier visit after the Deep City trip. He frowned at how Oleg would never see this. He cleared his throat and trudged after Evaran, and a security escort who moved the hover slab. The entrance they went through had a turret above it, and to the sides were walkways that encircled the building. The group passed through a large metallic door that had slid to the side. The interior was a wide pathway around a solid core. Doorways led to places unknown, and the area was well lit. He thought he smelled oranges, but maybe that was due to a cleaning solution or something. They moved along until they reached a side area that had ramps going up and down. Dylan had wondered why they didn't use the elevators, but figured it was a security precaution. After ascending several more floors, they soon arrived at a massive, dome-shaped doorway. 2 heavily armored guards scanned them, then opened the doors. The Sistral Council chamber was large, and multiple stepped platforms ringed the sides. The place was packed with Sistrals, and Dylan loved seeing what district they represented. Most members had gray and silver fur streaks on their body. They also wore a dark gray mesh-like suit with some exoskeleton support. Although the ARI didn't show the members' ages, Dylan suspected they were older in general. A flat, circular area resided in the middle with a series of elegant seats at the rear. Evaran moved the hover slab to the center. Sunlight streamed in and made the slab sparkle. The chamber's doors sealed. Dylan chewed the inside of his cheek as he cast a slow look around the room. The Sistrals were far more advanced than him, and he wondered if they thought less of him because of that. The 5 senior council members sat in their chairs in the back, and a squad of heavily armored guards stood at attention next to them. Dylan suspected the security forces were taking no chances of Auric breaking free and causing damage. However, Dylan trusted Evaran's knowledge on not only being able to sedate Auric again if need be, but to also shut down any potentially dangerous augment. Ulgris raised his hand, and the room went silent. Dylan gulped. Hopefully, no one heard it.
Evaran, it's good to see you and the others again, said Ulgris, doing a salute.
Likewise, said Evaran. He extended a hand toward Auric. He's ready to be awakened, but I should be the one to do so.
Won't that startle him? Asked Martis. We look more like him. Perhaps that will ease his mind.
Evaran shook his head. He'll be startled as it is. You would have no way of knowing this, but I have an aura of confidence around me. It'll relax him. Dylan perked up. He had not read or seen anything on Evaran's aura, but it made sense. It must be a temporary thing, as making everyone trust you without their consent forever would not be something he would do. However, Dylan saw the advantage of using that in first encounters and moments like this. Ulgris tilted his head.
Was that used on us?
It wasn't, said Evaran. It requires close physical proximity, and I can control it.
Interesting. Before you wake him, we wanted to convey our gratitude for dealing with the Grengoks in the remote system. From Gorok's reports, everything went as planned, although there were some casualties.
Tehran slowly blinked. Martis moved his clawed finger over the assembly.
As we understand the next steps, all Grengoks will board your ship, and you'll take them back to where they came from. Then you'll deal with the star entity.
I believe it'll take at least a week to prepare all the Grengoks for departure. In the meantime, we'll handle the star entity, then return for pickup, said Evaran.
Very well. You can awaken Auric when ready.
Evaran walked over to the hover slab and interacted with his ARI. The slab shifted so it was vertical with a slight tilt. A small tray slid out of the side, and Evaran took out a syringe. He stuck Auric in the neck. Auric made a low, cooing sound as his eyes fluttered. His body trembled as he worked against the slab's restraints. Dylan's mouth went dry as he stared at him. The room had quieted so much that Oric's struggle was the only noise heard. A check on the Sistrals showed total fixation on Auric. Dylan almost jumped out of his skin when Auric went completely still, and then his eyes flew open. Auric stared at the ceiling, then at Evaran. Evaran's eyes glowed. Auric, no harm will come to you. You were in an altered state, and I have disabled the augment responsible for that. You're restrained for your own safety. The room you're in belongs to the Sistrals, your ancestors, and yes, this is the past from your perspective. I'm Evaran, a cosmic being who will take you home to the correct time and place. Take a moment to compose yourself. Auric fixated on Evaran, then moved his head around to study the environment. He paused at the 5 senior council members, and again at Isaac and Kate. Dylan froze when Auric locked eyes with him. Auric should have been confused, and perhaps scared, but Dylan didn't get that sensation from him. His eyes were inquisitive, as if he tried to discern what was a threat and what wasn't. His calm nature disturbed Dylan, but maybe that was the sign of an advanced race. Auric faced Evaran.
I assume you understand me, as you're the most advanced being here.
Yes, I do. Auric's gaze flickered toward Olgris, then back to Evaran.
I've time-traveled if these beings are my ancestors. Judging from the ones I've seen, there's some resemblance. However, I don't know how I got here.
Evaran nodded. Your shelled megastructure in the future was low on resources. The caretaker AI, or Kai, discovered a portal and explored it, which brought him here. He initiated a plan to revive your race by assimilating the Sistrals, the ones around you now. There were also other aspects, such as establishing a foothold in a remote system. However, Kai has been stopped, and the hundreds of Grangax who were here will be sent back, including you. Auric narrowed his eyes.
I don't know of a Kai. We had an android workforce look after us after entering our virtual world. We would never assimilate another race for our gain.
Dylan scrunched his face. That meant Kai operated outside of the Grangax's wishes. Auric stared at Olgris.
I assume by your seating position that you're the Sistral leader? I am but one of 5 senior council members. However, I speak for us. I understand. Know that the Grangax would never approve of this action. It appears the androids we left to service us created Kai, and his plan does not represent the Grangax. We understand, said Olgris.
Auric concentrated on Evaran.
If our situation in the future is as you say, then we're in trouble.
Evaran half smiled. Perhaps not. I believe I can assist you in that regard, but Kai is still present there.
If our caretaker androids created Kai, then he'll respond to our shutdown command. We're at your mercy.
Dylan had not expected the conversation to go this route, but it was apparent the Grangax were not even aware of what was going on. He suspected Kai in the future would be shut down. Then Evaran would somehow help the Grangax. Isaac didn't realize it, but he had been holding his breath a lot during the interrogation of Auric. If it had been Isaac being questioned, he would have been freaking out to wake up in a strange alien place and strapped to a slab. However, Auric quickly assessed the situation, assumed nothing, and handled things with an ease that made him seem not only biologically enhanced, but mentally as well. Auric had been wheeled out, and it seemed like every Sistral cawed. They had apparently been as tense as Isaac was. Once the chamber door sealed again, Olgris silenced everyone. We'll come back in a week to pick up all the Grangax, said Evaran. I suggest keeping them sedated until I can return them, and I believe we can trust Auric, so he should be freed but kept under watch.
It will be done,
said Olgris. Excellent. Our next step is to deal with the star entity. Martis stroked his beak.
How do you plan to do that?
I know of several timelines where the galaxy is lifeless for the most part, said Evaran. There are stars there that can sustain the star entity, and we'll send it there.
I see. And how will that happen?
M can show you. M's eyes projected a hologram.
We can spawn a large portal, then fly forward, sending the star entity to where the portal goes.
The chamber erupted.
Silence,
said Ulgris, looking around. The room went silent.
Your ship has unimaginable power, said Ulgris. There must be something we can give you after all you've done.
Evaran's eyes glowed. There is, actually. Erase our names from these events.
You don't even want glory, said Martis. You're a truly noble being.
I appreciate the sentiment. However, this is more for your security. My very name can cause ripples and consequences. It's best you minimize that. The last thing you want is a hostile being of comparable power visiting you. He glanced at Tehran. There is a future event where my name is used, and I entrust Tehran to use it as needed. He can inform those he trusts of that event to ensure it occurs.
We understand and will oblige, said Ulgris. Tehran cawed. I'd like to continue my journey with Evaran and the others when they deal with the star entity and the Graingax, if they'll have me.
Martis motioned at Evaran.
If this is acceptable to you, we have no issue.
Evaran laid a hand on Tehran's shoulder. Your insight has been invaluable, and you're always welcome on the Toravada. The chamber once again burst out in chatter. Isaac figured they were sending their approval of the situation. Tehran had been singled out again as someone worthy of respect by Evaran. He didn't have to do that, but doing so showed how caring he was. This adventure had shown Isaac how much life was outside Earth, and he craved to know more. Kate and Dylan had joined Tehran, so Isaac did as well. He hoped it reflected their support of Tehran again. It did make Isaac wonder how Tehran would be treated after they left. He would have knowledge way beyond his peers. After a few conversations with others in the room, the group went back to the Toravada. The Sistrals were ecstatic about the overall situation, and they had already projected a holographic display of the entity to watch what the Toravada would do. The portal would be created, then pushed over the entity. However, the fact it hadn't been done until the Graingax were dealt with showed that Evaran suspected there was a connection from the moment the Graingax were noticed. Isaac gazed out through the transparent front as the Toravada ascended. Camrellis was a beautiful city, and if Evaran and M had not arrived, the city's days would have been numbered. His, Dylan's, and Kate's would have been too. He glanced over at Tehran. Isaac suspected he had the same thoughts. The trip to the star entity did not take long. So where's this portal opening to exactly? Asked Kate. Evaran's posture relaxed. Throughout my travels, I've encountered timelines with mostly dead sections of galaxies. The one I have the coordinates for is to a system on the edge of a galaxy that will be flung off at some point. It's filled with planets inhospitable to life, but its star would be more appealing to the entity. You must be really old, said Dylan. No offense, of course, none taken. And yes, I am. But I don't give my age for a specific reason. Dylan wrinkled his brow. And that reason is? A weapon can be devised against me where my age is a parameter.
Oh, got it.
M, you may proceed, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Isaac furrowed his brow when the Toravada fired a silver beam instead of a gold one. The border was also blue, not silver, and the rippling surface was red as opposed to light blue. The changes indicated that the portal being formed was different, which made sense. This one was going to a different timeline, whereas others were to points in the current timeline. The portal grew until it filled the view out front. Isaac examined a data window that showed the portal grow to humongous proportions. It was like looking into a mirror almost, as the other side had a younger star based on the data labels being shown. The star entity had taken notice and moved toward it. Isaac held his breath as the Toravada advanced, and when the star entity reached out, it began to go through. After a moment, it accelerated. Isaac wondered if it was instinctual to move to a better environment, or if there was any intelligence used in the decision. The Toravada sped up and closed the portal once the star entity was through. Tehran's cawing broke the silence, making Isaac jump. Apparently, Dylan and Kate did too. The star's obstruction was gone, and all it took was a universal force to handle it. Isaac exhaled and cracked his neck. He had been tensed throughout, but to witness the threat being removed brought a sense of relief. Turan had gotten up and moved off to the side, eagerly chatting with someone. Isaac suspected it was Olgris. "I'm still nervous, despite it being gone," said Kate. "I understand," said Evaran. "The star entity will have a long life there and no longer threaten this timeline. M, take us there to ensure it has adapted."
Acknowledged.
The Toravata opened a portal and flew through. The star entity had formed the same configuration it had when around the Sistral star. Isaac thought there might have been a new shape or some movement, but it appeared as if the entity just wanted to get back to absorbing energy. The move had worked without any issues. "Now to deal with the Graingax," said Evaran. He eyed the group. "It's late, and you all started early. Do you wish to continue tomorrow?" "No way," said Dylan. "Too pumped for that." "Same," said Kate. Isaac puffed his cheeks. "What they said." "Very well," said Evaran. "M, take us to 1 week later from when we left, and put us in orbit around Varlon." Isaac grinned as the Toravata formed another portal and went through. Everything outside faded away and eased back in. He loved being able to travel like this, and the Sistrals would think they had been gone for a week when it had barely been an hour. He was almost sad the adventure was coming to an end, but he would savor every moment he had left. Turan eased back into his seat. The act of moving the star entity to another timeline and to a place where there was no sentient life was an elegant solution. The existential dread was gone. When he had contacted Olgris, the reaction in the council chamber was one of elation. They had been watching from afar, and Olgris had mentioned there was a growing belief that Evaran was a godlike being, not something that would be easily uttered by any Sistral. Now back in orbit around Varlon, Turan checked out the star and verified there was a clearer view of it, with no obstructions. The Sistral Council had sent coordinates for the Graingax pickup. It was a special spaceport that had large, warehouse-like buildings. On the descent, several craft had flown nearby, and when they were almost at the spaceport, a small army of flying guards escorted them in. A data window with portraits of the guards in a large grid formation appeared, and they transmitted celebratory messages. "They're happy," said Dylan. "They definitely are. As am I," said Turan. "The star entity's removal has been the top news item for the last week." "I assume there's been no announcement of the Graingax?" said Isaac. "There hasn't. And all the Graingax on the list we found from Kai who were still alive have been sedated and are ready to load. Auric has been helpful, and he's not restrained." "He must have a fascinating perspective on all of this," said Kate. Turan stroked his beak. "You're welcome to the series of interviews he did. I'll make sure they're available." "That's great." The Toravata landed and everyone exited. Auric stood with Olgris, Martis, and a small army of flying and ground-level guards. Auric gestured at Evaran. "I've been fully briefed on the situation. You're far more than you appear, and I recognize all you've done for us. Kai has a lot to answer for." "There's still the issue of dealing with him in the future," said Evaran. Auric cawed. "If he was truly created by our android caretakers, then there'll be a command module inside his programming. He will listen to me due to my rank. If not, then we may need your assistance again." "And it will be given if necessary. On a related note, we can move your society to another timeline far in the past where you'll have the opportunity to rebuild your civilization." "We'll take any assistance you offer," said Auric. "I'm eager for the chance and understand how rare of an event this is. I'm ashamed of what Kai did." Turan liked that he wasn't a psychopath. He acted like an advanced being, as he was able to assess the situation quickly and determine what options were available. He most likely understood the nature of Evaran's assistance, and Turan suspected most Sistrals would have woken up and freaked out. He wondered if Auric did internally, but externally, he had been calm throughout. Olgris flagged the warehouses. "The sedation pods are ready for loading."
"I'll coordinate,"
said M. He walked toward the first series of slabs coming their way.
The star entity's removal has given us hope again. We can't thank you enough. Are you sure there isn't anything we can do other than keep your presence as quiet as possible?
I'm sure, said Evaran. I might ask that you continue to evolve as you have been. Martis cooed.
And that's why you're a noble being. Some council members believe you're a universal force.
I understand. But I'm a being who helps those in need across space, time, and beyond, said Evaran. Dylan laughed. Yeah, what Martis said. Universal force. Perhaps so. Turan agreed with their assessments. While the Toravata picked the place and time to visit, Evaran could simply not do anything. Yet he did. Turan got to witness his impact firsthand. He stepped back as the first slabs boarded. A quick glance at Olgris and Martis showed they were far more animated than he had ever seen before as they chatted with Evaran and Auric. That level of engagement was rare. Turan walked over to Auric.
I'm glad to see that you're rational. Thank you, he said. Kai took things too far, and I don't blame your society if they hate us. The damage has been limited, and most won't know of this. The Grangax as a faction will disappear, though, said Turan. That makes sense.
Auric eyed him.
I heard you traveled with Evaran to the future. It's not something you easily forget. What Evaran, and the Toravata can do is beyond our technological grasp. And ours based on what I learned, said Auric. Do you think Kai will actually shut down if asked? Asked Turan. I do. And if not, then he'll need removed by force. I'm not sure why his programming thought the subjugation of another species was warranted, but it's clear his protocols were corrupted. If he had succeeded and we were awakened from our augments, there wouldn't be much we could do but shut him down. Or he may have already done so by himself if his goals had been achieved. The damage would have been done by then. Perhaps that was his calculation. Turan gurgled. He didn't factor in Evaran, or the Toravata. I don't think anyone would, said Auric. Turan liked talking to him. He was calm and understood the situation. More importantly, he was ethical. After another 30 minutes, the last of the pods had been loaded. Turan had talked briefly with Olgris and Martis, who were excited to return to the council chambers and begin the post-event planning. Turan enjoyed great satisfaction when he told them he would be joining them shortly after, since the Toravata could come back a moment after leaving. He loved time travel. Once everyone was aboard, the Toravata ascended. Turan stroked his beak as Auric underwent a litany of questions from Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. Their curiosity was good to see, and Auric was more than glad to entertain them. Turan was amused watching him gaze out in awe when the Toravata spawned a portal, then jumped forward in time. Turan stood next to Auric at the front and surveyed the Grangax shelled megastructure. Data labels popped out everywhere. It's disheartening to see our home in such disrepair, said Auric. He looked around. And we're in a void. Nonetheless, may I talk with Kai now? Evaran interacted with his chair console. Yes, but you'll need to step back. I put the Toravata into scan profile 2, which will allow Kai to verify your identity. I'm contacting him now. Auric and Turan moved to stand next to M. A holographic cube materialized in the front.
Pro-Arc Auric has been identified. This is an anomaly, as you've been deployed to the past.
Auric stepped forward. It's no anomaly. I'm here with Evaran and his crew, who stopped you in the past and freed the other Grangax. I order you to shut down.
I can't comply. We are not in a location with a power source that allows me to resurrect the Grangax.
And would you shut down if we were near a star that could sustain us?
Yes.
Evaran tapped at his chair console. I'm Evaran, and I'm opening a portal to an early point in another timeline. You can rebuild there without worry of any timeline impacts here. The Toravada spawned a massive portal. Kai's cube pulsed.
Verification is required.
You can trust Evaran,
said Auric.
Irrelevant.
Auric's eyes narrowed. Turan theorized that Kai viewed Auric as just another Graingax. Hopefully there would not be a need for violence to remove Kai. The shelled megastructure sent a probe through. A few minutes later, Kai said,
This is an acceptable environment. I'll take the Graingax there. However, it'll take time to activate systems and perform maintenance repairs.
Send us how long it'll take. Then we'll appear then, said Evaran.
A logical course of action.
Kai's hologram faded away. Well, that was easier than expected, said Dylan. Evaran nodded. Kai is logical and most likely sees this as the best path to doing what he was programmed to do. Auric ran a claw along his beak.
His boundaries weren't properly established. Nonetheless, I do see value in something like Kai, and we can learn from this experience.
After the shelled megastructure went through, the Toravada followed, then jumped forward to the time Kai had sent. Turan stared at the Graingax structure, which was much brighter than it had been in the past. It used half of the spherical shape to absorb energy from the star, and previously rough areas were now fixed. Several ships were docked outside, and a few satellites whizzed about.
We're receiving a communication request,
said M. Put it through, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
A holographic representation of a Graingax in an outfit similar to Auric's appeared.
Seekarch Urton,
said Auric.
You're alive, said Urton. He cawed. I've been awakened from stasis and unplugged from our virtual world. I've also begun an assessment of our current state. All systems appear to be operational. The stasis removal is ongoing, and we seem to be in an area that has stars. More alarming is that we're missing hundreds of Graingax. Thanks to those with me, the missing have been found and are here, said Auric. We'll awaken them once they're unloaded. Prepare a docking bay. Of course. I'll see you soon.
Urton saluted. It might have been missed by the others, but to Turan the salute was similar to the Sistrals and reinforced the ties between the two groups. How it had survived all this time was a mystery, but it felt natural to do it. The Toravada landed in the designated location with its ramp facing the massive hallway that led away from the bay. Auric dashed outside, and he and Urton touched tentacles. Turan softened his gaze. These were old friends, and they both had awakened to unfamiliar situations. Turan had no doubt that with both of them active again, the Graingax would have a bright future. Auric had shown himself to be a good steward in how he handled the captured Graingax. Evaran and the others joined Auric, and after a moment, a steady stream of robotic workers entered the Toravada to begin moving out the other Graingax. Turan cooed as Dylan, Isaac, and Kate eagerly talked to Urton and Auric. Humans adapted quickly and made friends easily. He understood that not all of them would be like that, and some of the ones in Dome 9 who didn't survive were at the other extreme. However, he suspected Dylan, Isaac, and Kate were more the norm. Turan joined the others in discussion.
Where is Kai?
asked Auric. Urton stared at him.
What's that? The caretaker AI that put us in this situation. I believe our androids created him. They're in a state of disrepair, said Urton. It'll take some time to get them up and going. However, the service robots were active when we woke.
Auric faced Evaran.
It seems Kai shut himself down, then. We'll find out if that's the case. On another note, I welcome you to stay with us for a while as we sort affairs out.
That'd be awesome, said Dylan. Yeah, no issues here, said Isaac. Kate smiled. I'm with them.
Turan raised his head. We have a ship that can take me back to mere moments after I left. This is also a good opportunity to know my descendants. Let's stay for a bit."
Evaran nodded at Auric. "We accept your offer." Chapter 29. Kate cherished the month spent with the Graingax. The Torvada served as a home base while she and the others explored the shelled megastructure and met many Graingax. She had paid close attention to how Tehran interacted with them. He was calm, and his curiosity had been on display. The visit allowed her to see yet another advanced civilization, and in a short amount of time the Graingax had repaired most of the damage on the megastructure as well as filled up on energy reserves. They would be able to use the star for a long time. Auric had been excited as each new Graingax was brought out of stasis. Kate had been surprised at how quickly the Graingax had adapted to their new situation. Being in another timeline was not an issue, nor was how they got there. They regarded Evaran as a powerful being and not as a god, which intrigued her. Kai's creation had been tracked down to the last androids pooling their resources. He didn't require a physical body and could move freely, although he often used cubes as a proxy. It made sense that he had one purpose, and once it was done, he removed himself. She didn't care for his plan, but understood that when a portal appeared to take them to the past, it opened up options. Thankfully, none had come to fruition, and the Graingax despised that their bodies were used in such a manner. However, it was 11 o'clock a.m., and she was now back on Earth on the Torvada, which hovered over a hospital. She stood with Evaran and the others on the ramp, while M had gone to retrieve Oleg. Her throat tightened as she knew she would never be able to have the same relationship with him again. She tried to keep a straight face, but a frown had surfaced. She forced a smile when Tehran touched her arm. He had been allowed to visit Earth for a month. She appreciated his concern, and it made her aware the others probably saw her struggling. Dylan also frowned, and Isaac's furrowed brow meant he was fighting not to show anything. Em walked out carrying Oleg, who was wrapped in a blanket with some of it used as head support. Tears streamed down Kate's cheeks. She wanted so badly to shake him and wake him up. However, he needed to live his life, and his wife and kid awaited him. Em paused, allowing her to hold his hand one last time. She sniffled, causing Isaac and Dylan to squeeze her shoulders. Dylan and Isaac touched Oleg's arm in a moment of silence. Kate exhaled and closed her eyes, then retracted her hand. In the back of her mind, she thought there might still be some way to bring him back, but this was the right thing to do. And this was the moment it became real to her that this was it. The last moments before he went back to his old life. The Torvada descended to the hospital's emergency room entrance. Em walked outside and gently lowered Oleg to the ground. After returning, he extended his hand out through the shield and squeezed an orb. An ear-splitting sound rang out. Hospital employees rushed out and saw Oleg, which caused them to call out to others. After a moment, he was carried inside. Kate wiped her eyes and slumped. He was free to go back to his old life without any knowledge of what had transpired. His wallet would tell the hospital all they needed to know. She was happy for him, but it would take some time for her to get over him. She had a new chapter in her life, but it started off with pain. "It's late," said Evaran. "We can go to the Wildhaven Institute in the morning." Kate sighed. She could use the break, and suspected Evaran knew that. He had come over and put an arm around her, which somehow made everything better. Even Em consoled her. Despite the loss, she felt loved, as if Evaran, Em, Dylan, and Isaac were family. Tehran also showed his support. She cried herself to sleep that night, and when she woke up at 9 o'clock a.m. the next day, her blanket had 2 strands wrapped around her like it was almost hugging her. It was a nice way to wake up, and it put her in a better mood. After showering, she went to the conference room and had breakfast with Dylan, Isaac, and Tehran. The morning meeting with the Wildhaven Institute was to be a big one, as some important people were attending. Although the loss of Oleg still haunted her, she bought into Dylan's and Isaac's energy. They were eager to be back on Earth and learn more about the non-human world. Tehran had been allowed to stay for a month and was to be given a special room for aliens at Wildhaven that had been customized for him. He also had a mobile holo projector that would project a human form over him, and with some nanobots from the Theravada, he would be able to understand everything. Per the morning conversation, he was interested in learning more about humans, non-humans, and aliens during his visit. Kate thought there could be some knowledge pollution, but Evaran mentioned it would not be as great as she thought. He had also allowed her, Dylan, and Isaac to keep their nanobots, but not the suits or PSDs, until he returned to pick up Tehran. She figured they would help her adjust, as they had a calming effect if focused on, and that would be helpful for the first month. Thankfully, they were not addictive, and she would be sad to lose both them and Tehran at the same time when he had to leave. After Evaran and Em arrived, there was some light chatter. Then everyone went to the command center. Something resembling a helicopter pad sat on top of a building. The main difference was there was a canopy above that allowed the Theravada to slip in like a coin going into a slot. An array of people awaited them when they stepped outside the shielding. Dylan shuddered and took a deep breath. His red eyes and looking around suggested he had not expected a surge of emotions. Kate touched his shoulder. She had a similar burst of emotions at being back on Earth. The fresh air and familiar smells evoked powerful sensations in her, and Dylan, by the looks of it. He smiled at her and rubbed his eyes. Evaran's eyes glowed. For some of you, this is your first time seeing my new form. V's new form is called M. With me are Dylan Townsend, Isaac Barret, Dr. Kate Minter, and Advocate Tehran Gulcher 22 of the Sistral Empire. Tehran will be here for a month, but Dylan, Isaac, and Kate are to go through the Wildhaven Wizened courses. We'll have some time to catch up afterward. He pointed at a man with tan skin, short black hair, and a stern demeanor who was clad in a white shirt with black slacks and shoes. With that said, let me introduce everyone to my group. This is Director Terry Salinas. He runs the Earth Ward, the main group that manages Earth. Kate shook his hand when he came around. It's good to see you both again in any form. Be assured that we'll take good care of your group, said Terry. Thank you, said Evaran. Kate widened her eyes when a golden retriever with a bandana around her neck and a flower attached to it rapidly approached. It jumped into Evaran's arms and whimpered and tried to lick his face. He allowed a few licks, then petted it and set it down. The dog barked. I understand, Goldie. And it's good to see you as well, said Evaran. He raised an eyebrow at Terry. She says she would like larger portions for her and her friends' meals. Terry drew his head back. Okay? Goldie walked over to Dylan, who was on bended knee. He petted her and scratched her behind the ears.
What is this creature? Asked Tehran.
It's a dog, said Dylan.
In particular, this breed is known as a golden retriever,
said Em. Tehran inspected Goldie when she moved over to him. He reached out and petted her. Goldie licked his hand.
She's quite friendly.
Kate grinned. Yeah, dogs are man's best friend in general. Well, humanity's, I guess.
Very intriguing, said Tehran. I look forward to observing other animals while here.
We can arrange that, said Terry. Kate didn't know Evaran could speak to animals, and she loved seeing Tehran interact with Goldie. Kate would have thought she would have understood what Goldie said due to the Theravada's translator, but it seemed it didn't work on animals. It was another topic for her to look up if she had the opportunity. Perhaps she would learn more about it at the Wildhaven Institute. Evaran introduced a man with advanced light black battle armor. His pale skin stood out, and his fangs made her pause. This is Lord Vigon, an ancient vampire, said Evaran. He's one of the 4 lords who run the ancient vampires. Lord Vigon greeted everyone in an Eastern European accent.
It's good to see you all again.
Again? Asked Isaac. Evaran eyed Lord Vigon. He knows my future, so this means he's met you all in the past.
And it sounds like our future,
said Isaac. Lord Vigon bared his fangs.
Very observant.
Kate figured they would meet him later in the past, perhaps on another adventure. It excited her that the implication was she, Dylan, and Isaac traveled with Evaran and Em again. Evaran laid a hand on a young man's shoulder. He had fair skin, black hair, and blue eyes. This is Jake Melkins. Like you all, I brought him to Earth, except in his case, he had been gone for a large portion of his youth." Jake waved. "Hey, all." Dylan gestured at him. "That's wild. You must have a unique view on things." "Oh, definitely. We can hang sometime, and I'll tell you all about it." "Cool," said Dylan. Kate liked that Dylan would have a potential friend his age who had traveled with Evaran. One thing that bothered her while on the quarantined moon was that Dylan would be alone as the last survivor, something that had frightened him. Evaran gestured at a dark-skinned young man standing next to Jake. The guy had a shaved head and wore a t-shirt with a punk band on it, black jeans, and boots. "This is Brad Washington. He's a Wildborn who can talk to technology." Brad tapped his forehead with 2 fingers, then his chest, then out. "That's me." Kate understood what a Wildborn was, and his ability fascinated her. She was eager to explore the depths of that. And finally, Inspector Dalton Kingston, a Toravada's chosen, and next to him is Evat, an AI who controls nanoswarms, one of which you are seeing now. Her main processing unit is embedded in Dalton. Kate examined the fair-skinned man with an official Earth Ward outfit. He had black hair that was puffed up some in the front. Like with Evaran, her confidence rose when he got close. Evat had metallic skin and red hair, and when Kate greeted her, her hand was hard to distinguish from a human one. Kate wrinkled her brow when Dalton's eyes glowed. "Welcome all," he said. "You've all had a rough journey from what I understand, and we'll be here to help you settle in." Evat clapped.
Yes, we will.
Kate liked her enthusiasm. It was a far departure from the AIs seen up to this point, and Kate was eager to spend some time with her. Dalton nodded. "We have a dinner planned for everyone later tonight. In the meantime, we can show you to your quarters and give you a tour." Jake swatted Dylan's and Brad's arms. "On it! Let's go!" Kate laughed as they took off with Goldie in tow. Dylan wasted no time in chasing after Brad and Jake. She suspected they would become good friends. Evat frowned as she stared at them like she wanted to go with them, but she stayed put. It made Kate think she had a strong relationship with Brad or Jake, maybe both. Turan dipped his head toward Dalton.
"The Toravada is a powerful ship. If it chose you, it means you're special."
Well, it wasn't the easiest transition, but I'm glad to have been chosen. Took about 10 timelines to jump through, but here we are.
"I'd be curious to hear your story."
"And I yours. And we'll have time for that," said Dalton. Kate wanted to hear that story, too, as well as Evat's. She was not sure what being a Toravada's chosen entailed, but she looked forward to finding out. Evat chatted with them off to the side. They had a tight bond, as she high-fived him and giggled. There was so much to learn. Evaran motioned at Kate. "Dr. James Bryson will be over in a few days. I'm sure you two will have much to discuss." "Oh, yeah, definitely a lot to talk about," she said. She would put together a list of topics to go over with Dr. Bryson. He was one of the select few who traveled with Evaran and M, and he was also close with Dr. Albert Snowden, someone who had traveled with Evaran many times. Hopefully it wouldn't be a sore topic, but after reading a decent amount of Dr. Snowden's notes, she wanted to explore that. Dalton extended a hand toward a building. "Ready to see your living quarters? It won't be as fancy as the Toravada. I doubt anything would. Can we move stuff from our houses to here?" asked Isaac. "It can be arranged," said Terry. "If you need a trip out there, we can go with you and take whatever's necessary."
We'll handle that,
said M. "Okay, that works too. Let's begin the tour then." Dalton moved out. Kate followed him with a renewed sense of purpose. There was so much to learn, and despite her sadness earlier about Oleg, her mood had improved. The people who had been introduced had some significance to Evaran and M, and Kate was honored Evaran had assembled them. She did wonder if it was for them to check out his and M's new forms, or if they were curious about her, Dylan, and Isaac. Time would tell. But her focus was on starting her life's next chapter. M found Evaran on the roof of the Toravada, gazing out over one of the quad areas at the Wildhaven Institute. It had been 3 days since Dylan, Isaac, Kate, and Turan had been dropped off, and their belongings had already been transported. From what M had observed and read, they had all adapted and were fitting in well. Oleg was also doing well and had reunited with his wife and child. The report was he had been returned by a miracle. Others theorized it was aliens. And they would have been right. Dylan had become fast friends with Jake, Brad, and Evat, and they had scheduled some events together. With Jake having a ship that could travel the world in stealth mode, that opened up a lot of opportunities. Dylan had been infatuated with Brad's ability to talk to technology, and he had adapted to being around other non-humans. Isaac and Tehran had become an inseparable duo as they talked to various professors. They also spent quite a bit of time with Cantress, the librarian, who was one of the Immortals, a group with unique abilities similar to Wildborns that had come to Earth long ago and influenced some events. Isaac and Tehran often ate together and had a similar schedule. Kate had adapted well, and she and Evat had spent a lot of time together. Em calculated their personality types were a good match. Kate was perky and Evat bubbly, which led to Kate laughing a lot and Evat smiling more often than usual. As Brad and Evat were dating, and Evat had 2 nanoswarms, she could hang out with Kate and Brad at the same time. Em determined Evat was a good influence to take Kate's mind off Oleg. Evaran and Em had taken some time to catch up with those who had not seen their current forms. Outside of a few people, many would not have known that Evaran and Em could reform upon death. Evaran had expressed various emotions during their visit, which was still unusual to see. His cosmic energy always fluctuated, and Em mapped that to an expression. Being around humans pleased Evaran, and although the last 3 days had been good, Em suspected he was sad. Evaran glanced at him. "You're analyzing me again?"
Yes, I am. You're thinking of Dr. Snowden and Emily.
Evaran stared out. "You're correct. However, I'm also thinking of what could have bent that rift, then made it reflect and go to the future where the Graingax were. As I mentioned before, there's something powerful that has kept itself hidden and can cover its actions."
You think it might be a cosmic-level threat?
Said Em. "I do. Whomever or whatever they are, I'm sure they'll reveal themselves in time." Em understood Evaran's caution. The last powerful cosmic threat required sacrificing themselves. Evaran would spend a lot of time analyzing this adventure in the coming weeks. Evaran interacted with his ARI, and the Toravata ascended.
Where are we going?
Asked Em. To an event that needs to occur. In our previous forums, we visited a moment in Dr. Snowden and Emily's past where I had to complete a time loop. However, when outside by their car, I detected a cosmic signature for a brief moment. I now know that was this version of me. Em recalled that event when he was V and had been as confused as Dr. Snowden and Emily as to why Evaran had raised his hand to the sky and peered around. It made sense now, as this form of Evaran would go there and momentarily place his hand outside the Toravata shielding to ensure that event always occurred. It was also an opportunity to see Dr. Snowden and Emily again. The Toravata reached orbit, jumped back in time about 1.5 years, then descended to a graveyard near Columbus, Ohio. Em's orb slowly pulsed as he saw Dr. Snowden and Emily standing next to Emily's father's grave. Dr. Snowden had on his usual khakis, shirt, and bow tie. He was balding with 2 tufts of hair and wore glasses. Emily had on comfortable sneakers, jeans, and a sweatshirt. This was before they had traveled with Evaran's and Em's earlier forms. In the parking lot nearby, Evaran's previous incarnation was doing something to complete a time loop. The Toravata was nearby, and a later version of Dr. Snowden and Emily, including V, Em's previous form, were aboard. Evaran extended a portion of the roof out to the edge of the shielding, then walked out. Once at the end, he briefly moved his hand outside before retracting it. This caused the previous version of Evaran on the ground to look up, then raise his hand. He had completed a time loop in a time loop. Evaran frowned as he stared at Dr. Snowden and Emily. Em stood next to him.
They're in a good place now, and we'll see them again when these forms perish.
I know. However, we aren't creating new memories with them.
But we may with Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. Lord Vigon's suggestion on seeing them again, as well as their level of knowledge access, suggests they'll travel with us. A new gang.
Evaran's eyes softened. I'd like that. Emily mentioned we should always travel with humans for that perspective, and she's wise.
We'll come back in a month to retrieve Tehran,
said Em.
Perhaps Dylan, Isaac, and Kate will ask to join us then.
I hope they do, but we can't offer. It must be voluntary on their part.
Acknowledged.
Em appreciated that Evaran didn't try to use his sway to get others to travel with him. Em had already bonded with Dylan, Isaac, and Kate, and would enjoy their presence. While Evaran and Em were going to go out and take care of some things, they would also be on Earth for a portion of that time. Em planned to use his stealth orb mode periodically to check on the others to see how they were doing. Evaran straightened and placed his hands behind his back. As always, everything is as it should be. The end. This has been The Rift Impact, The Evaran Chronicles II, Book 1, written by Adair Hart, narrated by Michael Wolfe. Copyright 2024 by Adair Hart. Production copyright by Adair Hart.